Konoha year 51. From the very beginning, fate chose to keep an eagle like you caged. He had once won 75 million on the lottery, quit everything to write at home, believing anyone who read his work would be blessed with the same fortune. Time of birth 2213. Time of death 2224. In a mere 11 minutes the Nine Tails was sealed, and both his parents perished. Then, who am I? Get the hell out of here. You parentless freak. The owner of the food shop snatched away the tuna rice ball the boy's fingertips had just brushed, and without even a glance hurled it viciously into the slop bucket at his feet. Filthy sour water splashed up with a harsh clatter, soaking the hem of his pants, already washed so many times they had turned chalk white. The acrid stench rushed straight into his nostrils, mixing with the fishy reek of the boss's spittle, choking Naruto into a violent cough. Cough, cough. Don't be like this. I have money. I really have money. He clenched the 3 coins in his hand, so hard his fingertips went pale, nails digging deep into his palm. He forced the most humble, imploring expression onto his face, head hanging low, his voice on the verge of tears. Please sell it to me. I haven't eaten in 2 days. Yet no one saw him. Beneath his lowered head, in the depths of his eyes, what surged was madness on the verge of spilling over. A sharp, throbbing pain pulsed from his forehead. Just moments ago, the owner had smashed the back of a kitchen knife into him to drive him out of the way. Warm blood was now trickling down along his brow bone, dripping into his eyes. In an instant, the world was dyed a ghastly crimson. Naruto raised a hand to press against his temple. It was not pain he feared. He was afraid others would see the twisted, increasingly deranged smile he could barely hold down at the corner of his mouth. Good, very good. Konoha scum, if I ever turn dark it will be because you forced me to. Word by word he snarled in his heart, even a filthy old vendor selling rice balls dares to trample me like dirt. It's fine. One day I'll shove this whole slop bucket down your throat. He knew all too well. Every corner of this village lay under Sarutobi Hiruzen's telescope technique and the surveillance of Root. If he revealed even the slightest hint of hostility toward the villagers, in the very next instant the label of Nine Tails out of control would be pinned on him. Then he would be imprisoned by Root, reduced completely to a mindless weapon of war. So he could only endure the pain, endure the hatred that threatened to tear him apart, and turn away with his tail between his legs like a stray dog. The curses from behind chased after his steps, stabbing into his ears one after another. Demon Fox, why isn't that monster dead yet? Get out of Konoha. He returned empty-handed to the shabby 10-square-meter apartment. Bang! Naruto slammed the door shut with all his strength and threw the lock. Every trace of timidity vanished from his face in an instant. Leaning against the cold door panel, he slowly slid down to sit on the floor. He raised a hand, wiped the blood from his temple, and brought it to his tongue, letting the taste of iron explode across his mouth. This makes it the 189th time this month. How wonderful! Who would have thought that after crossing into this world for 2.5 months I'd be reduced to the point of not even being able to afford a mouthful of food? What a wretched place. A rotten place. A rotten place. No one here loves you, Uzumaki Naruto. 2.5 months ago he had transmigrated and become Uzumaki Naruto, just turning 10 years old. Here the entire village had been brainwashed by the higher-ups into seeing him as the demon fox that had destroyed Konoha. Old people spat at him, children pelted him with stones, and merchants refused to sell him anything at all. Now Naruto lived no better than a dog. Sarutobi Hiruzen. He pronounced the name, the chill in his voice almost freezing the air. You old schemer, your calculations are truly meticulous. Just you wait. I'll climb step by step to the very top. I'll make the entire Konoha drown in regret. He got up and opened the refrigerator. Inside lay only half a piece of whole wheat bread sprouting green mold and a bottle of orange juice 3 days past its expiration date. You deliberately let everyone know I'm the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, forcing the whole village to isolate and hate me, driving me to the edge. Then you put on this kindly, benevolent facade, tossing me a rice ball every now and then, hoping I'll treat you as my only family, so that I'll willingly let you brainwash me, spend my entire life as Konoha's obedient dog, throwing my life away for your so-called will of fire. In the 5 great nations, which Jinchuriki's identity is not top secret. Yet I, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, am the only one who can be cursed as a monster by some old woman selling vegetables by the roadside. Naruto clenched his fists so hard the plastic bottle in his hand creaked under the pressure, expired orange juice splattering across his fingers, yet he seemed not to notice at all. You want me to submit? Keep dreaming. In these 2.5 months, it wasn't that he hadn't thought of training. This world was far too dangerous. Children went to war at 10, not to mention the lunatics who would one day slaughter their own masters, annihilate the world, wield techniques that could destroy heaven and earth, and villains who casually threatened to overturn the entire shinobi world. Without strength, he would not even be able to stay alive. Yet every time he calmed his mind to refine chakra, the Nine Tails chakra, saturated with boundless malice, would crash through his meridians like a raging beast. The tiny wisp of chakra he had just managed to condense would instantly scatter to nothing. After 2.5 months in this world, he still could not even grasp the most basic three-body technique. This tangible, palpable despair was driving him to the brink of madness. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly a knock sounded at the door. Naruto's pupils contracted sharply. In the span of a tenth of a second, he forced all his hatred back into the deepest depths of his heart. The coldness in his eyes faded, replaced by a timid expression. Then he jogged over to open the door. "Gigi, third Hokage. Why are you here?" Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen at the door carrying a paper bag and smiling kindly, Naruto's eyes lit up at once, as pure as a blank sheet of paper. "Hehe, I came to see our little Naruto." Sarutobi Hiruzen lifted the paper bag and handed it over, smiling so broadly his eyes turned into slits, the wrinkles on his face folding together into an image of utmost benevolence. "I passed by the rice ball shop and bought you some fresh salmon onigiri and hot milk and a few apples as well." "That's great. Thank you, Grandpa Hokage." Naruto happily took the paper bag as though he were cradling some priceless treasure. The very next second his expression collapsed, his eyes turning red as big teardrops began to fall one by one. "Grandpa Hokage, why does everyone hate me so much?" Sniffling, he choked out, "They all call me a monster. They refuse to sell me food. I clearly haven't done anything wrong." Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and reached out to gently pat his head. "Naruto, there will always be barriers and misunderstandings between people. But as long as you keep kindness in your heart, work hard to become stronger, and carry the will of fire, winning everyone's acknowledgement, one day everyone will set aside their prejudice and accept you." "Yeah." Naruto clenched his small fists, a bright, cheerful smile blooming on his face. His eyes shone with determination. "I'll definitely become Hokage. I'll become the strongest in the village and make everyone acknowledge me." "Huh. Good." Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed until his eyes narrowed in satisfaction, patting Naruto on the shoulder. "Our little Naruto will surely succeed. When that time comes, you must protect everyone in the village well." I definitely will." Naruto nodded vigorously, his smile as innocent as can be. He performed this scene flawlessly. He knew far too well that Sarutobi Hiruzen had not come today just to see him, but to test him. When the old man had patted his head, there had been a faint ripple of chakra at his fingertips. That had been a check to see whether the Nine-Tails chakra had eroded him. "All right then, Grandpa will be going now." Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his lower back, deliberately putting on a tired look. "There's still a pile of work waiting in the office. Sigh, these old bones really aren't what they used to be. Grandpa Hokage, you must take care of your health." Naruto immediately showed a worried expression, the concern in his tone perfectly measured. "If you get too tired, Naruto will be worried." "Don't worry, these old bones can still manage." Sarutobi Hiruzen kept up his kindly facade as he turned and left the apartment. The moment the door shut, the smile on Naruto's face vanished without a trace. Lowering his gaze to the paper bag in his hands, his eyes turned cold. He casually threw it to the floor. The rice balls and apples rolled out and scattered across the boards, and he did not spare them a single glance. Acting. Such convincing acting. Naruto let out a cold snort, his voice thick with unmasked disgust. "Heh, the will of fire, truly magnificent. Old fool, if I didn't already know the entire plot, I might really have been fooled by that hypocritical act of yours. I won't walk down that idiot's old path." In the Hokage's office building, the kindly expression had long since faded from Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. Sitting behind his desk, he puffed on his pipe, features utterly impassive. Smoke coiled around him, blurring his features so that the emotion in his eyes could not be read. Thud. The door was shoved open with brute force. Shimura Danzo, his right eye wrapped in bandages and his left hand leaning on a cane, exuded a chilling, sinister aura as he strode straight in. "Sarutobi." Danzo's voice was hoarse and icy. "You've seen the state of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. You cannot handle him. No one but me can. If you can't control him, then hand him over to my root. I'll give him proper instruction. I guarantee he'll become Konoha's most obedient, sharpest blade." "Stop dreaming, Danzo." Sarutobi Hiruzen set down his pipe and replied in a low voice. "He is Minato's child. He deserves a normal life." "Huh." As if hearing the greatest joke in the world, Danzo suddenly burst into loud laughter, every note laced with merciless ridicule. "Sarutobi, you're still as hypocritical as ever. The one who ordered the truth of him being the fourth son to be sealed away was you. The one who tacitly allowed the entire village to know he was a Jinchuriki, also you. Look at your grandson Konohamaru. Clothes laid out, meals prepared, the entire village doting on him. Then look at the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. He can't even get a full meal, being cursed like livestock by random street vendors. Enough, Danzo." Sarutobi Hiruzen slammed a hand down on the desk, his face darkening in an instant. "I am the Hokage. My decisions are not yours to question." "Humph." Danzo snorted coldly, pushing himself up with his cane, his gaze full of disdain and ice. "You hypocritical, spineless old man. One day you'll regret the choice you're making today." The malice of the Nine Tails is not something a 10-year-old child can bear. He will lose control sooner or later. When that happens, the monster you personally raised will destroy all of Konoha. With that, he turned and left. Bang! The office door slammed shut behind him, the thunderous echo reverberating through the empty corridor for a long time. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in his chair silent for a long while. He picked up his pipe and lit it again. Within the curling smoke, his gaze grew deep and unreadable. Minato, I'm sorry. All of this is for Konoha. Back in Naruto's apartment. Huff, huff. Naruto lay sprawled on the floor, utterly exhausted, his entire body drenched in sweat, as though he had just been hauled out of water. Just now he had attempted to refine chakra 37 times in a row. Each time the Nine Tails' violent malice had blasted his chakra to pieces, in the end, he could not condense even the slightest trace. On the floor beside him lay a water balloon, its color rubbed pale in his grasp. This was the first step of the Rasengan, the only high-level jutsu whose complete training method he knew. Yet he could not even cross the first threshold. He dared not go to the woods outside the village to train. Sarutobi Hiruzen's telescope technique could take in every inch of Konoha. If he revealed even a hint of anomaly, what awaited him would be the lightless prison of root. Damn it, damn it. Naruto slammed a fist into the floor. There are only 2.5 months left before the graduation exam. He clenched his teeth so hard his gums were nearly bleeding. Forget the Rasengan. I can't even perform the clone technique. Did I transmigrate here just to walk that idiot's old path all over again? The more he thought, the more powerless he felt. He was fighting with everything he had to train to survive, to take revenge, yet he could not see even a glimmer of hope. The Nine Tails weighed on him like a mountain. I refuse to accept this. I really refuse to accept this. Just as his emotions plunged to rock bottom, on the verge of being completely devoured by despair, a cold mechanical voice devoid of any emotion suddenly exploded in his mind without warning. Ding! Detecting an intense desire for blackening in the host. God-tier blackening system successfully bound. Buzz. Naruto felt all the blood in his body rush straight to his head in an instant. His entire body froze in place, even his breathing paused for half a beat. System. It's the system. He had waited a full 2.5 months, and at the very moment of his deepest despair, his golden cheat finally arrived. Naruto raised a hand to cover his forehead, the corners of his mouth stretching to the limit as his crazed grin gradually twisted out of shape. Ha, system buddy. Damn mud of a system. You finally came. Tell me, what can you do for me? Greetings, host. This system is the God-tier corruption system. Whenever the host faces a choice, the system will provide corresponding options. If the host makes a choice that aligns with the path of corruption, it will be evaluated and rewarded with corresponding corruption value. Corruption value can be used in the system shop to exchange for anything that exists in the shinobi world: ninjutsu, bloodline limits, six paths, physiques, divine weapons, and even the 10 tails and the god tree's fruit. There is nothing you can't imagine, only what you can't yet afford to trade for. All to aid the host in ascending to the pinnacle of the shinobi world. Simple, crude, direct, effective. Naruto's clenched fists would not stop trembling. Ecstasy surged like a tsunami, washing away all the grievances he had suppressed for 2.5 months. His chance had come. The chance for revenge had come. Just then the system's notification chimes sounded again. Ding. Current circumstances of the host detected. Ultimate choice triggered. Please make your decision, host. Option 1, uphold the light, never forget your original heart. Option 2, embrace corruption, sever your naivety. Abandon all illusions completely, take absolute power as your sole goal, and launch the most thorough revenge against all who have humiliated you and schemed against you, up to and including the entire rotten Konoha. System reminder: this choice determines your ultimate path. Once selected, it will permanently lock the evaluation criteria for all subsequent options. Please choose carefully, host. Staring at the two options in his mind, Naruto began to laugh, bending over with mirth, laughing until tears spilled from his eyes, until the malice and madness in his gaze could no longer be hidden. He remembered the villagers' spittle and curses, remembered Sarutobi Hiruzen's hypocritical smiling face. He recalled the original story's fool who was bound for life by the word Hokage, selling his life for others until the day he died. Uphold the light. To hell with that light. The light of this Konoha has never once shone upon me, Uzumaki Naruto. He slowly stood up, walked to the window, and pushed it open. The icy wind poured in, lifting his golden hair. Below, Konoha village glowed with countless lights. The sounds of laughter and joy drifted up faintly. That was a world of warmth that belonged to others and had nothing to do with him. Without the slightest hesitation, he roared in his heart, word by word, with absolute finality. I choose to. To hell with the will of fire. To hell with the villagers' approval. From this day forth, I, Uzumaki Naruto, live only for myself. Ding. Choice confirmed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the title. If all is corruption, whose corruption is not corruption? The newbie gift pack has been issued. Please check your rewards. The system notifications rang out one after another. 1. Acquired Ninjutsu Multiple Shadow Clone Technique. 2. Acquired Divine Weapon Demon-Tailed 9 Lives Blade. 3. Acquired Extreme Talent Enhancement Immunity to the Ninetales Malicious Erosion. Rewards have been stored in the system space. The blade houses the lingering ferocity of the Ninetales Remnant Chakra, automatically amplifying its power in battle, a weapon that can grow. Naruto froze in place. His utter despair was instantly swept away by surging elation, and the frustration and powerlessness bottled up for 2.5 months vanished like smoke. He tried refining chakra. The Ninetales malicious chakra, which had always rampaged through his meridians, was now docile as a lamb, completely unable to stir up trouble. His own pure chakra flowed smoothly, more natural than breathing. At last, I finally don't have to be dragged down by the Ninetales anymore. He clenched his fists, a ruthless light bursting in his eyes, and formed a seal on the spot. Multiple Shadow Clone Technique. Bang, 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 bang. White smoke exploded in rapid succession. In an instant, hundreds of Narutos crammed into the tiny apartment until there was barely any room to place a foot. Naruto grinned, then quickly formed another set of seals. Group Transformation Technique activated. As the white mist dispersed, the room was suddenly filled with graceful, stunning beauties. It was the super harem technique he had long been contemplating. Just as I thought. Without the Ninetales dragging me back, my talent is anything but bad. Now that I've got the multiple shadow clone technique, my hacked life truly begins. Naruto immediately assigned tasks, his tone crisp and decisive. 10 clones will drill the 3 basic techniques from the ground up and master them as fast as possible. The rest will all practice the Rasengan. Rotate shifts of training, no stopping. Yes. Over 100 clones replied in unison, then immediately took up their respective tasks. The apartment was instantly filled with the sounds of intensive training. Naruto leaned against the wall, fingers brushing the still fading bruise at his temple. Remembering the shopkeeper's spit-laced curses and the searing pain of that knife's blunt back, the corner of his mouth curled into a cold arc. The sages say a gentleman who seeks revenge and waits overnight is already late. If one hears the way in the morning, one may die content at dusk. Very well, let's begin the blockade. Let my dear comrades of Konoha see just what it means when I say I won't eat their beef. At dusk in Konoha, the streets and alleys were gradually emptying. Naruto had changed into dark clothing. Avoiding the gaze of the Yanbu lurking in the shadows, he slipped soundlessly toward that food shop. The shop door was not yet closed. The owner sat at the counter tallying the days' takings, his face still wearing the daytime disgust. Seeing Naruto at the entrance, he did not even lift his eyelids. He opened his mouth and spat curses. You little fox brat, still dare to come. I already said I'd rather feed my goods to dogs than sell to you. Get out of here, don't bring your bad luck into my shop. Naruto said nothing, stepping into the shop step by step, head lowered, a chill radiating from his entire body. Seeing this, the owner grew even more enraged, feeling the kid was deliberately causing trouble. He grabbed a wooden stool by his feet and without a word swung it down toward Naruto's head. You don't know what's good for you. Today I'll teach you a proper lesson, you monster. With a loud crash, the stool slammed heavily onto Naruto's head. A dull pain thudded through him, yet he did not even furrow his brow as he slowly lifted his head. In those ice-blue pupils, there was not a shred of fear left. Only a bone-chilling cold that stabbed straight into the shopkeeper's heart. The owner's hand froze mid-motion. An inexplicable terror crawled up from his feet, leaving his whole body cold as he forgot to strike again. Good. Very good. Naruto's voice was low. No shouting, no outward rage, yet more terrifying than any overt threat. I had actually thought of leaving you a way out. That was my naivety. I apologize. Those who humiliate others will themselves be humiliated. Without another wasted word, Naruto's figure blurred, moving so fast the owner could not see a thing. A series of crisp, yet heavy cracks rang out. There was no gore, no savage-looking techniques. The shopkeeper barely had time to register what had happened before a sharp agony exploded in his mouth, teeth flying loose, his mouth filling with blood. Immediately after, a piercing pain shot through his right leg, the faint but distinct sound of bone shattering echoing in his ears. The owner collapsed to the ground, at once clutching his broken leg. Blood-smeared teeth scattered across the floor as his body convulsed in pain. His screams were heart-rending. My leg. My teeth. It hurts, it's killing me. Help. Deep breaths. Pain is normal. Your shouting is annoying me. Naruto stepped down on the broken leg and pressed ever so slightly. The owner screamed again. If you shout one more time, I'll pour the slop straight down your throat right now. Naruto had not wanted it to come to this, but as the son of the Hokage, noble and poised, he would not lower his head again. He said nothing more, simply continued to grind his heel down. The owner stared up at Naruto's eyes in terror, his wails cut off abruptly. The owner trembled from the pain, but did not dare make another sound. The boy before him was no longer the child who once endured his beating and insults with humble pleas. Now he radiated a suffocating killing intent. Naruto took a wad of crumpled change from his pocket and slapped it hard onto the counter, enunciating each word. The things I want to buy, I will buy. The money I choose to pay, you will take. With that, he picked up a tuna rice ball from the counter and turned to leave his back decisive without the slightest trace of reluctance. Just as he stepped out of the shop, the system notification sounded again. Ding. Host has chastised the bully. Reward 35 corruption value. The shop has unlocked basic exchange permissions. Please continue to uphold the path of corruption and do not soften your heart. Naruto tightened his grip on the rice ball and took a huge bite. There was not a shred of guilt in him, only the exhilarating release that follows revenge. He had just reached the corner of the street when he nearly ran into Iruka, who was hurrying along with a lunchbox and hand anxiety written all over his face. Iruka, seeing Naruto, then catching the commotion back at the food shop out of the corner of his eye, rushed over at once and grabbed him in concern. Naruto, are you alright? I heard you went to that shop again. The third asked me to come check on you. Naruto lifted his head. The chill on his face faded by more than half, but in his heart he thought, ANBU surveillance really is everywhere, isn't it? Naruto looked up at Iruka, his tone serious. Iruka-sensei, I didn't start anything. He hit me first. He paused, then continued, gaze unwavering, speaking every word clearly. I just wanted to buy something to eat. He called me a monster and smashed a stool over me. I only defended myself. Do you think we shinobi are born to be abused by them? We protect them and they raise weapons against us. How does that make any sense, right, sensei? Iruka looked at the bruises on Naruto's shoulder and the stubborn line of his lips and felt a sting in his heart, unable to refute him. He had always felt sorry for Naruto. He knew the villagers were far too harsh on him. Naruto had been lonely since childhood and had suffered too many grievances. Anyone pushed this far would fight back. I know you've been wronged. You did nothing wrong. As for that small-time shopkeeper, I'll report him to the third for handling. Iruka sighed and patted his shoulder, his tone soft. Just try not to be so impulsive next time. It would be bad if you got hurt. I understand, Iruka-sensei. Naruto lifted his head, his eyes still carrying that seemingly sunny, yet secretly calculating resolve. I won't give up. I will still become a powerful shinobi and become Hokage, not to earn their approval, but to become so strong that in all my life, as Uzumaki Naruto, I will never again need to explain myself to anyone. Iruka stared at him, shaken by this arrogant, yet sincerely powerful statement. At this moment his scalp tingled and his heart was filled with conflicting emotions. It felt as though Naruto had grown up overnight. No longer the child who only cried and made a fuss for attention, but someone with a stubborn tenacity he could not quite read and a faint, almost imperceptible distance. At the same time, in the Hokage's office, the ANBU had long since reported every detail of the food shop incident along with the conversation between Naruto and Iruka to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind his desk pipe, sending up thin trails of smoke. The haze shrouded his eyes and whatever emotions they held. He remained silent for a long time. Become a powerful shinobi, become Hokage, live one's life without explaining to anyone. How can he be so unruly? He repeated the words under his breath, fingers tapping lightly on the desk, his expression dark and unreadable. In his mind appeared the figure of Namake's Minato, that disciple who died in his prime, sacrificing everything for the village and leaving behind his only son, who was now living like this within that same village. Minato, tell me, what is Naruto really thinking? He muttered to himself, his fingertips curling slightly. In the daytime he still plays the part of the innocent, harmless child before me, yet at night he dares to strike hard at villagers. This level of patience, this level of ruthlessness is nothing like a 12-year-old child. Does he truly wish to become Hokage and protect the village, or is he hiding some other intent in his heart? This change in him is becoming more and more abnormal. If the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki harbors rebellious thoughts, it will be a calamity beyond measure for Konoha. It feels as though he has slipped free of my control. Minato, should I continue to comfort him as before, or act before the danger fully takes shape? Congratulations, host. Your words have darkened, rewarding you with 15 points of dark value. The system's prompt echoed in his ears as Naruto raised an eyebrow and thought. It seems that just talking earns only 15 dark values, whereas directly taking action without hesitation earlier yielded 35 points. Clearly acting directly brings greater rewards. Thus the principle I will follow from now on is, if you can act, don't just talk. As Naruto walked, he felt the changes in his body. The wound on his forehead, which had bled in the afternoon, was visibly healing at an astonishing rate. Within just a few minutes before he even reached home, his skin had already returned to its smoothness, leaving no trace of a scar. With the sage body and the Nine-Tails bloodline, the protagonist template is truly remarkable. He lightly brushed his fingers across his smooth forehead, a hint of cold mockery flashing in his eyes. Is this the reason I was able to survive and grow up before? How ridiculous. Thinking of the cold stares, insults, and unfounded violence he faced for 12 years, a surge of resentment bubbled within him, yet he suppressed it deep within his heart. As he passed a clothing store, Naruto paused and walked straight inside. The shopkeeper, upon seeing him, immediately wore a look of disgust, ready to shoo him away, but Naruto nonchalantly said, "Get me a fitted black combat outfit and put it on the tab of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. This is the compensation from the Hokage for this orphan." The shopkeeper's expression instantly froze. Feeling the invisible pressure radiating from the young man before him, he dared not retort and obediently fetched the finest fabric to make the outfit. Returning to his apartment, Naruto changed out of his faded orange jacket and donned the neatly tailored black combat outfit. In the mirror, the young man stood tall, his timid and accommodating demeanor replaced by a sharp, cold intensity, radiating an aura of someone breaking free from their cocoon. He smirked at his reflection and chuckled softly. The past Naruto who begged and cowered is dead. From today on, the Dark Naruto officially makes his appearance. The next morning at the Ninja Academy. "Iruka-sensei, I'm sorry I'm late." Naruto pushed open the door, his clear voice instantly silencing the classroom. All eyes turned toward him, filled with disbelief. The boy who used to wear an ill-fitting old coat and had hair spiked like a hedgehog now stood in a simple yet elegant black combat outfit, his hair neatly styled, his bright eyes carrying an air of detachment, transforming his entire presence. Naruto. He looks like a completely different person. No kidding, he's actually quite handsome. What use is being handsome? He's still the loser who can't even master the shadow clone technique. The murmurs rose and fell, filled with awe, jealousy, and the usual disdain. Yet Naruto seemed oblivious, scanning the classroom before walking straight to the empty seat next to Hinata Hyuga. Warm breath brushed past her ear, and Hinata suddenly looked up, meeting Naruto's eyes filled with a soft smile. Instantly, she felt a rush of heat, her cheeks flushing like burning coals, her hands gripping her clothes tightly, and her heart racing as if it might burst from her chest. Ahem. All right, everyone, quiet down. Iruka cleared his throat, suppressing the noise in the classroom. His gaze lingered on Naruto for 2 seconds, pushing down his surprise, and spoke loudly. "Only 2.5 months remain until graduation. Today we will conduct practical training. You everyone head to the training ground." "Oh!" The students cheered, rushing out of the classroom in a frenzy. The training ground of the Ninja Academy was bathed in sunlight. Uchiha Sasuke, 10 shots, all hit the target, perfect score. Iruka's voice rang out, immediately followed by a chorus of shrieks from the girls on the sidelines. "Sasuke-kun is so cool. No wonder he's a genius of the Uchiha clan. Enough already, a bunch of infatuated fools." Shikamaru crossed his arms and glanced at Naruto beside him, his tone inquisitive. "Hey Naruto, you seem different today." Naruto raised an eyebrow, thinking, as expected of the intelligence pinnacle of Konoha, to notice the abnormality so quickly. He joked casually, "What's wrong? Are you guys allowed to be geniuses while I can't even look a bit handsome?" "It's not about appearance." Shikamaru frowned, his eyes observing keenly. "You've changed completely. The old you wouldn't have hidden everything behind a smile like this." Naruto smiled, his tone calm, yet meaningful. "I just came to understand some things, just like you who have yet to figure some things out." This statement left Shikamaru puzzled. He furrowed his brow and pondered for a long time, still unable to grasp the meaning behind Naruto's words. At his age, even with exceptional intelligence, he couldn't comprehend the predatory rules hidden beneath Konoha's glamorous facade, nor could he understand the profound disappointment Naruto harbored for the entire village. "Next up, Uzumaki Naruto." Iruka's voice called out. A wave of laughter and mockery erupted from the side of the training ground. "Ha ha, finally, it's the loser's turn. What good is looking sharp? I hope he doesn't throw his kunai out of bounds. But can he really throw that far? I bet if he can hit even 1 out of 10, that counts as a win." Amidst the harsh taunts, Naruto remained unfazed, slowly walking to the throwing line. He picked up a kunai, his fingers firmly gripping the handle, executing no unnecessary movements. He raised his hand and threw it, the motion flowing smoothly, not a single breath disturbed. Whoosh! The sound of slicing air rang out as the kunai struck the target dead center from 10 meters away. Immediately after, the second, third, and up to 10 kunai followed in quick succession, each hitting precisely into the spot of the last kunai, creating a deep hole in the target. The entire training ground fell into a deathly silence, everyone wide-eyed, faces filled with disbelief. Iruka stared at the kunai embedded in the target, his throat tightening as he paused for a full 3 seconds before announcing in a trembling voice, "Uzumaki Naruto, 10 shots, all hit the target, scoring super perfect." He fixed his gaze on Naruto in the arena, his heart racing. How could this still be the loser who couldn't even hold a kunai steadily? This precision, this control over chakra. He himself couldn't even come close. On the sidelines, Neji Hyuga watched Hinata's eyes sparkle with admiration for Naruto, and hearing the astonishment from those around him, his expression turned grim. He clenched his fists and coldly remarked to Naruto, "It's just luck. Playing some small tricks doesn't qualify you to be called super perfect." Naruto retracted his hand and paused beside Neji, calmly glancing at him and saying coolly, "You should practice more if you're this bad. Instead of wasting time making sarcastic remarks, it'd be better to throw kunai a couple more times. Don't you think so, genius of the Hyuga clan? In the shinobi world, I used to have no interest while you have no ability." "What did you say?" Niji's face darkened instantly, veins popping on his forehead. His greatest concern was the title of genius. His greatest pride was his clan. Moreover, these words came from the mouth of the former loser. But the only response he received was Naruto's dismissive back. Neji was completely enraged, turning sharply to Iruka and shouting, "Teacher, I want to spar with Uzumaki Naruto. I want him to know what true strength is. For a spar, Naruto's consent is necessary. You can't just decide this yourself." Neji calmed down. Iruka quickly interrupted, having sensed the intense tension brewing between the two. Yet Naruto turned around, smiled, and spoke with mockery, "What a joke. Are you blind? Coming up to me looking for a fight? You think you're truly a genius. If you're looking for death, then I'll accompany you to the end." As it became inevitable, Iruka could only reluctantly announce the rules of the match. Neither side could use weapons or lethal ninjutsu, and they must not cause serious injuries. "Naruto-kun, be careful," Hinata said softly, nervously gripping her clothes, her fingers trembling. On the sideline, Sasuke activated his Sharingan instinctively. He stared intently at Naruto, filled with astonishment. Earlier during the kunai throw, he hadn't even seen Naruto's movements. He couldn't comprehend how much this previously overlooked loser had concealed. Sakura, glancing at Sasuke's profile as he momentarily became infatuated, turned back to look at Naruto in the arena, filled with confusion. "Weird, this jerk hasn't bothered me today, not even a glance. What happened to him?" "Are you ready?" Iruka asked, seriously looking at the two in the arena. Naruto casually nodded, not even setting a stance. Neji, however, took the initial stance of the 8 trigrams, activating his Byakugan, glaring at Naruto with a fierce gaze, boasting, "Today, I will show you the foundation of Konoha's foremost clan, the Hyuga clan. You will know that some gaps are ones you can never cross." As soon as he finished speaking, Neji exerted force with his legs, his body exploding forward, moving so fast, he was just a blur. With a swift palm infused with fierce wind, he aimed directly at Naruto's chest. 8 trigrams, empty palm. This strike was so fast that everyone thought Naruto wouldn't be able to dodge. Iruka's expression changed as he was about to shout to stop, but he saw that the palm struck Naruto solidly. "I thought you were strong, turns out you're just this." Niji's lips curled into a smirk. A wave of booing erupted from the sidelines. What a joke, all that acting tough for him to go down with just one slap. As expected, still a loser. But at that moment, the Naruto who was hit transformed with a bang into a puff of white smoke. Substitution jutsu. No, it's shadow clone. Niji's pupils shrank, and his Byakugan swept across the entire field, yet he couldn't detect where Naruto's real body was. How could he not notice? After the enhancement of his exceptional talent, Naruto's control over chakra had reached an intricate level, making the chakra fluctuations of his clones indistinguishable from his real body, beyond even the Byakugan's ability to discern. When did this happen? A chill ran down Niji's spine as he turned around, only to feel a hand gently tap his back next nerve. The force was terrifyingly precise, without an ounce of excess. Niji's vision went black. He didn't even make a sound before collapsing straight down, completely unconscious. The entire training ground fell into a deathly silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone's eyes widened, mouths agape, faces filled with horror and disbelief. With just one move, in a single move, the unseen century genius of the Hyuga clan was taken down in a second by the former perennial loser. Not even the Byakugan could catch the opponent's movement. Naruto dusted off his hands, looking down at the unconscious Neji on the ground, speaking plainly, yet with a sharp edge, "Slow speed, weak power, such a waste of those Byakugan eyes. With this level you dare call yourself a genius of the Hyuga clan?" On the sidelines, Shikamaru's pupils constricted, suddenly cold sweat breaking out on his back. He finally understood the meaning of Naruto's words from the morning. This guy, all the previous foolishness, the reckless behavior, and being a loser, it was all an act. He had hidden himself too deeply. Sasuke's Sharingan fixed on Naruto, his knuckles turning white, heart racing. This was the first time he felt a strong sense of crisis from being surpassed by a peer. Iruka stood frozen, his body tingling, his mind in turmoil. He felt both relief that Naruto had finally shed the shadow of his past, and grown strong, yet fear for the ruthless and unfathomable aura he now emanated. He finally understood that the third Hokage's concerns the previous night were no mere exaggerations. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows of the training ground, two Umbu exchanged glances before vanishing, like phantoms rushing towards the Hokage's office. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen listened to the report from the Umbu, the pipe in his hand suddenly pausing, ash fluttering down. One move. Took down Niji Hyuga. He repeated the words quietly, his emotions obscured in the swirling smoke. Konoha's yellow flasher son is quite remarkable, isn't he? Another you. He gazed out at the rooftops of Konoha, the image of Minato Namikaze flashing in his mind. Arrange for someone to pacify the Hyuga clan and have Naruto come to see me after school. At the top of the Hokage building inside the Hokage's office, Naruto closed the door behind him and walked straight to the center of the office, leaning against the cold wall. With his hands in the pockets of his black combat attire, he absently rubbed the fabric's texture with his fingertips, calmly surveying the elderly man smoking behind the desk. There was no flattery of the past, no intentional jesting, not even a lazy utterance of Grandpa Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in the Hokage's chair, his pipe flickering in and out as he locked his murky eyes onto the young man before him, surrounded by swirling smoke. The two faced each other in silence. Outside the window, the wind swept through the falling leaves of Konoha, and the office was so quiet that one could hear the faint crackling of burning tobacco. After a full half-minute, Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly set down his pipe, breaking the silence first. Little Naruto, why do I feel like you've changed? His voice held the usual gentleness, yet beneath it lay a barely perceptible scrutiny. Can you tell Grandpa why you had to ruin the owner of the food shop at the village entrance? Naruto suddenly let out a low laugh in response. There was no warmth in that laughter, only derision. He looked up at Sarutobi Hiruzen, his eyes shining with brilliance, yet chillingly cold. Grandpa Hokage, everyone loves you, but what kind of broken place is this broken place, this broken place? I endured for 12 years. When they spat in my face and threw stones until my head bled, I still had to smile and apologize. Where were you then? Am I wrong for finally fighting back? Was my patience the right thing to do? Sarutobi Hiruzen's brow furrowed instantly, his fingers tightening around the pipe. Do you not want the villagers' recognition at all? Didn't you always say as a child that you wanted to become a Hokage recognized by everyone? I haven't seen Grandpa Hokage being chased and cursed at as a demon fox, though. Naruto's light remark left Sarutobi Hiruzen momentarily speechless. Gazing at the old man's suddenly stiffened expression, he pressed on each word, piercing at the most painful spots. You sit in the Hokage's position, receiving the worship of the entire village, comfortably allowing a child who lost his parents to be bullied by them. And in the end, you still expect me to smile and seek the recognition of those who hate me. Grandpa Hokage, don't you think that's ridiculous? The office fell into dead silence once more. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at this boy bristling with thorns, and in a daze he saw the shadow of Namikaze Minato from years ago, equally dazzling, equally sharp, yet with far more hostility and coldness than Minato. He opened his mouth wanting to say something, but found that 1,000 words were stuck in his throat, unable to be uttered. After a long silence, he let out a heavy sigh, his tone filled with weariness. All right, I will restrain the villagers and will not allow them to bully you freely anymore. But I also do not wish to see you harm others freely. After all, the duty of a ninja is to protect civilians. First, you must protect yourself, well, to have the right to talk about protecting others. Naruto straightened up, brushing off non-existent dust from his clothes, his tone calm, yet filled with undeniable determination. If others do not offend me, I will not offend them. If others offend me, I will surely offend them. With that, he no longer glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen, turned open the door, and walked straight out. The moment the door closed, Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at the empty doorway, the pipe in his hand striking heavily against the edge of the desk, the burnt tobacco ash falling to the ground. Not half a minute after Naruto left, the side door of the office was pushed open. Danzo, wrapped in a tightly fitted black cloak, entered, his single eye filled with unabashed mockery. Hiruzen, you're getting old. He stepped in front of the desk, his voice hoarse and cold. You can't even manage a teenager. Having the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki in your hands is merely a waste. In the past, Sarutobi Hiruzen would have merely frowned and offered a few words of advice, but today the guilt and helplessness stirred by Naruto, combined with years of pent-up discontent towards Danzo's schemes, erupted all at once. He suddenly lifted his gaze, his eyes sharp as knives glaring fiercely at Danzo. Do you have the right to say that? Who leaked the information about the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki to the villagers that made Naruto live in hell since he was 4? You want the Jinchuriki merely to use him as a weapon for your power grab, as a tool for your own interests. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was not loud, but it carried an unprecedented sense of pressure that stunned Danzo. Konoha is not for you to meddle in. He slammed the pipe down on the desk, producing a dull sound. Mind your own roots, or I will catch you crossing the line. Get out. Danzo's face turned pale with anger, his single eye filled with fury. He glared at Sarutobi Hiruzen for a few seconds before finally, snorting coldly, turning sharply, and storming out. Meanwhile, just after Naruto exited the Hokage building, the wind carried sunlight to his face, and a knowing smile crept onto his lips. As expected, the third Hokage did not dare to move against him. After all, Uzumaki Naruto was the only Nine-Tails Jinchuriki in Konoha, the ultimate weapon that intimidated the surrounding ninja villages. Kill him. Imprison him. Unless Sarutobi Hiruzen had gone mad and wanted to plunge Konoha into a dire situation. Congratulations, host, your actions and words have turned dark, gaining 300 points of dark value. Current dark value 350 points. The system's prompt echoed in his mind, and Naruto raised an eyebrow, silently thinking, Hinata Niji, your inexplicable jealousy has really helped me a lot. It seemed that this path of darkness was one he had to walk. Show me all the items I can exchange. Naruto silently recited in his mind, and in the next second a coldly glowing system panel unfolded directly on his retina. A dense array of options instantly lined up before him, from basic techniques to strength forbidden arts, even the Uchiha Sharingan, the Otsutsuki's Rinnegan, and the Six Paths Rinnegan, even the God Tree's fruit was listed, dazzling the eyes. Naruto glanced at the prices, his lips twitching. Crank Ninjutsu 350 points, Brank Ninjutsu 750 points, Rank Ninjutsu 1200 points, even the most basic single Tomo Sharingan Awakening required 600 points of dark value. This dog system is truly dark. These prices are the same as in my past life, they don't come easy. Naruto complained wildly in his mind, but he also understood that what the system produced must be of high quality. As long as he exchanged, it would pull his proficiency to the max, sparing him years or even decades of hard training, and there was a reason for the high cost. After all, traditional training was too superficial, nothing compared to the solid gains from the system's gradual enhancements. The pace of this Hokage world was frighteningly fast. He faced not only the cunning third Hokage, but also the lurking Danzo who haunted the shadows, as well as the potential outbreak of ninja world wars, not to mention the Akatsuki organization that would soon take action. What they wanted was the nine tails within him. Without enough strength, he would only be drained of the tailed beast, leaving behind a cold corpse. Though practicing shadow clone technique could speed up training, it consumed too much mental energy. Opening multiple clones left him unable to recover for an entire day. With that in mind, Naruto hesitated no longer. Exchange for Crank Ninjutsu Wind Release Storm Technique. Use all the remaining dark value for the spiritual recovery potion. Alright, host. Exchange completed. You have learned Wind Release Storm Technique. Proficiency automatically maxed out. Wind Release Storm Technique cost 270 points, and 4 spiritual recovery potions cost 60 points, totaling 330 points. Remaining dark value 20 points. Naruto's lips twitched while the dark value I just acquired has instantly run dry faster than flowing water. But the effect was immediate. With the spiritual recovery potion as a safety net, Naruto completely unleashed himself. Every day before dawn, he would run to the forest outside the village, unleashing dozens of shadow clones, some practicing physical techniques, some honing sword techniques, some refining chakra control, while others focused on breaking down the training techniques for the Rasengan. When exhausted to the point of mental strain, he would drink a spiritual recovery potion and instantly bounce back, continuing to train. In just over half a month, Naruto thoroughly grasped the principles of the Rasengan. One afternoon in the dense forest outside the village, Naruto stood before a thick tree, slowly raising his right hand. Without excessive hand seals or clone assistance, a blue chakra aura instantly surged from his palm, the rapidly spinning chakra violently tearing through the surrounding air, producing a piercing buzz. With one hand, the Rasengan formed steadily. He stepped forward, pressing the Rasengan directly against the tree trunk. Boom! A deafening boom erupted, and at the moment of contact, the hard bark was turned into a cloud of powder. The wooden fibers instantly shattered under the violent chakra. The entire tree began to collapse and explode from the roots at a visible speed, the treetop crashing down from 10 meters high, shaking the ground with 3 violent tremors. As the dust settled, what remained of the tree was nothing but splinters. Naruto lowered his hand, looking at his smooth palm, not even a scratch on it. An indescribable feeling of satisfaction surged from the depths of his heart. This was strength he had gradually cultivated himself, far more solid and fulfilling than what he had exchanged from the system. For the next half-month, he did not slack off in the slightest. Physical techniques, sword techniques, basic shadow techniques, chakra control. Every single aspect was honed to perfection. A month passed, and Naruto was completely transformed. Inheriting Namake's Minato's superior bone structure coupled with the physique enhancement potions exchanged from the system, his height surged significantly, already ranking at the top among the 12 young elites. His once wild blonde hair was neatly groomed, paired with a sharp black combat outfit, his eyes piercing and his posture upright. He possessed both looks and strength. Most notably, the villagers' attitude towards him had changed. Walking down the street, no one dared to curse Demon Fox in front of him anymore, nor did anyone dare to throw stones at him. Those who had once hurled insults at him now looked down, quickly walking away with their heads lowered, their eyes filled with fear. But Naruto heard everything clearly. As soon as he turned his back, those people would huddle together, muttering the most malicious curses and jeers in the lowest of voices, yet they still repeated those two words, Demon Fox. In the past, Naruto would have rushed up to hysterically rebut, desperately trying to prove himself. But now he merely continued walking, not even bothering to look back. Recognition. He no longer cared for it. That evening, as Naruto walked home from school and turned the corner, he suddenly stopped. The sunset painted the sky in deep orange hues, and a figure appeared on the long street. Uchiha Sasuke stood in the center of the road, facing away from him, the Uchiha clan fan emblem on his back, glaring under the setting sun. Hearing the footsteps, Sasuke slowly turned around. The air around them instantly became heavy, and the wind seemed to still. Sasuke glared fiercely at Naruto, his fingers gripping a kunai, turning white with tension, his voice cold as ice. Naruto, I want to battle you. Will you accept? The setting sun dyed the entire street a blood-red hue as the wind swirled fallen leaves around the feet of two individuals. Sasuke's Sharingan had long been activated unconsciously, the crimson gleam of his tomo shining coldly under the sunset. During this period, Naruto seemed like a completely different person. Once the tale of the class for 10,000 years, he was now a celebrated figure in the Ninja Academy. The once overlooked Uzumaki Naruto had transformed into a hotshot genius. With a single strike, he defeated Hyuga, throwing 10 kunai with perfect precision, and the shadow clone technique he had once struggled with was now executed with grace. Due to Hinata's plot, this book has been slightly adjusted. In the original work, Neji was a year ahead, and Uchiha Sasuke, once the top of his class, was now being rubbed into the ground by someone who was once at the bottom. The genius halo he once took pride in shattered into pieces before Naruto's rapid rise in strength. After all, his goal was to kill that man, the one who called him foolish, yet in one night annihilated the entire Uchiha clan and personally killed his parents. A strong sense of crisis gnawed at his heart like a venomous snake. He had to win, had to defeat Naruto with his own hands to prove that his pride still existed, to confirm that he was still qualified to speak of vengeance. If he couldn't surpass a former tale of the class, how could he hope to compete with that dazzling man? That guy could probably take him down in one move with an illusion technique. Naruto, I don't know why your strength has improved so rapidly, nor do I know if you were hiding your abilities before, but today I must prove that I, Uchiha Sasuke, will not lose to anyone. Naruto looked at him as if facing a great enemy, suddenly chuckling softly, his hands casually tucked into the pockets of his black attire, not even bothering to assume a fighting stance. A former tale of the class like me and you, Uchiha genius, what do you want with me? Is it really necessary? With that kind of time, how about drinking some tea, chasing some girls? Besides, with your looks, wouldn't it be better to find a little crush, go on a date, talk about love? Isn't that more enjoyable? Don't tell me you can't find anyone who I don't believe that. Why bother exhausting yourself with some dual theatrics? Is it really necessary? Of course it is necessary. If even you and I are not opponents, how can I talk about killing that man? Sasuke's voice was as cold as ice, his Sharingan locked onto Naruto, every word crisp and clear. I simply cannot accept that the former last place has climbed to the top and is now shitting on me. I refuse to accept it. What? Are you the so-called genius who dares not challenge me? Naruto scoffed, saying, you don't need to provoke me with words. That's too childish. Actually, I'm just too lazy to make a move. Naruto raised an eyebrow, his tone dripping with sarcasm. The former Uchiha genius has now fallen to needing to defeat a tale of the class to find his self-worth. Didn't you used to not even bother giving me a glance? Where's your Uchiha pride now? Speaking of which, where's that impressive aura of yours? He took a step forward, the pressure around him instantly dropping, directly poking at Sasuke's most painful spot. Or are you scared? Scared that someone you've always looked down upon might surpass you, scared that you no longer have the courage to seek revenge for your brother. After all, I've heard that your brother is quite the ruthless character. In front of him, you're at most just a little brat. As far as I know, your brother Uchiha Itachi experienced the third great ninja war at the age of 4, graduated from ninja school at 7, and activated his Sharingan at 8 after witnessing a companion's death. He became a Chunin at 10, joined the Umbu at 11, and was promoted to Umbu squad leader at 13 while awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan. He was dazzling to the extreme, and it was in that year that he suddenly harbored murderous intent and annihilated the entire Uchiha clan in one night. Am I wrong? The Uchiha's great genius. Sasuke's face instantly turned pale, veins bulging at his temples. This statement precisely pierced through all his fear and unease hidden beneath his pride. Bastard, stop talking nonsense. Why do you mention him? I will definitely kill him, I swear. Just tell me, will you fight or not? Naruto scoffed, casually waving his hand. Sure, if you want to fight, I'll accompany you to the end. Just right, I want to see what the current Uchiha is made of. He had already calculated in his mind Sasuke was the last bloodline of the Uchiha, a pawn coveted by Danzo, Orochimaru, and even Obito lurking in the shadows. After all, Sasuke was one of the only two known Sharingan wielders in the ninja world. The remnants of Uchiha bloodline and the powerful ocular techniques made it impossible for him to remain uninvolved in the conflicts. This unique bloodline limit destined him to be at the center of the storm from the moment he was born, both a target coveted by others and the last hope of the Uchiha bloodline. Naruto understood that if it weren't for Itachi always silently maneuvering and safeguarding him from the shadows, Sasuke might have already died 100 times over. Everyone saw the conflict between the two brothers, yet few understood the deep affection hidden beneath the hatred. After all, to kill off his clan and even his biological parents to protect his younger brother seemed absurd. But this seemingly irrational act was the only way for Uchiha Itachi to escape from the heavy chains surrounding him. Rather than letting him be taken away by Orochimaru in the end and become someone else's vessel, it was better to pull him to his side and turn him into the sharpest blade in his hand. How much of a storm could an Uchiha genius driven to the edge create in the stagnant waters of Konoha? Hatred is the fiercest fuel and bloodline limits are the strongest confidence. When the time comes to reveal the sharp edge, the entire landscape of the ninja world may very well shake. After all, the Hokage of the Gale is still the world of the Byakugan. As a time traveler, Naruto is well aware of this. And Uzumaki Naruto was certainly happy to reap the benefits. The relationship between him and Sasuke was never just simple camaraderie. As the reincarnation of Ashura and Indra, the two have been bound by fate. Since their birth, both brothers connected by blood with unbreakable ties, and also entangled enemies locked in eternal conflict. This fate that transcends reincarnation destined them to stand on opposing sides time and again, loving and killing each other amidst the clashes and bonds. Moreover, Naruto currently did not have the ability to resolve their fate. Naruto spoke, then why waste words? Let's get started. Sasuke had no words to waste. Almost the moment Naruto finished speaking, he exerted force under his feet, his figure shooting out like a bullet, and with a punch infused with a fierce wind, he struck directly towards Naruto's face. His taijutsu had been honed to the peak of his class, far surpassing many freshly graduated genin, with the punch's wind carrying a sharp sound, and his Sharingan locked onto every movement of Naruto. But Naruto merely sidestepped, effortlessly avoiding the punch. Your steps are too heavy, your weight is all on the front foot. Oh, anyone can trip you with a slight hook. What? Is this all the so-called Uchiha genius can do? His voice was flat, like a teacher commenting on a student's mistakes, casually deflecting Sasuke's fierce attack. You throw punches without holding back, but once they're dodged, you're wide open. With this level, are you really a genius? How about I give you some motivation? To be honest, your brother Uchiha Itachi at your age could crush 10 of you with one hand. His casually spoken words ignited a raging fire in Sasuke's most sensitive and violent heart. Naruto mentioning this name again and again shattered all of Sasuke's restraint and endurance. In an instant, Sasuke's heart trembled violently. A tidal wave of fury and humiliation surged within him, pushing him to the brink of losing control. His eyes blazed crimson, witnessing the rapidly spinning Tomo Sharingan, with a chilling, killing intent erupting. The earlier aggressive strikes had been fierce, but now they surged several times over the shadows of his fists like a tempest, and each strike carried the sound of tearing air pouring towards Naruto with reckless abandon. But even as he attacked with wild ferocity, his proud taijutsu appeared to Naruto as if a child was playing house. Every movement of Sasuke, every flaw was seen clearly by Naruto, and the torrential assault was dismantled effortlessly. He exerted all his strength in a frenzied assault, yet in the end, he couldn't even touch a hair on Naruto, let alone injure him. He couldn't even brush against the edge of Naruto's clothing. After a prolonged battle, Sasuke's clothes were soaked with cold sweat, his bangs clinging to his face, heavy breaths echoing his stamina nearing its limit. In contrast, Naruto remained steady in place, not swaying even slightly, his breath calm, as usual, navigating the fierce exchange with ease, as if this intense duel was merely a pastime for him. This was clearly a guided battle. This was clearly an old man playing with a child. Bastard, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I am a genius of the Uchiha clan. I am the genius who will kill that man. Sasuke was thoroughly enraged. He suddenly leaped back, creating distance, and with lightning speed formed hand seals. Inu Tatsu Teraisomi. A continuous series of hand seals flowed seamlessly. It was a lethal move he had practiced countless times. Fire release, great fireball technique. A massive fireball erupted from his mouth, a heat wave instantly engulfing the entire street, the surrounding leaves sizzling, even the air warped, carrying the might to incinerate everything as it barreled towards Naruto. This strike had already reached the power level of a Chunin. Ordinary Chunin would struggle to match his speed in forming hand seals. Sasuke gasped for breath, his Sharingan filled with ferocity. He couldn't believe that Naruto could withstand this move. But the next second Naruto before him transformed into a wooden stump. It's a substitution technique. What a joke. How could his substitution technique be wielded so masterfully? Sasuke's pupils contracted, and his Sharingan quickly scanned the area only to see 3 identical Narutos surrounding him from 3 directions. The most basic clone technique had been used by Naruto to a transcendental level. Even his Sharingan couldn't discern which one was the real body. Your hand seal was 0. 3 seconds too slow, every seal had unnecessary movements. Naruto's cold voice drifted from behind, reaching Sasuke's ears. Sasuke spun around abruptly, only to see Naruto with his thumb and index finger of one hand interlocked, not a single extra movement, and it was unleashed in an instant. Wind release, storm technique. Sasuke was taken aback, swallowing hard, exclaiming, what a joke. You can actually form hand seals with one hand. He widened his eyes, disbelief etched on his face. He knew that forming hand seals with one hand was extremely difficult, and to intercept a great fireball at the same moment was simply absurd. In that moment, he felt both shock and panic, staring intently ahead, completely unable to fathom how much more Naruto was capable of. The violent wind blades surged in an instant. The powerful wind pressure forced Sasuke down to one knee, his knee smashing against the ground with a painful thud. The great genius of the Uchiha, the outcome has been decided. Naruto lowered his arm, and the wind blades dissipated his body, perfectly clean, not a speck of dust on him. Sasuke stood frozen, his face alternating between green and white, filled with a mix of frustration and disbelief. His all-out assault was effortlessly neutralized, and even his specialty fire release didn't gain him an advantage. The gap between the two was starkly clear. He looked at Sasuke, who was kneeling on the ground, speaking flatly, is this all? When your brother annihilated the clan, the jutsu he used was much faster than yours. Your ninjutsu is neither fast enough nor fierce enough. Can you withstand a single blow from my 13 years of training? The sky has cleared, the rain has stopped, we the 2 pillars are done. This statement became the final straw that broke the camel's back, as his heart felt as if gripped by an invisible hand. After all his efforts, the overwhelming sense of defeat surged through him, as if all the strength in his body had been drained in an instant. He fixed his gaze ahead, his voice trembling, slightly asking quietly, what exactly do you know? The last rays of the setting sun spilled over the earth, stretching Naruto's figure long. Clearly a boy of the same age, clearly once an inconspicuous tale of the class, but the current Naruto was so powerful that it made him feel unfamiliar, even fearful. Sasuke's chest heaved violently, filled with confusion, unwillingness, and an unshakable sense of panic. He simply couldn't understand how Naruto could suddenly become so strong, nor how he seemed to know everything about him, Itachi, and the Uchiha clan. At this moment, Naruto resembled that knight standing amidst the blood of the Uchiha clan, looking down at him like Uchiha Itachi. The same youth, the same excellence, the same presence that left him without the strength to resist. A wave of despair instantly engulfed him. If he couldn't even defeat Naruto, the man who could easily rub him into the ground, how could he ever kill that man? Sasuke bit down hard on his teeth, the taste of blood spreading in his mouth, his nails digging deep into his palm, yet he felt no pain, only an overwhelming sense of collapse. Looking at his disheveled state, Naruto withdrew all his hostility. He crouched down, looking into Sasuke's crimson Sharingan, and said, what's wrong? Is that all it takes to put you down? After school, let's go to the back mountain, climb trees, and walk on water. Skills that only Chunin can master. Do you want to learn? I can teach you. Sasuke abruptly lifted his head, disbelief written all over his face. He thought Naruto would humiliate him, crush his last bit of pride. But he was actually offering to teach him. Naruto paid no mind to his shock, standing up and walking towards a nearby tree. Without any hint of chakra gathering, he walked up the straight tree trunk, as if it were flat ground, step by step, reaching the top of the tree, and then walking back down, his step steady, as if nailed to the tree. Next, he walked to a puddle by the roadside, lightly stepping on the water's surface, not even creating a single ripple. This was the precise control of chakra that only Chunin could achieve. How is it? Fun, right? Sasuke watched, dumbfounded, forgetting to breathe. He couldn't even stabilize himself while climbing trees, let alone casually climb trees or walk on water like Naruto. Want to learn? I can teach you. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Sasuke suddenly stood up, clenched his fists, his throat rolling for a moment, and finally squeezed out 2 words through gritted teeth. Thank you. After saying that, he dared not look at Naruto again and turned to run. Congratulations, host. You have aligned with the dark path, gaining 50 points of dark value. Current dark value, 720. The system's prompt echoed in his mind. Naruto's mouth curled into a knowing smile. This guy is quite Tsundere. Didn't they say all Uchiha were readied? When did we have one with its Tsundere illness? The dark value he had accumulated over this period was not wasted a single point. Part of it had been used to completely control the chakra of the Nine Tails. Now when he activated the One-Tail state, he wouldn't be influenced by the Nine Tails' malice, and the red tail would turn into a dazzling golden color. With the One-Tail state activated, Naruto's strength surged, not even fearing ordinary Jonin, and could even suppress them, even crush them. The rest was all exchanged for an rank sensing ninjutsu, Kagura's hard eye. With this technique, he could sense the malicious spying of the third Hokage's hidden Umbu and Danzo's rude organization clearly. He would no longer be kept in the dark as before, manipulated by others. He could give up everything else, but this technique was the core of his survival. List my skill panel, Naruto silently thought. The next second, a cold light shimmered as the system panel unfolded on his retina. Host Uzumaki Naruto. Dark value 720. Ninjutsu abilities. 1. One-Tail Chakra Golden One-Tail. 2. Spiraling Sphere, A rank 3. Multi-Shadow Clone Technique, A rank 4. Kagura's Heart, IA rank 5. Wind Release Storm Technique, C rank 6. Basic Shadow Clone Technique. Naruto glanced at the panel, just about to put it away when his brow suddenly raised. Naruto's lips curled slightly upwards, then he looked towards the corner, not far away. His Kagura's Heart, I sensed that at the corner of the alley a familiar chakra fluctuation was hiding, having been there for quite a while. Naruto thought silently, you've been watching for so long, without making a sound. Are you afraid I'll get angry? He turned around looking in the direction of the alley, and said in a calm tone, Hinata, come out. You've been hiding for so long, aren't you tired? Naruto looked at Hinata, whose hands were clutching the hem of her clothes, and whose eyes were redrimmed, feeling a slight shift in his previously calm demeanor. He took 2 steps forward, stopping in front of Hinata, casting his gaze down at her trembling fingertips, his voice softer than it had been when speaking to Sasuke. It's not that I've changed. The setting sun stretched their shadows long, and Naruto's words were as light as a sigh, yet they fell heavily on Hinata's heart. It's this world that forces me to change. He lifted his gaze towards the Hokage rock of Konoha, the blue depths of his eyes swirling with dark tides that Hinata had never seen before. I just don't know if you can still accept this version of me, Hinata. Even if I become the villain everyone speaks of, will you still treat me the same way? He averted his gaze, letting it return to Hinata's face, his tone carrying a hint of uncertainty that he himself was unaware of. Hinata's whole body trembled suddenly, and she looked up abruptly, her Byakugan wide-open, tears that had accumulated for so long finally streaming down her cheeks. She took a small step forward for the first time, not shying away from Naruto's gaze, her voice starting off weak, but gradually growing firm, each word filled with heartfelt sincerity. Although I like the Naruto-kun who sticks to his ninja way and moves forward without hesitation, if you are hurt, I would rather you protect yourself. Hinata can bear this burden for Naruto-kun, you must believe me. The last sentence she spoke with all her strength, her cheeks flushed to the point of almost bleeding, while her fingertips clung tightly to the hem of Naruto's clothing, as if grasping the only light of her life. Naruto watched her reddened eyes, feeling the softness within him, which had been shrouded in darkness, suddenly ignite. He raised his hand, gently ruffling Hinata's soft black hair, his tone laced with a pain he could not hide. You have always been so kind. Even for the sake of your family, your sister, and the Branch family, you would willingly be seen as worthless rather than let them endure the sealing techniques of a caged bird. Yet this world is wrong. Hinata gazed at him in astonishment, forgetting her tears and her shyness. Naruto withdrew his hand, watching her dazed expression, a flicker of amusement passing through his eyes. For some time to come I will be teaching Sasuke, and you can join us. This statement struck Hinata like a thunderclap in her mind. She was stunned for a full 3 seconds before realizing, her face instantly reddening to her ears, as she nodded enthusiastically, her voice as soft as a whisper, but filled with excitement. Yais, Naruto-kun. She dared not linger any longer, fearing she might say something embarrassing. She deeply bowed to Naruto, turned, and ran away, her face flushed, glancing back at him, her eyes shining like stars. Naruto watched her retreating figure, the smile at the corners of his mouth slowly fading. The chess game of the Hyuga clan can wait a little longer. The shackles of the caged bird, the deep-seated blood feud of the main and branch families, are the explosives buried deep within the Hyuga clan. Hinata is the fuse that can ignite those explosives. A Uchiha genius held in his hand a daughter of the main family capable of shaking the entire Hyuga clan. But in this moment he cared for Hinata. For her, he could wait a little longer. In the following 2.5 months, Naruto fully embarked on a frenzied training regimen. He would dive into the back mountain before dawn, even sleeping with his divine sense laid out in the vicinity so that not even an ant could approach without his detection. The reports submitted to the third Hokage by the Umbu grew thicker by the day, but they were all mundane matters. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, smoking his pipe, looked at the reports, noting that Naruto was running to the back mountain every day, sitting there for the entire day, or training with Sasuke. Strange, very strange. Does he sit there every day? What on earth is Naruto doing? The embers in his pipe flickered, and in his murky eyes there was a complexity he could not comprehend. Sasuke appeared every day without fail in the back mountain training alongside Naruto. The look Sasuke gave Naruto transformed from initial resentment and hostility to gradually becoming one of reverence and reliance, even evolving into what only he understood, viewing Naruto as his only worthy opponent. Hinata came every day as well. At first she merely hid behind a tree to watch secretly, but was later pulled out by Naruto to practice chakra control together. During that period, Hinata's progress in Gentle Fist was rapid, astonishing even Hayashi of the Hyuga clan. Only Neji, each time he saw Hinata's eyes only filled with Naruto, felt the mark of the caged bird, subtly burning jealousy, growing like wild grass. 2.5 months passed in the blink of an eye. The day of the ninja school graduation exam finally arrived. The examination room was bustling with noise as the candidates in front completed their assessments one by one. As expected, Sasuke passed with full marks, while Neji, Shikamaru, Choji, and Sakura also passed smoothly, leaving only the last name, Uzumaki Naruto. The entire examination room fell silent. In an instant, all eyes focused on him. After all, this was someone who had failed for 3 consecutive years, unable to perform even the most basic clone technique. At that moment, how far could he have come? Iruka stood at the judging panel, watching Naruto walk up, his eyes filled with worry, yet harboring a trace of expectation he did not even recognize. This child he had watched grow up, he even felt a bit like Naruto was his own child. The original story depicted it in such a way. Uzumaki Naruto assessment content: basic clone technique, passing is sufficient for graduation. As Iruka's words fell, Naruto raised an eyebrow, not even bothering with any unnecessary preparation. His fingertips twitched. The shadow clone technique was unleashed in an instant. Over 20 clones identical to Naruto stood neatly in the examination room, their chakra fluctuations perfectly synchronized, even their expressions indistinguishable. Not even a lower-ranking ninja could tell which was the real one. The audience gasped. Before anyone could react, Naruto's figure flickered, leaving only a wooden stump in place. The body replacement technique executed flawlessly, without a hint of excess chakra fluctuation. Immediately after the transformation technique was activated, standing before everyone was an identical figure of Iruka. Even the tone, demeanor, and even the scars on his body were indistinguishable. Even Iruka himself was left dumbfounded. The 3 techniques were completed in less than 3 seconds, perfect to the point where not a single mistake could be found. The chief examiner suddenly stood up, his voice trembling as he heavily marked the assessment grade on the report. S rank. Assessment rating S. This statement detonated like a bomb in the examination room. Are you out of your mind? S rank. Since the establishment of the school, only a few graduates have been able to achieve S rank. Is this the guy who couldn't even perform the clone technique? Am I dreaming? His clone technique was even more precise than Sasuke's. Iruka looked at the Naruto standing on the stage, his eyes immediately reddening. He hurried over, handing Naruto the genin headband, his voice choked with emotion, yet filled with gentle warmth. Naruto, congratulations, you graduated. He looked at Naruto as if he were finally seeing his own child grow up. From that boy who had been pointed at and ridiculed in the village, who could only rely on pranks to attract attention, to now standing before everyone, a radiant youth. Naruto took the headband, his fingers pausing for a moment, nodding at Iruka, his tone softening a bit. Thank you, teacher Iruka. This thank you was sincere. In a village where everyone viewed him as a demon fox, only Iruka was the first to see him as Uzumaki Naruto. In the crowd, Neji watched Naruto surrounded by everyone, his face paling to the extreme, his nails digging deeply into his palm. The humiliation of being defeated in one move, the sense of helplessness from being left far behind by Naruto over these 2.5 months surged like a tide. But no matter how unwilling he was, he could do nothing but force a smile and walk over to say insincerely, congratulations, Naruto. After saying this, he instinctively glanced towards Hinata's position. Just one look ignited the jealousy in his heart to its peak. Hinata stood outside the crowd, her eyes fixed on Naruto, her gaze so radiant it seemed like it could bloom into flowers. The affection and admiration within her could not be concealed. From beginning to end, her gaze never left Naruto. Neji clenched his fists and turned to leave. Just as the noise subsided, here Sasuke squeezed through the crowd and approached Naruto, his Sharingan's red tomo flashing briefly, his voice brimming with barely contained excitement. Naruto, over the past 2.5 months, I awakened my Tsutomo Sharingan, and my strength increased significantly. Let's have another match in the back mountain after school. Naruto glanced at him, thinking to himself, the sky has cleared, the rain has stopped, and the second pillar thinks he's back in form. He casually placed the headband on his head and decisively declined. No, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. We'll talk about it again in a few days. Sasuke paused for a moment, feeling a bit unconvinced, but did not argue. Over these 2.5 months, Naruto had taught him more than he had learned in 3 years of hard training. He understood clearly that he was still no match for Naruto, but he also knew that only by following Naruto could he become stronger and earn the qualification to seek revenge against Itachi Uchiha. Hinata hurriedly approached, her brow slightly furrowed, filled with concern. "Naruto-kun, you just finished your exam, should you take a rest?" Naruto looked down at her, reaching out to ruffle her hair, his tone relaxed. "Don't worry, you don't trust my strength." Hinata blushed, quickly lowering her head, yet she couldn't help but sneak a glance at him, her lips curving upwards uncontrollably. After sending away the crowd that had surrounded them, Naruto found a secluded corner and silently recited in his heart, "Bring up my attribute panel." In the next second, a cold, gleaming system panel unfolded instantaneously on his retinas. Host Uzumaki Naruto, corruption value 1, 20 ninjutsu abilities 1. 9 tails chakra 1 tail golden 2 tails. 2. Rasengan A rank 3. Multi-shadow clone technique A rank 4. Kagura's heart I A rank 5. Wind release violent storm technique C rank 6. Basic clone technique 7. 3 Tomo Sharingan 8. Wind release vacuum wave B rank 9. Wind release great breakthrough C rank 10. Wind demon shuriken shadow windmill D rank 11. Wind attribute chakra nature transformation completed 12. Wind release spiraling wind piercer self-created half-step S rank current ultimate technique. Naruto glanced over the panel, silently calculating in his heart. Aside from spending 2,000 corruption points to fully master the second golden tail of the 9 tails, he spent 3,000 corruption points to exchange for the side defect-free 3 Tomo Sharingan, and another 800 and 500 corruption points to exchange for wind release vacuum wave and wind release great breakthrough. The remaining abilities were all honed through his own hard training over these 2.5 months. Especially the self-created technique Spiraling Wind Piercer, which infused the ultimate wind attribute nature transformation into the Rasengan, capable of explosive close-range attacks or long-range throws with power approaching that of S-rank ninjutsu. The most crucial point was that it caused no harm to his body, lacking the fatal flaw of backlash on the meridians that the Rasen Shuriken had in the original story. Additionally, the 3 Tomo Sharingan obtained through the system perfectly adapted to his chakra, showing no rejection, directly reaching the limit of the 3 Tomo, excelling in insight replication and illusion resistance. The only issue was that to exchange for the Manjikyu Sharingan, it surprisingly required 1 of 0 corruption points for 1, which was simply an endless pit. In his heart, Naruto conversed with the system. "System, are you sure you can recycle the Manjikyu Sharingan?" System: absolutely. Honest to complete, an undamaged Manjikyu Sharingan can be recycled for 5,000 corruption points. Naruto chuckled, his tone tinged with mockery. "System, are you trying to entice me to kill?" The baby knows in his heart, but won't say it. However, he was already calculating in his mind. At this moment, the first person he thought of was our dear Danzo. He truly was a good person, with his entire arm embedded with Sharingan and a Manjikyu from Shursui. He was practically a moving ATM for corruption points. Once he peeled off all the Sharingan from Danzo's arm, forget the Manjikyu, he could stack up even the eternal Manjikyu. Naruto put away the panel, raising his head to look towards Hokage Rock, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Tomorrow was the day for class assignments, and he was quite looking forward to whether the plot he had stirred up would still follow the original story and place him in Team 7. Indeed, the arrangements of the third-generation elder are all-encompassing. The next day, the class assignment notice at the ninja school was surrounded by a crowd, with Haruno Sakura squeezed at the front, her bright eyes sparkling with anticipation as she stared at the names on the paper. Upon seeing Class 7 Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura instantly covered her mouth, her excitement nearly spilling over her cheeks, flushed with the unique rosy hue of a young girl filled with joy at attending the same class as her longtime crush Sasuke. However, this joy instantly froze on her face when she saw the last name, Uzumaki Naruto. The infatuation on Haruno Sakura's face vanished in an instant, her mouth twisting in disdain, filled with contempt, as she shot a massive eye roll at Naruto, her tone sharp and bitter. "How unfortunate, I have to share a class with you, the perennial underachiever. Even if you scored an S rank on this exam, it won't change your annoying nature." Naruto lifted his gaze, his blue eyes revealing no ripples, only a cold indifference, as he looked at the wide-headed girl before him, casually retorting, "Idiot." He took a step forward, an overwhelming aura of pressure instantly enveloping Haruno Sakura. "Stupid woman, you only hinder my speed in drawing my blade. If you keep pestering me, I'll show you what cruelty truly is." Haruno Sakura shivered at his imposing presence, stepping back half a step, yet she still forced herself to argue. Naruto did not give her a chance, his tone laced with mockery and icy killing intent. "Oh right, I've always been a lecher, but you are the only one who makes me want to kill." "That's you, Naruto the annoying." With those words, Haruno Sakura's face turned pale, her mindset utterly shattered, a hint of uncontrollable fear welling up inside her as she gazed at Naruto's cold eyes, unable to utter a word. Beside them, Sasuke cast a dismissive glance at Haruno Sakura, his thin lips parting slightly as he spoke with indifference and disdain, delivering a lethal blow. Naruto is right, you are quite annoying. Haruno Sakura's body stiffened, her eyes suddenly reddening, all her joy and admiration shattered by those two sentences, leaving her standing there at a loss. Just then, Ino walked over, twisting her body as she crossed her arms, looking at Haruno Sakura with a mocking tone. Tisk, the usually arrogant one, is now in a pitiful state, not only scolded by Naruto, but also looked down upon by Sasuke, really asking for trouble. As she spoke, her gaze shifted to Naruto, scanning him up and down, a glimmer of surprise flashing in her eyes. The Naruto now was no longer the messy prankster underachiever of the past. He stood tall, his features sharp, having shed his youthfulness for a more composed and icy demeanor. Without the 6 whisker marks on his cheeks, he could easily be mistaken for a younger version of the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze, exuding a cold and powerful aura that rivaled the prideful Uchiha Sasuke. Ino's lips curled into a smile, her tone light. But honestly, the transformed Naruto is quite handsome. Haruno Sakura bit her lip, realizing she wouldn't gain any advantage and could only clench her fists tightly, keeping her mouth shut, yet the unwillingness in her heart surged endlessly. Before long, she seemed to forget her earlier embarrassment, leaning closer to Sasuke with a coy voice. Sasuke, what kind of person do you think our instructor will be? Will they be formidable? Sasuke frowned slightly, his face showing impatience, clearly uninterested in her. He could only coldly reply, how would I know? Meanwhile, Naruto had already sensed the hidden presence behind a distant tree, aided by his Kyuubi chakra and his keen sensory perception. Kakashi Hatake, who came from the Umbu, employed the same stealthy surveillance tactics that were all too familiar to Naruto. He secretly scoffed, yet maintained an impassive expression, pretending not to notice as he quietly waited for the figure to reveal itself. Moments later, a figure with silver-gray hair leisurely stepped out from behind the trunk. Kakashi, wearing a mask with one eye covered by his headband, yawned lazily as he approached the 3, feigning seriousness to instill some authority. You all didn't even notice my presence for so long. Your vigilance is too poor. This is a fatal flaw for a ninja. As soon as he finished speaking, Naruto raised his eyes, his tone flat. You're Kakashi-sensei, right? Hiding in a tree and peeping is not a good habit. Kakashi's eyes revealed a hint of surprise, clearly not expecting Naruto to notice him. He certainly wouldn't admit it, especially with 2 kids present. Did he, Kakashi, not care about his reputation? He quickly resumed his lazy demeanor, casually saying, well, to put it simply, my first impression of you 3 is rather unfavorable. He intended to assert some authority over the 3, but Naruto did not play along, looking at him with indifferent eyes. That's perfect then. If you don't want to take us, I'll go find the 3rd Hokage and request a change of instructors right now. Kakashi was momentarily speechless, feeling utterly helpless. This kid really had him under control. He genuinely could not change. If Naruto went to find the 3rd Hokage, it would only make him look incompetent as an elite jounin, becoming a laughingstock. He secretly cursed a few times, then waved his hand in resignation. All right, I never said I didn't want to take you. Now each of you introduce yourselves, your names, hobbies, and dreams. Haruno Sakura shyly began, each word hinting at her affection for Sasuke, her heart and gaze entirely focused on the boy beside her. Sasuke, with an icy tone and no hint of emotion, stated, to restore the Uchiha clan and kill that man. When it was Naruto's turn, he looked at Kakashi, his blue eyes brimming with determination. I am Uzumaki Naruto. I like to speak honestly and follow my own heart. My previous dream was to become Hokage, but now I want to unify the ninja world. His voice was not loud, yet every word resonated, shocking everyone present. He paused, a playful smile tugging at his lips as he added, oh right, I also want to live forever. I wonder if that counts as a dream. Kakashi's heart raced, his pupils shrinking as a name suddenly emerged in his mind. Orochimaru. This boy's thoughts were too dangerous and too crazy. No wonder the 3rd Hokage specifically instructed him to keep a close watch on Naruto. Suppressing his astonishment, he feigned calmness and asked, do you really understand how difficult what you just said is? Unifying the ninja world and living forever are impossible fantasies. Naruto met his gaze squarely, his tone unwavering. Do you truly understand what it feels like to be looked at with disgust and fear by the entire village for over a decade? I just want to take control of my own life and do things my way. That is my ninja way. The resolution in his words left Kakashi momentarily stunned, his expression now more complex as he looked at Naruto. Regaining his composure, he resumed his teacher's stance, speaking seriously. All right, that's enough for the introductions. Tomorrow, 2 hours earlier than this time, gather here. I will conduct a test for you. If you pass, you will officially become Genin. If you lose, you'll be eliminated and sent back to the Ninja Academy for restudy. By the way, do not eat and do not be late. With that, Kakashi turned and disappeared from the spot, leaving the three of them with mixed feelings. The next day, before the agreed time, Sasuke and Haruno Sakura arrived early at the gathering place. The two waited for a full 2 hours with empty stomachs, going from anticipation to impatience, with Haruno Sakura's stomach growling, her face slightly pale. It wasn't until the sun climbed higher that Naruto leisurely strolled over, followed by the equally late Kakashi. Haruno Sakura immediately became furious, about to point out his tardiness, but Naruto spoke first, his tone serious, yet tinged with mockery. "Sorry I'm late. I'm just too helpful, helping a widow fetch water at home, donating money to her when out, and even assisting an old lady to cross the street. It just took a bit of time." Kakashi wore an expression of helplessness, knowing Naruto was intentionally making excuses to disrupt his plans, yet he was too lazy to expose him. Clearing his throat, he pulled out 2 bells from his pocket and held them in front of the three, his expression turning serious. "The test is quite simple. Here are 2 bells. From now until noon, whoever among you 3 can snatch a bell from me will pass the test and become a genin." He deliberately paused, scanning the 3 of them, throwing out the most crucial rule to create an invisible tension. "Remember, there are only 2 bells, which means one of you will inevitably be eliminated. Now who do you think it will be?" Kakashi's expression turned cold, the laziness around him dissipating entirely, and the oppressive aura of an elite jonin erupted suddenly. "You have 1 hour. I advise you to give it your all, and it's best to approach this with the mindset of wanting to kill me, otherwise the 3 of you will be eliminated. Test begins." At the moment the words fell, Sakura Haruno instinctively darted into the nearby thicket, pressing herself tightly against the trunk of a tree. She knew very well that she was the weakest. Hiding was her only escape. Occasional sneak attacks were merely tests, as she dared not confront her opponent head-on. Sasuke stood still, his fists slightly clenched. Usually he was accustomed to being patient and probing, but Kakashi's words about wanting to kill shattered his restraint. There was no need to hide anymore. The scarlet double Tomo Sharingan suddenly opened, the Tomo spinning rapidly, and chakra gathered swiftly in his mouth. Fire-style fireball jutsu. The raging flames surged toward Kakashi, the heat creating a whirlwind that disturbed the fallen leaves on the ground, overwhelming in its intensity. But Kakashi merely moved slightly, leaving behind a wooden stump in his place, easily evading with the body replacement technique, even leisurely pulling out Make-out Paradise, flipping through it with one hand, while casually blocking Sakura's sporadic sneak attacks with the other, completely unfazed. Sasuke's strike missed, and his expression darkened as he immediately darted into the bushes, waiting for the right moment to strike. Only Naruto remained, and he not only did not move, but also found a clean patch of grass, sitting down leisurely, arms crossed, coldly observing the commotion on the field. Kakashi paused in his reading, turned to look at Naruto, and said with a hint of confusion, "Naruto, you won't be able to grab the bells like this. You better give it your all, and come at me with the mindset of wanting to kill me." Naruto raised his gaze, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth, his eyes full of meaning. "Are you sure? You want me to attack with the intent to kill?" Kakashi furrowed his brow and instinctively nodded. "Of course, my strength is evident. If you don't approach this with the intent to kill, it won't work." After saying this, he looked at the still calm Naruto. The years of battle as an elite jonin made him feel something was off, but he couldn't put his finger on it, thinking the boy was just being clever. In the next moment, Naruto suddenly stood up, the wind attribute chakra swirling around him. He did not rush directly at Kakashi, but instead raised his hand toward the open ground, continuously releasing jutsu. Wind-style great breakthrough. A violent gust of wind surged forth, dispersing the mist in the forest and disrupting Sasuke and Sakura's hidden positions. It appeared chaotic, yet it precisely severed the paths Kakashi predicted for their sneak attacks. Kakashi raised an eyebrow, just a futile effort. Following that, Naruto twisted his wrist. 3 wind shuriken were suddenly hurled out, tracing bizarre arcs in the air. Wind shuriken, shadow windmill. The shuriken split into 2 in an instant, approaching Kakashi from 4 directions, top, bottom, left, and right. It looked like a direct attack, but in reality they were all feints, each shuriken's path deliberately avoiding Kakashi's blind spots. Kakashi easily sidestepped, his mind filled with more questions. Such a level of attack was utterly inconsequential. What on earth was he trying to do? Naruto seemed oblivious, quickly forming seals again, his lips parting as he spoke coldly. Wind-style vacuum waved. This time it was no longer a feint. The sharp wind blades rushed along the ground, their target not Kakashi, but the ground beneath his feet. The wind blades sliced through the soil, causing the ground beneath Kakashi to collapse, instantly forcing him to pause slightly. It was in this moment Naruto's eyes sparkled with clarity. All the confusion, feints, and setups were for this very second. He had long since understood Kakashi's every evasion habit through his divine insight. The previous jutsu were merely to predict Kakashi's reactions and set a trap. "Did you think that my earlier attacks were all in vain?" Naruto's voice was icy and the wind attribute chakra around him surged to its peak, his perfect control causing the wind element to obey him completely. The blue chakra entwined with the golden chakra of the Nine Tails rapidly condensed in his palm, the prototype of the Rasengan forming, yet it was continuously compressed and refined by the extreme wind attribute. Kakashi finally put aside his nonchalance, his expression changing dramatically, and the make-out paradise in his hand fell to the ground. He could feel that the jutsu in Naruto's palm contained power far surpassing that of a normal ranked jutsu. What is this? A jutsu I created myself. The jutsu in Naruto's palm fully formed a blue and gold chakra sphere swirling with sharp wind blades emitting a piercing sound as it spun. Wind-style spiraling wind needle. The half-step strength power erupted instantly. This move was executed without any reservations directly aimed at Kakashi's face. Kakashi's pupils constricted, a storm of shock surged within him. The Rasengan. That's the fourth Hokage's technique. This kid not only inherited it, but also developed a completely new jutsu, merging it with wind style, its power approaching strength. Sasuke, hiding in the bushes, watched the blue and gold jutsu, his Sharingan spinning wildly, filled with shock, left utterly speechless. Sakura covered her mouth in disbelief, her face flushed with shock. The once bottom-tier student had unexpectedly grown to this level. Kakashi could no longer afford to be careless. He immediately unleashed 70% of his strength, moving so quickly that he left afterimages consecutively, using body replacement technique and earth-style earth flow wall to barely block the attack. Even when he managed to defend, he was still pushed back repeatedly by the wind blades, his arms feeling numb. Such power was more than enough to annihilate an average Chunin. Just as he steadied himself, he saw Naruto, and behind him suddenly exploded a golden Nine-Tails tail. It wasn't the notorious evil and violent red, but rather a sacred and dazzling gold. The chakra was pure and powerful, enveloping Naruto completely. Kakashi froze, completely disbelief filling his eyes while he mentally muttered, "How is this possible? Isn't the chakra of the Nine Tails red? What is this golden power of the Nine Tails?" The third Hokage never mentioned this. Before he could react, the golden tail suddenly elongated, transforming into a gigantic golden hand rushing toward him with the momentum to destroy everything. At the same time, Naruto performed the shadow clone technique, his main body hidden, while the clones coordinated with the golden giant hand to launch a pincer attack. The moves appeared chaotic, yet every step was carefully calculated to trap Kakashi. Kakashi was targeted by the giant hand of the Nine Tails. Panic and shock surged within him. Damn. If this hit my fragile body, I might really die. He could no longer hide, hastily pulling down his forehead protector, the Sharingan in his left eye suddenly opened wide, shouting, "I told you to grab the bells, but I didn't say to use the Nine Tails power." The strength of the elite Jonin erupted fully, the Sharingan accurately predicting every attack, and after a tremendous effort, he finally managed to push Naruto back, barely stabilizing the situation. Kakashi panted, just about to adopt a teacher's demeanor and say some superficial words to show off. But he saw Naruto leisurely standing up straight, pulling out two bells from his pocket, shaking them gently, the sound crisp. Kakashi was instantly dumbfounded, his face filled with astonishment. When did you get those, eh? Naruto raised an eyebrow, his tone flat, carrying an extreme twist. Kakashi-sensei, didn't you say at the start of the test that grabbing the bells means victory? It turned out that from the very beginning, Naruto had no intention of defeating Kakashi Hiden. Every jutsu feint and deceptive tactic was merely to divert Kakashi's attention, taking advantage of the gap when he blocked the wind-style, spiraling wind needle to stealthily snatch the two bells from his pocket at lightning speed. From beginning to end, it was a psychological game, and Kakashi had completely fallen into his trap. The entire area fell silent. Sasuke and Sakura were utterly stunned, unable to recover for a long time. Naruto said little, casually tossing the two bells to Sasuke and Sakura. Sakura caught the bells, her cheeks flushed with guilt, all her previous disdain and harshness transformed into deep shame. She lowered her head, her voice choked. "Naruto, I'm sorry, I was wrong before. I shouldn't have said that to you. Thank you." Kakashi stood in place, watching the scene before him, his heart unable to calm for a long time. He looked at Naruto, his eyes filled with complexity, shock, admiration, and a hint of fear. This boy was meticulous in thought, powerful in strength, and mature beyond his peers, with an immeasurable future ahead. After a long moment, Kakashi put away his Sharingan, readjusted his forehead protector, and announced solemnly, "There is no need for elimination. All three of you have passed. From today onward, Team 7 is officially established." The first week of Team 7's establishment was even more outrageous than Naruto had imagined. Kakashi perfectly embodied the elite Jonin's principle of slacking off. Every day he showed up half an hour late, tossed a stack of drank mission requests, then found a shady spot to lounge, reading Paradise of Affection, all while calling it team cooperation training. Thus Team 7's daily routine turned into an endless series of trivial tasks. They helped a lonely widow weed her 3 acres, and the neighbor bowed deeply in gratitude. Naruto was polite, addressing her with a "thank you, ma'am," and the delighted widow insisted on giving them a handful of soft-boiled edamame. They also spent an afternoon babysitting the crying child of a widow next door, with Sakura flustered, trying to comfort him, while Sasuke's hair was pulled in all directions, his face dark as a pot bottom. Naruto used his transformation technique to amuse the child, ultimately earning the widow's highest courtesy, bowing at a 90-degree angle to say "thank you, ma'am." Little brother. The most absurd was the series of tasks to find lost pets. The finance minister's wife lost her dog, and the feudal lord's wife lost her cat, leading to a heated argument between the 2 wealthy ladies at the mission desk, each insisting the other's pet was hidden. In the end, Naruto led Team 7 to a small forest outside the village where they caught the dog and cat tangled up together. Watching the 2 fierce ladies hug and frantically rub the pet's the once shiny fur, now a tangled mess, Naruto leaned against a tree, internally rolling his eyes. If he were that cat or dog, he would run away. Who could endure being squished every day, their face getting squished out of shape? Sasuke leaned on the other side, spinning a shuriken between his fingers, looking thoroughly impatient. Such tasks that didn't even require using chakra were purely a waste of time for him. What he wanted were battles that would enhance his strength, battles that could catch up to that man, not babysitting in the village. Sakura couldn't help but come over quietly, complaining to Naruto, "Doing these kinds of tasks every day, when will we ever get stronger?" Naruto raised an eyebrow, but said nothing. He knew clearly that this monotonous life was coming to an end. The plot of the Land of Waves was about to begin. Sure enough, just as they finished reporting the pet-finding tasks, they were called into the Hokage's office by Anbu. The 3rd Hokage sat behind his desk smoking a pipe, and amidst the swirling smoke, he pushed over a crank mission request. Protect the bridge builder Tsunade, traveling to the Land of Waves. Expected duration of the mission is 1 month. Kakashi picked up the request and glanced at it, his finger pausing slightly. The Land of Waves. That small country without ninjas, long oppressed by the shipping tyrant Gato, in utter chaos. But he said no more, just turned to the 3 kids behind him. "So how about it? Team 7's first external mission, will you take it?" Sasuke's eyes instantly lit up. An external mission. It meant they finally had a chance to engage in real combat. Sakura looked a bit nervous, gripping her clothes tightly, but still nodded vigorously. Naruto wore a knowing smile, his tone flat. "Well, take it." He had waited too long for this day. 2 days later, Team 7 followed Kakashi, setting off for the Land of Waves. The journey was quiet until they entered the territory of the Land of Waves and walked into a seaside tea house. The sea breeze laden with salty humidity blew in, lifting the door panel. Kakashi sat across from Tsunade, a freshly brewed cup of strong tea in front of them, steam rising and obscuring half of Kakashi's face. He was listening to Tsunade talk about the progress of the bridge construction, casually tapping his fingers on the table. Sasuke and Sakura sat to the side, their bodies tense. Only Naruto, holding his teacup, leisurely sipped the strong tea, his gaze calmly scanning the increasingly dense white fog outside. Kakashi gently took a sip of tea, savoring its flavor. The sound of the wind suddenly exploded. A bone-chilling gust rushed in through the door crack, followed by a large knife wrapped in bandages spinning through the air, its blade cutting through the air with a sharp sound that pierced the eardrums. With a thud, the ninja blade cleanly sliced through Kakashi's neck. His head rolled onto the tatami, blood splattering across the table, the scalding tea mixing with the blood flowing all over the floor. The air instantly fell into silence. Sakura's pupils suddenly constricted, her blood seemed to freeze, and she looked at the head on the ground, her scream tearing through her throat. Someone's been killed. Enemy attack. Teacher has been killed. Her legs went weak, nearly collapsing to the ground, her face as pale as paper, her entire body trembling. Sasuke's body instantly tensed, his fingers tightly gripping the kunai hidden in his sleeve. His 3-tomo Sharingan instantly opened, the tomo spinning wildly in his eyes. He stared hard at the headless corpse on the ground, then suddenly turned, catching Naruto's calm gaze, who was still sipping tea. Sasuke swallowed hard, lowering his voice with a cold tone. "It's a substitution technique." No sooner had he spoken, the headless corpse and rolling head instantly transformed into a bloody wooden stump and dissipated in a puff of white smoke. Kakashi's figure holding the teacup appeared beside a pillar, not a drop of tea spilled from the cup. He looked up at the swirling fog outside, his previously lazy tone now heavy with the pressure of an elite jonin. "Interesting. It's the silent killing technique of the mist ninjas. Mr. Tsunade, you'd better tell the truth." Kakashi's gaze fell on the employer, his eyes cold as ice beneath his forehead. "Protector, this mission is not a crank at all. To attract such mist ninjas to take action, this is at least a brank mission, if not higher." Tsunade's face paled instantly, the teacup in his hand clattering to the ground, shattering into pieces. His lips trembled, unable to utter a single word for a long while. At that moment, two shadowy figures burst through the white fog rushing in from outside. Two ninjas wrapped in mist headbands, each wielding a broken sword, exuding a strong smell of blood aimed directly at the cornered Tsunade. Die, old man. The blade, accompanied by the sound of slicing wind, was instantly at Tsunade's front. Sakura screamed in fright, shutting her eyes. Sasuke's Sharingan instantly locked onto the movements of the two, pushing off the ground to charge forward. But he had barely moved when a wind blade faster than him shot past. Naruto didn't even stand up, just flicked his fingers, and two wind blades made of wind chakra shot out in an instant. Wind release vacuum wave. The sharp wind blades accurately struck the wrists of the two mist ninjas, and with two crisp cracks their wrist bones were instantly broken, the broken swords clattering to the ground. The two screamed in pain, but before they could react, Naruto had already flashed behind them, his elbow smashing precisely into the back of their necks. With two muffled thuds, the two mist Chunin couldn't withstand even a single blow, collapsing to the ground unconscious. The whole process took less than a second. The tea house fell into silence once again. Sakura opened her eyes, staring at the scene before her mouth agape enough to fit an egg, unable to close for a long time. She still hadn't seen how Naruto had moved. Sasuke's Sharingan remained open, his eyes filled with shock and a hint of uncontainable dissatisfaction. He could barely keep up with the speed of those two ninjas using his Sharingan. But to take down an opponent like Naruto did without any unnecessary movements, and with such precise chakra control, to only break the wrist bones without causing any fatal injuries, he simply couldn't do that. How much strength was this once weakling hiding? Kakashi's teacup nearly slipped from his hand. His heart raced violently. Just now he had seen how Naruto moved, yet this strength exceeded Kakashi's expectations. The control over the wind release had reached an incredible level. This was not something a child fresh out of the Ninja Academy could achieve. He couldn't help but wonder if at Naruto's age he could have done such a thing. The answer was no. Naruto brushed the dust off his hands, turned to look at the pale-faced Tsunade, his tone flat, yet carrying an undeniable pressure. Mister Tsunade, it's time to tell the truth. How much bounty did Gato put on your head? And you concealed the danger of this mission dragging us into this mess. We deserve an explanation. Tsunade trembled like a leaf, finally unable to hold back. He knelt down with a thud, tears streaming down his face. He finally told the truth. The Land of Waves is a small country without ninjas, its entire maritime trade controlled by the criminal tyrant Gato. Gato made his fortune through smuggling and drugs, raising a large number of ninjas and outlaws, turning the entire Land of Waves into his private prison. The common people were so oppressed that they could barely eat. Any hint of resistance would lead to Gato's men exterminating their families. Tsunade wanted to build a bridge connecting the continent to break Gato's monopoly and give the people of the Land of Waves a chance to survive. But Gato found out about this and put a hefty bounty on his head. Tsunade couldn't afford the commission for an rank mission, so he concealed the truth, reporting it as a crank to trick the ninjas from Konoha into protecting him. I'm sorry. Truly sorry. Tsunade knelt on the ground, his forehead hitting the floor hard, leaving a red mark. I had no other choice. The people of the Land of Waves can hardly survive anymore. Upon hearing this, Sakura's face instantly showed a look of compassion, tugging at Naruto's sleeve, her voice trembling. Naruto. He's really pitiful. Let's help him. Sasuke said nothing, his expression turning cold. He didn't like the feeling of being used as a pawn, but he didn't say he wanted to leave either. His blood had begun to boil with the impending battle. Kakashi sighed and set down his teacup. According to Konoha's regulations, if the risks of a mission were concealed and the client maliciously misreported the rank, the ninja team had the right to terminate the mission and return to the village. But looking at the weeping Tsunade on the ground, then at the three kids beside him, he was about to speak when Naruto beat him to it. The mission continues. As Naruto's words fell, a mocking and ruthless male voice pierced through the salty sea breeze, directly stabbing into everyone's ears. Yo, yo, yo. Little brat, what impressive skills you have. At such a young age with abilities like this, you truly live up to being from Konoha. That place always had quite a few talented youths, but many also met their end before their prime. Everyone instantly tensed up and stepped out of the tea house. The wind by the sea suddenly stopped and thin strands of white mist rose from the surface of the sea, spreading with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, the sand beneath their feet, the distant reefs, and even the sunlight overhead were engulfed by the thick white mist, reducing visibility to less than 3 meters. A damp chill crept up along the legs, carrying an overwhelming scent of blood that made it hard to breathe. Kakashi slowly lowered his forehead protector, and his left eye, the scarlet Freedomo Sharingan, suddenly opened wide, fixating on the depths of the mist with a voice as heavy as iron. It seems we have encountered quite the formidable opponent. The ghost of the mist, Zabuza Momochi. The white mist surged violently, and a tall, dark figure stepped forth. The man's face was wrapped in bandages, and he carried a massive decapitation sword taller than himself, its blade rusty, yet radiating a murderous intent that could freeze bones. He glanced at Kakashi's Sharingan and let out a low, mocking laugh. I dare not claim to be anything. My meager skills are nothing compared to the famous copy ninja Kakashi. I work for money, and I only seek the life of Dazna. Zabuza slightly raised the tip of his sword, pointing toward the old man cowering behind the crowd. Kakashi, since the mission is fake, you go your way, and I'll go mine. You take these 3 brats back to Konoha, and we won't interfere with each other. How about it? Kakashi's fingers twitched slightly, and a kunai slid into his palm, his tone leaving no room for retreat. No deal. He turned his head, his gaze sweeping over Naruto and the others, the seriousness in his voice unprecedented. Be careful, something big is coming. These are not the mere fish from before. This one can truly kill. Before his words faded, Zabuza's figure suddenly vanished into the white mist. There was no sound of wind breaking, no fluctuation of chakra. The silent killing technique of the mist was taken to its extreme. By the time the crowd reacted, the decapitation sword capable of severing steel was already descending with world-destroying momentum toward Naruto, who was closest to him. Naruto, be careful. Kakashi's pupils contracted as chakra surged, preparing to dash forward to block. But just as he moved, a shadow suddenly flashed in front of him. Clang! The deafening sound of metal clashing erupted, sparks flying in the white mist as the shockwave dispersed some of the surrounding fog. Naruto stood firm, a short blade glimmering coldly in his hand, the demon tail 9 lives blade perfectly wedged into the groove of the decapitation sword, forcefully receiving that heavy strike. The sand beneath his feet sank half an inch, yet he stood as steady as a mountain, not even furrowing his brow. Just right for practicing my swordsmanship. Naruto lifted his gaze, a rebellious smile curling at the corner of his mouth, his eyes devoid of fear, only brimming with eager excitement. Zabuza's pupils constricted, clearly not expecting this little brat to withstand his strike. He had fought for over a decade, and many jonin had perished under his sword, yet today he was blocked by a 12-year-old brat. Fury surged to his head, and with a fierce flick of his wrist, Zabuza swung the decapitation sword horizontally, with overwhelming force, every strike aimed ruthlessly at vital points, each blow carrying the malevolence forged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. But Naruto not only did not retreat, he charged forward against the blade. His swordsmanship was devoid of any fancy moves. All were the most direct and ruthless killing strikes, even willing to exchange injuries with the tip of his blade, always aimed at Zabuza's throat, heart, and other fatal spots. If you want to cleave my shoulder, I'll just stab your vital organ. It was a strategy of mutual destruction. The clash of metal rang incessantly, sparks exploding in the mist. No one expected that a freshly graduated genin could actually trade blows with the ghost of the mist. Zabuza in close quarters combat, due to their desperate fighting styles, Naruto even seemed to gain the upper hand. Little brat, who taught you this swordsmanship? It's so lowly. Zabuza became increasingly alarmed as he fought. He could see that Naruto's swordsmanship was still somewhat raw, but his control over timing and murderous intent was fiercer than many veterans who had lurked in the assassination world for decades. Most importantly, this kid wielded his sword with such ruthlessness that every strike felt like it could sever his lineage. He forcefully pushed Naruto back with a strike, roaring, "A little brat who hasn't even grown hair dares to play with a sword in front of me. Teach me." Naruto scoffed, closing in again, the blade grazing past Zabuza's neck, drawing a line of blood. With your years of experience killing people and only relying on brute force, how could you possibly teach me? The ghost of the mist. I see you're only capable of this much. Naruto twisted the tip of his blade, blocking the decapitation sword once more, his tone laced with contempt like a needle piercing Zabuza's heart. Just right to use you as a living target to sharpen my blade. You better hold out for a few more moves, don't break so easily. Upon hearing this, Zabuza completely lost his temper. In his lifetime, when had he ever been humiliated like this by a little brat? You're asking for death. Zabuza's water chakra exploded around him instantly, soaking the sand beneath his feet. He kicked hard against Naruto's blade, using the recoil to leap back while rapidly forming hand seals. The surrounding white mist suddenly thickened like ink, completely obscuring everyone's vision. Not good. It's the silent killing technique of the mist. Kakashi's face changed drastically, the Sharingan spinning wildly, but he could only catch glimpses of blurred shadows in the mist. Naruto, quickly retreat. Kakashi-sensei, I actually quite like this feeling. Instead of retreating, Naruto closed his eyes, his divine sense instantly spreading out, and every fluctuation of chakra within 100 meters was captured by his perception. Within the white mist, Zabuza's hand sealing suddenly halted, a bellow piercing through the fog, water style, great waterfall technique. Boom! A wall of water dozens of meters high crashed down like a tsunami onto everyone. This was a solid rank ninjutsu powerful enough to instantly collapse a small mountain. An ordinary ninja hit by it would be torn to shreds on the spot. What era is this? You still need to form hand signs with both hands for a ninjutsu. Naruto's mocking voice rang out in the mist, and he suddenly opened his eyes, raising both hands simultaneously to form two completely different sets of seals. This double hand sign technique left Kakashi beside him dumbfounded. It should be known that forming hand signs requires unity of mind and spirit. One set of signs corresponds to one ninjutsu. To form two completely different sets at once demands an incredible mastery over chakra and mental power, something deemed impossible. Dual techniques combined. Wind-style vacuum wave. Wind-style great breakthrough. Instantly, two ninjutsu erupted simultaneously. A violent whirlwind carrying countless sharp wind blades slammed against the towering wall of water with tremendous force. Wind naturally defeats water, and the fusion of two wind ninjutsu escalated its power to the peak of a rank. The water wall, which could swallow everything, was forcefully torn apart by this azure and golden torrent of wind blades. The sky filled with water mist erupted like a torrential downpour. Impossible. Zabuza stared at the shattered water technique, disbelief filling his eyes. How could a little brat possibly manipulate wind ninjutsu to this level? Before he could recover from his shock, two attacks had already barreled toward him. Kakashi's figure flickered in the mist, the Sharingan having long copied his hand signs, and his speed in forming hand seals was twice as fast. Water-style great waterfall technique. The same ninjutsu unleashed from Kakashi's hands was even more powerful than Zabuza's. The reverse water wall instantly surged toward Zabuza. Meanwhile, Sasuke's Tsutomu Sharingan had already locked onto Zabuza's position, chakra wildly gathering in his mouth, a roar echoing fire-style, great fireball technique. The blazing flames surged, amplified by the wind, rapidly multiplying in size. The fire rode the wind, and the wind aided the flames sweeping towards Zabuza. In the world of ninjas, there was never such a thing as a fair unknown duel. Winning is the only thing that matters. The three of them attacked together, water, fire, and wind, forming a three-pronged assault that instantly sealed off all of Zabuza's escape routes. Even if he was an elite jonin facing three powerful ninjas working together, he had no chance of victory. Zabuza was caught in a pincer attack, unable to evade, and was hit hard by the residual wave of the great fireball, half of his clothing catching fire, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, his form staggering. Just as Kakashi's kunai was about to pierce his throat. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless shuriken accompanied by the sound of wind breaking suddenly shot out from the white mist, precisely striking the trajectories of Kakashi and Sasuke's attacks, forcefully pushing back their offensive. Immediately afterwards, a slender figure with features as delicate as a girl's flashed out from the white mist, launching shuriken at Naruto to keep him at bay while supporting the injured Zabuza. "Mr. Zabuza, we're leaving." The youth's voice was cold, carrying an unyielding determination. The white mist surged again, thick enough to obscure all sight. When the mist cleared, the two figures had long vanished, leaving only a few drops of scattered blood on the ground. Sasuke clenched his kunai, about to pursue, but was stopped by Naruto raising his hand. "Don't chase." Sasuke frowned, looking at Naruto. "Why? We clearly could have captured them just now." Naruto did not respond, only gazing in the direction the two had vanished, his fingertips lightly stroking the hilt of his blade, a glint of deep meaning flashing in his eyes. Naruto's fingertips brushed against the cold hilt of the blade, his gaze sweeping over the bloodied ground, a faint, unnoticed smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Chasing after them is futile." Naruto retracted his gaze, his tone as flat, as if discussing the weather. "The silent killing technique of the Mist Village excels at vanishing into the fog. Pursuing them would make one a living target. Moreover, he has a little ghost by his side, and that guy seems quite concerned about Zabuza. Facing someone who would fight to the death, a wielder of a bloodline limit, is not worth it. There's a saying, don't pursue a desperate enemy." Kakashi retracted his Sharingan, his brow slightly furrowing beneath the mask. He understood the truth in Naruto's words, but what shocked him more was that this 12-year-old boy faced the notorious assassin of the ninja world without a hint of panic, even displaying a teasing ease. This was far from the mindset expected of a freshly graduated Genin. Kakashi even felt that Naruto's mentality surpassed that of an average Chunin. "Alright, let's head back to our quarters first." Kakashi suppressed his doubts and said in a low voice, "Zabuza has sustained serious injuries and won't be back for a while. We must take this opportunity to rest and prepare for the next attack." The group turned and walked towards the village, the footprints on the beach quickly erased by the rising tide, while the lingering scent of blood in the air served as a reminder of the thrilling battle that had just taken place. Naruto walked at the back, absent-mindedly tapping the sheath of the Demon Fox 9 Lives blade with his fingers, his eyes swirling with schemes that others couldn't comprehend. "Zabuza Momochi, I have high hopes for him. It seems today will be busy. I hope you won't disappoint me." Zabuza Momochi, the most rebellious lone wolf among the 7 ninja, swordsman master of assassination techniques, trusted no one but Haku in his lifetime. Naruto believed this must be the best blade he could wield in his hands. The night was as dark as spilled ink, silence enveloping the surroundings. The sea breeze of the land of waves carried salty moisture swirling in delicate white mist creeping over the window ledge of the dilapidated wooden house. Inside, the breathing was soft. Sasuke and Sakura were already fast asleep, while Kakashi's breathing remained steady, yet he maintained a faint, unshakable vigilance. Naruto quietly lifted the blanket, his bare feet touching the cold floor without making a sound. He casually picked up the Demon Fox 9 Lives blade, leaning against the wall, his figure flickering like a shadow merging with the night as he leapt out of the window, vanishing instantly into the dense white mist. Almost at the same moment he disappeared, Kakashi slowly opened his eyes, looking towards the empty window, letting out a silent sigh. This kid. Kakashi tapped his forehead protector with his fingers, his tone a mix of resignation and an indescribable apprehension. With such a heavy sense of revenge, he actually went alone to confront Zabuza. He did not get up to chase after him. He had seen clearly during the battle earlier. Naruto hadn't even used his full strength. As long as Naruto's life was safe, Kakashi would not intervene. In the earlier battle, Naruto's wind release techniques combined with fierce swordsmanship along with his seemingly bottomless chakra reserves would make even a fully powered Zabuza think twice, let alone his currently injured state. But he hadn't anticipated that what Naruto desired was never to kill Zabuza. The abandoned temple by the coast had long been eroded by the sea wind, its decay apparent. A half-broken Buddha statue stood in the corner, covered in spider webs, the rotten wood exuding a damp, moldy smell mingling with the thick, unmistakable scent of blood that filled the cramped space. The campfire crackled, the dancing flames stretching 2 shadows long. Ah, damn it really hurts. Those bastards are ruthless. Zabuza leaned against the cold wall, his chest heaving violently, each breath bringing a tearing pain. Half of his clothing was charred black by the great fireball technique, blood still seeping from his wounds, yet his hand remained tightly gripping the oversized, decapitating sword. The sword's blade rested on the ground, the rusted edge glinting coldly in the firelight. Mr. Zabuza, please don't move for now. Haku half knelt before him, delicate fingers gripping a disinfecting cloth, cautiously tending to his wounds, worry etched in her refined features. Kakashi's water release and that Uchiha brat's fire release have both injured your internal organs. We must treat this quickly, or it will leave lasting damage. Zabuza's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened, his gaze usually steeped in murderous intent now sharp as an ice-forged blade abruptly darting towards the rotten wooden door of the temple. He had rolled in a sea of corpses and blood for over a decade. His perception of killing intent was keener than that of Mist's finest hunting hounds. Even if that aura was well concealed, even if the opponent didn't emit a hint of chakra, he could still smell that familiar, rebellious, and fierce youthful presence. Did they come looking for me after all? I just don't know if it's that brat or the renowned copy ninja Kakashi, or if they both came together. At this moment, Naruto pushed open the temple door and casually called out, "Good evening, my dear Mr. Zabuza, how are you?" Zabuza's voice was as hoarse as if it had been ground against sand, his grip on the decapitating sword tightening, knuckles turning white. "You are quite the persistent one, aren't you?" "What? The copy ninja Kakashi didn't come with you?" The dilapidated temple door was gently pushed open. The white mist flowed in through the crack, enveloping a tall, youthful figure. Naruto stood at the door, backlit by the moonlight, the Demon Fox 9 Lives blade in his hand, gleaming coldly, his body devoid of any excessive chakra fluctuations, like a ghost emerging from the night. He stepped into the ruined temple, his gaze sweeping over Zabuza leaning against the wall, then landing on Haku, who was kneeling and instantly gripping her 1,000 needles tighter, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "Teacher Kakashi is busy guarding Tsunade and couldn't come to handle this little matter, so it's just me here. What am I not enough to satisfy you?" Naruto halted, standing across the campfire from Zabuza, exactly 3 meters apart, a distance where the decapitating sword couldn't reach but could be closed in an instant. This distance was like the first chip he threw, accurately stepping on the psychological boundary of both sides. "It's foggy at night. Without the Sharingan, do you really think you can win against me?" Zabuza let out a low, mocking laugh from his throat. Even though he was severely injured, the murderous aura honed from a sea of corpses still sent chills down the spines of ordinary ninjas. "Brat, I was careless in the daytime. Do you really think my injuries mean I'll let you control me?" Haku had already stood up, positioning herself in front of Zabuza, the 1,000 needles in her hand gleaming coldly, her delicate face devoid of any expression, only extreme vigilance. As long as Naruto dared to make a move, the 1,000 needles in her hand would shoot towards all his vital points within 0.1 seconds. Yet Naruto didn't even glance in her direction, his gaze fixed solely on Zabuza, his tone calm, but it felt like a heavy hammer striking hard against Zabuza's heart. "Mr. Zabuza, you don't need to worry too much. I'm not here to kill you. I'm here to ask you to be my dog. Are you willing? At this statement, the air in the entire dilapidated temple instantly froze. The crackling of the campfire seemed to stop with only the sea breeze and white mist outside howling. Zabuza was initially stunned, but then he burst into loud laughter, as if he had heard the funniest joke of his life, causing his chest wound to split open again, blood spewing out, yet he couldn't contain the overwhelming rage. Who was he? He was the demon of the mist, Zabuza Momochi, the man who dared to assassinate the Mizukage alone, igniting the rebellion in the mist. He was the assassin among the 7 ninja swordsmen feared throughout the ninja world. And now a 12-year-old Leaf Village brat dared to tell him to be his dog. You, brat, I see you're looking for death. Zabuza tightened his grip on the decapitating sword and attempted to rise, but was jolted by excruciating pain, collapsing heavily against the wall, another mouthful of blood surging up. Haku, attack! Kill this ignorant brat. His roar shook the dust from the temple's ceiling. Without a moment's hesitation, Haku transformed into a blur, the 1,000 needles in her hand slicing through the air towards Naruto's 12 vital points, shooting out instantly. Whoosh! The shrill scream of 1,000 kunai piercing the air shattered the dead silence of the ruined temple, flying towards Naruto's face with terrifying momentum. This strike was executed with unparalleled speed and precision. The figure of Bai was so fast that it left only a faint white afterimage. 12 kunai coated with paralyzing and toxic substances locked onto all of Naruto's vital points without a hitch. His forehead, throat, heart, and dantian, each one a fatal spot capable of incapacitating a ninja with a single strike. Without holding back, without a trace of hesitation. His life was given by Zabuza, and anyone who dared to harm Zabuza, even slightly, would face his wrath, risking his life to drag the opponent into hell. No matter the opponent's identity, even if they were the leader of a village, anyone who dared to harm Zabuza became Bai's enemy, and he would strike them down mercilessly. Because his life was given by Zabuza and his world only contained his master Zabuza. Yet Naruto stood still, not even moving a step. Is that all? Just a minor trick. Naruto drew his short blade, the demon tail 9 lives blade, slicing through the air with a chilling arc in an instant. Clang, clang, clang. The cacophony of metal clashing resonated, sparks erupting from the campfire. All 12 kunai were precisely knocked away by the blade, embedding themselves in the wooden beams behind him, each one driven in halfway, vibrating in a throbbing hum. This strike was unbelievably fast, so fast that Bai couldn't even react. What the hell, that blocked it. Bai's pupils constricted, unable to comprehend how Naruto had executed the strike. As he landed, he pulled out 3 shuriken, ready to charge forward again, but was halted by Zabuza's hoarse shout. Bai, step back. You are not his match. Bai turned towards the voice and saw Zabuza struggling to prop himself up against the wall. The wound on his chest was soaked with blood. The bandage turned crimson as blood dripped down from his clothing. Each breath brought excruciating pain, yet the hand gripping the executioner's blade was as steady as iron. Kid, I have to say you're quite strong. In your age group, there are very few people as strong as you in the entire ninja world. I admire your strength, but if you want to kill me, I won't just let you chop my head off. Water-style hidden mist technique. He didn't form any hand signs. Merely relying on the chakra resonating from his throat, he manipulated the moisture in the surrounding air. Boom! A thick, impenetrable white mist surged from all directions, denser and colder than the fog at the coast during the day, reducing visibility to less than 10 centimeters, leaving only a vague red glow from the flickering campfire. The main stage of the silent killing technique was forcibly raised by him, even in his severely injured state. Kid, do you want me to be your dog? Zabuza's voice echoed from every corner of the mist, filled with all the arrogance and ferocity of his life. You have to kill me first. Honestly, in my lifetime, I've never seen someone as arrogant as you. I've met many powerful people, even assassinated a Kage, but someone as unique as you, this is my first time. In honor of your bravery, receive this blade. The whoosh of the executioner's blade suddenly sounded from behind Naruto, without any fluctuation of chakra. Relying entirely on instincts honed over years of assassination, it plunged fiercely towards his back. But just as the blade was about to touch Naruto's clothing, the boy suddenly smiled. Not bad, not bad. No wonder you are the demon of the mist, Zabuza Momochi. You truly have some skills. It seems that if I don't reveal some strength, we won't be able to have a proper discussion. I originally intended to interact with you as an ordinary genius, but what I got was suspicion of my abilities. I won't pretend anymore. I'm a special child. I'm laying it all out. At the moment those words fell, 2 crimson beams suddenly pierced through the dense white mist. Naruto slowly raised his eyes, his pitch-black pupils now transformed into a crimson hue, the 3 black tomo in his eyes rotating evenly, cold and sharp, exuding an overwhelming pressure. This was none other than the 3 tomo Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. What a What kind of joke is this? You aren't from the Uchiha clan, yet you possess a pair of Sharingan. By in the mist froze instantly, his grip on the great blade faltering. The Vortex Naruto from Konoha. How could he possess the Sharingan of the Uchiha? This was simply impossible. Zabuza's heart was filled with intense loathing for this special child. His worldview and common sense were already shattered. If there were a complaint platform, Zabuza would file a report. Damn it, this kid has a cheat, and am the one being beaten. Bai was even more tense, his hand gripping the kunai, breaking out in a cold sweat. He had heard of the infamous reputation of the Sharingan, capable of copying any ninjutsu and seeing through all movements. In the world of assassination in the mist, these eyes were akin to a nightmare. But their shock was just beginning. Buzz! A vast wave of chakra, as overwhelming as a tsunami, suddenly erupted from Naruto's body. The warm, yet domineering golden chakra spread through his limbs, forming two swaying fox tails behind him. The golden chakra enveloped him, tightening his muscle lines, and his entire aura surged tenfold. The terrifying shockwave of chakra erupted, and the once impenetrable thick mist was forcibly blown away by this presence. Dust fell from the beams of the ruined temple, the campfire swayed wildly, and both Zabuza and Bai were pushed back repeatedly by this chakra, struggling to breathe. Zabuza's pupils shrank to the size of a pinhead, and the hand holding the great blade trembled uncontrollably. Damn it, you are the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. His throat tightened, his voice laced with undeniable horror. That's right. It's the aura of that terrifying fox. The Nine Tails that the fourth Hokage sacrificed himself to seal. Kid, you have some serious cheat skills. But why are you only in the two-tail state? He was painfully aware of the horror of a Jinchuriki. The chakra of the tailed beast increases exponentially with each additional tail. Even in just the two-tail state, such devastating pressure was overwhelming. Ooh, what kind of terrifying power would it unleash if fully liberated? In that moment, the last shred of resistance in Zabuza's heart shattered completely. His once proud assassination techniques were rendered ineffective before the Sharingan. The ninjutsu he exerted with all his strength couldn't even create a ripple in the vast chakra of the Nine Tails. Let alone the fact that he was severely injured now. Even at his peak, the combined strength of him and Bai would stand no chance against this 12-year-old boy. The gap was so vast that it was despairing. Bai slowly lowered the kunai in his hand, standing protectively in front of Zabuza, his delicate face filled with vigilance, yet deep within his eyes lay an unmistakable sense of powerlessness. Zabuza furrowed his brows tightly and couldn't help but ask, "Speak, what do you want?" Naruto gradually withdrew his chakra, the golden fox tails dissipating, but those three-to-most Sharingan remained bright crimson, firmly locking onto Zabuza. He took a step forward, his footfall landing on the ground, yet it felt as though he was stepping on the hearts of both men. "I said I wouldn't kill you, then I won't kill you. I truly want you to be my dog, but you don't believe it. Has trust between people faded to such an extent?" Zabuza replied, "That's nonsense. What if someone asked you to be their dog?" Naruto smiled and replied, "Is that even necessary? If they didn't even say it, they'd already be a corpse." Zabuza, "So what do you want now, eh?" Naruto looked at Zabuza, slowly speaking. "Zabuza, let me tell you a name, the Akatsuki organization. Have you heard of it?" Naruto spoke with a calm tone, but with undeniable weight. "It's an organization composed of strank rogue ninjas causing chaos in the ninja world, claiming they want the world to experience pain. Although in my eyes the Akatsuki is quite laughable because my pain surpasses theirs." Zabuza swallowed, nodding his head. As a rogue ninja, he had naturally heard of this organization's name. They were a group of true lunatics, each capable of standing alone. Not even the 5 great nations dared to provoke them lightly. He had even received an invitation, but due to his rebellious nature he refused to submit and turned it down directly. "Do you know how the name Akatsuki originated?" Naruto asked again. Zabuza frowned, shaking his head. He only knew that this organization was ruthless. He wouldn't care about the origin of its name, but a thought popped into his mind. Could it be that this kid is part of the Akatsuki? Damn, the Nine Tails defected and joined the Akatsuki. How thrilling is that? Zabuza didn't show any reaction, only watching Naruto. Naruto continued, "There is a legend that in the ninja world there exists a flame called blue like dawn." Naruto raised his gaze, his eyes penetrating through the broken temple's roof, looking at the pitch-black night sky, his tone carrying a surging ambition. "When this flame appears, it can dispel all darkness in the world, burning away all decay and filth. And the name Akatsuki is derived from this legend. They aspire to be the light that dispels the darkness, yet they have strayed from their path. They wish to harness the power of the tailed beasts to control the ninja world through fear, but in the end they only create more darkness, more wars, and more tragedies. Their ideas hold some merit. Peace in the world is forged through strength, and utilizing the power of the tailed beasts is not without justification. If there were no external disruptions, And if their ultimate goal were based on the lives of countless ninjas, perhaps there would indeed be a chance of success. Even if they do not succeed, I would commend them, but unfortunately their methods may be correct, yet their direction is horrendously wrong. Ultimately, it would only result in a few more tragedies and nothing substantial. Naruto withdrew his gaze and focused again on Zabuza, enunciating each word with conviction. I do not deny that their intentions are noble, but they have lost their way. Peace is not brought about by fear, but through iron-fisted authority, by establishing rules for the entire ninja world. I aim to unify the ninja world, to end the conflicts among the 5 great nations, to put an end to the endless wars, to stop children from being sent to the battlefield to die, and to end the deplorable reality where bloodline limit users are hunted down. What I want is to bring this cannibalistic society to an end. Perhaps you think this is a pipe dream, but if one cannot even begin to act, how can one talk of success? They call themselves Akatsuki, so I will name the organization I wish to establish as the Heavenly Organization. As clear as the dawn sky, may heaven cover all directions. What I intend to do is not to evade the darkness, but to bathe the entire ninja world in sunlight. Uphold the law for the nation and uphold justice for the people. This statement left Zabuza's scalp tingling, rendering him speechless for a long moment. Unifying the ninja world. This is something even the first Hokage Senju Hashirama could not truly achieve. Of course, this brother didn't want to with that kind of strength. Why bother with fiefdoms? Little did he know the real path is the unification of the ninja world under one banner. This 12-year-old brat actually dares to utter such words. He had seen too many ambitious individuals and too many ninjas who would stop at nothing for power, yet never had he encountered anyone who spoke the words unifying the ninja world with such candor, such confidence. He looked at Naruto's scarlet Sharingan and saw the ambition surging within the boy's eyes, an ambition capable of engulfing the entire ninja world. And seeing the young boy cloaked in the chakra of the Nine Tails, he suddenly felt that perhaps this little brat could truly accomplish it. After a long while, Zabuza slowly tightened his grip on the beheading sword, his voice hoarse, as he finally posed the question he had harbored deep within his heart for a lifetime. This was a question he had never voiced to anyone, not even to Haku. It was the only pride and obsession he held as a rogue from the mist buried beneath mountains of corpses and seas of blood. If you truly unify the ninja world, Zabuza's voice bore a subtle tremor, his gaze fixed intently on Naruto, then what about those people in the mist, those innocent civilians? How will you treat them? Will you treat them like those feudal lords, as slaves, as cannon fodder? He did not defect from the mist out of hatred for it. What he despised were the corrupt upper echelons within the blood mist, those who forced children to slaughter one another, treating bloodline limit users as monsters and seeing civilians as mere pawns. He was born in the mist, grew up in the mist, and even after becoming a rogue ninja, despite being hunted by the entire mist, he still harbored the land shrouded in heavy fog within his heart. Haku also lifted his head to look at Naruto, his eyes brimming with hope. He was hunted by mist ninjas. Because of his bloodline limit, his parents perished and his family was shattered. If this world could accommodate someone like him, could accommodate someone like Zabuza Sensei, how wonderful that would be. Naruto looked at him and suddenly smiled. The Sharingan slowly closed, transforming back into those azure eyes, his tone devoid of superiority, only imbued with unwavering determination. I will not enslave anyone. The first thing I will do upon unifying the ninja world is abolish the privileges of all the feudal lords of the 5 great nations, dismantle the absurd rules within the blood mist, and put an end to the hostilities between villages. The civilians of the mist and the civilians of Konoha, as well as those of Iwagakure, Tsunade, and Kimogakure, are all the same. They will no longer have to fear wars descending upon them, nor worry about their villages being annihilated, and they will not have to fear sending their children to the battlefield as soon as they learn to walk. Bloodline limit users like Haku will no longer be hunted as monsters. Their abilities will be used to protect people, not to kill. Ninjas like you will no longer need to hide, nor rely on being assassins for merchants to make a living. You will no longer have to fear waking up only to find your village has put a bounty on your head. Naruto took a step forward, his gaze sweeping over the two, his voice not loud, yet it thundered in their hearts. This ninja world is rotten to the core, those feudal lords proclaiming themselves as noble by birth, pure-blooded aristocrats. What a load of nonsense. In my eyes, they are all just a pile of garbage. The feudal lords sit atop their high platforms, indulging in pleasure while gambling with the lives of ninjas for territory. The upper echelons hide within their villages, scheming against one another, using the blood of civilians as stepping stones to rise. The ninjas, holding meager bounties, kill for them, die for them, and in the end cannot even leave behind a complete corpse. What I want to do is to overturn this rotten sky, to let everyone know that nobility and power do not equate to worth. You ask what will happen to the civilians of the mist. Naruto smiled, his tone carrying an unprecedented firmness. They will live in a mist that no longer bears the blood mist. They will live in a ninja world that no longer knows war. The dilapidated temple fell into absolute silence. Only the crackling of the campfire could be heard, and the sea breeze whistled outside. Zabuza stood rooted in place, his body stiff. In his lifetime, he had killed countless people and witnessed endless darkness, and he had long ceased to believe in light or ideals. He thought he would either die on the path of assassination or at the hands of pursuers, ultimately ending up as nothing but a pile of bones. Yet now this 12-year-old brat stood before him, declaring his intention to overturn this decaying ninja world and to offer everyone a life without war or persecution. He suddenly recalled his childhood in the training grounds of the mist, watching his companions fall one after another beneath his blade, the fury and helplessness that threatened to tear him apart. He remembered when he found Haku, that dirty little child whose eyes held no light, only a desperate yearning to survive. He thought of the years spent hiding, of those he had killed, and of those like him who had been driven to become rogue ninjas by this world. What he had sought all his life was never to become the Mizukage, not to kill a multitude of people, nor to gain great renown. What he desired was simply a place that could accommodate him, Haku, and all those abandoned by this world. A single tear suddenly slipped from the corner of Zabuza's eye, splattering on the ground. Nobility and power do not equate to worth. Good, good, good. Zabuza shouted 3 times in affirmation, tears welling in his eyes. He himself did not realize that this man, known as the demon who had spent his life killing without blinking, had for the first time shed tears over a promise. He slowly released his grip on the beheading sword. With a clang, the heavy sword struck the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Then this obstinate man who had defied the world for a lifetime knelt down before the 12-year-old boy, bowing his head that had never bowed to anyone. "I, Momochi Zabuza, pledge to serve you as my leader from this day forth, ready to obey your commands, never hesitating to give my life." Haku, seeing Zabuza kneel, immediately put down his 1,000 books and knelt alongside him, his delicate face filled with solemnity. "Haku, I pledge to serve you as my leader, and for the rest of my life I will follow Zabuza Sensei and serve the heavenly organization, never hesitating to give my life." Naruto looked at the two kneeling before him, a triumphant smile curving his lips. In his heart he thought, indeed, these words from my ancestor are invigorating, allowing you all to experience the feeling of a dimensional strike, to let you understand what true depth means, what culture truly is. Naruto felt a sense of pride, yet he did not show it. He extended his hand, patting Zabuza's shoulder, and said, "Get up. From now on, you and Haku are like brothers. From this day forth you shall be the first members of the heavenly organization, and together with me, we will change the heavens of this ninja world." Naruto looked at the two men before him, his gaze turning serious as he asked, "Do you know what the most important point is to develop a force?" The campfire in the dilapidated temple crackled. Zabuza froze in place. Having spent his entire life as an assassin, he only understood how to wield a blade, kill, and accept missions. He furrowed his brow, opened his mouth, and in the end could only shake his head in silence. Haku also hung his head. In his world, there was only Zabuza Sensei. He hadn't even grasped the rules of the ninja world, let alone these political machinations, and could only gently shake his head, his eyes filled with confusion. Naruto observed their reactions, not surprised. He took a step forward, his voice low, yet impactful. "To get things done, the first requirement is to have people, and the second is to have money. From now on, I will gather ninja techniques from the ninja world to solidify our foundation. And the two of you need to gather those homeless war orphans and the civilians who are being driven to desperation by the feudal lords and villages." Naruto paused, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. There's a saying that goes well with money and manpower: one can accomplish anything daring to change the world. Zabuza's breath suddenly paused. He suddenly understood. What Naruto wanted was not just a group of ninjas who could only kill, but rather those who had been deeply hurt by this world and were willing to follow him to overthrow this broken system. People like him and Haku. Seeing Zabuza's dawning realization, Naruto suddenly smiled, his tone carrying a casual yet fierce edge. "Aren't you two being hired by Kato? This guy has been sucking the blood of the commoners from the land of waves, accumulating wealth just right for our organization to make a contribution." Before he finished speaking, Naruto had already raised his hand. A warm golden chakra infused with overwhelming pressure instantly surged from his palm, enveloping Zabuza's entire body like a tide. Zabuza felt an indescribable warmth spreading through his limbs. The broken bones, torn muscles, and depleted chakra pathways from his fierce battle with Kakashi miraculously healed in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he had returned to his peak condition, and even the volume of his chakra was more robust than at his prime. What kind of chakra is this?" Zabuza's eyes widened in shock as he touched his unblemished chest, his voice filled with disbelief. Having lived half his life in the blood mist, witnessing countless bloodline limit techniques and the tailed beasts of the mist, he had never seen such terrifying regenerative power. This was no longer ninjutsu, it was a power akin to a miracle. Haku was also stunned, covering his mouth. He had seen Zabuza Sensei injured to the point where even his hand trembled while holding a sword, yet now he appeared as if he had never been harmed, his eyes filled with shock and relief. Naruto slowly withdrew his hand, not explaining the secret of the nine tails, but looking at the two, he punctuated his words. What earns trust is never power or strength, but the compassion of offering a loaf of bread when one is in dire straits. You must remember the philosophy of our organization. This is the core of our recruitment and foundation. These words cut through the darkness that had been sealed in Zabuza's heart for half a lifetime. He and Haku had been the ones struggling in hell, receiving a warm bun from Naruto. It was not about forcing him to bow down with power, but giving him the long-sought-after hope he had yearned for all his life. Naruto said nothing more and turned to leave. The figure of the youth quickly dissolved into the night outside the broken temple. Only the sea breeze carried his voice, clear, resolute, and with an undeniable command. In 3 days, I want to see all of Kato's assets and the first batch of people willing to follow us. The temple fell completely silent. Zabuza slowly stood up, looking at the empty temple door, tightening his grip on the executioner's blade he had regained. This time his blade was no longer for killing, it was to protect the promise of the boy, a world without blood, mist, and war. Haku walked to his side and softly asked, Zabuza Sensei, can we really see such a world? Zabuza turned his head, looking at the child who had respected him for a lifetime. His throat moved, and for the first time he spoke with great certainty, yes. Following him we will definitely be able to. The next morning the team, returning to Konoha, walked along a small road in the land of waves. Kakashi walked in front, occasionally glancing back at Naruto at the end of the line, his brow furrowed, as if he could crush a mosquito. No, something's off. It's not just slightly wrong, it's fundamentally wrong. Zabuza is notorious for his vendettas. After suffering such serious injuries, how could he not have made any move for revenge? He turned back to look at Naruto, who was casually walking with a piece of grass in his mouth, looking relaxed, and even had the leisure to bicker with Sasuke, showing no sign of the tension of having just escaped death. Kakashi's heart sank, and he couldn't help but mutter to himself, could it be that this Zabuza really let Naruto kill him? That can't be. Does he have such strength? The more he thought, the more uneasy he felt. His Sharingan subtly turned, but he could not see through the seemingly carefree facade Naruto wore. When they reached the temporary camp at the borders of Konoha, Kakashi prepared to teach the three about the core of chakra control, tree climbing, and water walking. He had just finished explaining the rule of applying chakra to the soles of your feet for precise control and was about to demonstrate when he suddenly heard 2 light sounds behind him. Kakashi turned around sharply. He saw Naruto and Sasuke already walking effortlessly on the straight tree trunk, reaching the top several meters high. Sasuke stood on a branch, snorted coldly, his figure swayed, landing steadily, without stirring up a speck of dust beneath his feet, his chakra control reaching perfection. Naruto was even lazier. He leaped down from the treetops, stepping on the air, twice midair, landing as leisurely as walking on flat ground, and the grass in his mouth didn't even sway. Kakashi was frozen in place. His mouth moved behind his mask, but no words came out for a long while. Internally, he was frantically complaining, Isn't tree climbing and water walking supposed to be the profound lessons for novice ninjas? I spent 3 days grasping the basics back then, and these two figured it out on the spot. Being a genius teacher is really tough. Sakura stared wide-eyed, glancing at the treetop, then at the calm Naruto and Sasuke, and finally at her own hands, her face full of despair. So the entire Team 7 had only her as the true underachiever, huh? Kakashi cleared his throat after a long pause, forcing himself to save face. Sakura, your foundational chakra control is relatively weak, so for the time being Sasuke will guide your training. Sasuke frowned, wanting to refuse, but when he saw Naruto raise an eyebrow at him with a smug expression, he swallowed back the refusal, snorting, got it. Sakura's face turned red, instantly staring at the ground, while picking at her fingers, feeling both nervous and happy. After arranging Sakura, Kakashi called Naruto and Sasuke aside for some special training. He first looked at Sasuke, his Sharingan slightly turning, his tone serious. Sasuke, your Sharingan has awakened, and your foundation in taijutsu and ninjutsu is solid enough. For the upcoming training, I will make targeted arrangements to help you rapidly improve your strength. Sasuke nodded, his eyes filled with a thirst for power, not saying a word. Then Kakashi turned to Naruto. His expression was complex, filled with inquiry and a hint of helplessness that even he himself did not notice. He understood all too well what Naruto used to be like, a true underachiever who couldn't even grasp the fundamental shadow clone technique. Yet now this kid could not only withstand Zabuza, but had also mastered chakra control to such an extraordinary degree. This kid definitely harbored a tremendous secret. Kakashi spoke, his tone probing. Naruto, what? What do you want to learn, eh? To be honest, I feel like I don't have much left to teach you. Looking at Naruto's somewhat presumptuous demeanor, Kakashi couldn't help but tap his forehead in slight exasperation. And also, it's quite embarrassing for a teacher today, so could you tone it down a bit? As soon as these words were spoken, Sasuke's head snapped up, his Sharingan suddenly activated, staring intently at Naruto. He also wanted to know what this underachiever who had grown up alongside him truly sought in terms of power. Naruto was clear in his heart. He wanted to learn Sage Mode, but feared that Kakashi wouldn't know it, and asking would be too embarrassing. After all, he was a good disciple of his father. The thoughts in his mind fleetingly passed, and Naruto immediately put on an expectant expression, scratching his head as he spoke. How about summoning jutsu? I want to learn summoning jutsu. Kakashi-sensei, you definitely know this, right? Alright, I will teach you. Kakashi originally thought this would be a prolonged battle. Summoning techniques are not merely basic chakra control. They require precise blood contract binding, seamless hand-seal connections, and a perfect alignment of chakra levels and timing of output. Even a gifted ninja without 3 to 5 days of practice could not summon even the lowest level summoning beast. When he learned under Jiraiya, it took him a full 2 days before he could first summon a ninja dog reliably. Moreover, the contract scroll he was using was an exclusive contract from the Mayaboku Mountain, towards a top-tier summoning beast channel only accessible to the direct descendants of the Hokage, with an astonishingly. As Kakashi laid the contract scroll on the ground and bit his fingertip to demonstrate the hand seals for Naruto, he said, "Pay attention, the hand seal sequence for the summoning technique is Hai, Su, Yu, Shun, Wei. The key is the last step to inject a sufficient amount of chakra into the contract patterns through your blood." He hadn't even finished his sentence. Naruto had already followed suit, biting his fingertip. The moment the blood droplet landed on the contract patterns, he completed the hand seals fluidly and slapped his palm heavily on the ground. Kuchiyos no Jutsu. A deafening boom instantly overturned the tents in the camp, dust shooting into the sky as a massive shadow completely enveloped the clearing. Kakashi was pushed back 3 steps by the shockwave. His Sharingan widened to the maximum as he stared at the enormous figure slowly materializing through the dust, his face beneath the mask completely frozen. This was not a juvenile tadpole, nor a small toad from Mayaboku Mountain. It was the top toad of Mayaboku Mountain, the grandson of Sage Fukasaku, the exclusive summoning beast of the 4th Hokage, who fought alongside him, Gamabunta. Gamabunta, holding a massive pipe, looked down and surveyed the area, finally fixing his gaze on Naruto at his feet. Naruto scratched his head, looking entirely nonchalant. Who else could it be? Kakashi was left speechless. He looked at Gamabunta, his throat tightening instinctively, as he bowed slightly. "Senior Gamabunta." What a joke. This was a being he had to respectfully address as senior. During the Nine Tails incident, he had witnessed Gamabunta bravely withstand the Tail Beast bomb alongside the 4th Hokage. This was a summoning beast that ranked among the top in the ninja world. And Naruto, this kid, had summoned Gamabunta the first time he used the summoning technique, without even hearing the full technique for chakra transmission. Gamabunta glanced at Kakashi, then looked down at Naruto, blowing a large smoke ring from his pipe. "Interesting, you've got some strength in your hands. Alright, I'm off to sleep back at Mayaboku Mountain. Next time you summon me, make sure to bring some good sake." With that, the massive figure transformed into white smoke and vanished. Only a petrified Kakashi remained, while Naruto wore a face of disbelief, as if it took Kakashi a full half-minute to regain his voice. Looking at Naruto, his tone was filled with despair. "Have you practiced summoning techniques before?" "No, not at all," Naruto replied innocently. "Wasn't that you who just taught me? It's pretty simple, isn't it?" Those 5 words struck Kakashi's heart like 5 poison kunai. In his entire life, he had never seen such outrageous talent. While Kakashi in a daze began to arrange subsequent training, Naruto found a secluded spot under a tree, leaned against the trunk, and silently called out, "System, how much dark value do I have left?" "Host, you have 2,700 dark value points remaining," the system's cold mechanical voice immediately replied. Naruto clicked his tongue, tapping his fingers against the tree trunk, a glimmer of calculation flashing in his eyes. With 2,700 points, he was still far from what he wanted to exchange for. Moreover, once that reward was exchanged, his current dark value would reset to 0. If he didn't accumulate enough, he would be sent back to square one, which would be quite embarrassing. He needed to push further down the path of darkness. Who could he? Sasuke, Sakura, you two will be my tools. For the next 2.5 weeks, the training grounds of Team 7 transformed into hell for Sasuke and Sakura. As Sasuke practiced the great fireball technique after finishing around Naruto, who was standing nearby with his arms crossed, scoffed, "Is that it? Your fire release couldn't even kill a mosquito. Your chakra disperses like urine. With your level, do you really think you can kill Itachi? If I were Itachi, seeing your fireball would make me laugh out loud and activate my Sharingan." Sasuke's face turned as black as a pot bottom, and he almost crushed the kunai in his hand, while the dark value notification in his mind kept jumping 5, 8, 12. Sakura, stammering through the ninja art incantations, had just managed to recite a couple of lines when Naruto yawned loudly. Come on with your memory, just remembering the seal sequence during the exam would be impressive. Don't end up bowing and greeting enemies embarrassing Team 7. Sakura's eyes turned red, a mix of anger and grievance, and the dark value increased again 3 over continuously. What was worse, he kept finding new ways to stab them in the heart, from physical techniques to ninjutsu, from chakra control to tactical thinking. Every single word he said hit right at their weaknesses, leaving them unable to find a retort. After 2.5 weeks, Sasuke and Sakura were completely crushed, training crazily every day with no spirit left, secretly cursing. Damn, that Naruto is like someone on gunpowder lately. He barks at anyone and bites anyone. Sasuke clenched his teeth and punched the tree trunk, mentally cursing Naruto 800 times, yet he had to admit that being spurred on by Naruto had accelerated his training progress by more than 3 times. Sakura, on the other hand, practiced while crying, vowing that one day she would pin Naruto to the ground and give him a beating. As for Naruto, he was grinning from ear to ear, seeing his dark value rise to 4,200 points. Tools really are the primary productivity. On this day, the reward for the mission in the Land of Waves finally arrived. With the money he had just received, Naruto headed straight for Ichiraku Ramen, devouring 3 large bowls of miso chashu, feeling so full he was burping before strolling out of the shop, pondering where to find something to do to show off and bully someone while earning more dark value. Just as he turned the corner, he bumped into 3 oddly dressed foreign ninjas. 1 girl and 2 boys. The girl wore a shoulder-bearing Tsunade Jounin outfit, her face a mix of caution, gripping a massive fan. The boy beside her had his face painted and carried a puppet exuding a rebellious air. And the boy in the middle sported short dark red hair with a glaring love engraved on his forehead, carrying a huge gourd on his back, radiating an aura that screamed, "Keep your distance." Naruto raised an eyebrow, whistled, and quipped, "This kid is quite non-mainstream, wandering around with a giant gourd. Anyone who doesn't know would think he's selling alcohol. Wait, isn't this my Gar's little cat?" As soon as those words left his mouth, the air instantly froze. Temari and Kankuro were struck stiff, their body hair standing on end, their faces paling as they stared at Naruto with only one thought in their minds: this kid is too arrogant. It's over. Gaara is going to kill someone. They know my love for Gaara too well. On ordinary days, anyone who dares to glance at him would meet a fate of utter annihilation, let alone in this face-to-face mockery and humiliation. Kankuro's fingertips had already pressed into the mechanism of the puppet, and Temari's iron fan unfolded with a swoosh, both of them tense to the limit. Desperately preparing to stop the Suntogo berserk, Gaara, fearing he would unleash a massacre directly in Konoha, ruining the 3-year plan of Tsunade. But no one expected. Gaara merely lifted his head slowly, his lifeless sand-colored eyes locked onto Naruto with the yellow sand around him gently swirling, yet he did not make an immediate move. He sensed within Naruto a desolate aura that mirrored his own. There was also a force colder, crazier, and more destructive than Shikaku within him. However, Naruto was completely oblivious to his killing intent, and naturally, he wasn't afraid of him harboring murderous thoughts. At this moment, he was overwhelmed with uncontrollable excitement. He clearly remembered what it meant for ninjas from other villages to collectively invade Konoha. So the Chunin selection exam is finally about to begin. Just at this tense moment, a cold voice from behind broke in. "Naruto, let's go, Kakashi-sensei is looking for us." Naruto glanced back, casually waved at Gaara, and a devilish grin crept onto his lips. "Little cat, see you during the exam." After saying that, he turned and followed Sasuke out with big strides. Temari and Kankuro watched his retreating figure, both sighing in relief, their clothes already soaked with cold sweat. They thought it was a stroke of luck for Naruto to escape a calamity. Only Gaara, glaring at the alley where Naruto had vanished, clenched the sand at his fingertips, the grains crunching ominously, his eyes swirling with unprecedented madness and excitement. He knew better than anyone. In that fleeting moment, just now, he felt a tremor emanating from the depths of his soul. The boy called Uzumaki Naruto harbored something within him that might be 100 times more terrifying than Shikaku inside him. 3 days later, the first exam site of the Konoha Chunin exam. The dim classroom was packed to the brim. 159 lower ninjas from the 5 great nations jostled against each other, the small space filled with tense vigilance, hidden killing intent, and a palpable atmosphere of mutual testing. The 3 from Otogakure huddled in a shadowy corner, while the sand ninjas were strung as taut as a bow, and each team from Konoha formed their own clusters, all secretly observing their opponents, calculating the deadly game that awaited. At that moment, the classroom door was suddenly kicked open. Naruto sauntered in with a strawberry lollipop in his mouth, hands in his pockets, followed by Sasuke and Sakura, with Kakashi looking utterly disinterested, wishing he could just disappear. The entire classroom fell into silence. All eyes were fixated on the golden-haired boy. Naruto scanned the room, a dazzlingly arrogant smile lighting up his face, and with a hop, he jumped onto the front desk, crossing his arms and looking down at everyone in the room. Kankaro's expression darkened, and Temari instantly tightened her grip on the iron fan, while the yellow sand at Gaara's feet began to stir restlessly once more. The trio from Otogakure slowly raised their heads, their cold gazes coiling around Naruto like venomous snakes. When everyone thought he was merely here to provoke the sand ninjas, Naruto spoke. He elongated his tone, his voice not loud, but cutting through the collective breaths in the room, each word dripping with extreme arrogance. Let me introduce myself. I am Uzumaki Naruto. As for the upcoming selection exam, I advise everyone to give it your all and fight to the death. Perhaps there will be a glimmer of hope. He tilted his head slightly, the arrogance in his tone nearly palpable. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that any of you will walk out of the exam room alive. Boom. These words detonated like thunder in the classroom. All the lower ninjas erupted in chaos, angry shouts and curses filled the air, countless murderous eyes fixed on Naruto at the podium. Who do you think you are? That brat from Konoha is too arrogant. Looking for death. He'll be the first to take you down in the exam. Listening to the uproarious roars in the room, Naruto didn't get angry. Instead, he laughed even more joyfully. He was not mindlessly arrogant. His goal had always been to amass negative points. In his mind, the system's notification sound was going haywire. Darkness value 300. Darkness value 220. Darkness value 450. 4500. 5860. 6210. The numbers skyrocketed like a rocket, making Naruto feel exhilarated, almost laughing out loud. To everyone in the room, his smile was nothing but blatant contempt, the ultimate humiliation directed at all present. Sasuke stood below, his black eyes slowly rotating with his Sharingan, watching the golden-haired boy who had everyone under his heel, the corner of his mouth involuntarily curling into a faint, indulgent arc. He knew that this dog wouldn't ever settle down. Sakura held her forehead in despair, but somehow looking at that defiant figure still smiling amidst the collective anger, her heart skipped a beat. This guy seemed rather handsome. Kakashi stood at the door, his face twitching uncontrollably under the mask, his mind screaming frantically, "It's over, it's over. This kid is going to offend every lower ninja in the entire ninja world. How will Konoha survive in the ninja world from now on?" Iruka sat in the proctor's seat, his pen dropping to the ground with a thud, completely dumbfounded. Just as the crowd's anger reached its peak, with several agitated lower ninjas clutching kunai ready to charge, and Naruto raised his hand, gently pressing it down. The noisy classroom fell silent in an instant. Everyone stared at him with red eyes, eager to see what this utterly arrogant brat would say next. Facing countless murderous glares, Naruto took a step forward, his voice calm, as if stating a fact. "Everyone, please don't panic. I'm not targeting anyone." He paused, his gaze sweeping over every angry face present, each word deliberate and resonant. "What I mean is all of you here are trash." As soon as these words were uttered, the entire classroom exploded. The deafening sounds of overturned desks and chairs erupted, kunai and shuriken were drawn in an instant, and countless chakra surged explosively. All 159 lower ninjas stood up almost simultaneously. A tidal wave of killing intent surged toward Naruto, eager to tear him to shreds right there. The system notification sound in his mind erupted like fireworks. Darkness value 1200. Darkness value 980. Darkness value 1500. The numbers skyrocketed, directly breaking through the 9,000 barrier. Naruto felt an exhilarating numbness throughout his body, yet still wore that devilish grin, looking at the now completely crazy crowd, and added fuel to the fire, speaking clearly and deliberately. "I advise you all not to come at me one by one. It's a waste of time. When we enter the exam room, come at me together. I will show mercy and resolve all of you, and then directly announce my promotion to Chunin. How about that?" Once he finished speaking, the entire room went utterly insane. Some could no longer hold back and were ready to charge over desks and chairs, while others had already drawn explosive tags, turning the entire exam site into a powder keg. Suddenly, the classroom door was pushed open again. Marino Ibiki stood at the door with a group of proctors staring at the overturned desks and chairs, the drawn kunai, and the golden-haired boy standing at the podium, locked in place by 159 hostile glares, utterly stunned. Having been the chief examiner for over a decade, he had seen his fair share of troublemakers and lunatics, but he had never seen anyone manage to offend all the candidates so thoroughly just 5 minutes before the exam began, almost leading to mutual destruction. Sanai Ibiki's veins twitched at his temples as he surveyed the overturned tables and chairs along with the unsheathed ninja tools scattered throughout the room, finally fixing his gaze on Naruto, who was casually sucking on a lollipop at the table. He spoke in a deep voice, "Everyone be quiet. Anyone wishing to withdraw early can make their move now." The classroom, filled with a murderous aura, instantly fell silent. The lower ninjas from various villages, no matter how defiant, dared not act rashly in front of the proctoring ninjas from Konoha. They could only grit their teeth and retract their ninja tools, their eyes still fixed on Naruto. Naruto shrugged, jumped off the table, casually tossed the lollipop stick into the trash can, and swayed back to Sasuke and Sakura. At that moment, Ino, sitting diagonally across, propped her elbows on the table, twirling a strand of her golden hair with her fingertips, her eyes flickering between Naruto's upright back and the icy Sasuke beside him. Her heart raced as thoughts flooded her mind. What if Naruto keeps getting more handsome? What should I do if both of them like me? I'm so excited. Her cheeks flushed slightly, her breathing became a bit erratic, completely unaware that Shikamaru beside her was sneakily stuffing his face with potato chips, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Naruto didn't pay any attention to her, and naturally didn't notice her fleeting romantic thoughts. His mind was preoccupied with the increased dark value from earlier, and he couldn't suppress the smile on his lips. It felt exhilarating, so exhilarating. The surge of animosity at the start was like turning on a dark value printing machine, the dark value increasing at an incredible speed. Soon the exam papers were distributed and Ibuki's cold voice echoed throughout the classroom. The first exam will score based on 3-person teams. The first 9 questions are worth 100 points each, and the team's total score must reach 210 points to pass. Any cheating caught by the proctor will result in immediate disqualification of the entire team. Now the exam begins. The sound of pens scratching against paper instantly filled the classroom. The questions on the test far exceeded the knowledge range of lower ninjas. Not only did Sakura feel her scalp tingle, but many top students from the Ninja Academy also frowned deeply. An undercurrent surged in the room as countless eyes covertly scanned the surroundings, each using their skills to cheat. Kankaro's eyes hidden within the puppet accurately copied the answers. The Sound Ninja trio transmitted information through finger signals, and even Sasuke activated his Sharingan, instantly replicating the answer trajectories of the top students in front. But out of the corner of his eye he nearly laughed in frustration. Naruto beside him had slammed his test paper down on the table, resting his head on his arms, and had actually fallen asleep. Sakura, in a panic and sweating coldly, discreetly nudged Naruto with her elbow, her voice barely above a whisper. Naruto, you need to answer the questions. If you don't right, you'll get a 0. It will drag down the whole team. Naruto didn't even lift his eyelids, mumbling vaguely. So noisy, don't worry, I'm just lying down to win. He was well aware. Even without his Kagura's heart and Sharingan, cheating could be done without anyone knowing. Even if he relied on his own knowledge as a time traveler who had crammed all of ninja history, answering the questions was a piece of cake for him. But he simply didn't want to answer. This exam was never about the written answers. It tested one's ability to gather intelligence, teamwork, and psychological resilience under pressure. By sleeping soundly, he could stabilize his teammates' mindset even more effectively than filling in answers, as his calm demeanor would only reinforce Sakura and Sasuke's belief that there was something off about this exam. As time passed, one by one candidates caught cheating were dragged out of the classroom by the proctor with cries and curses ringing out, increasing the tension in the room. Sakura was on the verge of tears, but Sasuke remained as steady as a mountain. He understood Naruto too well. Despite his crazy demeanor, Naruto never did anything without confidence. An hour later, Ibuki knocked on the table, and the room fell silent. The time for answering the first 9 questions is over. Now I will announce the rules for the 10th question. His gaze swept across the room, his tone carrying a chilling pressure. The 10th question is a choice. The rules are simple. If you choose to answer and get it wrong, you will lose your chance to take the Chunin exam forever. Choose to give up, and your entire team will be disqualified. This statement was like a thunderclap, instantly exploding in the classroom. If you get it wrong, you can never become a Chunin. What kind of joke is this? This is simply a life and death gamble. Countless candidates turned pale, their hands raising and lowering hesitantly, eventually unable to withstand the pressure. They gritted their teeth and chose to give up, walking out of the exam room dejectedly. Even Sakura panicked, her fingertips turning white as she looked at Naruto and Sasuke, her eyes filled with helplessness. At that moment, Naruto, who had been sleeping, suddenly stretched, yawned, and sat up, sleepily scanning the entire room. Ibuki fixed his gaze on him, asking in a deep voice, "Uzumaki, Naruto, are you also going to give up?" Naruto raised an eyebrow, grinning widely, displaying a row of white teeth, his tone unabashedly arrogant. "Give up? Why would I give up when I've come this far? So what if I can never become a Chunin? If I want to become a Chunin, who can stop me? I choose to answer the question." As soon as he said this, Sakura, who had been hesitating, instantly regained her focus and clenched her teeth, declaring, I also choose to answer the question." Sasuke's eyes flashed with a hint of a smile, his tone cold yet firm. "I choose to answer the question." More and more candidates were awakened by Naruto's words, dropping their raised hands and choosing to answer. Ibuki looked at the scene before him, momentarily stunned, before suddenly bursting into loud laughter. "Very well. Everyone who chooses to stay and answer the questions has passed the first exam. The entire room was instantly in an uproar. Ibiki observed the shocked faces of everyone and slowly explained, "This 10th question tests your determination to fight against the odds in a desperate situation. If you lack the courage to face unknown risks, you are not worthy of being a ninja." Naruto yawned, feeling utterly unfazed. After all, he already knew the answer. The system prompt in his mind chimed in just at the right moment. Dark value 500. From Sanai Ibiki's shock, Naruto's smile widened even further. It's a sure win. 3 days later, at the entrance to the Forest of Death. The rules for the second exam were simple and brutal. Within a specified time in the perilous Forest of Death, obtain a complete set of the Heaven Scroll and Earth Scroll and reach the central tower of the forest to pass. As the iron gates slowly rose, teams from various villages shot into the dense forest like arrows released from a bow. The humidity hit them like a wave. Towering trees blocked out the sunlight, and the forest was filled with venomous insects and ferocious beasts, along with traps and ambushes lurking everywhere. No sooner had they landed than 3 figures burst from the nearby bushes, the lower ninjas from the Sound Village, aiming their kunai directly at the trio's backs. On the other side of a puddle, 2 figures shot out, having completed the final hand sign for a water release jutsu. Just as Sasuke was about to activate his Sharingan, and Sakura was preparing to defend, Naruto next to them made his move. No one saw how he drew his sword. All they heard was the sharp sound of metal, and the demon fox's 9-tails blade was unsheathed in an instant, its cold gleam slicing through the air, moving so fast that it left only an afterimage. Before the sound arrived, the blade had already struck. Puff! 3 muffled sounds followed in quick succession. In the moment Naruto returned his sword to its sheath, the 3 sound ninjas charging at him were simultaneously pinned against a tree behind them by the same blade. The blade pierced through the first person's chest, then the second, and the third, stringing them together like skewered lamb, firmly nailing them to the trunk, rendering them immobile, with blood dripping down the tree and staining the ground red. The leading sound ninja spat out a mouthful of blood, his body convulsing in agony, his eyes filled with sheer terror. They hadn't even seen how Naruto had made his move. Naruto walked over, slowly crouched down, tapped the humming blade that was still vibrating, and smiled gently. "Excuse me, do you have the scroll? Let's have a nice chat. My temper isn't very good." The 3 sound ninjas instantly shrank back, trembling like leaves in the wind. The leader hurriedly spoke up. Yes, we have the Earth Scroll. I will give it to you. I will give you everything." He fumbled to pull the scroll from his ninja tool pouch, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes, quickly masking it with a flattering demeanor. "My lord, let me go. I know there are several other teams nearby. I can take you to steal their scrolls. I know where they are." Naruto saw right through his little scheme. It was merely an attempt to deceive him, either to join forces with other teams for a counterattack or to find an opportunity to escape. But what of it? Naruto scoffed, took the scroll, and casually tossed it to Sakura behind him. In the original story, Naruto spent his life as a lowly genin. In this life, he intended to seize every benefit within his grasp. What rules, what bottom lines? Before absolute power, they were all meaningless. Sasuke frowned, his Sharingan scanning the densely packed forest around them, and said in a deep voice, "There are traps and enemies everywhere. Don't split up." Naruto waved his hand, dismissively, looking unconcerned. "Relax, splitting into 2 paths will be faster. You go for the Heaven Scroll, and it'll clear the area, and grab some extra scrolls for backup." Sasuke's brows tightened further, unable to resist reminding him, "Don't be too reckless." Naruto raised an eyebrow, grinning with a carefree arrogance in his tone. "You're not afraid of a mere genin, why should I be?" With that, his figure flickered and vanished into the dense forest, leaving only the rustling leaves behind. Sakura, holding the scroll, looked helplessly. "Sasuke, can Naruto? It's fine." Sasuke withdrew his gaze, his Sharingan still spinning, speaking with an unrecognized conviction in his voice. "He has control. Let's go and get the Heaven Scroll." Deep in the forest, Naruto bulldozed his way through. No matter if you were an assassination expert from the Hidden Mist or a ruthless character from the Hidden Cloud, anyone who crossed his path had no chance to retaliate, falling directly to the ground from a single blow of the 9-tailed demon blade. The system notification rang incessantly in his mind, his darkening value skyrocketing as he successfully acquired 2 Earth Scrolls. Naruto dusted off his clothes, preparing to turn around to find Sasuke and Sakura, when suddenly he heard sharp, scolding voices and a girl's suppressed sobs coming from a nearby valley. He paused, following the sound as he crept over, hiding behind a tree to take a look. In the clearing of the valley, 3 genin from the grass village were surrounding a girl with bright red hair. The girl's arms were covered in a shocking array of old and new bite marks. She was being pinned to the ground by 2 ninjas, her knees scraping against sharp stones, drawing blood, her face streaked with tears and humiliation. The leader of the grass ninjas stepped on her wrist, grinding it harshly, scolding, "What are you crying for? I'm letting you treat my wounds, consider it a favor. Hurry up, otherwise I'll kill you now. Exactly. A useless brat who can only heal dares to show attitude. Our captain said that during this exam you are our mobile blood bag. If you disobey, we'll leave you here to feed the beasts. Other teams passing by looked on from a distance, no one daring to step forward. The Grass Village team was ruthless. No one wanted to provoke trouble for an unrelated girl. The girl bit her lip, trembling all over, her eyes filled with despair that seemed unshakable. Her name was Xianglin. Ever since entering the Death Forest, she had been treated as a tool by these three ninjas from her own village, forced to use her abilities to heal when injured and beaten when they were unhappy. She lacked even the strength to resist. Just then a languid voice came from behind the tree. Hey! The three grass ninjas instantly turned around, their kunai drawn, warily looking toward the source of the sound. Naruto stepped out from behind the tree, hands in his pockets, the hilt of the nine-tailed demon blade visible on his back. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves and fell on him, but it brought no warmth, his gaze coldly fixed on the group. What the hell are you doing? How are you so bold? I might as well tell you, if she lives, you'll have a good ending. If she dies, you can say goodbye to your heads. The leader of the grass ninjas' expression darkened, barking. Who are you? Mind your own business. This is our Grass Village's matter. Naruto didn't even look at him, his gaze falling on Xianglin on the ground. Seeing the dense array of bite marks on her arms, a cold light flashed in his eyes. In his past life, he had known about Xianglin's suffering. Back then he was bound by the so-called will of fire, only able to watch her suffer alongside Sasuke for a lifetime. In this life he had no such nonsense rules. Naruto raised his chin, looking at Xianglin, his tone calm, but carrying an irresistible force. Girl, are you okay with taking them down? Xianglin abruptly lifted her head, stunned. She looked at this blond boy before her, and in his azure eyes there was no cheap sympathy, no hypocritical pity, just an equal, even slightly indulgent certainty. No one had ever spoken to her like that. No one had ever asked her if she wanted to take revenge on those who bullied her. Tears surged from her eyes again, but she gritted her teeth and nodded vigorously. The three grass ninjas instantly became furious, the leader cursing. You little brat. You're asking for death. The three charged forward, their kunai wrapped in chakra, aimed directly at Naruto's vital points. Xianglin shut her eyes in fear, thinking that the boy willing to stand up for her was about to suffer. But the next second there was a sharp sound followed by three anguished screams. Xianglin opened her eyes wide, her pupils constricting. The three grass ninjas who had rushed forward were now sprawled on the ground, their limbs broken, rolling in agony, blood staining the rocky ground of the valley. Naruto sheathed his blade, without even moving his feet, still standing in place, as if he had merely waved his hand. He walked slowly to the three writhing ninjas, crouched down, still wearing that gentle smile, his tone chillingly cold. Which hand did you use to hit her? The three ninjas were in so much pain, they couldn't even speak, their eyes filled with terror, looking at Naruto, as if he were a demon emerging from hell. Naruto didn't wait for them to answer, casually picking up a kunai from the ground. With a few crisp sounds, he rendered the hands they used to hit her completely useless. The screams echoed through the valley once more. Naruto turned around, walked to Xianglin, and extended his hand. Xianglin remained frozen, trembling all over, looking at the boy before her, her eyes filled with confusion and wariness. She had been used for so long that she no longer dared to trust anyone. Naruto sensed her thoughts and didn't press further, withdrawing his hand, casually saying, They're finished, no one will force you anymore. You can leave now if you want. If you want revenge, you can deal with these three however you like. Xianglin looked at the three on the ground, writhing in pain, then back at Naruto. Her lips moved, her voice shaky and filled with disbelief. Why? Why do you want to help me? Naruto raised an eyebrow, grinning widely, his tone straightforward and candid. Nothing much. I just can't stand it. A bunch of big men bullying a little girl is pretty shameful. He paused, adding with a hint of playfulness, Of course there's another reason. Your abilities are quite useful. Stick with me, and no one will dare to bully you again. It's much better than following these useless fools. Xianglin's heart trembled violently. She knew her worth all too well. Everyone who approached her did so for her chakra, for her healing abilities, treating her as a tool, as a blood bag. No one had ever put the choice in front of her. This boy before her clearly had the absolute power to control her, yet he laid it all bare, giving her the right to choose whether to stay or leave. She gazed into Naruto's azure eyes, which held no ulterior motives, no hypocrisy, only open arrogance and straightforward honesty. Just then the leader of the fallen grass ninja, enduring the pain, screamed, Xianglin. Don't trust him. He just wants to use you. You are one of us from the grass village. Do you dare to betray the village? Xianglin's body stiffened with shock. Naruto scoffed, lifting his foot to step directly on the ninja's face, grinding it harshly, his tone icy. Shut up. You have no say here. He turned to Xianglin, his tone still calm. The village. A village that treats you as a tool, do you even care? If you want to go back to being a blood bag, I won't stop you. If you want to follow me, no one will dare to lay a finger on you from now on. The choice is yours. Xianglin looked at Naruto, tears streaming down her face again, but this time it was not out of grievance or despair. For the first time in her life, someone treated her as a person, not as a tool. She slowly raised her hand, wiped away her tears, and then bowed deeply to Naruto. I will go with you. Her voice trembled slightly, yet it carried an unprecedented determination. Naruto smiled, brightly reaching out to pull her up from the ground. Her palm was sweaty with unhealed wounds, and when Naruto's fingertips touched her, she instinctively flinched but didn't pull away. At that moment, Naruto suddenly raised an eyebrow, looking deep into the forest. Xianglin instantly tensed, her sensory abilities far surpassing the average person. She quickly sensed 5 teams were rapidly surrounding them. The earlier screams had attracted all the desperate people nearby. Leading them was the Sound Ninja, who had narrowly escaped after being pinned to a tree by Naruto. He was followed by a dozen others, all genin from various villages, their eyes filled with malice, all their weapons aimed directly at Naruto. The Sound Ninja pointed at Naruto, screaming, "It's him! He stole our scrolls. He even killed our people. Everyone attack!" Xianglin's face turned pale, instinctively shielding Naruto, trembling all over yet gritting her teeth, adopting a defensive posture. Naruto, however, smiled. He gently pulled Xianglin behind him and slowly drew out the demon, tail 9 lives blade, the cold gleam of the blade reflecting the madness in his eyes. I haven't had enough killing yet. Just right a chance to gain dark energy. I won't let it go to waste. He looked up at the dozen or so people surrounding him, a smug smile curling at the corners of his mouth, his voice not loud, but clear enough to reach everyone's ears. You want to steal my things? Sure. Come at me with your lives. As his words fell, even the wind in the forest stilled for a moment. The hands gripping the ninja tools tightened in unison, murderous intent crashing down on Naruto like a tide. Naruto glanced at the grass ninja remnants rolling on the ground, and then at the leading Sound Ninja, a smirk forming as he taunted, "You guys look so creepy, and your actions are quite twisted. You even want to bite a girl, truly shameless. Let go of that girl, I will." "Oh no, I won't." The moment he spoke, the atmosphere froze. The murderous intent that had been thick in the air suddenly choked. Even the grass ninja writhing on the ground forgot to scream, staring at him in a daze. Then he shouted, "Xianglin, you're such a fool. He's just after your body." Xianglin, hiding behind him, felt her tightly wounded heart suddenly relax, almost unable to hold back a laugh. "That's still better than you beasts. You all deserve to die." The leading Sound Ninja's face turned the color of pig liver, the intense pain from having his Achilles tendon severed by Naruto still burning, now ignited by this taunt. However, seeing so many people around and feeling emboldened by their numbers, he instantly regained his bravado. The grass ninja on the ground with a severed foot also roared, "I don't believe it. You can't kill us all. Come on, let's hurt each other." A dozen people echoed in a frenzy, kunai and the hand signs for jutsu, all aimed at Naruto, the scattered murderous intent once again gathering. They all calculated no matter how strong Naruto was, he was still just a genin. A swarm of ants could kill an elephant. With so many attacking together, even if he were made of iron, he would have to shed a layer of skin. Naruto chuckled lowly, his laughter full of nonchalance and ruthlessness. "Such a pathetic demand. This is my first time encountering it. Since you seek death, I shall grant it to you, by killing you all." Before his words finished, the grass ninja on the ground, barely clinging to life, suddenly flashed a sinister glint in his eyes. He calculated the moment Naruto finished speaking, pouring every last bit of chakra into a desperate lunge towards Xianglin. He couldn't defeat Naruto, but this red-haired girl was Naruto's greatest weakness. As long as he captured her as a hostage, he could survive. He could even turn the tables on this blonde kid. His hand was nearly touching Xianglin's red hair, a triumphant sneer already appearing in his eyes. Swish! A flash of blade as swift as lightning zipped past everyone's eyes. "Oh, my hand!" The shrill scream instantly pierced through the forest. As everyone focused, they saw the grass ninja's 2 hands that had reached out, now severed at the wrists, the cut smooth and neat, the fingers that fell on the rocky ground still twitching involuntarily. Blood erupted from the severed stumps, but it all splattered onto the grass ninja himself, not even touching the hem of Xianglin's clothing. No one had seen when Naruto had drawn his blade. He hadn't even turned his body, still shielding Xianglin in front of him. The blade of the demon, tail 9 lives blade, bore not a single drop of blood. Naruto raised his foot, kicking the screaming grass ninja 3 meters away like trash, then swiftly pulled Xianglin behind him, protecting her closely. He looked down at the girl in his arms, her face pale, yet still biting her lip tightly, his voice softening for the first time. "My name is Uzumaki, Naruto. You guessed it right, we are from the same clan." Xianglin's pupils trembled violently. Her sensing ability was an innate gift of the Uzumaki clan. From the moment Naruto stepped out, she had sensed his chakra, that source of heated and powerful vitality that was the same as hers. But she couldn't believe it. After searching for her kin for so long, after seeking a sense of belonging for such a long time, how could it just appear right in front of her? Xiang Lin's voice trembled uncontrollably, her eyes reddening. Once more, you're also from the Uzumaki clan. But your hair, it's not red. Naruto scratched his head, awkwardly leaning towards her ear and whispering, I'll let you in on a secret. My mother is Uzumaki Kushina. But don't tell anyone, okay? With a loud bang, something exploded in Xiang Lin's mind. When her mother was alive, she had told her countless times about this legendary kin, the last princess of the Uzumaki clan, who married the fourth Hokage of Konoha and became the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, a powerful woman that the entire Uzumaki clan admired. She had never imagined that she would actually meet Kushina's child. The burning tears could no longer be held back, falling in large drops. This time, there was no grievance, no despair, only a warm sensation of finding her roots. She had lived so many years treated as a tool, of blood-bag, beaten and scolded, used by everyone, and no one had ever told her that she was not alone. Naruto quickly extended his finger to his lips, making a shush sound, a glint of cunning in his azure eyes. Keep it a secret, okay? While the two spoke, as if oblivious to the world around them, the dozen attackers were ignited. The complete humiliation of being ignored, combined with the terror of Naruto's strength, turned into a frenzied madness. What a good opportunity. While he's distracted, let's go together. Kill him. Steal his scroll. Grab that girl too. Kill him. In an instant, a dozen figures charged forward. Doton, Dorihiki, Suten, Sarampa, and Kunai, wrapped in wind chakra, came crashing down on Naruto like a torrential storm. Xiang Lin's face turned pale as she instinctively wanted to shield Naruto, but he firmly held her in his embrace. You don't know what you're talking about. Naruto let out a cold snort, the smile in his eyes instantly replaced by chilling intent. Holding the demon tail 9 lives blade with one hand, he swiped it back, the fierce blade aura directly shattering the incoming Dorihiki. With his other hand moving so fast, it left an afterimage. The speed of forming hand signs was something even the Sharingan might struggle to see. Futon Fuma Shuriken Kage Furin. For Shuriken, howling with the sound of wind, instantly tore through the air, flying towards the few people at the forefront. Those few immediately raised their kunai to block, still mocking Naruto for having such little skill. But the next second, the flying shuriken exploded, transforming into 4 clones of Naruto. What? The shock was still stuck in their throats. Swish, swish, swish. 3 cold glimmers flashed by fast enough that they didn't even have time to scream. The 3 ninja at the front were directly cut in half, blood and entrails splattering everywhere, their bodies thudding heavily to the ground, their eyes still wide open. Silence. A deathly silence. The remaining dozen people felt as if their feet were nailed to the ground, trembling like leaves in a storm, barely able to hold onto their kunai. The courage they had just moments ago to charge together shattered into pieces. They finally understood. The blonde youth before them was not just an ordinary genin. He was a demon risen from hell. Run. Run for your lives. Someone's shout broke the tension, and the remaining people scattered like birds and beasts, frantically fleeing deeper into the forest, rolling and crawling, not even daring to look back. Naruto did not pursue. He simply sheathed his blade and looked down at Xiang Lin, who was still tightly gripping his clothes. The girl's red hair brushed against his chest, still trembling slightly, yet she lifted her head, her eyes sparkling as they looked at him, filled with unreserved reliance. Xiang Lin's nose tingled, wanting to cry again, but she nodded vigorously, burying her face into his embrace. Naruto reached out, gently ruffling her messy red hair, his tone unusually earnest. From now on, no one will be able to bully you again. As the words fell, Xiang Lin's body, nestled in his arms, trembled lightly. She raised her eyes to the scattered limbs and blood on the ground, and the fear that had just been suppressed crawled back up her spine. She bit her lip, her voice still trembling as she quietly spoke, but the Jonin leading the grass hidden is still here. His strength is formidable. If he learns that we have killed his people, he will surely retaliate fiercely. What should we do then? Naruto lowered his gaze at her, gently wiping away the unshed tears on her cheek with his fingertip. After a moment of contemplation, he reached into his ninja tool pouch and pulled out a pitch-black dagger. The hilt of the dagger was engraved with intricate swirling patterns, and the blade glimmered faintly, with a golden light appearing unremarkable. Take this. Naruto pressed the dagger into her hand, his fingertip brushing against her cool skin, deliberately softening his grip. I specially made this for you. It will be a surprise later. Xiang Lin held the dagger, her fingertips tracing the familiar swirling patterns on it, as she looked up at him in confusion. Naruto, however, smiled mysteriously at her, flashing a set of white teeth, his cunning eyes betraying none of his intentions. You will know when the time comes. I will personally send that Jonin on his way, and you will be completely safe, won't you? The warm words fell on her ears, and her heart skipped a beat. She looked at the golden-haired boy before her, who had just moments ago been as ruthless as a demon risen from hell, yet at this moment his gaze towards her was so gentle it could almost drip with warmth. An inexplicable emotion spread through her veins, causing her cheeks to flush with an unbidden warmth, even tightening her grip on the dagger instinctively. Naruto noticed her flushed ears and couldn't help but chuckle, reaching out to ruffle her red hair. During these few days of the Chunin exam, stick with me. I will teach you some ninjutsu to help you improve your strength. He paused, his azure eyes filled with unprecedented seriousness. The Uzumaki clan excels in sealing techniques. Do you want to learn? Xianglin suddenly looked up, her eyes reddening again. She had heard her mother speak of the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques as the pinnacle of the ninja world. But after her mother was gone, no one had taught her anything. She could only rely on her innate perception and healing abilities, living like a blood bag at the mercy of others. She nodded vigorously, tears streaming down her face again. Naruto smiled and wiped her tears away, taking her wrist and turning towards the depths of the forest of death. He was well aware that according to the original timeline, Orochimaru should be making his move soon. The snake-like stench in the depths of the dense forest was more pungent than the blood staining the ground. As Naruto led Xianglin into the area, they stumbled upon a dramatic scene. Sasuke was half kneeling on the ground, his left hand gripping his neck tightly, veins bulging from his forehead down to his jawline. The black markings of the Heaven's Curse seal were wildly spreading across his skin like a living snake gnawing at his chakra and sanity. Across from him, Orochimaru's slitted eyes were fixed on him, observing him like a perfect vessel, his smile cold and greedy. Sakura shrank behind a tree, her face as pale as paper, her hand trembling so much she could barely hold onto her kunai. The moment she saw Naruto, tears streamed down her face, her voice breaking. Naruto, hurry. Sasuke, just watch, it will be fine. Naruto raised his hand to interrupt her, his tone as casual as if he were commenting on the weather. He even gently guided Xianglin to a safer position behind him. Xianglin's perception heightened instantly, every hair on her body standing on end. The chakra of the man before her was cold and slick, like thousands of poisonous snakes entwined together, strong enough to make her scalp tingle. She instinctively tightened her grip on the special dagger Naruto had given her. Sasuke, half kneeling on the ground, tensed his body at Naruto's voice. Earlier, when Orochimaru's overwhelming killing intent had pressed down on him, he had indeed felt his legs weaken. He couldn't even muster a proper resistance and had been easily marked with the curse seal. The humiliation of being toyed with like an ant burned through his sanity. But unfortunately, this utterly miserable state was seen by Naruto. He did not want this person to witness his disgrace. Never wanted to. Sasuke suddenly lifted his head, the scarlet Sharingan erupting as the tomo spun wildly in his pupils, his rage almost palpable. Oh! Orochimaru's slit pupils narrowed slightly, and his gaze towards Sasuke grew even more greedy. Two tomo Sharingan. At this age, to break through the limits of his killing intent in the midst of extreme humiliation and anger, to awaken the two tomo, this Boda's talent was far beyond what he had anticipated. He couldn't help but begin to fantasize about how delightful it would be once he occupied this body coupled with this pair of Sharingan. Sasuke suddenly stood up, even though his body trembled slightly from the curse seal's encroachment. His back remained straight. He quickly formed hand seals with both hands, his movements precise without a hint of excess. With his left palm facing down, azure lightning gathered in his palm, and the crackling sound of electricity shattered the silence of the forest, even heating the surrounding air. Naruto stood frozen in place. What the hell? Chidori. 1,000 questions flew through his mind. Illogically, Kakashi hadn't had the chance to teach him this technique yet. When did this kid learn it? Kakashi's private lesson was a bit too obvious, wasn't it? Before Naruto could fully process his shock, Sasuke, with his Sharingan fixed intently on Orochimaru, shouted with a fierce determination unique to youth, every word resonating. Although Naruto usually acts crazy, he did say one thing right. We are the embodiment of justice. Lightning release, justice strike. With these words, Sasuke launched himself at Orochimaru like a bolt of blue lightning. Silence enveloped the scene. Naruto stood there, his face dark as a pot bottom, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. Justice strike. Did you just call Raikiri justice strike? If Kakashi knew that the signature jutsu he had risked his life to develop was being renamed to such a ridiculous name by this kid, he would likely jump out of his mask in anger and chase after Sasuke for 3 streets. Far away at the entrance of the Chunin exam venue, Kakashi suddenly sneezed with no warning, nearly blowing off his mask. He rubbed his nose, feeling inexplicably flustered, as if something he cherished was being brutally ravaged. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, watching Sasuke rush towards him, felt numb. In all his years, he had seen many things, but had never encountered anything so ridiculous. His mouth twitched as he internally complained, what the hell, am I really going to swallow this kid as a vessel? Wouldn't that lower my IQ? How would I survive in the ninja world with this face and such a name for my technique? The azure lightning instantly tore through the dimness of the forest. The buzzing sound of electricity was deafening, and the air was filled with the acrid scent of charred flesh. Lightning released Chidori. Justice electric strike. Sasuke transformed into an arrow released from a bow the two Tomo in his Sharingan, morphing into afterimages as the black markings of the cursed seal crawled up his neck toward the corner of his eye. Only one thought occupied his mind. He could not lose. He could not lose so embarrassingly in front of Naruto. The lightning blade surged straight toward Orochimaru's face, causing the surrounding tree trunks to crack with fine fissures. But Orochimaru stood still, not even shifting his feet. A hint of mockery flickered in his vertical pupils, soon replaced by a layer of indifference. An interesting little brat. He couldn't even be bothered to look up, raising his left hand and biting his fingertip. The moment blood oozed out, he formed hand seals with lightning speed. Haisuyu Shunwei, summoning technique, triple Rashomon boom. 3 massive black gates rose from the ground, grotesque, demonic faces glaring angrily from the doors, suffocating malevolence, overwhelming the air. It was indeed the summoning technique, triple Rashomon. The first gate's demonic face met Sasuke's Chidori Hiden. An ear-splitting explosion erupted instantly. The blue light collided fiercely with the black markings of violent shockwave, sending leaves flying in all directions, and tree trunks, as thick as bowls, were snapped in half. Sakura screamed as she hugged a tree trunk, and Ino instinctively clutched Naruto's sleeve, feeling the residual shockwaves of the two opposing forces rattling her chakra. But the moment the smoke cleared, the scene fell into dead silence. Sasuke knelt on the ground, his entire right arm uncontrollably twitching, the flesh of his palm splitting open, blood dripping from his fingertips onto the ground. The lightning of Chidori had long dissipated. Yet on the face of the first Rashomon gate, there was only a shallow scratch, barely half an inch deep. He had not even managed to break through the first gate by a fraction. The enormous gap in strength was like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing all his pride. The black markings of the cursed seal seized the opportunity, spreading wildly through his veins, as if countless ants were gnawing at his bones. His reason was gradually consumed by the agony and humiliation. Let's take a break. Naruto's calm voice came from behind, devoid of any mockery, yet it made Sasuke tense up all over. He looked up to see Naruto walking slowly in front of him, back turned, facing the 3 still standing Rashomon gates and the cold man behind them. The blonde hair was slightly lifted by the gust, and the boy had his hands in his pockets, chin raised, his tone brimming with arrogance. So you're the one called Orochimaru. You dare to touch my people. Just as he finished speaking, Sasuke behind him suddenly let out a suppressed roar. Naruto turned back to see the black cursed seal had already spread across half of Sasuke's face. He gritted his teeth, his muscles trembling all over, yet he forced himself to stay grounded, slowly standing up. His crimson Sharingan locked onto Naruto, his voice filled with a mix of drunken confusion and obsession brought by power. I am stronger than you now. The violent chakra from the cursed seal rampaged through his body. That unprecedented feeling of power nearly made him feel like he could float. As if he could tear apart everything in front of him, including the Naruto who had always weighed on his mind. Naruto looked at him in this state, suddenly letting out a scoff, his tone nonchalant. Just a flawed power. Ordinary sage chakra can only fool a kid like you who has never seen the world. This thing has a second form, but looking at you like this, that filthy snake hasn't allowed you to unlock it yet. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's vertical pupils suddenly narrowed to a thin line. Having lived for half a lifetime, the cursed seal was his painstakingly extracted result from the essence of the sage arts. In the entire ninja world aside from himself, no one could see through the true nature of this thing at a glance. How could this little brat know? A bone-chilling killing intent instantly surged from him, like a giant python lurking in the abyss finally revealing its fangs. The chilling, sticky pressure of a top predator enveloped the 4 people present. Sakura's face turned pale as she slumped against the tree, forgetting to breathe. Ino's sensing ability was painfully pricked by this killing intent, and all the hairs on her body stood on end. She could clearly sense that this chakra was wrapped with the resentment of countless deceased, like a pile of bones stacked high in a snake's den, cold enough to make one's soul tremble. The dagger in her hand turned her knuckles white as she subconsciously shrank back behind Naruto. Even Sasuke, whose mind was clouded by the cursed seal, stiffened. The violent chakra within him was momentarily subdued by this killing intent, even a chill rising from the gaps in his bones. Only Naruto stood still, not even furrowing his brow. He even dug at his ear, turning to Orochimaru and swearing, "Hey, you filthy snake, are you getting fired up now? You want me to show my trump card?" Just as he finished speaking, with a bang, the golden chakra of the 9 tails exploded from Naruto. The viscous chakra surged like flames, 2 thick tails emerging from the chakra, slowly swaying. His azure pupils instantly turned crimson, transforming into the vertical pupils of the 9 tails. 2 tails mode activate. The chakra of the Nine Tails burned away, all malice crashing fiercely against Orochimaru's abyss-like, cold, killing intent in the forest. The surrounding trees were instantly shredded into fragments by the two opposing forces, the ground cracking with fine lines, and the air becoming as thick as cement, making each breath feel painful. Orochimaru's expression changed for the first time. The Nine Tails Jinchuriki. He had forgotten that this little brat's body harbored the most terrifying beast. His mind raced, weighing pros and cons in an instant. The core purpose of his visit today was to plant the curse seal on Sasuke, securing a future vessel. The ultimate goal was to confront the third Hokage at the Chunin exam venue, completing the revenge plan he had prepared for many years. To clash head-in with Naruto now? No way. The commotion from the Nine Tails chakra was too great. Once a fight broke out within 3 minutes, Konoha's Umbu, the Hokage's direct guard, and even the third Hokage himself would arrive. Moreover, the reincarnated vessel he was using was not even in peak condition. Even if he were to win against Naruto, who had unleashed the Nine Tails chakra, he would undoubtedly be severely weakened. At that point, he wouldn't even know if he could walk out of the forest of death alive, let alone deal with the third Hokage. The curse seal had already been planted on Sasuke. The vessel could not escape. As for this Nine Tails brat, there would be plenty of time in the future. In that instant of resolution, Orochimaru's figure suddenly transformed into a puddle of mud, merging into the shadows beneath him. He left behind a chilling laugh mixed with the light-hearted words, "Nine Tails brat, we will meet again," echoing through the forest before vanishing without a trace. Even the 3 Rashomon gates crumbled into dust with his disappearance, scattering in the wind. The forest, which had moments ago been filled with tension and murderous intent, was now silent save for the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves. Naruto's Nine Tails chakra instantly retracted, staring blankly at the direction Orochimaru had vanished. He stood there dumbfounded for 3 seconds before finally bursting out an expletive. "What the hell? I had my pants down, and you just show me this. You ran away. What the hell happened to the legendary Sannin? Just this, eh?" At that moment, Ino suddenly sensed something pointing ahead and saying, "Naruto, there's something over there." Naruto looked in the direction where Orochimaru had left the last trace of cold chakra dissipating completely, his fingertips tightly clenched into a fist, his knuckles turning white. The fire in his heart surged, reaching up to the top of his head. He knew better than anyone that with his current strength in the Two Tails mode, facing off against Orochimaru, who had spent half a lifetime researching forbidden techniques and had trump cards enough to bury the entire Death Forest, his chances of winning were only at most 30%. If he was truly pushed to a dead end, he would gain nothing and could even lose himself. However, reasoning aside, it was indeed frustrating. Here he was, having unleashed the Nine Tails, fully prepared and throwing harsh words at Orochimaru, yet that old man disregarded even the reputation of the legendary 3 and ran away without a second thought. Was that overwhelming killing intent just an act to scare him? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and Naruto kicked a fist-sized stone next to him into pieces. If his strength was weak, his ambition absolutely could not be weak. Even if he couldn't kill that slippery snake today, he would chase after him and rip off some of his scales, making him understand that the Nine Tails of Konoha was not someone he could toy with or leave whenever he pleased. At that moment, Cheyenne suddenly shivered, gripping Naruto's clothing tightly, pointing into the depths of the forest with a finger, her voice tense, yet barely noticeable. "Naruto, there's something over there." Naruto glanced in the direction she pointed, suppressing his anger, and asked, "What's wrong, Cheyenne?" Cheyenne looked up at him, her voice very low. "Naruto, sense it. This aura is off." Naruto heeded her advice, immediately abandoning his casual demeanor and slightly closed his eyes. Kagura's heart activate. An invisible perception spread out like a tide, and no chakra fluctuations within several miles escaped his detection. Naruto suddenly opened his eyes, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "It's malice. Interesting, let's go take a look." Before he finished speaking, he was already moving, his figure darting forward like a gust of wind. Sasuke gritted his teeth, suppressing the intense pain in his right arm and the restlessness of the curse mark, his Sharingan spinning, immediately following suit. No matter how badly he lost, he could never fall behind Naruto. Sakura exchanged a glance with Cheyenne, not daring to hesitate, and exerted all her strength to chase after them. The 4 of them sped along, heading towards the route where Orochimaru had disappeared, which was also the location of the tall tower in the center of the Death Forest. Naruto kept moving, fully aware Orochimaru was running this fast not because he was afraid of him. The final venue for the Chunin exams was just behind the tower. That old man's true objective was to target the third Hokage sitting in the stance. Naruto estimated that Orochimaru's plan to collapse Konoha was already in motion. Just as he thought this, a gentle voice suddenly came from a clearing ahead, radiating a strong sense of amiability. "Are you ninjas from Konoha? I am your friend Ajinin from Konoha Yakushi Kabuto." The 4 of them immediately stopped in their tracks and raised their eyes. In the clearing stood a boy wearing round-framed glasses, his white coat slightly dusty, a harmless smile on his face, and a scroll glowing with golden light in his hand. 3 ninjas from the hidden cloud village stood behind him, each tense, hands resting on their ninja tool packs, clearly a hastily assembled team. Naruto looked at that smiling face, almost bursting into laughter. Yakushi Kabuto, Orochimaru's most loyal lackey, the #1 undercover agent in the ninja world, who nearly turned the entire ninja world upside down later on. He could guess, even with his eyes closed, that this guy was definitely there at Orochimaru's arrangement before he left, aimed at stalling him to prevent him from ruining his assassination of the 3rd Hokage. A genin from Konoha. Just keep acting. Yakushi Kabuto looked at the 4 of them, his smile widening, taking a half step forward, his tone sincere and impeccable. I have already collected the heavenly scroll. By the looks of you all, it seems you haven't gathered them yet, right? The Death Forest is fraught with dangers, and ninjas from other villages are fighting in groups. Why don't we cooperate? If we join forces against those teams that have also gathered scrolls, I assure you, you will pass the trial smoothly. How does that sound? While he spoke of cooperation, his heart was filled with mockery. Just a few immature kids, especially this Ninetales Jinchuriki, looked like a brainless fool, easily fooled with a simple promise. As long as he could stall them for half an hour, Orochimaru's plan would proceed smoothly. Naruto instantly revealed a look of surprise, his eyes sparkling like a naive child who had never seen the world, rubbing his hands as he leaned forward. Really? Cooperate? That's great. We've been worried about not finding the heavenly scroll. He said this while quickly walking towards Yakushi Kabuto. Sasuke frowned behind him, a hint of confusion flashing in his Sharingan. He knew Naruto too well. This kid was definitely not that easy to fool. Sakura was stunned for a moment, instinctively wanting to remind him, but Cheyenne quietly tugged her arm, shaking her head. Yakushi Kabuto watched as Naruto approached, his mockery deepening, yet his face still wore a gentle smile. He stepped forward 2 more steps, extending his hand to shake Naruto's great, then we. Before he could finish, whoosh, the demon tail 9 lives blade was drawn. At an extreme speed, even the air was torn apart, and with a soft thud it pierced straight through Yakushi Kabuto's chest. The blade twisted violently within his chest, instantly turning his internal organs into mush. The scene fell into silence. The nearby cloud ninjas froze, hands resting on their ninja tool packs, their actions of drawing weapons halted, eyes filled with disbelief. Sasuke's Sharingan abruptly contracted, the 2 tomos spinning rapidly. He saw the trajectory of the blade, but never expected that Naruto would strike without a moment's hesitation, not even a single unnecessary word. Sakura covered her mouth, almost crying out. Yakushi Kabuto's glasses slid down to the tip of his nose, his gentle expression completely frozen, replaced by shock and resentment. He looked down at the bloody hole in his chest, blood gushing out like a fountain, dripping down the blade onto the ground. He stared at Naruto, forcing out a curse through clenched teeth. WWHY. Naruto swiftly snatched the heavenly scroll from his hand, casually tossing it to Sasuke. Behind him, the surprise on his face long gone, replaced by an indifferent smile, his tone infuriatingly casual. It's nothing, sorry I slipped. He paused, tilting his head, and added, you're not in too much pain, are you? Just that one sentence made Yakushi Kabuto tremble with fury, the blood hole in his chest gushing more violently, a mouthful of blood spraying from his lips, nearly splattering Naruto. He glared at Naruto with eyes full of resentment, his body swayed, and he fell stiffly to the ground, convulsing twice before completely losing his breath. Naruto withdrew the demon tail 9 lives blade, shaking off the blood droplets on it, turning to the 3, and casually waved his hand, his tone as nonchalant as if he had just crushed an ant. This guy was too strange. He might be a spy sent by Orochimaru. Let's go. Saying this, he plunged the blade down again, ensuring the heart was thoroughly crushed before turning to walk towards the tower. The figures of the 4 disappeared into the dense forest, leaving only Kabuto's corpse in the clearing, along with 3 stunned cloud ninjas who didn't even dare to breathe. Not long after, the bloodied corpse on the ground suddenly convulsed violently. With a rip, a layer of blood-stained human skin like a snake shedding its skin peeled away from the corpse, and a completely unscathed Yakushi Kabuto emerged from within, his face still pale, with a faint pain in his chest. He looked down at the empty skin on the ground, gritting his teeth, his voice filled with malice. This kid is ruthless. Not a shred of mercy was spared. My internal organs are completely mashed. If it weren't for the shedding technique given to him by Orochimaru that he had prepared in advance, he would have truly perished today. He raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, eyes filled with calculation. I need to find Orochimaru to switch to another vessel. And that sage body, I need to study it properly. I underestimated this little brat. He snorted coldly, his eyes sharp. You didn't manage to get me this time. Consider yourself unlucky. In the days to come, I'll make sure you can't sleep or eat in peace. After saying this, he turned to dive back into the forest to meet up with Orochimaru. But just as he turned, a lazy voice suddenly came down from a nearby tree branch, dousing him with a bucket of cold water. Sorry to interrupt your skin-shedding resurrection, huh? Yakushi Kabuto stiffened all over, suddenly looking up. He saw Naruto leaning against the tree trunk, arms crossed, one leg swinging, a teasing smile on his face as he looked down at him like he was watching a clown. When did he get here? His perception didn't catch even the slightest movement. Naruto jumped down from the branch, landing steadily on the ground, the demon tail 9 lives blade appearing once again in his palm, the scarlet light reflecting on his face, mocking. It looks like your resurrection is quite the struggle. How about I help you out? I can't do resurrection techniques, but I can certainly kill you again. Yakushi Kabuto's expression changed dramatically. Without even thinking, he turned to form seals and escape. But he had barely formed the seals halfway. Whoosh! A flash of cold light sped by, faster than even the Three-Tomo Sharingan could track. Thud! The demon tail 9 lives blade sliced through his neck, spraying a shower of hot blood. His head rolled to the ground, his round-framed glasses shattered, his eyes still filled with shock and terror. His body swayed and fell stiffly to the ground. This time, not even a shred of chakra fluctuation was left. Naruto shook the blood off the blade, looking down at the head and corpse on the ground, sneering. What a pathetic guy. His internal organs could be smashed, and he still survives. Did he learn that shedding technique from that stinking snake? System detected. Host has killed Yakushi Kabuto. Main body gaining 500 dark value points. System detected. Host has preemptively interrupted the core layout of the impure world reincarnation, avoiding significant risks in the 4th Great Ninja War, earning an additional 800 dark value points. Unlocked skill Impure World Reincarnation Unseal. System detected. Residual corpse can be recycled. Would you like to exchange it for dark value? Naruto raised an eyebrow, internally overjoyed. Sure enough, after the first strike he knew the system didn't give full rewards because this guy had a backup plan. So he couldn't cash it in before because he only killed a shell. He silently thought, system, give me all of his corpse converted into dark value. Not a bit left. System exchange successful. Gained an additional 120 dark value points. Current total dark value 13,515 points. Naruto sheathed the blade, kicking the remnants of the corpse that had completely dissipated. In the original story, this guy relied on Orochimaru's legacy to play around with Impure World Reincarnation, digging up the previous Hokage demigods of the ninja world and shadow-level figures from various countries, turning the 4th Great Ninja War into a large-scale wish-fulfillment event. If it weren't for encountering Uchiha Itachi, who could handle 7 opponents at once, and using Izanami to forcibly cleanse him, no one could say what kind of chaos he would have caused in the end. Naruto scoffed, turning to walk deeper into the forest. I'm Dark Naruto, not the original story's talkative Naruto. I have no time to accompany you back to the orphanage to find childhood memories, nor do I want to see you, the Dream Master, digging up graves and creating a bunch of impure armies to bother me. The snake's tongue flickered between the cracked lips, bringing with it a chilling fishy scent. Orochimaru's figure lurked in the dense shade of the forest, his kimono trailing as it swept over the fallen leaves, leaving no trace behind. He glanced back at Naruto and his 3 companions, a casual derision reflected in his elongated golden slit pupils. He was more aware of Do's strength than anyone else. In terms of assassination and stealth, he was on par with the elite Umbu of Root. In medical ninjutsu, there were few in the ninja world who could surpass him, and in calculating his escape, he had learned it all to perfection from Do. Not to mention holding off a few 12-year-old brats. Even against the elite Jonin of Konoha, Do could hold his ground for half an hour without losing the upper hand. As long as I can delay until the plan is set in motion, even if this brat has the 9 tails backing him, he won't stir up much trouble. Orochimaru scoffed, turning into a fleeting white snake and speeding towards the tower. His mind was filled with thoughts of the reunion with Sarutobi Hiruzen 3 hours later. In a clearing within the Forest of Death, several dark shadows silently descended. At the forefront, Orochimaru removed his disguise mask, revealing his pale, cold face. His snake-like eyes scanned the empty ground, and his brows suddenly furrowed. Beside him, a black-clad medical ninja bowed slightly, his fingertips brushing against a nearly depleted speck of dust on the ground. His voice was strained. Lord Orochimaru, the last chakra trace of Lord Do ends here. Another shadowed medical ninja stepped forward, sensing the area multiple times, his face growing paler. No. There's not even a shred of flesh or a hint of chakra residue here. It's so clean, as if no one has ever been here. Orochimaru crouched down, his pale fingertips tracing the ground. His perception stretched to its limits, capturing even the insect eggs buried 3 feet underground, yet there was not a trace of Do's presence. Not to mention a corpse. Even the snakeskin pouch he had left for Do using the shedding substitute technique had vanished without a trace. Interesting. Orochimaru's voice was hoarse, his snake tongue flickering wildly, but the golden slit pupils held no trace of mirth, only a chilling coldness remained. Cleaner than the Shinigami's corpse demon sealing technique. For the first time, a sense of shock arose in his heart. Do was not an ordinary subordinate. He had trained Do for over a decade, the most trusted and capable piece on his chessboard. Do was the core of his internal and external coordination in the Konoha collapse plan and the operator of his future Edo Tensei army. He had even thought that even if something happened to his vessel, Do could still carry out the entire plan. But now that person was gone. Not even a trace left that could allow him to question Do through Edo Tensei. What a pity, I actually like that kid Do. Orochimaru slowly stood up, his hand hanging by his side, subtly tightening. Only he knew how much anger and shock were concealed behind that seemingly light remark. The black-clad medical ninja beside him bowed in agreement, his tone filled with regret. Yes, Lord Do's medical ninjutsu was something I could only admire. He was originally someone who could achieve great things for Lord Orochimaru. It is truly a pity. He paused, his tone filled with confusion. But who exactly has the ability to silently eliminate Lord Do? In Konoha, who possesses such strength? The third Hokage. No, Sarutobi Hiruzen has always acted openly and wouldn't resort to such underhanded tactics. Could it be Danzo? At the mention of Danzo, Orochimaru's pupils suddenly contracted. Yes, only Danzo's root would have such ruthless methods that leave no trace. Do had spent years en route knowing too many of Danzo's dirty secrets. During this Chunin exam, he and Danzo had colluded, plotting against each other. Danzo, fearing that Do would expose his secrets, took the initiative to eliminate Do, which makes sense. Orochimaru's face grew darker, his teeth grinding audibly. He had calculated the third Hokage, the Suna village, and all of Konoha's defensive loopholes, yet he had never anticipated that Danzo would stab him in the back at this moment. What a pity, it was too clean a death. He gritted his teeth, his voice filled with rage. Otherwise, even if there was just a drop of blood left, I could have brought him back through Edo Tensei and asked who dared to touch my people. He never once thought of Naruto until the end. In his eyes, Naruto was just a brash kid with the Nine-Tails chakra, but no brains. Even if he could force him to retreat temporarily, it was impossible for him to have the ability to kill Do to the last shred. He had no idea that the killer he was obsessively searching for was currently in the tower's lounge, pondering how to expose all his secrets with the blackening value obtained from his subordinates. Forget it. Orochimaru took a deep breath, suppressing his inner fury, and put on the Kazekage mask again, his voice cold. Let's go. The grand gift I prepared for Sarutobi Hiruzen must not be delayed due to this small mishap. Several shadows once again transformed into fleeting figures, disappearing into the forest. As the wind blew through the forest, even the last trace of chilling chakra dissipated completely. At dusk, the gates of the tower in the center of the Forest of Death swung open. The proctor's voice hoarse spread throughout the venue. The second round of the Chunin exam is now concluded. A total of 6 teams have passed, with 19 individuals qualifying. As his words fell, a deathly silence enveloped the venue. Everyone gasped in shock. This Chunin exam had seen a total of 87 teams and 261 participants signing up. Only a few dozen made it out alive. The mortality rate exceeded 70%, marking the highest in Konoha's history of holding Chunin exams. And the first to emerge from the Forest of Death, breaking the record for the fastest passage ever, was Konoha's Team 7. Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura, and the temporarily joined Uzumaki Karen. In the venue, all the surviving examinees looked at Naruto with eyes filled with unshakable fear and caution. Many among them had witnessed that ruthless figure in the Forest of Death. They had seen him stab through the throat of a Suna bloodline ninja, seen him crush the skull of a Sound ninja with a kick, slicing through the dense forest without even a blink. Privately, ninjas from all villages were spreading rumors. In this Chunin exam, a killing god had emerged. A widow's knife, regardless of gender or age, would chop anyone in sight. It was said that Naruto would stab anyone he encountered, killing without hesitation. In the lounge, Naruto leaned back in his chair, his feet resting on the table before him, idly twirling the draw number he had just received, a careless smile on his lips. Karen crouched by his feet, carefully dusting off the dirt on his hands, her perception fully extended, reporting the chakra fluctuations throughout the venue to Naruto. Naruto-kun, up in the stands, the Kazekage, beside the third Hokage, has a very ominous chakra, just like a cursed mark holder. And there are still Danzo's root lurking in the shadows, over a dozen umbu, keeping an eye on you. Naruto raised an eyebrow, a cold smirk forming in his heart. Indeed, that old bastard Orochimaru really followed the original plot, disguising himself as the Kazekage, sitting beside the third Hokage, waiting to deliver his great gift. What a pity. I killed your dog. Sasuke, leaning against the wall, felt the cursed mark on his right arm, faintly burning, his Totemo Sharingan half up, and his gaze locked onto Naruto. He still couldn't forget the coldness on Naruto's face when he stabbed through Do's chest, contemplating Do's contingency plan waiting for him to revive from a branch, and the speed of Naruto's lethal strikes that even his Sharingan couldn't keep up with. Months ago, this guy was just a dead last who couldn't even master the clone technique. Now he had become so strong that even looking up felt like a struggle. Unwillingness. An overwhelming sense of unwillingness burned like fire within his chest. He had to gain power. He had to surpass this guy. He had to kill Itachi. Sakura sat beside him, her fingers tightly gripping her clothes, her face somewhat pale. She looked at Naruto, her expression complex. The young man before her, decisive and killing and cold in gaze, was a far cry from the silly boy who used to chase after her every day shouting Sakurakin. Yet it was this unfamiliar Naruto who, when Orochimaru's murderous intent enveloped them, immediately protected her behind him. Silence. Marino Ibiki's voice carrying chakra spread across the entire venue, instantly silencing all the noise. The third round of the Chunin exam preliminaries is now starting. The rules are simple. Unknown battles, life and death, are not a concern. Opponents will be decided by lottery. To surrender, lose fighting capability, or be killed results in defeat. The winner advances to the official Chunin exam showdown in a month. The first match, Hinata Hyuga against Kiba Inuzuka. The voice of Marino Ibiki, wrapped in chakra, struck heavily at the center of the venue. The entire arena erupted in an uproar. Among the candidates from Konoha, Ino pulled Sakura's arm forward while Shikamaru frowned, and even Choji stopped chewing his chips. No one expected that the first match of the preliminary rounds would be a duel between familiar faces from Konoha. Kiba grinned, revealing his sharp canine teeth, and raised his hand to push up his forehead protector, leaping into the arena with Akamaru. The chakra of the four legs technique surged through his limbs. Akamaru's white fur bristled, and a low, threatening growl emanated from his throat as the imposing presence of man and dog filled the air. He looked up, staring directly at Naruto in the front row of the stands, his eyes filled with unmasked provocation and disdain. Naruto Uzumaki, you better pay attention. Today I will win this match and personally teach you what it means to be a true ninja. Kiba's roar echoed throughout the venue. It's not just about relying on power to kill innocents and run rampant in Konoha. A wave of whispers spread through the crowd. Rumors from the Forest of Death had long circulated, and everyone knew that Konoha had produced a ruthless kid who cut through the entire forest with a short blade. In the center of the arena, Hinata walked in slowly. She wore the training outfit of the Hyuga clan, her hands gently clasped in front of her, her eyes downcast, not even activating her Byakugan. Kibikun, her voice was soft, carrying a hint of unnoticeable concession. Can we keep this simple? Having received special training from Naruto, Hinata's strength was no longer what it once was, and she did not want her fellow villager to lose too embarrassingly. She also didn't want Naruto to be unjustly criticized because of this needless conflict. But her words fell on Kiba's ears as a blatant insult. Keep it simple. Kiba scoffed, lowering his body instantly, the beastly claws leaving deep scratches on the stone slab. Hinata Hyuga, stop pretending to be the good person here. Isn't it just relying on that madman Naruto for support? Today I'll take you both down a notch. He stepped forward, spitting on the ground, his tone growing increasingly vicious. A bloodthirsty demon fox like him is only valued by you guys. The moment those words left his mouth, Hinata's downcast eyes shot up. The veins around her eyes bulged suddenly, and her pure, pristine Byakugan instantly activated. Her 360-degree vision instantly filled the entire arena, observing every contraction of Kiba's muscles, every flow of chakra, and even the heartbeat of Akamaru with clarity. The originally gentle aura vanished in an instant as the chilling chakra of her gentle fist surged from her fingertips, causing even the air to ripple slightly. She looked at Kiba, her voice still light, but carrying a bone-chilling coldness. Kiba-kun, you can look down on me and challenge me, but you cannot speak ill of Naruto. You're asking for death. Kiba's furious roar shook the venue, and his chakra erupted to its peak. Four legs technique. Beast clone. Akamaru transformed into an identical clone, and the two figures arched their backs simultaneously, claws tearing through the air as a swirling gust of wind formed in an instant. Fong over Fong. Two tornadoes swirling with debris charged fiercely at Hinata. Wherever they passed, the hard stone slabs were ground to dust, and the fierce wind made it impossible for anyone to open their eyes. In the stands, Yugao instantly sat up straight, her fingers tightly gripping her forehead protector. This was Kiba's ultimate technique. Few in the same class could withstand it. Hiden. But in the center of the arena, Hinata didn't even budge. In her pure white pupils, the trajectories of the two tornadoes were clear, as if they were palm prints. Gentle fist, art, bagua step. Her figure instantly transformed into an afterimage. Sidestepping, sliding, turning, each step precisely landing on the positions of the bagua array. What was clearly a devastating killing move appeared to her like a still frame. Not even the hem of her clothing was touched by the fierce wind as she passed through the encirclement of the two tornadoes and appeared at Kiba's side. Kiba's pupils suddenly constricted. No way. The attack completely missed. He didn't even see how Hinata moved. Before he could withdraw or change his move, a cold chakra had precisely struck 3 of his core chakra points in his back. At the same time, Akamaru's clone was also struck at the chakra node in its neck. Thud! The 2 figures crashed heavily to the ground simultaneously. The swirling wind instantly dissipated, and the chakra surged like a flood blocked by a boulder, crashing violently in the meridians, but unable to rise, even a little. Kiba lay on the ground, his muscles stiff, helplessly watching Hinata's wooden shoe stop in front of him. The entire arena fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. 3 seconds later, a tsunami-like uproar instantly overturned the roof of the entire venue. One move? Just one move? Did Fong over Fong get completely dodged? And he was instantly hit in the chakra points. This is the shy girl from the Hyuga clan who couldn't even make eye contact during registration. The gentle fist can actually be used to this extent. Marino Ibiki stood on the stage stunned for a full half a minute before suddenly snapping back to reality and raising his arm to shout, "Match over." Winner, Hinata Hyuga. Hinata slowly retracted her fingers, the veins around her eyes gradually receding, returning to the gentle girl she once was. She crouched down looking at Kiba, who lay on the ground unable to move, and softly said, "Kiba-kun, I am no longer the person I once was. You shouldn't insult Naruto. You cheated." Kiba's face turned red, veins bulging all over his body, desperately trying to mobilize his chakra, but only resulting in stabbing pain in his meridians. His mentality completely shattered. "Hinata Hyuga, if you have the ability, then release my chakra points. Let's fight again. I want to kill that Naruto Uzumaki. That murderer." Hinata's gaze instantly turned cold again. With a slight movement of her fingertips, a gentle fist chakra precisely struck his pain point. Kiba's body twitched, instantly screaming in pain, cold sweat soaking his forehead, unable to even let out a howl. "I'll say it again." Hinata's voice was devoid of warmth. "If you dare to speak ill of Naruto again, next time it won't be as simple as sealing your chakra points." Akamaru whined anxiously by his side, unable to even stand, nudging Kiba's arm with his head, his eyes filled with worry. In the stands, Neji Hyuga clenched his fists tightly. His knuckles turned white and his fingers were bluish. The seal of the branch family burned faintly, and his Byakugan activated, glaring intently at Hinata in the arena. He always thought that the main branch of the Hyuga clan was full of waste, relying solely on their bloodline, and that Hinata was a coward who couldn't even withstand a single move from him. But now this waste in his eyes had actually practiced the gentle fist to such an extent, defeating Kiba Inuzuka in one move. And all of this change was because of that Naruto Uzumaki, that nine-tailed demon fox, the man whom the eldest daughter of the main branch was willing to lower herself and give her all to protect. A surge of jealousy and hatred like poisonous vines instantly coiled around his heart. He suddenly stood up, leaping down from the stands, landing heavily in the center of the arena and kicking up a cloud of dust. His pure white Byakugan locked onto Naruto in the stands, a cold sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. "Naruto Uzumaki," Niji's voice echoed throughout the venue, instantly silencing all noise. "Hiding behind a woman, what kind of ability is that? You have the guts to manipulate the eldest daughter of the main branch, but you don't have the guts to come down and fight me. Let me see how much weight you carry as the demon fox that stirred up all of Konoha." The venue fell silent once again. All eyes turned to Naruto in the front row of the stands. Naruto had been lounging on his chair, his feet resting on the table edge, casually fiddling with the preliminary match number in his hand, hardly glancing at the battle just now. Hearing this, he finally lifted his eyelids and looked at Niji in the arena. He was taken aback for a moment, then, as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world, he chuckled and stood up. "Are you sick?" Naruto's voice was not loud, but clearly echoed throughout the venue, filled with unabashed mockery. "You can't do anything yourself, so all you can do is rage, right? That girl won the match, what does it have to do with you? Want to fight? Win against Hinata first. Barking at me like a mad dog won't help you, you fool." One sentence directly turned Niji's face pale with anger. The curse mark on his forehead surged violently, and his chakra overflowed uncontrollably, causing the air around him to ripple. He never expected that Naruto would disdain even stepping down into the arena, directly humiliating him in front of all the Ninja World candidates. In the stands, Yugao looked at the tense situation in the arena, then turned to Kakashi, who was still lazily flipping through Ica Paradise, and couldn't help but speak up. "Your student has been quite famous lately, huh?" He directly angered the genius of the Hyuga clan. Now he's probably going to face a lot of targeting. Kakashi's hand flipping the book did not stop his eyes under the mask, did not lift his tone casual, but with undeniable certainty. "You're overthinking it. I can't even see through my student's strength." Yugao froze instantly. The teacup in her hand shook violently, and the scalding tea splashed onto her hand, though she didn't even notice. "Who is Kakashi?" The copy ninja, an elite jonin of Konoha, a hero who emerged from the third great ninja war, a renowned powerhouse in the ninja world. He actually said he couldn't see through a 12-year-old kid. She turned her head abruptly, looking back at the carefree blonde boy in the stands, her eyes filled with disbelief and shock. Beside Naruto, Karui was crouched at his feet, carefully peeling an orange for him, her sensory ability fully extended, tightly locking onto Neji in the arena. As long as he dared to make a move, she could strike instantly. Sakura sat beside them, her fingers gripping her clothes tightly. As she watched Naruto, her brows furrowed deeply. Finally, she couldn't help but speak up. Naruto, your reputation hasn't been good these days. Many people are saying that you are violent and bullying others in the village every day. Naruto's heart sank. He had forgotten that not long ago, in order to improve his dark value, he had dealt with several elders who had bullied him before, as well as some peripheral members of Danzo's subordinates. He had been a bit too harsh and indeed had made some threats that if they dared to provoke him again, he would wipe out their entire family. He scratched his head in a feigned manner, then suddenly slapped his thigh, shouting decisively, "Bullshit. Who the hell slandered me for liking to kill entire families? I'm suing for defamation." As he finished speaking, he turned his head and accurately threw the orange peel into the trash can in the distance, revealing a white-toothed grin, his eyes filled with righteousness and innocence. "Sasuke, this matter is up to you. Help me find out who spread the rumors, and I want to kill his whole family." Niji's face turned from blue to white, the veins on his forehead and the curse mark on his bird in a cage flared up simultaneously. He stared intently at Hinata, the jealousy in his gaze almost solidifying. "Apologize." He laughed loudly as if he had heard the most ridiculous joke in the world, his laughter sharp and piercing, sending chills down the spines of those who heard it. "Hinata Hyuga, you expect me to apologize to that demon fox?" He stepped closer, each step cracking the stone slabs beneath him, his chakra swirling around him in a visible white vortex. "Have you forgotten who you are? You are the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan. You dare to lecture me, a genius of the same clan, for the sake of a cold-blooded monster. You think that by pretending to be useless and deliberately losing to me, I would be grateful, eh?" This remark stabbed deep into Hinata's heart like a sharp knife. Her face turned pale instantly, and she instinctively took a step back, her clenched fists trembling slightly. He knew everything. She had deliberately held back in the family competition back, then feigning weakness, hoping her father would see Niji's talent, treat the branch family better, and delay the curse mark on Niji and Hanabi. But in the end, she still failed. Niji's curse mark was still etched on his forehead. Hanabi's curse mark was also branded by their father during last year's Kamingafage ceremony. This guilt weighed heavily on her for 5 whole years. "Brother Niji." Hinata's voice choked slightly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "I have never looked down on you, I just what? Just pity me." Niji abruptly interrupted her, his eyes filled with hatred that seemed ready to consume her. "Put away your fake compassion. The main family has always regarded us of the branch family as dogs. Now, for the sake of an outsider demon fox, you are willing to forsake the face of the main family. Since you are so protective of him, I will first cripple you, then go kill him. Let's see if the one you desperately protect can actually save you." Before his words fell, Niji's figure vanished instantly. Gentle fist, art 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Pure white chakra converged into sharp needles at his fingertips, and 64 palm shadows descended like a storm, each one accurately targeting Hinata's vital points. Every strike was fatal without a hint of mercy. He truly wanted to kill her. Hinata. On the sidelines, Yuhi Kurenai suddenly stood up, her chakra erupting as she attempted to rush down to save her. But it was already too late. Hinata gritted her teeth, her Byakugan activated, and raised her hands in response. Gentle fist, art 8 trigrams, 64 palms. The two white figures collided in the center of the arena. The gust of palm wind howled, and the shockwaves of chakra spread outwards, shattering the hard stone slabs like paper. Hinata's movements were swift, each move precisely blocking Niji's attacks. However, Niji's experience far surpassed hers, and every strike aimed for her vital points, leaving her no opportunity to breathe. "Die." Niji sneered, suddenly changing his move, a palm bypassing Hinata's defense and striking fiercely at her heart. If this blow connected, even a Jonin would die on the spot. Hinata's pupils contracted, trying to dodge, but it was already too late. At this critical moment, a terrifying chakra erupted from the stands like a volcanic explosion. The air instantly froze. Everyone felt as if their hearts were gripped by an invisible hand, making even breathing difficult. A golden afterimage cut through the air in an instant, so fast that even Kakashi's Sharingan could only capture a blurry golden light. "Get away, scum!" A cold voice exploded in Niji's ears. Naruto had appeared in front of Hinata, raising his right foot and kicking Niji's face with earth-shattering power. Bang! A loud sound echoed. Niji's proud heavenly spin couldn't hold for even a second, directly shattered by this kick. The tremendous force sent his body flying like a cannonball, crashing heavily into the wall at the edge of the arena, creating a massive human-shaped dent in the thick stone wall. Debris flew everywhere, and dust filled the air. The entire arena fell into silence. A deathly stillness. Everyone froze in place, mouths agape, staring blankly at the golden-haired boy in the center. What just happened? Niji's 8 trigrams 64 palms were kicked away. Even his heavenly spin was broken. What incredible footwork! Kakashi abruptly closed the Ica paradise, the pattern of the kaleidoscope spinning in his Sharingan. Under his mask, his eyes filled with disbelief and shock. That's right. I actually couldn't see the moment your disciple used the body flicker technique. Kurena's teacup fell to the ground with a crash, shattering into pieces. Guy widened his eyes, clenching his fists tightly, his tone laced with astonishment. Although I saw the general trajectory, that speed has already exceeded the limit of a typical jonin. Is this really the speed a 12-year-old kid can possess, eh? Kakashi took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the storm in his heart, feigning calmness, as he patted Guy's shoulder, a smug smile curling at the corners of his mouth. So what do you think? My disciple is strong, right? Though he said that his heart was already in turmoil. He knew Naruto was strong, but he never expected Naruto to be this strong. That kick just now, even he himself might not have been able to withstand it. In the center of the arena, Hinata looked at the figure standing in front of her, her eyes instantly reddening. She reached out, gripping Naruto's arm tightly, her fingertips turning slightly white from the force. Naruto-kun. Recently, Naruto's reputation was not very good, and Hinata was truly afraid that in a fit of rage Naruto would directly kill Hyuga Neji. Her voice trembled slightly, filled with pleading. Please, don't kill him. She was scared that Naruto would impulsively kill Hyuga Neji. If that happened, no matter how strong Naruto was, he would not escape Konoha's punishment. The elders and Danzo, who had been watching Naruto, would definitely not let this opportunity pass. Feeling the force on his arm, Naruto glanced back at her. Seeing the worry and pleading in her eyes, the killing intent around him slightly receded. He gently patted the back of Hinata's hand, signaling her to be at ease. Then he turned his head to look at the figure slowly rising from the pile of rubble. Niji's face was swollen on one side, blood dripping from the corners of his mouth, and the curse mark of the bird in a cage on his forehead throbbed wildly due to the chaotic chakra. He raised his head, glaring at Naruto with a vengeful gaze like a beast driven to the brink. Naruto looked at him with eyes as cold as ancient ice. Though my big blade doesn't cut the young or old, you are neither old nor young, and not within the range of my mercy. Initially, I felt some sympathy for you, but having provoked me, I don't care if you are pitiful. I will let you know what cruelty is. I won't hesitate to tell you, since graduating from the Ninja Academy, I haven't faced a beating in the ninja world, and my temper isn't good, so you can call me Naruto-kun with a smile, but I can only scold you coldly as a dog. Today you dared to threaten me in public. What? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Threatening me relies not on words, but on ability. Since graduating from the Ninja Academy, I've never lost a fight. If some self-righteous fool thinks their life is long enough, they can make their move now, and see if I can knock you out directly today. As Naruto's words fell, a deathly silence enveloped the arena for 3 seconds. Then with a resounding boom, the crowd erupted. Wow, I've learned something new. But honestly, Naruto is quite arrogant. Is it really that satisfying to retort like that? How can he be so brazen? I've realized. This is the pinnacle of pretentiousness. Quickly note this down. You can call me Naruto-kun with a smile, while I can only scold you with a cold face. This line must be emphasized. I'll use this for future retorts. Instantly, a frenzy of note-taking erupted in the stands. A freshly graduated genin pulled out his task notebook and began to write fervently, the title boldly stating, On the Self-Cultivation of a Pretentious Individual, Naruto's Guide. Even a usually stoic Chunin pretended to adjust his forehead protector, secretly jotting down notes on his palm, with his fingertips muttering softly to himself. Even a few umbu hiding behind the pillars couldn't help but communicate in code, sharing the classic quotes from Naruto just moments ago. Only a handful of jounin twitched their lips, silently mocking, you fools, what good is memorizing lines? Pretentiousness is never about words, it's about strength. If you're capable, kick back that brat and shove Hyuga Neji into the wall so he can't get out. At the edge of the arena, 2 jounin from the Hyuga clan tasked with cleaning up the aftermath halted in their tracks, glancing at each other. They had come with pent-up frustration. Neji is a once-in-a-century genius of the Hyuga clan, and being publicly humiliated like this was a slap in the face to the entire clan. They had initially planned to give Naruto a warning before taking Neji away in glory. But now, looking into Naruto's cold eyes, watching the cracking stone beneath his feet, and glancing at the perfectly embedded human-shaped pit in the wall, both jounin swallowed hard. Only one thought lingered in their minds: they couldn't provoke him. This blonde kid was serious about killing. They cautiously skirted around Naruto and hurried to the wall hastily, pulling the already half-conscious Neji from the rubble. As they passed by Hinata, they simultaneously halted and deeply bowed to this member of the main family. "Miss, are you all right?" Their tone was as respectful as it could be. What a joke. Just a moment ago, Hinata had been evenly matched with Niji in the 8 trigrams 64 palms. This level of strength, not only among the younger generation of the main family, but even among the same age group in the entire Konoha, is top tier. Previously, everyone thought Hinata was a timid waste unworthy of being the heir of the main family. Now it seemed she was merely playing the role of a pig to eat the tiger. If she truly got serious, who knows if Niji could even defeat her. The two of them secretly felt relieved. Thankfully, they hadn't acted condescendingly towards Hinata. Otherwise, it might have been them embedded in the wall. Naruto glanced at them, remaining silent. After confirming Niji was taken away, he turned and grabbed Hinata's wrist, heading towards the stands. Hinata's face instantly flushed red, her head lowered as she obediently followed behind him, her fingertips slightly warm. Just then, the referee's voice, tinged with a barely noticeable tremor, echoed throughout the arena. Next match. Naruto Uzumaki from Konoha versus Gaara from Tsunade. Naruto paused, a jolt running through him. This kid is a Jinchuriki of the One Tail. He furrowed his brows, inwardly cursing, it's going to be tough to win without exposing some of my trump cards. Deep within his consciousness, the once lazily napping Nine Tails suddenly opened its crimson eyes. One Tail. The Nine Tails' voice was laced with unmistakable excitement and savagery. Ha! Great. Finally, I can beat that stinky raccoon. Kid, don't hold back. Beat it half to death. Then we'll devour its chakra. Let it know who the true king of the tailed beasts is. Naruto twitched his lips, silently replying in his heart, shut up. If you keep making noise, I'll seal your mouth with a sealing technique. If I don't wish to pay you any mind. After that, the Nine Tails suddenly fell silent. Meanwhile, the audience was already going wild. Gaara. It's Gaara. Besides Naruto's team, the only monster who scored 98 points in the second trial. And he did it alone. The Widow's Knife murder god Naruto Uzumaki vs the Shura Gaara from Tsunade. What a divine showdown. I bet on Gaara to win. Last time in the forest, he single-handedly killed over 20 ninjas without even blinking. Nonsense. I bet on Naruto to win. He can kick back the rebirth technique. What's Gaara compared to that? Cheers, disputes, and betting shouts converged into a massive wave of sound, almost toppling the roof of the arena. In the stands, Temari tightened her grip on her 3-star fan, her knuckles turning white. She stared at the blonde boy below, an inexplicable sense of unease rising within her. Kankuro. She whispered Gaara. Don't worry. Kankuro's voice was somewhat dry. Gaara will not lose. Yet his hand, however, pressed uncontrollably against the raven puppet behind him. Kakashi took out the Ica Paradise again, but after flipping through it for a long time, he couldn't focus on a single word. Kai, he said in a deep voice, when the match begins, be ready to act at any moment. Kai's smile vanished, and he nodded heavily, understood. In the shadows, Danzo's single eye flashed with a hint of malicious light. When two tigers fight, one must be injured. He coldly laughed in his heart. It would be best if they both perish. That way both the Nine Tails and the One Tail will belong to Konoha. Not far away, Lee suddenly stood up, revealing a gleaming white grin towards Naruto. This is amazing. I see you. He clenched his fists, his whole body ablaze with green flames. My most valued rival Niji was actually defeated by you, Naruto. It seems my youth needs a more powerful target. I've decided. It's you. Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto's lips twitched even more. Looking at Lee's passionate demeanor, he felt a sense of discomfort. All right. As long as you're not embarrassed, the one who's embarrassed is someone else. Yet in his heart a hint of warmth stirred. In the original story, it was this hot-blooded fool who, even at the cost of breaking a leg, fought to the death against Gaara. Now the one facing Gaara has changed to him. Lee's fate was about to be rewritten. Just then a bone-chilling cold suddenly swept across the entire arena. The once noisy crowd fell silent in an instant. Everyone instinctively shivered. In the air, a faint scent of blood and sand wafted. Rustle, rustle. The faint sound of sand rubbing came from the entrance of the arena. It grew closer and clearer. All eyes turned towards it. Amidst the swirling yellow sand, a red-haired boy carrying a gourd slowly emerged. His footsteps were light, as soft as a feather. Yet with each step he took, deep footprints were pressed into the stone beneath. He did not walk up the steps. Instead, the sand beneath him suddenly surged, lifting his body and slowly flying towards the center of the arena. The yellow sand was everywhere. He hovered in midair, head lowered, with his red hair obscuring his eyes. His appearance was as if he had crawled out of hell. His entrance was nothing short of grand. Finally, he raised his head, revealing his emotionless, sand-colored eyes. Those eyes passed over everyone and landed directly on Naruto. Then he grinned, revealing a strange and icy smile. You blonde brat. His voice was hoarse and low, like sandpaper scraping against wood, carrying a chilling indifference. If you want to fight me, be prepared to die. I don't care how big your name, Uzumaki Naruto, is. I only ask you one thing. Are you ready to be my toy? In the sealed space. Crimson chakra surged like a tide of blood with the massive form of the Nine-Tails coiled in the water prison, its nine tails restlessly flicking, and its copper bell's-eyed eyes fixed intently on Naruto, as if it had encountered a ghost. They all say I look like a monster, but I think you are the real one. The Nine-Tails' voice unexpectedly lost its usual ferocity, instead sounding somewhat pretentious. Having lived for over 1,000 years, witnessed the Sage of Six Paths, and fought against Otsutsuki, it had never encountered such a bizarre Jinchuriki. Naruto dug at his ear, leaning impatiently against a nearby stone pillar, too lazy to even lift his eyelids. It's you again, aren't you annoying? Why do you keep bothering me? If you're so bored, I could get you the complete collection of The Legend of Zhenhuan and pair it with The Storm, so you can watch from dawn till dusk. How about that? The Nine-Tails suddenly froze, its nine tails coming to a halt, ears perked up. Are you talking about those you showed me before? Indeed, it was quite interesting. That police officer named an Xin is so stubborn, and Zhenhuan is even harsher than I am. As it continued speaking, its expression suddenly fell, the tips of its tails awkwardly curling, showing rare signs of embarrassment. However, I'm not here to ask for those things today. What puzzles me now is that your level of mystery has even surpassed that old man of the Six Paths in my mind. The Nine-Tails leaned closer, its enormous head nearly touching Naruto's face. First you blocked all my influences, then you suddenly produced a Sharingan that can suppress me, and your strength has skyrocketed, as if you were on a rocket, yet you seem to know everything. Could you be the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths? But that old fellow is so rigid he can't be as annoying as you. Naruto straightened his back at the words, hands in pockets, chin held high, brimming with confidence. Just relax, in my body on vacation, with food, lodging, and entertainment all covered. How great is that? As for the Sage of Six Paths, he scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain. That old man is nothing to worry about. My goal is to unify the ninja world, to become immortal, and make the entire world bow beneath my feet. Ha ha ha. The Nine-Tails erupted in a deafening laugh, shaking the entire sealed space. What a boast. You should first knock down that stinking raccoon below before talking. After laughing, it became shy again, scratching its head with a paw, its voice tiny like a mosquito's buzz. By the way, I sense that cat's aura. I have a favor to ask of you. Naruto raised an eyebrow, deliberately elongating his tone. Oh, the great elder brother of the tailed beasts actually has a favor to ask of me. He looked up and down at the Nine-Tails, teasing. You really want to beat that Shikaka, huh? Fine, considering you've been well behaved, while binge-watching recently. I'll try my best to make it cry to vent your frustration. The Nine-Tails retorted. Who wants to beat it? I just can't stand its arrogant demeanor. The Nine-Tails shouted furiously, its tail swaying. Honestly, remember, beat it to a pulp. Don't show it any mercy. Naruto ignored it further, the Sharingan flashing beneath his eyes, and instantly exited the sealed space. In reality, the arena had fallen silent, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Gaara floated in the center of the arena, yellow sand swirling around him, forming an impenetrable barrier. He lowered his head, red hair obscuring most of his face, with only those sand golden eyes like a venomous snake fixated on the entrance of the arena, exuding a chilling aura that could freeze a person. Everyone held their breath. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Just as Temari's fingers were about to crush the three-star fan, a lazy voice drifted over leisurely. What's the rush? Are you in a hurry to reincarnate? Naruto walked onto the stage with hands in his pockets, swaying casually. He didn't even look at Gaara, first brushing off the dust on his clothes, then adjusting his forehead protector, appearing so nonchalant, as if he were at a market shopping rather than facing a life-and-death duel. The audience. The sand around Gaara suddenly surged violently, making a harsh grinding sound. Temari coughed violently, covering her mouth, quickly, raising her hand, her voice trembling noticeably. Both competitors ready. Naruto Uzumaki vs. Gaara of Tsunade. Match begin. As soon as the words fell, Gaara's voice rang out. Blondie, I ask you one last time, are you ready to be my toy? Naruto finally looked up at him, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Toy? Sorry, I only play with the living. Dead things are too dull. Moreover, he scanned Gaara up and down, his tone dripping with disdain. With your sand manipulation skills resembling a kindergarten child playing house, how dare you come out here and embarrass yourself? You're seeking death. Gaara's eyes flared with killing intent as he swung his right hand fiercely. Sandstorm funeral. Boom. Countless grains of yellow sand erupted from the ground like a tsunami, instantly forming a sand wall over 10 meters high, pressing down on Naruto relentlessly. Wherever the sand passed, the hard stone slabs were crushed to powder, and the air was compressed, emitting sharp, explosive sounds. Gasps erupted from the audience. It's over. Naruto is surrounded. Is this the power of Sandstorm Funeral? It's terrifying. Last time it was this move that directly turned 3 range shinobi into paste. Kakashi's Sharingan instantly contracted into 3 Tomo, while Guy clenched his fists tightly ready to rush down at any moment. Just as the sand wall was about to engulf Naruto, clang! A clear sound of a blade pierced the air. Naruto drew out the Kyuubi's Nine-Tails blade from his back, the black blade glinting with a chilling light. He twisted his wrist, and wind attribute chakra surged like a tide into the blade, causing it to expand, instantly releasing a 3-foot-long azure blade aura. Break for me. Naruto leaped into the air and slashed down. Swoosh. The terrifying blade aura sliced through the 10-meter-high sand wall, as if it were cutting tofu, splitting it in half. The sky full of yellow sand instantly dissipated, turning into fine sand that gently fell down. Naruto landed steadily on the ground, sheathing his sword, his movements fluid and seamless. The entire arena fell silent. Everyone's eyes widened, mouths agape, as if they could fit an egg inside. Just now. What was that? Did a single slash cut through the sandstorm funeral? Wow. 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 I can't believe my eyes. That was sandstorm funeral. It just got cleaved in one stroke. This blade is outrageous. How many trump cards does Naruto still have? Lee suddenly jumped up, the flames of his youthful spirit burning even brighter. Awesome. This is the power of youth. Naruto, you truly are my destined rival. Hinata tightly clutched the hem of her clothes, her heart slightly relaxing as she looked at the golden-haired figure in the arena, filled with admiration. Kakashi set down the hot spring paradise he had been holding, his expression grave, wind attribute chakra, actually utilized to such a perfect degree. His chakra control has surpassed that of most jonin. Guy nodded solemnly, saying, and that sword is definitely not an ordinary item. On the arena, Gaara looked at the scattered yellow sand on the ground, a look of astonishment appearing on his face for the first time. But soon that astonishment was replaced by a deeper rage. Interesting, he licked his cracked lips, his hoarse voice tinged with a sickly excitement. It seems this toy of yours is more entertaining than I expected. Sand binding coffin. Countless grains of sand surged up from the ground like venomous snakes, instantly wrapping around Naruto's limbs, attempting to trap him completely. Naruto's gaze sharpened, and his Sharingan activated instantly. The flow speed of the sand chakra is distributed on the surface. The core is 3 meters beneath Gaara's feet. Wind overcomes earth. Using a wide-range wind release to disperse, it is the most effective. A thought flashed through his mind. Naruto took a deep breath and quickly formed hand seals with both hands. Wind release, great breakthrough. A fierce gale burst forth from Naruto's mouth, sweeping across the entire arena like a typhoon. The sand that had wrapped around Naruto was directly lifted into the sky by the gale, blowing away without a trace. The violent wind continued, even shaking the sand shield surrounding Gaara violently. Useless. My sand is absolute defense. Gaara roared, forming hand seals again. Sand shuriken. Countless grains of sand coalesced into sharp shuriken, shooting towards Naruto like a torrential rain. Naruto leaped, slightly retreating like a ghost, while his left hand flicked, releasing 3 wind shuriken. Wind shuriken, shadow windmill. The 3 shuriken suddenly split in midair, becoming 9, shooting towards Gaara from 9 different angles. Gaara snorted coldly, and the sand instantly formed a thick sand wall in front of him. Ding ding. The wind shuriken struck the sand wall, all being deflected away. Is that all you can do? Gaara mocked. But as soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a chilling sensation from behind. Not good. It's a feint. Gaara turned around abruptly, only to see Naruto had somehow circled behind him, his right hand gathering a swirling mass of blue chakra. Wind release, vacuum waved. A highly condensed blade of wind shot towards Gaara's back like a laser. Naruto had specifically aimed for the weakest point in his sand shield, where Shikaka's chakra was least concentrated. Gaara's pupils constricted, and without time to think, he hastily summoned sand to protect his back. Swoosh. The wind blade pierced through 3 layers of sand shield, leaving a deep wound on Gaara's back, exposing bone. Red blood gushed forth instantly. The entire arena erupted once again. He hit. Naruto hit Gaara. My goodness. Gaara was actually injured. It's the first time someone has hurt him in the Chunin exams. So cool. This is a real battle between experts. Temari's face turned pale, and Kinkaro stood up suddenly, his palms drenched in cold sweat. Gaara slowly turned around, touching the wound on his back, watching the red blood turn black at his fingertips, his body beginning to tremble uncontrollably. Not because of the pain, but because of anger. Extreme anger. He had been feared and despised by everyone since childhood. No one had ever dared to hurt him. Anyone who dared to lay a hand on him had already been turned into a mush of flesh in the sand. But now this yellow-haired brat actually dared to scratch him. You? Actually dare to hurt me? Gaara's voice became hoarse and twisted, the character for love on his forehead turning red, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins. Naruto stood not far away, arms crossed, his tone calm, yet piercing. So what if I hurt you? Who do you think you are? Just a pathetic creature possessed by a tailed beast. No one loves you, no one cares about you, you rely on killing to feel your presence. You think you're terrifying. In fact, you're just a coward, someone who dares not face reality. What did you say? Gaara abruptly raised his head, his eyes completely transforming into beastly pupils. Am I wrong? Naruto stepped closer, his gaze icy. Your mother died to protect you, yet you use her chakra as a tool for killing. The people around you fear you not because you're powerful, but because you've gone insane. Your existence is a tragedy. Ah! Gaara let out a heart-wrenching scream, his chakra erupting like a volcano. Black patterns instantly spread across his body and yellow sand crazily gathered towards him, enveloping his form. His body began to swell dramatically, a furry tail sprouting from his back, and patterns like a raccoon appeared on his face. An overwhelming pressure, terrifying to the point of suffocation, instantly engulfed the entire arena. The temperature plummeted, and the air seemed to freeze. The audience in the stands fell silent, their faces pale and trembling, even breathing becoming difficult. What? What is that? What a terrifying chakra. This is power that no human should possess. Several Konoha jonin stood up abruptly, their faces grave. Damn, he's transforming into a tailed beast. This kid is actually a Jinchuriki. It's Shikaku. Tsunade actually sent a Jinchuriki to participate in the Chunin exams. Quick, prepare to intervene. We can't let him lose control here. Kakashi and Guy leaped off the stands, simultaneously positioning themselves in front of the audience. Kakashi's Sharingan fixed intently on Gaara, who was undergoing transformation in the arena, and he said solemnly, Guy, protect the audience. I'm going to help Naruto. Wait. Guy grabbed his arm. Look at Naruto. Kakashi followed Guy's pointing direction and saw Naruto standing still, showing no signs of panic. He even dug at his ear, watching Gaara transform into a tailed beast, a playful smile creeping on his lips. Deep within his consciousness, Kurama was bouncing with excitement, his 9 tails wagging furiously. It's coming, it's coming. Finally here. Kid, hurry. Go beat it. Make it release its crap. Let it know who the real boss of the tailed beast world is. Naruto silently rolled his eyes in his mind. Got it, shut up already. In the arena, Gaara's transformation into a tailed beast was halfway complete. He had turned into a monster over 30 meters tall, half-human half-raccoon, covered in yellow sand, a massive tail swishing behind him, making a dull thudding sound. He lowered his head, staring at Naruto with a pair of completely irrational, beastly eyes, letting out a deafening roar. Roar! Yellow sand filled the air, and the entire arena trembled violently. In the shadows, Danzo watched the scene with a glimmer of wild joy in his single eye. Good. Excellent. He's transformed into a tailed beast. He laughed maniacally in his heart. Fight. Fight with all your might. Ideally, both sides will be injured and perish together. By then, both the 9 tails and Shikaku will be mine. Temari and Kankuro slumped in their seats, faces filled with despair. They knew that once Gaara transformed into a tailed beast, no one could control him anymore. The entire arena plunged into unprecedented panic. Only Naruto remained standing in place, calm and unperturbed. He slowly drew the Kyuubi's blade, the blue wind chakra once again wrapping around the blade. Looking at the roaring half-tailed beast Gaara before him, Naruto's smile widened. Shikaku, huh? Perfect. I also want to test if a tailed beast's bones are hard. The yellow sand surged like waves, and the 30-meter-high half-cat monster arched its body, its giant mouth filled with sharp teeth puffing out like a windbag. The murky yellow-brown chakra inside its throat spun wildly, compressing the air to emit a piercing shriek. This is the signature killing move of the Shikaku, a wind release technique known as wind-style air bullets initiation pose. Everyone in the stands held their breath, with Shikamaru tightly covering his mouth, his nails digging into his palm. Kakashi's Sharingan transformed into the Kimui Mangekyo, his right hand already resting on a kunai, ready to charge forward at any moment. This was just a second before the giant mouth was about to unleash a devastating storm. Naruto held his knife leisurely, raising his chin. His voice was not loud, yet it precisely pierced through the howling wind. Hey cat, there's a fox that asked me to deliver a message to you. Puff! The cheeks of Shikaku puffed up like a ball, instantly deflated, and the chakra accumulated in its throat became chaotic, causing it to cough violently. Shikaku glanced at Naruto, waiting for a while, without hearing him speak. Damn, he shut up. He tricked me. It took a full 3 seconds for it to realize it had been played. You little bastard. Shikaku's body shook with rage, its claws smashing down on the arena, causing the entire venue to tremble. How dare you mock the noble Lord Shikaku? I will tear you to pieces, skin you alive, grind your bones into powder, and scatter them in the desert. Its roar had not yet faded. Naruto had already vanished. So fast. Kakashi's pupils constricted, his Sharingan only able to capture a blurred azure afterimage. In the next moment, Naruto's figure appeared above Shikaku's 30-meter-high head. The wind attribute chakra on the nine-tails blade gathered, and the azure blade gleamed like lightning as it struck down. Clang, 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 clang. Sparks exploded on the yellow sand. The crisp sounds of metal clashing echoed continuously. Like a ghost, Naruto danced around Shikaku's massive head, each strike landing in the same spot, moving so quickly that only an afterimage remained. Huh. Useless. Shikaku shook its head wildly, trying to swat away the mosquito on top of it with a tone full of mockery. Is that all the power you've got? You couldn't even scratch me. How about a massage, little brat? It suddenly whipped its tail, striking upwards with tremendous force. The massive tail formed from gathered sand tore through the air with a thunderous boom. Naruto used the tip of his foot to pivot, gliding away like willow fluff, narrowly avoiding this lethal strike. The giant tail crashed down on its own head, producing a dull sound, and Shikaku let out a muffled groan from the pain. It is indeed a bit tough. Naruto hovered in midair, forming hand seals with his left hand, fully activating his Kagura's mind's eye. Countless pieces of information flooded into his mind. Shikaku's body is composed of chakra and sand. Ordinary attacks are ineffective. The chakra core is located in its chest, wrapped in 3 layers of high-density sand armor. In close combat, it relies on claws and its tail with a large attack range but slow turning speed. The wind release ninjutsu is extremely powerful, but it requires a long charge time. He smirked with a touch of cunning, adding internally, but it really is not smart. Since scratching won't work, let's make a hole instead. Naruto quickly formed hand seals, moving so fast that an afterimage appeared. Wind-style great breakthrough. A gale 10 times more ferocious than before erupted from his palm, not aimed at Shikaku, but blowing towards the ground. The swirling yellow sand was instantly lifted into the sky, turning the entire arena into a veil of yellow mist with visibility reduced to less than 3 meters. Just a trick. Shikaku snorted coldly, spreading its chakra to sense Naruto's position. But as soon as it released its chakra, it felt 9 piercing sounds approaching from different directions. Wind shadow, shuriken shadow, windmill. 9 shurikens imbued with azure wind blades pierced through the yellow sand, aiming for Shikaku's eyes. Useless. Shikaku's eyelids shut, and the yellow sand instantly formed a shield before it. The clinking sounds rang out as all the shurikens were deflected. But at that moment, 3 finely condensed wind blades silently emerged from the sand, bypassing the front sand shield, accurately targeting 3 chakra nodes at the base of Shikaku's tail. This was the backup plan Naruto had intentionally left. The wind shadow shuriken was a feint. The real killing move was these 3 wind blades that had been condensed in advanced wind-style vacuum wave. Puff, puff, puff. The wind blades effortlessly penetrated the thin layer of sand, severing the chakra pathway, controlling Shikaku's tail. Oh! Shikaku let out a piercing scream, and that massive tail that had just been so imposing instantly drooped limply. It hit. A thunderous cheer erupted from the stands. My God, how did he do that? In such a huge sandstorm, he actually found the weakness with precision. Where did those 3 wind blades come from? I didn't see him form any seals. Guy excitedly punched the railing, creating a deep dent. So amazing. This is the speed and wisdom of youth. Kakashi also breathed a sigh of relief, his eyes filled with shock. The control over wind attribute chakra has actually reached this level, being able to curve the vacuum wave and set up traps in advance. In the shadows, Danzo's expression darkened, a glint of cunning flashing in his single eye. This little brat is far more troublesome than I imagined. But it doesn't matter, Shikaku's true strength has yet to be unleashed. I will kill you. I will kill you. The enraged Shikaku, with its tail disabled, completely lost control. It no longer held back any strength, its chakra erupting like a volcano. The yellow-brown chakra shot up into the sky, forming a massive sand cloud. Little brat, this is what you forced me to do. Shikaku opened its giant mouth, compressing the chakra in its throat wildly, the color changing from yellow-brown to deep black. The terrifying pressure caused the ground of the entire stadium to start cracking, leaving the audience in the stands frightened and retreating. Sklass ninjutsu, wind-style sand bullet. Countless bullets formed from high-density chakra and sand poured down from the sky like a torrential rain. Each bullet possessed the power to penetrate high-level shinobi defenses, covering the entire arena with no space for evasion. It's over. Shikamaru closed his eyes in despair. Kankuro slumped in his seat, his face ashen. Kakashi and Guy's expressions changed drastically as they rushed towards the arena without hesitation. Naruto, get out of the way. You can't block this. Danzo smirked cruelly. Die, Naruto. The 9 tails will soon be mine. The sand bullets fell like raindrops, completely submerging the spot where Naruto stood. The sound of violent explosions rang out continuously, and the entire arena was reduced to a scorched earth, rubble and yellow sand swirling in the air. Shikaku laughed triumphantly. Ha ha ha. Little humans. This is the outcome of provoking Lord Shikaku. but its laughter suddenly stopped. Amidst the swirling dust, a golden light slowly illuminated. Two furry golden tails swayed like flames in the dust. A figure dressed in a black coat stood quietly within the golden chakra, cloak completely unharmed. The devastating sand bullets from earlier hadn't even touched the hem of his clothing. Naruto lifted his head, a devilish smile curling at the corners of his mouth, his voice carrying the unique laziness and arrogance of the Nine Tails. Hee, you smelly cat, do you still remember me? The golden chakra spread like a tidal wave, the terrifying pressure emanating from the Nine Tails instantly overwhelming Shikaku's presence. The triumphant smile on Shikaku's face froze instantly. It widened, its copper bell-like eyes staring at the two golden tails in the arena, its body starting to tremble uncontrollably. A shrill and piercing voice filled with disbelief and terror squeezed out from its throat. It's you, that smelly fox. The golden tail flame danced over the ruins, two fox tails gently sweeping across, shattering the residual sand and debris into fragments. The entire venue fell silent for 3 seconds. Then, like cold water splashing into hot oil, it erupted completely. Tailed beast. He is also a Jinchuriki. My god. Two-tailed beasts are fighting during the Chunin exams. Kakashi's body stiffened, his Sharingan trembling slightly, with only one thought crazily flashing through his mind. 9 tails against 1 tail. Sand Hidden has gone mad. Konoha has also gone mad. Is this really the Chunin exams? Or is it a rehearsal for the Third Shinobi World War? A mere Chunin exam has deployed the nuclear weapons of two great nations to clash. That's the concept. Kai's fist froze in midair, the blood on his face instantaneously draining away, leaving only solemnity. The shock on the faces of ordinary spectators and Konoha Chunin quickly morphed into profound fear and resentment. I said he was off. So sinister. No wonder he has such a murderous aura. He truly is a demon fox. The fourth Hokage shouldn't have let him live. He should have been sealed along with the 9 tails. A man wearing a Chunin vest jumped onto the railing, pointing at Naruto and cursing angrily, spitting as he shouted, Demon Fox. You disaster. You and that monster from Sand Hidden should die. You both should be burned to death. The harsh curses sliced through the noise, piercing directly into Naruto's ears. The sinister smile on Naruto's face gradually faded. The last trace of warmth in his eyes completely vanished. All that remained was an icy coldness. He had long known what these people were thinking. No matter what he did in their eyes, he would forever be the demon fox that brought disaster. Since that's the case, then let it be as they wish. Since you are so afraid of the demon fox, Naruto softly spoke, his voice not loud, yet strangely overpowering all the noise. The 9 tails demon blade shimmered, the golden 9 tails chakra merging instantaneously with the blue wind released chakra, the blade's dark body wrapped in gold and blue, emitting a humming vibration. Then I will show you. Before his words fell, the blade was already released. A stream of gold and blue light sliced through the air. The Chunin, who was still shouting, had not even had time to retract his furious curses. Puff! The long blade pierced through his chest, carrying immense inertia, pinning him against the stone pillar behind him. Blood snaked down the pillar, blooming into a dazzling red plum on the ground. He widened his eyes, making a gasping sound, his body convulsing twice before he completely lost breath. The entire venue. In an instant, silence fell. All curses, all noise, all resentment came to an abrupt stop at that moment. Everyone froze in place, their faces reflecting sheer terror. They looked at the boy standing in the golden chakra, gazing at his emotionless eyes. A chill surged from their feet straight to the crown of their heads. How dare he? This is a public occasion. Right in front of the third Hokage, he killed someone on the spot. He really dared to kill. In Konoha's stadium, before the third Hokage and all the high-ranking officials, to kill without batting an eye. Even Shikaku, standing 30 meters tall, was stunned. It gaped, all the prepared insults stuck in its throat. It had lived for over 1,000 years, seen ruthlessness, but had never witnessed such cruelty. It is a tailed beast killing without blinking an eye. Yet this human brat, when killing his own kind, was even more decisive than it. Ding. The host has publicly executed a Konoha Chunin meeting the corruption criteria. Corruption value 1,000. Current total corruption value 14,515 points. The cold system notification echoed in his mind. Naruto did not even lift his eyelids. He slowly turned around, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, landing straight towards the podium. Landing on the third Hokage, on Danzo, and on the faces of all the Konoha high-ups. His voice was chilling, carrying an undeniable intimidation. You will clean up the mess. From now on, if I hear a single word of discontent about me, kill. One word. A seemingly light word. Yet it struck the hearts of everyone like a 1,000-pound boulder. Those who had been whispering just moments ago instantly clamped their mouths shut, not daring to breathe. In the entire stadium, the only sound that could be heard was the wind blowing through the yellow sands. No one doubted his words. No one dared to doubt. In the shadows, a flicker of uncertainty passed through Danzo's single eye. He did not expect Naruto to be so bold. Even less did he expect Naruto to be so ruthless. This was completely different from what he had imagined. Naruto turned back to look at the still dumbfounded Shikaku. He flexed his wrist, the corner of his mouth curling into a cold arc. I'm not in a good mood right now. I will temporarily hand over my body to Kurama. Let me lose control voluntarily. As his words fell, the warm, dazzling golden chakra receded like a tide. In its place was a surging, fierce, and destructive crimson chakra. Boom. The crimson chakra shot into the sky, erupting like a blood-red volcano, dyeing the entire sky a deep crimson. The air instantly became scorching and thick, carrying a pungent smell of sulfur. A furry crimson tail stretched out from behind Naruto. Then came the second tail, the third, the fourth. With each additional tail, the ground trembled more violently. With each tail, the terrifying pressure surged correspondingly. Fifth tail, sixth tail, seventh tail, eighth tail. The spectators in the stands had already begun to flee in panic, the concrete bleachers of the stadium cracking, extensively debris falling like rain. Kakashi and Kai exhausted all their chakra to maintain a shield protecting those around them, their faces as pale as paper. Eight tails. Kai's voice trembled. Tamari and Kankuro had long since collapsed on the ground, unable to move. Shikaku's yellow sand trembled uncontrollably as it stepped back, its large eyes filled with extreme fear. It knew what was about to happen. It would never forget that day, the afternoon when the nine tails rubbed it against the ground. At this moment, the ninth tail slowly extended. Boom. The overwhelming pressure instantly swept across the entire Konoha village. The crimson chakra condensed into a gigantic fox phantom enveloping the entire stadium. That phantom had 9 enormous tails and a pair of crimson vertical pupils coldly looking down upon all things. Naruto closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his blue eyes had transformed into the identical crimson vertical pupils of the nine tails. A deep, hoarse voice filled with endless weariness and disdain emerged from his throat. Like thunder from hell. Long time no see. Little raccoon. The nine tails have returned. With a thunderous roar, the moment the ninth crimson fox tail fully unfurled, the ground of Konoha village was violently gripped by an invisible giant hand suddenly lifting upwards. In the distance, rocks from Hokage Rock tumbled down. Pedestrians on the street were knocked down collectively by the tremor, and every household's glass shattered simultaneously, creating a cacophony of cracking sounds. Inside the stadium, the concrete bleachers crumbled like cookies. Massive stones whistled as they crashed into the crowd. The nine tails. The nine tails have truly emerged. Run. The disaster of that year is returning. Mom, I'm scared. The heart-wrenching cries instantly replaced the previous silence. The audience on the stands crazily pressed backward, the sounds of trampling screams and collapses mixed together. All Jonin, take your positions immediately. Umbu Team A and Team B secure the stadium exits. Teams C and D evacuate the civilians. Medical team, prepare to receive the injured. Figures like specters sprang from all directions. The faces of Konoha's Jonin turned pale as they swiftly formed hand seals, chakra shields stacked upon each other to barely withstand the scattered chakra shockwaves. Beneath the masks of the Umbu were faces filled with terror. Many had witnessed the Nine Tails rampage 12 years ago, seeing firsthand how that blood-red fox turned half of Konoha to ashes. Now the nightmare is replaying, and it is far worse than it was then. The Nine Tails of that time was restrained by a Jinchuriki, but this Nine Tails has actively broken free from its seal. At the podium, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, suddenly stood up, his aged hand tearing off the Hokage hat atop his head and carelessly tossing it to the ground. He also ripped apart the red Hokage cloak that symbolized Konoha's highest authority. His pipe fell to the ground, scattering tobacco everywhere. His eyes, usually filled with a gentle smile, were now bloodshot, swirling with despair, regret, and a deep-rooted fear. How could this? How could it turn out like this? His voice trembled. 12 years ago, he had watched helplessly as his most esteemed disciple Minato Namikaze died alongside his wife at the claws of that fox, while sealing the Nine Tails. Before dying, Minato sealed half of the Nine Tails chakra into the newborn Naruto, entrusting him to take good care of this child. But what has he done? He allowed the village to isolate Naruto, turned a blind eye to the rumors, and permitted Danzo's repeated probing and schemes. He thought that as long as he gave Naruto a bit of warmth, he would follow the right path. He believed that as long as the seal was intact, the Nine Tails would never emerge. Now he was wrong. Terribly wrong. Sarutobi, do you need to take action personally? The voice of Nara Shikamaru trembled as she tightly gripped the railing beside her, her knuckles turning white. Even you facing the complete Nine Tails. There is no other choice. The third Hokage took a deep breath, chakra surging wildly within his body, an astonishing aura erupting from his aged form. If we cannot subdue him today, Konoha will truly be finished. He slowly raised his hand, the kunai already gripped tightly in his palm. At that moment from the shadows, Danzo's single eye flashed with a hint of quick fear, quickly masked by deep calculation. He gazed at the colossal Nine-Tails phantom, feeling the oppressive force capable of annihilating everything, and his hand hidden in his sleeve unconsciously clenched tightly. The scenes from 12 years ago surged into his mind like a tide. On that day, he too had hidden in the underground base of the Root organization, listening to the explosions and screams from above, watching the Nine-Tails destroy Konoha piece by piece. He did not intervene, because he knew Minato would act. And now Minato was dead. Sarutobi had aged. No one could stop the Nine-Tails. Everything for Konoha. Danzo whispered, his voice cold, without a trace of warmth. Only I live. Does Konoha have a future? He silently made a hand signal, and several Root members beside him immediately understood, disappearing into the darkness like ink blending into water. Danzo took one last glance at the third Hokage, who was preparing to face death, and then at the blood-red fox, a barely noticeable cold smile playing at the corner of his mouth. Then he turned and melted into the shadows behind him. No one noticed. Just like 12 years ago. In the center of the stadium, the crimson vertical pupils of Kurama swept over the panicked Konoha ninjas, his gaze filled with undisguised contempt. A swarm of ants. Then his gaze fell upon Shikaku, who was nearby, frozen in fear. Little raccoon, weren't you just very vocal? Kurama's voice was like grinding stone, laced with mockery. Shikaku's body trembled violently, its eyes wide with fear as it fixed its gaze on Kurama, yet it still mustered the courage to shout, "Kurama, don't be too arrogant. I am Shikaku, the strongest tailed beast." Oh. Kurama tilted his head. The next second, boom, the massive Nine-Tails chakra phantom suddenly stepped forward. The ground instantly collapsed. Shikaku screamed uncontrollably, retreating 3 steps, nearly falling. Though it was tough, it knew the truth. It was all too aware of the Nine-Tails' strength. When the Sage of 6 Paths divided the chakra, the combined strength of the other 8-tailed beasts was still lesser than that of the Nine-Tails. Even now, with only half of the Nine-Tails chakra within Naruto defeating, it would be more than enough for 4 Shikakus. The strongest tailed beast. Kurama sneered. You are just a piece of trash that cannot even control its own Jinchuriki. Before the words fell, Kurama's figure had already vanished from sight. Shikaku's pupils constricted just as it prepared to conjure sand for defense. A woo! A heart-wrenching scream echoed through the skies. Kurama's massive fangs clamped down on Shikaku's nape, sharp incisors easily piercing through its sandy form. Then, with a shake of his head like tossing aside a ragged sack, boom! Shikaku's enormous body was flung into the sky, becoming a tiny black amidst all the horrified gazes. Kurama slowly raised his head, the crimson chakra rapidly gathering in his mouth. A pitch-black tailed beast ball was spinning swiftly. Goodbye, little raccoon. Whoosh! The tailed beast ball, trailing a long black flame, shot towards Shikaku in the sky like a meteor. Boom! The deafening explosion reverberated in the sky. A colossal black mushroom cloud slowly rose, and the intense shockwave swept through, completely tearing apart the clouds above. Shikaku's screams abruptly ceased. Its chakra rapidly dissipated at a visible speed, and its massive body turned into swirling yellow sand scattering from the sky. A small figure fell from the yellow sand. It was Gaara. His eyes tightly shut, his face pale. He had completely lost consciousness. Gaara, the Kazekage Raza who had not yet been killed by Orochimaru, changed his expression drastically, instantly turning into a fleeting shadow and rushing up to catch Gaara in midair. He checked for Gaara's breath and felt the chakra within him finally letting out a sigh of relief. Shikaku had been forced back into its seal, falling into a deep slumber. Although Gaara was gravely injured, he at least preserved his life. Raza held Gaara, looking up at the blood-red fox below, his gaze filled with extreme complexity. Shock, fear, and a hint of relief. Relief that Kurama's target had been Shikaku and not him. After dealing with Shikaku, Kurama satisfiedly flicked his tail. He lifted his head and let out a deafening roar towards the sky. A woo! The roar resonated throughout Konoha village, even reaching the forests outside the village. The last wisp of cloud in the sky was also scattered, revealing the azure sky. The entire world seemed to have fallen silent. All the Konoha ninjas stood frozen, afraid to breathe. They looked at the imposing Nine-Tails with only one thought in their minds. It's over. Konoha is truly finished. Just when everyone thought the Nine-Tails would bloodily wash Konoha, Kurama's voice suddenly echoed in Naruto's mind, his tone shifting from that of the king of tailed beasts looking down on the world to that of an impatient old man. Alright, I've finished having my fun. Naruto, make sure to download the latest episodes of Zhanhuan for me tonight. The last episode one saw when Zhanhuan returned to the palace was quite exciting. And that novel written by the tomato, get me 2 copies without ads. The last time the ad jumped for 3 minutes, nearly driving me mad. Naruto. His mouth twitched. Where did that earth-shattering momentum go? So you came out just to beat up Shikaku and then asked me for dramas and novels. Got it. Naruto replied helplessly in his mind. That's more like it. Kurama snorted in satisfaction. You can deal with the mess left behind him going back to binge watch. As the words fell, the surging crimson chakra rapidly receded like a tide. The massive Nine-Tails phantom gradually dissipated. Naruto's chakra slowly transformed back into a warm golden hue and then completely retracted. He landed on the ground and dusted off his clothes. The entire stadium fell into silence once more. Everyone stared at him dumbfounded. Where did that earth-shattering Nine-Tails go? How had it just vanished? Naruto scanned the crowd. Those villagers who had been filled with hatred and fear just moments ago now lowered their heads afraid to make eye contact with him. The Jonin and Umbu who were just about to act stood frozen in place, forgetting their hand seals. Even the third Hokage maintained a posture of preparation, frozen in place. Naruto's lips curled into a cold arc. The trial duel is over. His voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. The moonlight and swift wind were quick to announce, in this duel, Uzumaki Naruto wins. Due to severe damage to the venue, the final selection match will be set for 1 month later. Naruto nodded, no longer looking at anyone, turning to leave. His steps were calm, his back proud. As if the one who had released the Nine-Tails and nearly destroyed half of Konoha was not him. No one dared to stop him. No one dared to speak. The entire stadium could only hear the echo of his footsteps. As he walked, Naruto sneered in his mind. That leading Jonin from Kusagakure. It seems today is the day you die. Outside Konoha, on a secluded path, Kyuka followed behind the Kusagakure Jonin, her head lowered, lost in thought. The Kusagakure Jonin grumbled as he walked. What bad luck. I had hoped to gain something during the Chunin exam, but instead encountered such a calamity. How could the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki be so terrifying? Had I known, I wouldn't have come. Kyuka, hurry up. Don't dawdle. Once we return to the village, you'll see how I deal with you. He turned back to scold her. Just then Kyuka suddenly stopped in her tracks. The Kusagakure Jonin frowned. What are you doing? Kyuka slowly lifted her head. Her face no longer bore the usual timidity and submissiveness. Instead, it revealed a cold calmness. Deal with me, eh? She spoke softly. The next second, a sharp dagger suddenly appeared in her hand. Thud! The dagger pierced into her own chest. The Kusagakure Jonin was stunned. You have gone mad. Before he could finish the sentence. Boom. Kyuka's body suddenly exploded, turning into a plume of white smoke. A piece of information instantly reached the consciousness of her original body, still in Konoha. Location confirmed. Target status unguarded. Execute clearance. A flash of golden light appeared behind the Kusagakure Jonin. Naruto's figure slowly materialized, holding a kunai that shimmered coldly in his hand. The Kusagakure Jonin turned abruptly. When he saw Naruto's familiar golden chakra and that almost blinding speed, his pupils constricted, suddenly disbelief written all over his face. He opened his mouth, using all his strength to squeeze out a single phrase. The golden flash of Konoha. A flash of golden light. A figure suddenly appeared behind the grass village Jonin, revealing Naruto. Beside him stood a girl with red hair, none other than Xianglin. The one who just committed suicide was merely a shadow clone of Naruto. The purpose was to lock in the precise coordinates through the memory transfer of the shadow clone and use Flying Thunder God to directly cross half of Konoha to ambush this little creature. The grass village Jonin abruptly turned around, and when he recognized that it was Uzumaki Naruto, his pupils constricted. Then, swoosh. In an instant, his triangular face was filled with a sycophantic smile brighter than a chrysanthemum. Oh, it is the Honorable Uzumaki Naruto of Konoha. He rushed forward in strides, rubbing his hands on his clothes vigorously, extending them eagerly. I've long admired your greatness. Meeting you in person is truly a delight. Your duel with Gaara of the Sand Village today was truly eye-opening. A young talent indeed, destined to be the next Hokage. He bent at a 90-degree angle, his head nearly buried in his chest. Xianglin watched in astonishment. The person who had just been cursing her was now changing his attitude faster than turning a page. Naruto looked at the hand he extended, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He reached out and gently shook it. No need for formality. Naruto's voice was gentle. He chuckled lightly and said, I was actually planning to kill you and am ready to make my move now. The air instantly froze, the Jonin's smile stiffening on his face. His hand still held in Naruto's, his mind went blank. 3 seconds later, he slowly blinked, gradually coming back to his senses. Huh, he doubted if he had misheard. What did you say? Naruto smiled again, enunciating each word. I said, I'm here to kill you. Let's do it now. Grass Village Jonin. What the hell? Are today's youngsters this direct? You don't even say a word of pleasantries. At least insult me a bit. This is embarrassing for me. In an instant, the grass village Jonin retreated. His speed was so fast that it left an afterimage. As he retreated, he roared in his heart, "What a lunatic," shaking hands, and then saying he wants to kill me. Isn't there any code of the martial world? Naruto watched the retreating Jonin, a slight smirk curling at the corner of his mouth as he casually threw out two specially made kunai. Whoosh, whoosh. The first kunai headed straight for his face, and the grass village Jonin hurriedly blocked it with another kunai. Clang. Sparks flew. The second kunai grazed his ear as he dodged just in time. The grass village Jonin's mouth curled into a smug smile. In his heart he thought, is that all? Not so impressive. Flying Thunder God. Activated. Swish. A faint sound echoed behind him, and the grass village Jonin's smile instantly froze. He didn't even have time to turn around before a warm palm was already pressed against his back. Rasengan. The attack began. Boom. A brilliant blue chakra erupted in an instant. The grass village Jonin flew through the air like a dead dog, crashing heavily to the ground face first, tasting the dirt, thoroughly losing two of his front teeth. Mud mixed with blood sprayed from his mouth as he struggled to lift his head, looking at Naruto, standing in place. His eyes filled with horror, reluctance, and despair. Flying Thunder God. Yellow Flash. He murmured to himself. Biting his teeth, he spat out a mouthful of blood and then roared ferociously. Bastard, another one from Konoha. Konoha is so lucky. A new Yellow Flash has emerged. It's unfair. This is so unfair. Why do you Konoha have Minato Namikaze? And now you have Uzumaki Naruto. Why do you all have Flying Thunder God? All have women from the Uzumaki clan. Why is that? His roar suddenly stopped, his head tilted, and he completely lost his breath. Naruto walked forward and squatted down. He searched the body, took out a money pouch, weighed it, and stuffed it into his pocket. He pulled out a few scrolls, glanced at them, found them useless, and tossed them aside. Then he made hand seals. Fire-style ash pile burning. A pale blue flame instantly enveloped the corpse. No thick smoke, no strange smell. A few minutes later, only a handful of white ash remained on the ground. Naruto made hand seals again. Wind-style great breakthrough. A gust of wind blew through, scattering the white ash. Not a trace was left, not even the smell of blood in the air was blown away. The entire process was fluid and seamless. Without a hint of hesitation, without a moment of pause, Xianglin stood by, her mouth agape, wide enough to fit Naruto's head. She had initially thought that Naruto was just strong, but she never expected. His skill in killing and disposing of bodies was even more impressive, so practiced that it was almost heart-wrenching. How on earth has he survived these 12 years? Naruto clapped his hands, stood up, and looked at Xianglin. All right. He formed a hand seal, and a shadow clone appeared, transforming into an ordinary kunai. Take this. Naruto handed the kunai to Xianglin. Go find Zabuza, he is now under my command, and will take good care of you. Once I finish dealing with my business in Konoha, I will come find you. Xianglin took the kunai, gripping it tightly in her hand. She looked at Naruto, her eyes suddenly turning red, tears streaming down like broken pearls. In the next moment, she lunged forward. Embracing Naruto, she stood on her tiptoes and kissed him directly on the lips. Naruto. He froze, his mind going blank in an instant. He wanted to push Xianglin away, but she held on tighter, getting closer, her soft lips carrying the warmth of a girl and a faint scent of cherry blossoms. In Naruto's heart, only one thought was frantically flashing across his mind. What the hell? My first kiss. I'm no longer pure. Kyubi, you better come out and save me. Kyubi was rolling on the ground, laughing in the ceiling space. Ha ha ha. Serves you right. You used to bully me. Your first kiss is gone. Ha ha. I told you long ago that girl looks at you with strange eyes. You didn't believe me. Naruto roared frantically in his heart. Shut up, you old pervert. What about you? You watch the concubines in Zhanhuanzhuan every day. Kyubi. That's different. I'm watching Palace Intrigue. It's about power. Xianglin finally released Naruto, her face as red as an apple, yet she still bravely looked at him. Naruto, I will wait for you. After saying that, she turned and ran into the forest without looking back. Naruto stood in place, touching his lips, looking utterly disillusioned. My first kiss. Just like that, it's gone. Kyubi was still adding insult to injury. It's fine, it was bound to be lost sooner or later. It's better than having it taken by that Sasuke, right? Naruto. Thanks for that. The next day in Konoha, Naruto walked down the street pondering. By the way, who is spreading rumors in the village saying that I like to kill entire families and that I unleash the Nine Tails to slaughter the village whenever I'm unhappy. What is this nonsense? I'm clearly a peace-loving good youth. It seems. I really need to find them to discuss life and brush up my darkening values or something. Just then he passed by a women's bathhouse, faintly hearing the sound of splashing water and the laughter of girls coming from inside. Then he saw an old man with white hair lewdly perched on top of the bathhouse wall, dressed in a red kimono, his hair a mess, holding a small notebook and a pen. He was peeking over the wall, tiptoeing, watching with great interest, drooling almost down to his chin. Naruto. He rubbed his eyes, thinking he must be seeing things. Looking again. No mistake, it was that old man. Naruto gasped, exclaiming, "What the hell?" The perverted sage Jiraiya. The old man on the wall, hearing the voice, stiffened slowly, turned his head, and when he saw Naruto, he was momentarily stunned. Then, he revealed an extremely lewd smile, gesturing for silence towards Naruto, muttering, "Whoa, don't call my name, I haven't done anything good, so many people are watching." Then he waved his hand, lowering his voice. "Naruto kid, come here, come here. The angle here is good. I'm telling you, the third girl from the left has an amazing figure." Naruto. He looked at this legendary Sannin, this man, known as the Toad Sage. Looking at his father's teacher, only one thought crossed his mind. Why are all the old generation of Konoha like this? What the hell? Jiraiya's soul nearly left his body. The small notebook in his hand slammed against the wall, black ink seeping through the brick gaps and forming a lewd mark. He didn't dare to look back, quickly grabbing Naruto by the collar and turning to run, his speed so swift that even his afterimage split into two. "Run, kid. If we get caught, we're both dead." Naruto stumbled, almost falling face first to the ground. He covered his face, cursing Jiraiya's ancestors and every toad in Mayaboku Mountain in his heart. "What the hell did I do to deserve this? I was just passing by. Just passing by. You were the one peeping and got caught. Why drag me down with you? Now look, the whole village saw it. My reputation as Uzumaki Naruto, a ruthless killer, will remain uncorrected, and instead I will gain a dark history of peeping with an old pervert." A lifetime of glory ruined in an instant. The door to the bathhouse behind him was smashed open with a loud crash. Countless women wrapped in towels rushed out like madwomen, wielding washboards, brooms, damp towels, and even someone was holding a shower head they had just taken off. "Jiraiya, you old pervert. Didn't you die outside the village a few days ago? How are you back to wreak havoc on us again? Catch him. Break his third leg. And that blonde-haired one. He doesn't look like a good person. He's in cahoots with him. Let's attack together." Rotten vegetables, tomatoes, and stinky eggs rained down. Jiraiya dodged left and right, his movements fluid, all while using Naruto as a shield. "Hey, old man, you're going too far," Naruto yelled as he dodged a flying washboard. "What's wrong with a young man taking a few hits? Respecting the old and cherishing the young, do you understand?" Jiraiya said with righteous indignation. "Besides, who told you to call my name just now?" "Naruto, thank you so much." The entire street erupted. The apple vendor's basket flipped over and apples rolled everywhere. "My goodness, isn't that Uzumaki Naruto? Why is he with that old pervert? It's over. They already said he was mentally unstable, and now he's learned to peep. No wonder he killed the ninja from the grass village yesterday. Without blinking, he must have learned from such a dubious character." The uncle stirring the pot dropped his spoon with a clank as he watched the two running away. A waiter nearby whispered, "Boss, should we save a bowl of ramen for Naruto? He looks pretty tired running like that." The uncle replied, "Let's see if he gets beaten up first." Shikamaru and Choji had just bought chips and stood by the roadside stunned. Choji dropped the chip in his mouth. "Shikamaru, is that Naruto?" Shikamaru covered his forehead, looking utterly drained. "Ah, this is such a hassle. I should have stayed home." Ino screamed, "Oh my god. Naruto is actually peeping with Lord Jiraiya. I misjudged him." Naruto covered his face, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Now he truly understood what a fierce woman was. What does it matter that he is one of the legendary Sannin? In front of the housewives of Konoha, he still had to run with his tail between his legs. The two ran out of Konoha village in one breath, sprinting for 3 miles until they could no longer hear the roaring behind them, finally stopping. Jiraiya leaned against a tree, gasping for breath. He tidied his messy hair, patted off the dust from his clothes, and forced a pose he thought was suave. "Phew. Thankfully I ran fast." He raised his eyebrows, smugly looking at Naruto. "Looks like you've heard of my name, Jiraiya, the Toad Sage of Mayaboku Mountain." Naruto rolled his eyes, brushing off the rotten vegetable leaves and tomato juice from his body. He had heard of it. He had heard too much. The #1 pervert in Konoha, the Mount Mayaboku peeping sage, who doesn't know him? Kurama was rolling on the floor, laughing in the sealed space. "Ha ha ha. Serves you right. That's what you get for showing off. Now you're being treated as an accomplice." "Shut up," Naruto yelled in his mind. "If you laugh again, I'll throw you out next time to block the washboard." Jiraiya didn't notice Naruto's facial expression, pulling out an old yellowed scroll from his pocket, waving it proudly. "Since you've heard my name, let me teach you next. Follow me and I guarantee you'll surpass the Hokage and become the strongest ninja in Konoha." "Oh really? Are you going to teach me how to peep at those fierce women?" "I'm not interested." Jiraiya's face turned red, awkwardly scratching his head. "What nonsense. I'm a great artist seeking inspiration. You little brat don't understand. This is to write a legendary romance paradise. What's a little sacrifice of my image?" Naruto didn't dislike this old man. He could feel that Jiraiya had no malice, but rather a warm feeling. Like a father. He was silent for a few seconds, then stood up straight and bowed deeply to Jiraiya. In that case, I Uzumaki Naruto am here to pay my respects. But what are you going to teach me? Jiraiya's eyes lit up, instantly energized. He unfurled the scroll with a swish. This is the summoning contract passed down through my family, signed with the toads of Myaboku Mountain. You'll sign your name on it with your blood and then press your handprint. I'll teach you the summoning technique, calling powerful toads to fight for you. Naruto raised an eyebrow, not taking the contract. He bit his right index finger, letting blood seep out. He quickly formed hand seals. Boar, dog, snake, monkey, horse. Summoning technique. Boom. A massive cloud of white smoke erupted. Amidst the smoke, a giant toad over 10 meters tall appeared before the two. Gamabunta, holding a giant pipe, puffed out a smoke ring, looking impatiently at Naruto. You again, kid. What is it this time? If there's nothing, I'm going back to sleep. The mother toad of Myaboku Mountain is still waiting for me. Jiraiya. The contract in his hand dropped to the ground with a thud. Gamabunta. How did he summon Gamabunta? This took me a lot of effort back in the day, fighting Gamabunta, to gain his recognition. How old is this kid? Naruto waved his hand, releasing the summoning technique. As the white smoke dispersed, Gamabunta vanished. He looked at the petrified Jiraiya and said blandly, what else? Jiraiya swallowed hard and forcibly snapped back to reality. He picked up the contract, stuffed it into his pocket, and cleared his throat. Ahem, the summoning technique is just the basics. I also have a secret move created by the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze with astonishing attack power, known as the Unbreakable. Before he could finish, Naruto raised his right hand. No hand seals. A deep blue chakra rapidly rotated in his palm, emitting a buzzing sound. Rasengan. Starting from 0. The fluctuation of chakra made the surrounding leaves rustle. Naruto looked at Jiraiya, who was dumbfounded with a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. And then, Jiraiya's mindset completely collapsed. He looked at the spinning Rasengan in Naruto's hand, and then at Naruto's smug face. What kind of monster is this? Even more perverse than his old man. And how did he summon Gamabunta? Who taught him this? Could it be Minato has manifested? Kurama laughed so hard in the sealed space that he was pounding the floor. Huh. Look at how scared this old man is. If Minato knew his son was this perverse, he'd probably wake up laughing from his grave. Naruto dispelled the Rasengan and clapped his hands. No need for these childish tricks. If you ask me, why not just practice Sage Mode? Jiraiya suddenly raised his head. The lewd and shocked expression on his face disappeared. His eyes sharpened like two unsheathed blades. He sized Naruto up from head to toe as if he were meeting him for the first time. The air around them instantly thickened. You know Sage Mode? I do. Naruto nodded. The sage arts of Myaboku Mountain absorb natural energy, fusing it with one's own chakra, greatly enhancing battle power, speed, and recovery. And I also know that you are not perfect in Sage Mode. Jiraiya fell silent. He stared at Naruto for a long time. Then he suddenly burst into laughter. He laughed so hard, he nearly fell over, tears almost streaming down his face. Not bad. Not bad. He patted Naruto on the shoulder with such force that it nearly knocked him over. Kakashi said you're strong, and I didn't believe it. But now it seems you're even stronger than he said. He put away his smile, and there was no longer a hint of lewdness on his face. In its place was the dignity and solemnity belonging to one of the legendary Sannin. He slowly stepped back, assuming a fighting stance. Chakra surged from his body like a tide, bending the surrounding trees slightly. In that case, let's have a spar and see. Let me see just how much strength you have. Whether you're qualified to learn Sage Mode. Naruto's lips curled into a brilliant smile. Golden chakra flowed gently around him like burning flames. He moved his wrist, making a cracking sound. That's exactly what I want. Naruto's right hand slowly fell to his waist. A cold gleam flashed. A short sword entirely black with dark golden patterns swirling along the blade was drawn from its sheath. The blade rang clear, causing leaves around to flutter down. The sense of security the village gives me pales in comparison to his slightest threat. Naruto's fingertips brushed over the cold blade, his gaze disturbingly calm. I think it's better to have the knife in my own hands. Jiraiya's smile slightly stiffened. For the first time, he sensed a chilling aura from this boy that was inconsistent with his age. This was not a child's petulance. It was the gaze of someone who had truly crawled out from a sea of corpses and rivers of blood. Oh, Jiraiya chuckled softly, suppressing his unease. You certainly have a big mouth. By the way, Naruto suddenly spoke, let's not summon any frogs. Otherwise it would be a bit cruel with people against people and frogs against frogs. Jiraiya immediately laughed heartily, hands on his hips. You have to know who you're boasting to. Do you think you can force me to use my full strength? I am one of the legendary 3 ninjas, the great sage of Mount Myaboku. Jiraiya. Before he finished speaking, Naruto moved. Without any warning. He flicked his left hand and 4 wind-style shuriken flew out in a cross formation, spinning rapidly in the air, producing a piercing sound as they cut through the air. Wind-style shuriken shadow windmill. Jiraiya's eyes narrowed, his foot lightly tapping the ground as he sidestepped. Is that all? He was about to mock when his pupils suddenly constricted. In the center of the seemingly ordinary shuriken, there was actually a swirling mass of azure chakra. The chakra was enveloped by sharp wind blades making a hissing sound as it cut through. Wind release, spiral wind piercer. Naruto's self-created a rank peak ninjutsu. It perfectly combined the compressive force of the Rasengan with the cutting power of wind release hidden within the shadow of the windmill, killing silently. Not bad, kid. Jiraiya exclaimed, quickly forming hand seals. Earth release, earth flow wall. A thick earthen wall rose from the ground, blocking in front of him. Using the simplest of ninja tools yet achieving the effect of a third-generation A-rank ninjutsu. However, this still falls a bit short. Crack, a crisp shattering sound echoed. The earthen wall was pierced through instantly by the spiral wind piercer, as if it were made of paper. The sharp wind blades rushed towards Jiraiya's face. What? You hit something big. Jiraiya's heart jolted, and he leaned back sharply, the wind blades grazing past his nose, severing a few strands of white hair. Cold sweat instantly drenched his back. At that moment, bang, 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 white smoke erupted. Dozens of shadow clones appeared simultaneously, each wielding the demon, tail 9 lives blade, their gazes icy. Kill. Dozens of shadows lunged at Jiraiya, at once, the blades shining like snow, impenetrable. The sound of blades slicing through the air was like the whispers of death. Impressive. Jiraiya praised, moving like a phantom amidst the sword light. At your age you already possess such sword skills. In my lifetime I've only encountered 2 like you. He casually deflected 2 incoming short swords, his tone tinged with a hint of regret. It's a pity one is dead and the other became a rogue ninja. After all, he was one of the legendary 3 ninjas. Even Naruto, capable of easily defeating Jonin along with the assault of dozens of shadow clones, could not touch him. Jiraiya was at ease, even having the leisure to comment. It's about time to end this. Jiraiya suddenly retreated, forming hand seals. Fire release, toad, oil flame. A massive pillar of fire erupted, the temperature warping the air, sweeping towards Naruto's clone. Wind release, great breakthrough. Naruto's main body also formed seals, unleashing a fierce wind that forcibly pushed back the pillar of fire. Flames collided with the gale, exploding into a shower of sparks. In that moment of blazing fire, Lion's main technique. Jiraiya's white hair suddenly surged, resembling countless white venomous snakes, wildly spreading in all directions. Not good. Naruto's expression changed. It was already too late. The hard hair acted like steel cables, instantly binding his limbs and pinning him in place. The shadow clones surrounding him were also hit by the hair, turning into white smoke with a bang. In just a second, all the shadow clones were wiped out. Only the main body remained firmly trapped by the wild hair, unable to move. This technique is cool, Naruto suddenly smiled. I might as well learn it. I could sell my hair later, and I wouldn't have to worry about food and clothing. Jiraiya was taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. You have an eye for talent. But first let's deal with the immediate situation. He tightened his grip, the hair immediately constricting tighter, making Naruto's bones crack. You lost, kid. Jiraiya's smile held a hint of pride. However, at that moment his smile froze. A chilling aura crept up his spine. It was as if he had been targeted by a venomous snake. His hair stood on end. Is that so? A faint voice echoed in his ear. Jiraiya turned his head sharply. He saw that Naruto, who had been entangled in hair, had vanished without a trace. All that remained was a severed strand of white hair on the ground. The real Naruto stood behind him. In his palm, an azure Rasengan slowly rotated less than 10 centimeters from his back. Substitution technique. The one who was bound earlier was merely a shadow clone he had left behind. The real body had already used the body flicker technique to teleport behind him the moment the fire and wind techniques collided. Jiraiya's body stiffened. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. He could distinctly feel the devastating power of the Rasengan. If Naruto exerted even a little force, even he as one of the 3 ninjas would be injured. You? Jiraiya opened his mouth but couldn't find his voice. He never imagined he would be forced to the brink by a 12-year-old child in this manner. Although Naruto hadn't used his full strength, it was enough to prove how strong he was. Naruto dissipated the Rasengan and took a step back. Thank you for the lesson, Master Jiraiya. The wind blew. Jiraiya's white hair fluttered messily. He looked at Naruto, his eyes filled with complexity, shock, relief, and a hint of indescribable excitement. He suddenly laughed heartily, feeling immensely pleased. Good, good, good. He clapped Naruto's shoulder hard, nearly knocking him over. When Kakashi invited me, I thought he was just a kid who could only use the body flicker technique. I never expected, truly never expected. Jiraiya's voice trembled slightly. He looked up at the sky, his eyes reddening as he inwardly felt proud. Minato, your child, is remarkable. He shines even brighter than you did back then. Will he be the one foretold by the sage, the one who changes the world? The nine tails in the sealed space unusually refrained from making sarcastic comments. It watched Jiraiya's back and let out a soft hum. At least this old man has some insight. Naruto scratched his nose, feeling a bit embarrassed. Actually, I'm not that amazing, just left a clone in advance. Jiraiya waved his hand, a smile returning to his face. Don't give me that. Winning is winning. You have qualified for Sage mode. However, Jiraiya's tone shifted. Let's not rush into Sage techniques just yet. I see you only specialize in wind release and some taijutsu. Your ninjutsu system is too singular. Although the third Hokage knew a variety of techniques, he mastered each one, which is why he was a ninjutsu instructor. This path has its logic. For the next month, it'll give you an intensive crash course on all elemental ninjutsu. Once your foundation is solid, we'll head to Mount Mayaboku to learn Sage mode. Naruto's eyes lit up. Great. A month flew by in an instant. The continuation of the Chunin selection exam in Konoha was just around the corner. The entire Konoha stadium was filled to the brim. The crowd roared cheers, deafening. On the balcony, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, gazed down at the arena. It has finally begun. Beside him, Jiraiya puffed on a cigarette, exhaling clouds of smoke. Yes, Jiraiya smiled, this generation of kids is much more interesting than we were back then. In the center of the arena, the host Irika took a deep breath and loudly announced, the continuation of the Chunin selection exam, the first match. Uchiha Sasuke vs. Rock Lee. The air in the center of the arena twisted into a helix under two completely opposing auras. Lee Loaka clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white as his green training uniform fluttered, and the flames of youthful vigor burned in his eyes, capable of piercing through steel. Sasuke-kun, today I shall shatter the halo of genius with my iron fists soaked in youth. 8 gates, first gate open. This kid is breaking the rules of martial ethics, starting off with 2 kings and 4 twos. Sasuke scoffed, slowly withdrawing his hand from his pocket, the crimson tomo of his Sharingan spinning steadily in its sockets. Shatter. That's just an excuse the weak make for their own incompetence. Your efforts are worth nothing in my eyes. Before his words could finish, Shao Li vanished in place. Bang! The sound of the sonic boom burst deafeningly in the ears of the front row spectators. Sasuke's pupils constricted sharply, his Sharingan frantically capturing the trajectory, yet all he could grasp was a blurred green shadow. He took a solid punch to the back, his entire body crashing into the arena wall like a cannonball, rubble falling around him. Second gate, rest gate open. Third gate, life gate open. Shao Li's shouts grew increasingly high-pitched, his skin taking on a sickly red hue, sweat rising in white mist around him. Speed tripled again. Just as Sasuke crawled out of the rubble, he was met with a storm of punches and kicks. Bang, 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 bang. The dense sounds of collisions melded into one, making it impossible to detect any gaps. Sasuke could only cross his arms tightly to block each impact, sending shockwaves through his bones, his blood boiling. The Sharingan saw everything clearly, but his body couldn't keep up. This was the terrifying nature of the 8 gates devoid of reason. In the stands, Kakashi was so excited he was teary-eyed, clinging to the railing, his fists moving so quickly they left after images. Did you see that, Kakashi? This is the charm of hard work. This is the burning youth. You actually taught this to Shao Li. Kakashi exclaimed, knowing full well what Shao Li's 8 gates entailed. Kakashi's expression darkened slightly, his crossed arms tightening unconsciously, while Kai's lips curled into a secretive smirk. Damn, Kai, don't get smug, you should also take a look. My disciple is not that simple either. At this moment, black, cursed markings crawled over Sasuke's neck and cheek, the crimson tomo of his Sharingan glowing. His left hand quickly formed seals, completing the sequence, Shin, Chin, Ziyucho Si. The lightning took on a purple-black hue, the currents more violent, wrapping around his arm like a venomous snake. His upper body leaned forward almost to the ground, his left leg pushing off, right leg thrusting forward like a beast ready to pounce. Kai suddenly turned his head, his eyes wide open. You taught him that too? Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Did you not teach Shao Li that as well? The two shared a glance, the air thick with the scent of competitive fathers, neither willing to back down. Just then Sasuke suddenly stopped all defenses, slowly raising his right hand palm, facing the swiftly approaching Shao Li. Azure lightning gathered frantically in his palm, emitting a piercing snap, sound, the surrounding air becoming charged with a burnt smell. Kakashi's spine straightened instantly, his eyes shining. Here it comes. Chidori. The legendary lightning technique that can cut through lightning. Sasuke took a deep breath, his chest swelling. He suddenly shouted, lightning release, just as thunder. The entire stance fell into a 3-second silence. Kakashi's smug smile froze at an observable speed. He maintained his forward-leaning position, his entire being petrified, as if struck by a heavenly lightning. Next to him, Asuma blinked in surprise before bursting into thunderous laughter, patting Kakashi's back so hard he nearly coughed up blood. Ha ha ha, just as thunder. Kakashi, is this what you taught as Chidori? Ha 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 ha, this is killing me. Just as thunder. Why didn't you call it divine judgment? Hong covered her mouth, her shoulders shaking like she was sifting flour. Even the usually serious Shikaku couldn't help but turn away, his shoulders trembling. Kakashi felt a rush of blood surge to his head, the sense of shame drowning him like a tidal wave. He wished he could dig a hole and hide forever. I had such a grand Chidori. Such a cool Raikiri. How did it turn into this nonsense, just as thunder? Uchiha Sasuke, you latest ditch Chinibyu. What I taught you was a Raikiri that could pierce through the heart. Not a toddler's toy electric shock. In the center of the arena, Xiao Li was also momentarily stunned by the thunderous shout of just as thunder. In that brief moment, the outcome was decided. Ziz. The thick blue lightning like an enraged serpent instantly pierced through Xiao Li's left shoulder. The excruciating pain made Xiao Li grunt softly, his momentum abruptly halting. He staggered back, 3 steps, blood dripping from his arm onto the ground, blooming into splatters of red. Yet the flames of youth in his eyes did not extinguish, instead they blazed even brighter. Good. Sasuke-kun, this is what makes it worth it to burn all my youth. 4th gate, wound gate open. 5th gate, limit gate open. A terrifying chakra storm erupted, centered around Xiao Li. The ground of the arena cracked inch by inch, rubble floating in the air. His speed had reached a point beyond the limits of the naked eye. Even the 2 Tomo Sharingan could only catch intermittent afterimages. Li Lianhuak. Xiao Li appeared above Sasuke in an instant, delivering a powerful kick that sent him crashing to the ground. Immediately after, countless punches and kicks rained down like meteors. Bang, 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 bang. The earth trembled violently. A massive pit, 3 meters deep, appeared in the center of the arena. Dust soared into the sky, obscuring everyone's vision. Xiao Li landed at the edge of the pit, his muscles trembling, uncontrollably gasping for air, each breath thick with the scent of blood. The side effects of the 5th gate had begun to tear his body apart. It's over, he whispered, his voice trembling slightly. Miss Sakura, did you see that? I did it. Before he could finish his words, a cold, piercing voice emerged slowly from the dust. Only you would like a woman like that. As the dust settled, Sasuke slowly stood up from the pit. His clothes were tattered, his body covered in wounds of varying depths. But his eyes shone with an alarming brightness. Black, cursed markings spread from his neck, crawling over half his face like a sinister tattoo. The 2 Tomo Sharingan, empowered by the curse, emitted a strange crimson light, coldly gazing at Xiao Li, his tone devoid of any fluctuation. Your speed is impressive. Unfortunately, it's no match for the Sharingan. Moreover, your body is already broken. Xiao Li's face changed drastically. He tried to launch another attack, but found his legs no longer obeyed him. Excruciating pain radiated from every muscle in his body, as if countless knives were slicing him at once. The side effects of the 5th gate had fully erupted. Sasuke slowly raised his right hand. Azure lightning gathered in his palm once more. Lightning release, just as thunder enhanced. Enough. Kai suddenly appeared between the 2 arms outstretched in front of Xiao Li, his voice trembling slightly. We concede. In this match, Sasuke is the victor. Sasuke curled his lip impatiently, dispersing the lightning. The cursed markings slowly faded away. Boring. He turned, walking towards the contestant tunnel without looking back. In the most remote corner of the stands, Naruto let out a huge yawn. Not bad, but it's cringeworthy in a Chinibyu way. He focused his thoughts and pulled up the system panel. Corruption value balance, 22,000. Let's stock up a bit. Exchange for Konoha Flow Blade Technique, Dance of Death. Consuming 1200 corruption value. Exchange successful. Beginner Sage, Physiques level physique, can be upgraded. Exchange price, 5,000 corruption value. Can be fused with the Uzumaki clan's physique. Prerequisite none. After obtaining, can spend 10,000 corruption value to upgrade to intermediate, 15,000 corruption value to upgrade to ultimate. Upgrade Beginner Sage Physique. Consuming 5,000 corruption value. Upgrade successful. Exchange for Edo Tensei. Consuming 3,000 corruption value. Exchange successful. Naruto's fingers moved slightly secretly, using the Kyuubi's 9 life blade to lightly cut a line in his palm. As blood began to seep out, the wound healed at an observable speed, leaving no trace behind. The Beginner Sage Physique, combined with the Uzumaki clan bloodline, had made his self-healing ability reach an inhuman level. He looked at the panel again, all the information lined up. Ultimate Talent Enhancement, S Multi-Shadow Clone Technique, A Kyuubi's 9 Life Blade Harem Technique, Wind Release Storm Technique, C Rasengan, A Ikagura Heart, IA 9 tails, chakra, golden 2 tails, 3 Tomo Sharingan, wind release, vacuum, wave B, wind release, great breakthrough, C, wind demon, shuriken, shadow, windmill, D, wind, attribute, chakra, nature, transformation, wind release, spiraling, wind piercing, 8 Edo Tensei release, S, Edo Tensei, S, summoning technique, A, flying thunder god, S, 8 gates, S, basic 5 elements, ninjutsu, B, sage mode, S, Konoha flow blade technique, dance of death, A, beginner sage, physique, Uzumaki, clan bloodline, S, corruption value balance, 12800. Naruto nodded with satisfaction. The subsequent matches indeed went without incident. Shikamaru intentionally lost to Temari, relying on a strategy of feigning weakness, yet inadvertently captured the heart of the Sand Princess. The other matches were also rather mundane. As for the match between Naruto and Gaara, due to both sides exceeding their chakra limits, the referee declared both of them promoted to Chunin, fearing the arena would be destroyed. The Chunin selection exam was about to conclude. Just when everyone thought everything was coming to an end, without any warning, a flurry of pure white feathers began to drift down from the sky. Following that, a second, a third. The sky filled with feathers fluttering like heavy snow, gentle to an astonishing degree. The spectators in the stands began to look dazed, one by one, slowly closing their eyes and collapsing into their seats. The previously deafening stadium fell into silence in an instant. Even the sound of the wind became distinctly audible. The large-scale illusion covering the entire Konoha stadium activated silently. Naruto looked up at the sky filled with drifting feathers, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. The 3 Tomo Sharingan spun slightly, easily seeing through the shoddy illusion. The Konoha collapse plan begins. Naruto stood up, brushing off the dust from his clothes. His gaze crossed over the chaotic crowd and the layers of buildings, precisely landing in the direction of the Hokage office. There lies the most precious taboo of the entire Konoha, the Book of Seals. In the original story, he had stolen it once, but in this lifetime he hadn't had the chance to study it properly. Just right. Konoha was in chaos. It was the perfect time to fish in troubled waters. At the edge of the stand, someone fell straight down their head, hitting the steps with a dull thud, yet no one had time to scream. Not good. It's the Nirvana technique. Kakashi suddenly pulled down the mask covering the lower half of his face, his crimson Sharingan contracting suddenly. A faint blue chakra exploded in his eyes like a stone thrown into a lake, instantly shattering the illusion invading his mind. He swiftly drew a kunai and shouted, "All Jounin! Break the illusion. Protect the civilians." Asuma's chakra blade was instantly drawn, and his hands swiftly formed seals. Guy hoisted the exhausted Lee onto his shoulder, his green pupils devoid of youthful flames, leaving only a cold, killing intent. The ground in the center of the arena suddenly cracked open. A gigantic white snake burst forth, its forked tongue hissing, icy vertical pupils sweeping across the entire area. Orochimaru, draped in the cloak of the wind shadow, slowly stood up from the snake's head, a sickly smile curving on his pale face. "Long time no see, Hiruzen Sensei." The third Hokage suddenly stood up, his pipe falling to the ground, shock and sorrow filling his aged eyes. Konoha's moonlight's swift wind pressed down on the long sword at his waist, his figure flashing to block in front of Maki, his pale face devoid of color, but the hand gripping the sword was as steady as a rock. The sky over Konoha had collapsed. At that moment, there wasn't a single patrolling ninja in the corridor of the Hokage building. Naruto, with the chakra footprint of Sage Mode, sneaked into the Hokage office like a mouse stealing oil. He gently tapped his finger on the bookshelf, and a secret compartment popped open. The book with a golden cover, the Book of Seals, lay quietly inside. "Got it." Naruto yanked the scroll out, eager to unfold it. Scanning the first page, he smirked. "Impure world reincarnation. I already know that." He turned the page. "Flying Thunder God. The system gave me better than this." Turning again. 8 gates. TCH, I can already open 6 gates. As he flipped through, he muttered to himself, his fingers swiftly gliding over the densely packed ninja technique formulas. "Currently, with my basic sage body, opening 6 gates feels like playing. With the 9 tails, I can hang on through 7 gates. Backup card 1, all good." He turned to the next page, his eyes widening. "What the hell? Corpse Demon Sealing. For symbol seal. Aren't those two a mutual destruction duo? I learned them just in case one day I end up in a mutual destruction with that old man Danzo. Forget it, not learning, bad luck." He quickly flipped past it, only to find the next page made him gasp. Mutual explosive tags. "Damn. I see 6 trillion walking around, goodbye. Not learning." Naruto swallowed hard, quickly committing the content of this page to memory. He continued flipping through, still complaining, an upgraded version of the harem technique. "Do you even need to write this in the Book of Seals? I learned this when I was 3. Wood release. Forget it, that old man Danzo's arms are practically an exhibition of wood release and Sharingan. I don't want to grow a bunch of tree branches. Spirit transformation technique. Sounds pretty creepy, might learn it." In less than 5 minutes, he had flipped through the entire book of seals. I've noted down everything of most value to me. The rest is just useless. Satisfied, Naruto patted the scroll, rolled it up, and stuffed it into his clothes, turning to head for the door. Just as he stepped out of the Hokage office door, swish, 5 kunai gleaming coldly simultaneously targeted his throat. A chilling, killing intent poured over him like ice water from head to toe. Naruto. He maintained his stepping posture, his smile frozen on his face. Inside, he screamed wildly, damn. I got too happy. I forgot to open my perception. 5 root ninjas had perfectly surrounded him, black masks obscuring all expressions, revealing only the eyes outside. Chakra coiled around his limbs like a venomous snake. As long as he dared to move, the 5 kunai would pierce through his throat simultaneously. Naruto silently rolled his eyes. This Hokage building must have been infiltrated by Danzo's root until it's full of holes. How did you, old man of the third, manage to be Hokage? In the cold and damp air, the smell of disinfectant and blood pervaded. A root member wearing a mask knelt on one knee, his voice devoid of any fluctuation. Lord Danzo Orochimaru has launched the Konoha collapse plan, and the third Hokage has personally intervened. Should we go to support? Danzo sat on a dark throne, his right eye, an entire right arm wrapped in thick bandages. He lightly tapped the armrest, his voice hoarse and low. No need. Let them make a scene. It's just right to clean up some disobedient trash. Ooh, everything is for Konoha. A secret smile crept across his lips, as if he could already see the third dying in battle and himself ascending to the position of Hokage. Just then, he suddenly turned his head, looking towards the Hokage building. The Sharingan under the bandages suddenly spun. My, interesting. That little brat of the Nine Tails has been encountered by my people. In the corridor of the Hokage building, the air was so thick it felt as if one could squeeze water from it. 3 seconds later, Naruto slowly raised his hands, forcing a smile brighter than the sun. He hid the book of seals behind his back, his tone incredibly sincere. I said I didn't come to steal the scroll, I came to bring warmth. Do you believe me? Root Ninja. What answered him was the 5 kunai stabbing out simultaneously. The cold light sliced through the air, accompanied by a deadly whistle. Damn, are you serious? Naruto stepped forward, his whole body ghosting back, 3 meters, narrowly dodging the fatal strike. The kunai grazed his nose and embedded itself into the wall, making a dull thud sound. He dodged the rain of shuriken while continuing to shout, "Is everyone en route this rude? Not even knocking when entering. Just coming in and stabbing people. Does Danzo teach you this? I'm telling you, this is illegal detention. This is intentional harm. I'm going to report you to the third." A root ninja suddenly accelerated the short blade in his hand, cutting through the air towards Naruto's head. Naruto dodged to the side, countering with a punch to his chest. Bang! The ninja flew out like a kite, with a broken string crashing into the wall and sliding to the ground unconscious. Naruto shook his fist, a look of disdain on his face. Is that all? What kind of weird fruits does Danzo raise? Can't even take one punch. The remaining 4 root ninjas exchanged glances and formed seals simultaneously. Earth release, earth flow wall. Heavy earth walls rose up all around, trapping Naruto in a small space. Fire release, great fireball technique. 4 enormous fireballs shot in from all directions, instantly turning the entire space into a sea of flames. The high temperature distorted the air, the walls crackling as they burned. TCH, playing dirty, are we? Naruto's voice came from the center of the fire sea, laced with a hint of mockery. The next second, a golden chakra barrier exploded, instantly deflecting all the fireballs. The chakra of the basic sage body surged forth like a tsunami, the surrounding earthen walls crumbling into dust. Naruto floated in midair, golden chakra flowing slowly around him, his 3-demo Sharingan spinning coldly in its socket. He shrugged his shoulders, a look of helplessness on his face. I originally wanted to interact with you as an ordinary person, but unexpectedly what I got was a chase. No more pretending. I'm laying my cards on the table. I came to steal the Book of Seals, and I've already finished reading it. In fact, Naruto could have worn a black cloak to conceal his identity, but doing so would not allow him to lure that old schemer Danzo out. He pinched a falling speck of dust between his fingers, a cold, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Today is the day of Sarutobi Hiruzen's death. This hypocrite who constantly speaks of the will of fire, while watching his parents perish, witnessing the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, and growing up amidst the scorn of the entire village, is finally going to pay for his cowardice and schemes. And Danzo, his most intimate comrade, the snake lurking in the shadows, could never miss this funeral, could he? As his good buddy, how could he not accompany him? Stealing the scroll so brazenly, Naruto is no fool. Only by making enough noise, by touching the core taboos of Konoha, could he lure that snake hiding 500 meters underground out of its hole. He intends to personally slay Danzo. Not at the future Kage summit, not at the hands of Sasuke. But today, right here. At the very moment he felt proud thinking he was about to ascend to the Hokage position, Naruto said to himself, I estimate that old Danzo will be arriving soon. As soon as the words left his mouth, pooh. The demon tail 9 lives blade sliced through the air, accurately piercing the throat of the last ordinary root member. Blood splattered against the white wall, blooming into a stunning flower. Naruto casually flicked the blood droplets off his blade, and with a glance his pupils imperceptibly constricted. In the shadows at the end of the corridor, a hunched figure stood quietly, as if merging with the darkness. Not a trace of chakra fluctuation leaked out. What a sly old fox! If it weren't for my activated Kyuka Suigetsu, I wouldn't have discovered you. Naruto scoffed, fully aware of the situation. Danzo's plan was straightforward. Let these cannon fodder from root come up to deplete his chakra, wear down his stamina, and at the moment he is exhausted, jump out from the shadows to deliver a fatal blow. To reap the benefits of a hard-fought battle. A classic tactic. Danzo's right eye, hidden beneath the bandages, was fixated on Naruto. His heart raced. Not out of fear, but out of greed. The 9 tails Jinchuriki. The 3 Tomo Sharingan. And that unfathomable amount of chakra just moments ago. As long as he captured this little brat alive, extracted the 9 tails chakra, and implanted his Sharingan, he would then possess the cells of Hashirama 11 Sharingan and the power of the 9 tails. He would be the sole true god of the ninja world. Sarutobi, Hiruzen, Orochimaru, Uchiha Itachi. Everyone would be crawling at his feet. Naruto disdainfully spat, fervently calling out to the system in his mind, dog system, I want to exchange. Though these root ninjas are formidable, he is not lacking. If others rely on external strength, relying on drugs or secret techniques, his power is something the system has painstakingly accumulated. Every point of chakra, every bit of strength is solid as iron forged through 1,000 hammerings. System upgrade my Manjikyu Sharingan. How much dark value is required? 3,000 each. Exchange for me. Upgrade both. Ding. 6,000 dark value deducted. Manjikyu Sharingan upgrade successful. In an instant, an indescribable power surged forth from the depths of Naruto's eyes. The crimson chakra rose around him, as if it were a tangible force causing the temperature in the corridor to plummet. The air seemed to solidify. Danzo's pupils suddenly constricted. He sensed that the 9 tails Jinchuriki before him had undergone some essential transformation. It was a kind of pressure that made his very soul tremble. It was like facing the legendary Uchiha Madara. Impossible. Danzo murmured, his grip on the cane tightening, turning his knuckles white. At this moment Naruto had already made his move. The demon tail 9 lives blade transformed into a silver flash in his hand. Fast. Incredibly fast. So fast that the elite root members had no time to react. Pooh, pooh, pooh. 3 muffled sounds rang out almost simultaneously. 3 elite root members who had just charged forward didn't even have time to perform their jutsu before their heads flew into the air. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. Each of them had strength at least equivalent to a chunin. In Naruto's hands it was no different than cutting vegetables. What? Danzo's face changed dramatically as he suddenly waved his hand. 5 elite jonin hidden deeper in the shadows sprang into action. They formed a pentagram formation around Naruto, their chakra locking onto every inch of his skin like a venomous snake. Without any idle chatter, the 5 of them simultaneously formed hand seals. 5 different elemental jutsu surged towards Naruto simultaneously. Earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet. Fire release, Great Fire Annihilation. Water release, Water Dragon Bullet. Lightning release, Lightning Flash. Wind release, Great Breakthrough. The 5 jutsu intertwined, forming a devastating torrent. The entire corridor shook and the walls cracked inch by inch. Naruto stood still, unmoving. His eyes, the 3 Tomo Sharingan, spun rapidly. Faster and faster. Buzz, a soft sound resonated. The 3 Tomos suddenly shattered, replaced by a bizarre 6-pointed star pattern. The crimson light illuminated the entire dark corridor. What? The 9 tails Jinchuriki possesses a Manjikyu Sharingan. Danzo exclaimed in shock, unable to maintain his composure. A 12-year-old Manjikyu Sharingan wielder. How is this possible? Even the legendary Uchiha Madara only awakened the Manjikyu after experiencing the death of a loved one as an adult. What has this little brat gone through? Danzo couldn't sit still anymore. He suddenly ripped off the bandages on his right arm, revealing a terrifying arm covered in Sharingan. 11 crimson, 3 Tomo Sharingan slowly opened on his arm. Like 11 bloodthirsty eyes, they fixated on Naruto. The seal on his arm began to slowly lift. The power of the Hashirama cells surged within him. Wind. Attack. Danzo shouted sternly. The root ninja standing farthest to the left suddenly removed his mask, revealing a face somewhat resembling that of Inuzuka Kiba. He quickly formed hand seals, his eyes locked onto Naruto. Mind transfer technique. The cold voice fell. An invisible mental spike, like a venomous snake, pierced straight towards Naruto's brow. The corners of Danzo's mouth curled into a cruel arc hidden in the shadows. The mind transfer technique, the highest secret of the Inuzuka clan, specifically designed to restrain Jinchuriki, who possessed tremendous chakra but relatively weak mental strength. Once hit, even the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki would instantaneously lose control of their body, left at the mercy of others. He calculated that Naruto wouldn't be able to dodge this. After all, a 12-year-old brat, no matter how monstrous, could never be prepared for such a silent mental attack. However, at the moment that mental spike was about to touch Naruto Buzz, the invisible spiritual spear effortlessly pierced through Naruto's consciousness barrier. It was not the pain of a physical attack. It was the coldness of the soul being forcefully torn apart. Naruto's vision suddenly went black and all his senses were stripped away in an instant. He could hear no sound, see no light, and feel no flow of chakra. His consciousness felt as if it were being yanked out from his warm body by a cold hand thrown into an endless abyss of darkness. His limbs became completely rigid, lacking even the strength to blink his body, turning into a mere shell for others to manipulate. On the face of Fu, a confident smile appeared. His spirit had completely taken over Naruto's body, and with just a thought, he could make this Nine-Tails Jinchuriki sever his own heart. It worked. Lord Danzo, he shouted excitedly. The remaining 4 elite members of Root simultaneously sighed in relief, their tense bodies instantly relaxing. They looked at the frozen Naruto, their eyes filled with contempt. What did it matter how strong he was? Before the absolute spiritual secret technique of the clan in the mountains, he was nothing but a joke. Danzo's taut nerves finally relaxed. Leaning on his cane, he slowly walked forward. The right eye beneath the bandage flickered with a gluttonous light. It's done. Finally done. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, the Mangekyo Sharingan, all of it will be mine. Once I transplant these eyes, merge them with the Nine-Tails chakra along with my Senju cells and 11 Sharingan. In the ninja world, no one will be my opponent anymore. Sarutobi Hiruzen will die at Orochimaru's hands, and I will personally eliminate Orochimaru. That traitor Uchiha Itachi will not escape my grasp. Ishimura Danzo shall become the 5th Hokage of Konoha, the greatest Hokage in history. I will become the god who unifies the entire ninja world. Take him back. Danzo's voice trembled slightly with excitement. Be careful, don't harm his eyes. However, just as Fu was about to control Naruto's body to kneel whoosh, Naruto vanished from where he stood. Not even a trace of chakra fluctuation was left behind. What? Fu's smile instantly froze on his face. His spirit still lingered in Naruto's body, but the target he intended to control had vanished. A heart-wrenching pain suddenly exploded from the depths of his soul. He clutched his head and let out a shrill scream. Blood gushed from all 7 orifices, his spirit rebounding. And it was the most terrifying kind. Impossible, Danzo exclaimed in shock, the ecstasy on his face instantly replaced by terror. He staggered back a step, his hand gripping the cane, trembling violently. This is impossible. Once the mind turn technique hits, even the Hokage would be affected. No one can use body flicker after being hit by the mind turn. Not even space-time ninjutsu can save them. No one. What you say applies to others. A cold voice came from behind Fu. Danzo suddenly looked up only to see Naruto had appeared behind Fu without him noticing. His 6-pointed star Mangekyo Sharingan slowly rotated. The crimson light illuminated his expressionless face. PFF. 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 4 silver lights flashed. The remaining 4 elite members of Root didn't even have time to scream before their heads were severed. Scalding blood splattered all over Fu. He collapsed to the ground, curling up in pain. His spirit suffered irreversible damage, unable to stand. He raised his head using the last of his strength to look at Danzo, his eyes filled with pleading. Lord Danzo, save me. Danzo looked at him, his gaze as cold as ice. He slowly lifted his right arm. 11 Sharingan simultaneously locked onto Naruto. With a leap, Naruto, wielding the tailed beast sword, charged directly at Danzo. His speed was as fast as lightning. Just as the blade was about to pierce Danzo's chest, Danzo suddenly reached out and grabbed Fu from the ground. He forcefully pulled him in front of himself. PFF. The tailed beast sword pierced through Fu's heart without obstruction. Fu's body shook violently. He lowered his head to see the blade protruding from his chest. Then he slowly raised his head to look at Danzo. The pleading in his eyes turned to disbelief and shock. Then it transformed into profound despair. WWHY. His voice was weak like the buzz of a mosquito. I have been loyal to you. Danzo looked at him expressionlessly, his tone as indifferent as if discussing an inconsequential matter. Everything is for Konoha. For Konoha. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Fu suddenly burst into maniacal laughter. Blood continuously flowed from his mouth. Shimura Danzo. You hypocrite. You beast. You are not doing this for Konoha. You are only doing this for yourself. You will face retribution. You will surely die a horrible death. I will wait for you in hell. With the last of his strength, he spat a mouthful of bloody spit at Danzo. Then his head tilted, and he completely lost his breath. Naruto slowly withdrew the blade, blood dripping down its length. He looked at Danzo, his cold gaze deepening. To sacrifice even your most loyal subordinate without hesitation. Danzo, you are indeed more disgusting than I imagined. Before his words fell, Naruto's chakra suddenly surged. Golden Sage Mode chakra blazed like flames. 8 gates. First gate open. Open. Second gate rest gate. Open. Open. Third gate life gate. Open. Fourth gate injury gate. Open. Fifth gate limit gate. Open. Blue steam erupted from beneath his skin. His muscles swelled, veins bulging. The terrifying power caused the entire Hokage building to tremble violently. Cracks spread across the walls like spiderwebs. Immediately after whoosh, a massive chakra skeleton slowly rose behind Naruto. The skull with its hollow eye sockets flickered with crimson light. The half-formed Susanoo wielded a gigantic chakra sword blocking out the sun. Sage Mode. The first 5 gates of the 8 gates. Susanoo. 3 powers capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth, perfectly fused within a 12-year-old boy. Danzo's pupils contracted to the size of pinpricks. Susanoo. It's actually Susanoo. He stared at Naruto's eyes, his voice filled with fear and greed. It's his Mangekyo Sharingan. There must be something wrong with those eyes. Those Mangekyo are incredibly strong. He suddenly stepped forward and shouted, "You brat. What ability does your eye possess?" Naruto scoffed. He stood in the palm of Susanoo looking down at Danzo. His eyes were filled with undisguised contempt. Why should I tell you? You just need to know. These eyes are specially prepared for rats like you hiding in the gutters. The Mangekyo Sharingan is the eye reflecting the soul. Just now, at the moment the mind-turn technique pierced his consciousness, there was only one thought in his mind. To return to before being controlled, to sever this damned causality, to tear apart all the fate imposed upon him. Thus his right eye awakened, annihilation. To sever all causality, to erase all facts that have already occurred. His left eye awakened. Time calamity, momentary standstill, yomidatori, flow time reversal. It could stop time, foresee 5 seconds into the future, and reverse a localized area for 5 seconds. With his current ocular power, he could use these 2 abilities once a day at most. But it was enough to deal with Danzo. You brat. Don't be too arrogant. Danzo suddenly tore off the bandage over his right eye, revealing the crimson Mangekyo Sharingan. The seal on his entire right arm was completely lifted. 11 Sharingan opened simultaneously, spinning wildly. Izanagi, he shouted explosively. Terrifying chakra surged from within him. With these 10 Sharingan, I can maintain 10 minutes of absolute invincibility. Today I will definitely obtain your eyes. Danzo abruptly drew a kunai from his waist. Chakra infused it, and the kunai glimmered with a chilling light. He leaped, launching himself toward Naruto like a cannonball. Ignoring the enormous Susanoo and the chakra sword capable of cutting steel, he raised the kunai high, his gaze wild and obsessive. He thrust it straight into the chest of the massive Susanoo. The clang of metal echoed through the corridor, shattering glass with a thunderous sound. Danzo infused his kunai with all his wind attribute chakra, driving it hard into the armor of Susanoo. The blade shattered into fine powder. The recoil surged through his arm, striking deep into his organs, tearing open Danzo's palm, and leaving his entire right arm numb and devoid of feeling, sending him flying back 3 steps. He looked at his bloodied and mangled palm, disbelief etched in his pupils. Damn, it had to be you. Stabbing at Susanoo. Naruto stood at the center of Susanoo, lightly tapping the edge of his short blade with his fingertips, his tone casual, yet laced with biting sarcasm. Do you think you're the god of the ninja world? You dare to stab with some broken scrap metal? I think you're not trying to become Hokage, but rather the biggest laughingstock of Konoha. Danzo's face instantly reddened to a deep hue, shame and rage gnawing at his reason like a venomous snake. He had lived for 60 years, fought through 3 great ninja wars, and had never been humiliated like this by a 12-year-old brat. You brat. I want you dead. He suddenly raised his right arm covered in Sharingan as 10 crimson pupils spun wildly at once. Wind release vacuum waved. Countless wind blades as thin as a cicada's wing shot through the air, slicing the atmosphere with a piercing shriek, and wherever they passed, even the walls were neatly cut into fragments. Naruto didn't even move. Do you think you can dance with me? Susanoo raised its massive arm to block in front of it. Clang, 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 clang. The wind blade struck against the chakra armor, sending sparks flying, not leaving a single white mark. Wind release vacuum great sphere. Danzo opened his mouth and spat out a massive wind bullet with a diameter of 3 meters, roaring towards Susanoo with destructive force. Susanoo retaliated with a punch. Bang! The wind bullet instantly exploded, the shockwave pulverizing all surrounding debris into powder. Would release violent gun tree. Danzo slammed his right arm into the ground and countless thick tree roots erupted from the earth, coiling like venomous snakes around Susanu's legs, sharp wooden spikes glinting with a cold light. Naruto snorted coldly. Susanu stomped forcefully with its foot. Crack! All the roots were crushed to pieces in an instant, green sap splattering everywhere. Would release root burial. More roots surged from all directions, aiming to completely wrap and strangle Susanu. With a swing of the chakra blade, silver light flashed. All the roots were severed in half, sap still flowing from the cut ends. Danzo's breathing became increasingly rapid, his forehead slick with cold sweat. The regenerative power of Hashirama's cells was working furiously, but it couldn't keep up with the destruction caused by Susanu. He gritted his teeth and quickly formed hand seals. Summoning technique. A black talisman exploded on the ground, and a massive black dream demon appeared at the end of the corridor. It opened its gaping maw and let out a deafening roar, a terrifying suction force instantly sweeping across the area, distorting even the air. Is that all? I say, Danzo, as the leader of the roots, you should be finished with the scraping, right? Naruto raised an eyebrow as Susanu took a step forward, raising the massive blade high. It cleaved down. Swoosh. The dream demon didn't even have time to scream before being sliced in half, dissipating into a wisp of black smoke. Danzo's face turned completely pale. Wind release would release summoning. All his trump cards seemed as fragile as paper in front of Naruto. The only support left was Izanagi. Don't get cocky. Danzo pointed at Naruto, his voice trembling with excitement. I still have tricks up my sleeve that you can't imagine. I am an immortal, you can't kill me. When your chakra runs out, I can still take your eyes. He stepped forward and charged recklessly. Izanagi. Naruto's gaze sharpened. It was coming. He had just used the one-time only time distortion momentary freeze to evade the lethal control of the mind turn technique. Now he could indeed use severing the causality to directly cut off the causal connection of Izanagi, turning Danzo back into an ordinary person. But he couldn't. He was waiting. Waiting for Danzo to use his last trump card hidden in his right eye, Konoha Tsukumi. That was the true threat to him. To completely kill this old schemer, there was only one way. That was to kill him 10 times. Kill him until all his Sharingan were extinguished, until he could no longer use any trump cards. Swoosh. The chakra blade pierced through Danzo's chest. Izanagi activated. Danzo appeared 10 meters away. The first Sharingan forever closed. Again, Danzo charged forward like a madman again. Swoosh. His head was severed. Izanagi activated. The second Sharingan extinguished. Swoosh. His heart was crushed. The third. Swoosh. His body was severed in half. The fourth. Again and again. Danzo was caught in a frenzied loop between death and resurrection. His eyes grew increasingly wild, each revival fixed on his right arm, counting the remaining Sharingan. 7 left. 5 left. 3 left. 1 left. He silently chanted in his heart. As long as he had one last Izanagi, he still had a chance. As long as he could get within 3 meters of Naruto, as long as he could activate Konoha Tsukumi, victory would still be his. What he didn't know was that all along Naruto's Mangekyo Sharingan was slowly rotating at an angle he couldn't see. A subtle illusion so faint it was almost imperceptible silently ensnared his consciousness like spider silk. Every time he lowered his head to count his eyes, the illusion would activate, leading him to mistakenly believe he still had one chance left. In reality, when he stood up from the blood pool for the 9th time, the last Sharingan on his right arm had already closed forever. Last chance. Danzo roared, using the last bit of chakra in his body to charge at Naruto. Izanagi. Swoosh. The chakra blade once again accurately pierced through his heart. A cruel smile appeared on Danzo's face as he waited for Izanagi to activate, waited to appear behind Naruto, and waited to activate Konoha Tsukumi to rewrite this brat's will. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Nothing happened. The cold blade remained embedded in his heart, and the intense pain surged through his entire body like a tsunami. Danzo suddenly looked down at the blade in his chest, then sharply turned to his right arm. Their 10 Sharingan, all lifeless and closed. No. Impossible. Danzo's voice twisted with extreme fear. I counted. I clearly still had one. I didn't lie to you. I didn't. You lied to yourself. You relied too much on Izanagi to the point where you no longer believed your own memories. Danzo suddenly looked up, his eyes filled with blood. He knew he had lost. Completely lost. But he still had one last trump card. Konoha Tsukumi. He yelled, the right eye's Shursui Mangekyo Sharingan spinning to its peak. An invisible, irresistible mental force surged toward Naruto like a tsunami. This was the strongest illusion in the ninja world, capable of altering anyone's will without them realizing it. Once hit, Naruto would become his most loyal slave. A final mad smile appeared on Danzo's face. I won. I still won. Yet. At the moment that mental force was about to touch Naruto, the six-pointed star of Naruto's right eye suddenly shone with a bright crimson light, severing the causality. The cold four words fell. An invisible line of causality was instantly severed. That power capable of rewriting the history of the ninja world vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. What a... Danzo's smile instantly froze. He felt a heart-wrenching pain in his right eye, the Shursui Mangekyo Sharingan instantly covered in cracks, and then with a crack his eye socket shattered, blood streaming down his face. No! A despairing scream echoed throughout the Hokage building. His last hope shattered. Danzo stumbled back a step, his hands frantically forming seals. Inner four symbols sealing. I want to drag you down with me. Black sealing patterns spread from his chest, terrifying chakra wildly gathering within him, ready to explode at any moment. But it was too late. Naruto had already moved. Whoosh! The nine-tailed beast's blade swept through with a cold arc. Swoosh! Danzo's head shot into the sky, blood gushing like a fountain. His eyes remained wide open, filled with unwillingness, despair, and disbelief. The chakra of the inner four symbols sealing lost control, slowly dissipating into the air. His head rolled to the ground, coming to rest beside Fu's corpse. Naruto sheathed his blade, coldly gazing at the two corpses on the ground. Three surviving elite jonin of the root stood quietly, having witnessed Fu being used as a meat shield pierced through the heart by Danzo, watched as the man they had devoted their lives to survive by any means saw him die without a complete corpse. When the rabbit dies, the dog is cooked. When the bird is gone, the bough is hidden. Naruto slowly turned around, his gaze falling on them, devoid of killing intent, only calmness. Danzo is dead. Your mission is over. Follow me. Or... The three elite jonin exchanged glances, the last trace of hesitation disappearing from their eyes. They simultaneously knelt on one knee, their right hands pressed to their chests. We greet you, Lord. Their voices were perfectly synchronized without a hint of hesitation. At that moment in the distance, the Chunin exam arena. The third Hokage, engaged in a fierce battle with Orochimaru, suddenly froze. He turned his head sharply toward the direction of the Hokage building, his aged eyes filled with shock and disbelief. He felt that Danzo's chakra had completely vanished. Orochimaru also ceased his attack, looking with keen interest in the same direction. A playful smile crept across his pale face as he licked his lips. Oh, that old fool Danzo actually died. How interesting, let me see who did it. Naruto looked at the three, kneeling on one knee, nodding in satisfaction. On the surface he appeared calm, while inside he was bursting with joy. Although Danzo was a treacherous old man, his eye for talent was truly sharp. Across the entire Hidden Leaf village, finding three such capable obedient tools was truly unique. If the third Hokage had even half of Danzo's eye for selecting elite shinobi, Konoha wouldn't have fallen to such depths. Selecting Minato, who passed away young. Choosing Orochimaru, who turned rogue and caused chaos. The differences were stark. When Naruto got serious, even his own father could be criticized, yet it was a fact his father was too kind, but this was the world of shinobi. At this moment, the three slowly removed their masks. The leader revealed the signature dark glasses of the Oil Woman clan. It was Yamanaka Torian. He lifted his head, his voice hoarse like sandpaper. We were blind before following Danzo. Watching wind get pierced through the heart as a meat shield without even blinking. He clenched his fist tightly. I asked just one thing. By following you, will we become the second root? Naruto smiled. Sunlight poured through the broken window onto his face, half bright, half shadowed. You are mistaken. There will be no more root. It is heaven. It is the organization that dares to change the heavens and the earth. He stepped forward, scanning the three. You can leave now. Remove your root uniforms, return to your clans, and live the lives you wish to lead. I will not pursue, will not kill, nor will I harbor any resentment. Or stay with me. I will not send you to your deaths, will not make you meat shields, will not deny you even your names. I will provide you with weapons, give you goals, and a future worth fighting for. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor. More than 20 members of Root dressed in black uniforms rushed in, all kunai aimed at Naruto. But when they saw the body of Danzo, head severed and Win's cold corpse along with the three top comrades kneeling before Naruto, all their actions froze. A deathly silence. Some gripped their kunai tightly, others trembled, glancing at their companions, their eyes filled with confusion and fear. The god they had sworn loyalty to for a lifetime was dead. The faith they had fought for all their lives was shattered. Naruto said nothing, just silently watched them, waiting for their choice. Those who kneel too quickly will also betray quickly. If there is no hesitation, no struggle, no doubts about the past or confusion about the future, such people are either fools or spies. For such dogs, Naruto had only one answer: death. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds, 10 minutes. In those brief 10 minutes, they struggled as they never had before. The struggle ended. The first Root member slowly lowered his kunai, kneeling on one knee. Then came the second, the third. In the end, all 20+ people knelt on the ground. Not a single person chose to leave. A barely noticeable smile curled at the corners of Naruto's mouth. Good, this was the kind of people he wanted. He walked up to Danzo's corpse, crouched down, and swiftly dug out that right eye. The Mangekyo Sharingan of Uchiha Shursui. System recycle. Ding. Host has killed Shimura. Danzo exterminated half of the root members, fulfilling the corruption requirements, gaining 12300 corruption points. Corruption points balance 22300 points. Recycled Mangekyo Sharingan, gained 1000 corruption points. Corruption points balance 23300 points. Naruto smacked his lips, cursing in his heart. So damn Blackheart. The system mall sells for 3000 and recycling only gives 1000. Even capitalists would kneel to the system and call it their ancestor. Forget it, keeping it is useless. The annihilation technique is 1,000 times more useful than the 10 gods. Naruto shook his head. Just then a chilling and slippery malice like a snake's tongue licked across the back of his neck. Naruto's gaze sharpened, his sage mode senses fully activated. The chakra flow throughout Konoha clearly presented itself in his mind. In the Chunin exam arena, that persistent, troublesome snake Orochimaru. Even from such a distance he was spying on him. That was something. Naruto waved his hand casually, and a black robe embroidered with flame patterns appeared out of nowhere, draping over him. He pulled the hood down, obscuring his face. Take root. At your command. Gather everyone, immediately empty the root base. All weapons, intelligence, resources, and funds, leave not a single one, all transfer to the land of waves. Find Momochi, Zabuza, and Haku, tell them the boss has changed. Yes. Naruto paused, his voice deep and powerful, echoing through the entire corridor. I know each of your pasts. You were stripped of names, families, and emotions from a young age. You were taught that the only meaning of life was to complete missions, to die for root. You have seen too many companions die like garbage without even a tombstone. You thought this was your fate. But I tell you it is not. Follow me, and I will end all this. I will unify the shinobi world. I will shatter the walls of all villages, letting the human will shine in every corner. From now on, no child will grow up like you in darkness. No more ninjas sacrificing themselves for the so-called village, dying in vain. Your lives are your own. Your glory will be earned by your own hands. All the root members suddenly raised their heads. Behind Naruto was an unprecedented radiance. For the first time in their 20 or 30 years of life, someone told them they were not tools. For the first time, someone gave them a true ideal. Stronger than any ninjutsu is always the human heart. More solid than any force is always faith. We obey your orders. The voice reverberated through the corridor, carrying a determination of no turning back. Naruto nodded. Below his feet, the flying thunder god seal quietly lit up. In the next second, Chunin exam arena. Hell was filled with corpses and blood everywhere. The coalition of sound and sand was frantically slaughtering Konoha's ninjas and civilians. At the very center of the battlefield, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, stood on the brink of death. His chakra had long been exhausted, his aged face covered in wrinkles and sweat. With hands clasped together, Orochimaru, though I die today, I am still the third Hokage Reaper. Death seal. A chilling wind suddenly swept up, darkening the sky. A grim Reaper in a white kimono with a terrifying visage slowly emerged from the void. It held a scythe in one hand while the other was almost grasping the third soul. Orochimaru stood opposite, laughing maniacally. Sensei Sarutobi, you finally decided to use this technique. What a pity, too late. You are old. Your soul is too weak. You cannot take me. Just then a black shadow burst forth from the darkness like a ghost. With a short blade it stabbed straight at Orochimaru's back. Who? Orochimaru did not look back, grabbing with his other hand. He accurately seized the intruder's neck, and when he saw the golden hair and blue-eyed face, his smile grew even brighter. Oh, isn't this our Ninetales Jinchuriki Naruto-kun? He held Naruto by the neck, lifting him into the air, turning to look at the third. Sensei Sarutobi, look what I've caught. Now immediately lift the Reaper death seal. Otherwise I will crush his neck. Let the last hope of Konoha die before you. The third's body trembled violently, watching as Naruto's neck was grasped, his face turning red, and the Reaper's hand drew nearer. 1 second. 2 seconds. He slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, only cold resolve remained. Minato, I'm sorry. Everything for Konoha. As soon as he uttered these words, he hesitated not at all, urging the last of his chakra. The Reaper's hand shot forward. In the shadows, black-robed Naruto stood silently. At that moment, his heart turned completely cold. So this is how it is, how ridiculous. Then, don't blame me next. He had been prepared, ready to activate the annihilation technique to sever the bond between the Reaper and the third if there was even a hint of hesitation, a trace of pity from the third. Even if it meant not being able to use the Mangekyo Sharingan for a month, even if it risked exposing his trump card, he would accept it. After all, this was the old man who once gave him a bowl of ramen. After all, this was his father's teacher. But now, all illusions were shattered, completely shattered. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you and Danzo are indeed cut from the same cloth. What you call for Konoha is merely for your own Hokage position, for your own lasting fame. Naruto can sacrifice the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, can sacrifice anyone who threatens your status, can be sacrificed. Even your chosen Hokage successor. Can he be sacrificed? How ironic. If so, then let you taste the pain of losing something most precious. Feel the suffering, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Under the black robe, the scarlet six-pointed star Mangekyo suddenly lit up. Flying Thunder God second stage. Whoosh, whoosh. Two golden lights flashed simultaneously. Everyone only felt a blur before their eyes. In the next second, Asuma, who was fighting against 4 sound ninjas, and Konohamaru, who was crying with Irika in the stands, both vanished from their spots. Then, like 2 dead dogs, they were violently thrown towards Orochimaru, who was trying to escape from the Reaper, perfectly landing under the Reaper's scythe. Time seemed to stand still. The look of resolve on the third's face froze in an instant. He looked at his son and grandson, who had suddenly appeared in the center of the battlefield, at Asuma's confused face, and at Konohamaru, who was crying out loud. His mind went blank. No. A heart-wrenching scream echoed throughout the arena. He frantically tried to rush forward. But the Reaper's hand had firmly grasped his soul. He could not move, not at all. Once the Reaper Death Seal was activated, it could not be retracted. The Reaper would harvest all souls before it. Regardless of friend or foe, regardless of age. Asuma, Konohamaru, run, he shouted with all his strength, coughing up blood in his throat. Who will save them? Who will save my son? My grandson? He turned to look at the surrounding jonin. Kakashi was entangled, Guy was held back, and Kurenai was caught in a genjutsu. All those capable of fighting had their own opponents. Not a single person could free themselves, not a single person could save them. Utter despair, like cold seawater, completely engulfed him. He could unhesitatingly abandon Naruto, because Naruto was the Nine-Tails, a tool of threat. But Asuma was his son, Konohamaru was his only grandson, the most precious thing in the world to him, the one he would fight to protect. Black-robed man, I will kill you. The third's eyes widened in rage, crazily cursing, you devil. If you have the guts, come for me. Come for you. The black-robed Naruto slowly stepped out of the shadows, his voice terrifyingly calm. When you abandoned the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, why didn't you say that? He is also someone else's son. He is also someone others will fight to protect. For your Konoha, you can sacrifice him. Why can't you sacrifice your family? Sarutobi Hiruzen, is this fair? I have one more sentence to send you. A family should be together. The third trembled violently, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He opened his mouth, but could not utter a single word. Orochimaru watched the dramatic scene before him, initially stunned. Then he erupted into even crazier laughter. Huh. Wonderful. So wonderful. He released the Naruto shadow clone in his grasp, and with a bang that figure transformed into a puff of white smoke and vanished. This scene left both the third and Orochimaru stunned. Huh? Is it a shadow clone? But as Orochimaru looked at the third, who had lost his soul to the Reaper, and was now completely broken, he felt a rush of pleasure fill his heart. He licked his lips. This is getting more and more interesting. The Reaper's scythe slowly rose, the cold blade reflecting the third's despairing face. The entire battlefield fell silent, all eyes focused here. In an instant, the scythe fell. No. The third's roar shattered the glass of the arena. Veins bulged on his aged forehead, his eyes bloodshot, nearly popping out of their sockets. He twisted his body desperately, his nails digging deep into his flesh, blood flowing down between his fingers, yet the hand of death gripped his soul like a vice, preventing him from moving even an inch. The figure in the black cloak stood with arms crossed in the shadow of the scythe, resembling an audience member watching a play. Stop screaming, it sounds terrible. He dug into his ear, his tone flippant, as if discussing the weather. You looked much more impressive when you pinched your nose and gave up on Naruto. That was righteousness incarnate, selflessly sacrificing the small for the greater good. I was almost moved to tears. Who are you? The third's teeth chattered, blood spilling from the corners of his mouth. What grudge do you hold against Konoha? What grudge against you? Naruto scoffed, taking 2 steps forward. The scythe of death hovered above Asuma and Konohamaru, a chilling aura of death enveloping them. Even the air around them crystallized into frost. Yet Naruto walked as if he saw nothing, advancing directly to the third, the distance between them less than half a meter. The wind blew. The hem of his black cloak rustled, lifting a corner of his hood to reveal a strand of dazzling golden hair. The third's pupils suddenly constricted. His heart felt as if gripped by an invisible hand. Even his breathing stopped. Golden hair. Blue eyes. This height. This age. A figure he had just unhesitatingly abandoned began to merge slowly in his mind with the black-cloaked devil before him. Could it be? Could it be? Uzumaki Naruto. As soon as this thought emerged, the third trembled, a chill shooting from his feet straight through to the top of his head. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That little brat who only knows how to play pranks and lag behind, how could he possess such terrifying power? How could he have such a ruthless heart? No one confirmed this for him. There was no time for confirmation. I indeed came for you. Oh, I forgot to tell you one thing. Naruto leaned in close to his ear, his voice low, laced with a devilish grin. Actually, I have the ability to save them. The third abruptly raised his head, a final glimmer of hope igniting in his eyes. My Mangekyo Sharingan can sever the causality between the Grim Reaper and the one who is marked for death. Naruto leisurely finished speaking, watching as the light in the third's eyes instantly extinguished, replaced by sheer despair, and he smiled even more happily. What a pity, I don't want to save them. I want to watch you die in despair. Watch your most precious things shatter before you. Watch the seeds you personally sowed bear the bitterest fruit. At the moment his words fell, the scythe of death, accompanied by a howling wind, fell with force. Swish! A flash of golden light. With a shunshin, Naruto instantly appeared 10 meters away unscathed. Meanwhile, in the place where the scythe had fallen, 3 piercing screams rang out simultaneously. Ah! Orochimaru's hand snapped off at the wrist, green blood spraying out. He staggered backward 2 steps, looking at his empty sleeves. The madness on his face instantly froze, replaced by disbelief and terror. Asuma's body stiffened suddenly. He looked down at his chest, finding no wounds, no blood. But his gaze quickly became hollow, and the chakra blade in his hand clattered to the ground. Dad! He opened his mouth, managing to utter just one word. Then he fell straight down, his eyes wide open, breathless. His soul was severed by the Grim Reaper's blade, scattering his spirit entirely. Meanwhile, Konohamaru beside him fell silent, his cries abruptly ending. He sat on the ground, his gaze vacant, drooling from the corner of his mouth, producing meaningless syllables of ee-ah. The lively, mischievous young master had transformed into an idiot who didn't even know who he was. The entire arena fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was frozen in place. Kakashi's Sharingan widened, almost dropping the Raikiri in his hand. Guy halted his movements, the blood rushing from his face instantly drained to pallor. Red released the Jinjutsu, looking at Asuma's body on the ground, covering her mouth, tears silently streaming down her cheeks. Irika slumped on the stands, trembling all over. He looked at the figure beneath the black cloak, a chill running through him. How could it have turned out like this? How could it have become so ruthless? Asuma! The third let out an unearthly wail. He looked at his son's cold corpse, at his grandson, turned into an idiot, and spat out a mouthful of black blood. The hand of death had already grasped his heart. His body began to grow transparent, his soul gradually being pulled out. But he no longer felt the fear of death. Only boundless regret and pain remained, drowning him like a tidal wave. He was wrong. He was truly wrong. If he had hesitated for a moment, if he had chosen to save Naruto earlier, would everything have turned out differently? But there are no ifs. He had personally abandoned that child. Now someone had come and personally destroyed everything he held dear. Fair. Too fair. Sarutobi Sensei, it seems we have both lost. Orochimaru covered his severed wrist, his face dark enough to drip water. He looked at Asuma on the ground, then glanced at the black-cloaked Naruto, a flicker of wariness flashing in his eyes. Just then, boom. The sealing technique of the arena was shattered by a punch. A figure with white hair rushed in, and upon seeing the scene before him, his pupils constricted. Third Hokage, Asuma. Jiraiya landed, looking at the third being devoured by death, then glancing at Orochimaru with broken hands, finally fixing his gaze on the black-cloaked Naruto, his expression grave. Orochimaru, Jiraiya said in a deep voice, you won't get away today. Orochimaru sneered, stepping back to create distance from Jiraiya. Jiraiya, long time no see. He licked his lips, his tone arrogant. Today, he'll admit defeat. But with Sarutobi Sensei already dead, the sky over Konoha is about to fall. We will meet again soon next time. I will personally destroy this decayed village. With that he turned to leave. But he hadn't finished his sentence. Swish! A shadow suddenly appeared behind him. The cold blade pierced through his back without warning. The blade tip protruded from his chest, dripping with green blood. Orochimaru's body stiffened suddenly. He slowly lowered his head, staring at the blade tip, piercing his chest, his face filled with shock. The black-cloaked Naruto leaned close to his ear, his tone lazy, tinged with impatience. What are you whining about? What are you being so proud for? I am indeed targeting the third, but I never said I wouldn't kill you. The dull thud of the blade, piercing flesh, rang out sharply in the silent arena, yet Orochimaru merely looked down at the blade in his chest, his initial shock slowly transforming into a strange bewilderment. He even forgot the pain, his body twisted in an unnatural manner, and his tongue instinctively touched the bloodied blade, murmuring to himself, this blade's force feels somewhat familiar. Where have I seen it before? Before he could finish speaking, his neck suddenly twisted at an ergonomically impossible angle, his mouth gaping wider than his head. Not the corpse reincarnation technique. A viscous liquid splattered out, and a pale white snake emerged from his mouth, instantly transforming into a human form upon hitting the ground. The new body remained pale and slender, the sleeves still empty, but the forked tongue had turned into a sharp sword glinting with a cold, fierce light. Die! Orochimaru roared, the tongue's words slicing through the air, aimed directly at Naruto's face. Naruto drew his blade to block the crimson six-pointed star of the Sharingan, slowly rotating in his eyes. It seems the shadow Itachi left you back then wasn't enough. Seeing the Sharingan, and still daring to charge forward. Though I may not possess Itachi's prowess, don't underestimate the worth of the Sharingan. The illusion technique activated. Although Orochimaru could not be killed, his spiritual power would still dwindle with each reincarnation. Orochimaru's body suddenly froze. The tongue's word paused just 3 inches from Naruto's throat, his eyes bulging, maintaining a poised stance without moving. 3 seconds later, he trembled all over, violently breaking free from the illusion, and roared as he lunged forward again. The illusion activated once more. Stopped. Lunged. Stopped. Lunged. Stopped. The entire arena fell silent in an instant, everyone dumbfoundedly watching the center of the stage. Just moments ago, the formidable Orochimaru, who had threatened to destroy Konoha, now shuffled forward like a puppet on a string. Naruto, arms crossed, watched the pitiful Orochimaru with keen interest. Not bad at jumping. How about a Thomas spin? Did Itachi really toy with you for 3 days and nights, scaring you out of your psychological shadow? Kakashi's Raikiri fizzled out with a crack. He gaped his Sharingan wide open. Is this really one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru? Why does he seem like a toy that has been switched on? Having seen enough of the show, Naruto drew the Kyuubi's 9-tailed blade from his waist. A flash of cold light. Stab. Stab, stab, stab. The blade moved so quickly it became a blur, targeting non-lethal but agonizing spots, making Orochimaru resemble a leaking green spray bottle. Green blood splattered all over Naruto's black robe, while Orochimaru convulsed and stared wide-eyed, the images in his mind sounding like a cacophony. Damn. Another stab. This stabbing technique feels too damn familiar. Fast, accurate, and ruthless, targeting the gaps between the ribs, twisting the knife, half a turn on purpose. Who exactly is this bastard who's been stabbed 1,000 times? Scatter. Orochimaru roared, his body exploding into thousands of tiny snakes, each the thickness of a pinky, swarming in all directions. The densely packed snakes slithered on the ground, making a rustling sound that sent shivers down people's spines. Orochimaru truly lived up to his reputation, evading the Grim Reaper's scythe, dodging the illusion, and enduring Naruto's barrage of strikes. His health bar was astonishingly thick. Although he was injured, it was still too difficult to kill him. Jiraiya immediately formed seals. Fire release, great fire destruction. Raging flames surged forth, causing the snakes to emit piercing shrieks. Yet countless tiny snakes still escaped through the gaps of the flames, disappearing into every corner of the arena. With the Sharingan working at full capacity, Naruto couldn't even distinguish which tiny snake was the real body. You certainly run fast, he smirked, feeling utterly unfazed. After all, today's main target was Hiruzen Sarutobi. Orochimaru was merely an accessory. A flash of golden light flickered beneath his feet as he instantly vanished from his spot. The next second, an identical black-robed Naruto emerged from the shadows, standing in the same spot, facing away from the crowd. Almost simultaneously from the shattered gap in the arena, a golden figure rushed in, rolling and crawling, panic and tears on his face, shouting heartbreakingly as he ran. I received the memories of the shadow clone. Orochimaru is terrifying. He killed my shadow clone. Jiraiya-sensei. Kakashi-sensei. How is Grandpa Third doing? Everyone was stunned. Just then, a large snake that had slipped through the cracks lunged out from behind a pillar, its tongue turning into a sharp sword, piercing the heart of the black-robed figure facing away from the crowd. PFF. The black-robed figure slumped, dispersing into a puff of white smoke. The shadow clone was released. Naruto rushed in front of Jiraiya, thud, as he hugged his leg, crying with his shoulders shaking, his snot and tears smeared all over Jiraiya's pants. It's so terrifying, boo-hoo. That person in black is so fierce. And Orochimaru is terrifying too. I almost died from fright, boo-hoo. Jiraiya looked down at Naruto, who was crying uncontrollably in his arms, and then glanced at the smoking remnants of the shadow clone on the ground, his mind buzzing as if about to crash. Wait, something's wrong, absolutely wrong. That black-robed figure had blonde hair. Flying Thunder God. Sharingan. And that stabbing technique was so fluid, it was clearly the work of a habitual offender. No, that black-robed figure was definitely not Naruto. According to the third Hokage, his dream was to become Hokage, right? Could a Hokage behave like that? Now this brat is clutching my leg, crying like a 3-year-old who lost his noodles, and he's still saying, I'm so scared. Kakashi stood nearby, his Sharingan spinning so fast it seemed to smoke. He had clearly seen that just before the black-robed figure disappeared, the movement frequency and even the angle of the head shake were identical to the incoming Naruto. But he had no evidence. Shadow clones can share memories. That made sense. The original panicked and rushed over after the shadow clone was destroyed. That also made sense. Everything fit together seamlessly, yet he just felt something was amiss. Guy slapped his thigh, tears welling up his fists, clenching loudly. Naruto-kun is so great. Even though he was so scared, he still risked his life to rush in and save everyone. This is the burning youth. Red wiped her tears and nodded. Yes, Naruto is truly brave. Irika sighed in relief, sitting on the ground with his hand over his chest. Thank goodness. Naruto is fine. Jiraiya's mouth twitched. Youth, what a joke. He stared sharply at Naruto's hair swirl, his gaze as keen as an eagle's. Having taught Naruto for a month, he understood that Naruto was not the type to cry. Naruto, why did you do this? But if you expose him in public, what will Konoha do? This is the host of the Nine Tails. Minato, is your son really that person? Naruto felt the gaze on his head, crying even harder, deliberately burrowing deeper into Jiraiya's embrace, his small hands tightly clutching his clothes. Yet inside he was bursting with joy. Life is like a play, all about acting. Hey, just playing. If you have evidence, then bring it out. No evidence. Without evidence, you're slandering me, a pure and innocent host of the Nine Tails. In the center of the arena, the third's body had become almost transparent. Jiraiya recalled the prophecy of the Toad Sage. It was the prophecy that led him to the path he was on now. Jiraiya furrowed his brow in silence. I just went to the Hokage building. Udanzo is dead, and the third Hokage is gone. Konoha is now leaderless, and the situation is a complete mess. With a shift in tone, he looked at Naruto with suspicion in his eyes. Danzo was an old powerhouse who could have killed him without anyone knowing. Naruto was gleefully wiping his snot on Jiraiya's expensive clothes when a cold electronic voice suddenly exploded in his mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for meeting the conditions for darkening, completing the Konoha collapse plan. Final chapter. Play to death the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, killing with a heart strike, darkening value 3000. Revenge on Asuma Sarutobi, taking his life, darkening value 1500. Hurt Konohamaru, destroy the heir of the will of fire, darkening value 1500. Stab Orochimaru, shatter the legend of the three ninjas, darkening value 2000. This time a total of 8000 darkening points were obtained, current darkening balance 31,300. Naruto paused his snot-wiping action, feeling he had struck gold. He secretly lifted his eyelids and glanced at Konohamaru, who was slumped on the ground, his eyes vacant like a rag doll. The little guy still had dry tear stains on his face, clutching tightly to the tattered Hokage hat left by the third, looking dazed, not even noticing the tears streaming into his mouth. Naruto clicked his tongue inwardly. This kid isn't bad, much better than that useless grandfather of his. Forget it, if there's a chance I might save him, take him as a little brother. What can I say, I was born kind-hearted. Jiraiya. He looked down at the golden-haired boy crying heartbreakingly in his arms, then glanced at the smoking spot in the distance where the cloaked figure had just stood, his temples throbbing. He felt that something was terribly wrong. 1 week later, outside the village at the Shirley Slope post station, the midday sun was making people drowsy. Under the old locust tree at the post station, Jiraiya was fanning himself with a folding fan, chatting animatedly with a girl in a red dress. The girl laughed and flailed about, occasionally reaching out to pat Jiraiya's arm, her eyes overflowing with admiration. Jiraiya was flattered by the attention, completely unaware of what charm an old man with gray hair and a wrinkled face had to attract a beautiful woman in her 20s. In a private room on the second floor by the window, Naruto was munching on sunflower seeds, watching the poor act below with a smirk. He knew the man had arrived. Itachi's illusion can only fool an old fool, like Jiraiya playing with illusions, huh? Uchiha can take on 7 at once, huh? He spat out the seed shell, his gaze slightly sharpening. He was here. Naruto knew that today not only Itachi and Kisame had come to Konoha, but also an unexpected guest from the future. Naruto had asked the system, and it said that the past was irrevocable, but the future could be changed. Different choices would generate countless parallel timelines. In the future of his timeline, perhaps there would no longer be Sasuke, who bore everything. But the future of the original story would still exist in its entirety. Interesting. Naruto's lips curled into a playful smile. Perfect. He also wanted to have a good chat with the legendary Uchiha genius. When he built the Heavenly Nation in the future, he would appoint Itachi as a heavenly shadow responsible for handling all the dirty work. Those who darkened must stay together with others who have darkened. That is true harmony. Creak. The door was gently pushed open. 2 figures walked in, one after the other. The man in front wore the black cloud robe of the Akatsuki organization, with shoulder-length black hair, a few shallow lines of age on his face, and a pair of calm crimson Sharingan eyes. It was none other than Uchiha Itachi. Following him was Kisame Hashigaki carrying his signature big sword Samehada with a shark-like face stretched into a sinister smile. Naruto put down the sunflower seeds, clapped his hands, and smiled. "It's you, Uchiha Itachi." Itachi paused his steps. The crimson Sharingan slightly rotated, scanning Naruto from head to toe. He was sure he had never seen this little brat before. The new generation of Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Is he an idiot? Itachi, this Konoha's Nine-Tails Jinchuriki seems quite interesting, huh? Kisame leaned against the doorframe, a playful expression on his face. "I want to play with him." Itachi ignored him, his gaze still on Naruto, his tone emotionless. "I want to talk to you." "What a coincidence." Naruto smiled slightly, stepping aside. "I think you should talk to him." Itachi looked in the direction Naruto pointed. In the shadow of the room, a boy dressed in a black short-sleeve shirt stood quietly. With black hair and black eyes, his profile was strikingly similar to Itachi's. The boy raised his head, and the three-tomo Sharingan slowly rotated in its sockets. There was no anger, no hatred, only an unfathomable calm. "Brother, long time no see." The air instantly froze. Kisame's smile froze. He looked surprised at Sasuke, then at Itachi, scratching his head. "Three-tomo Sharingan. Itachi, this kid seems not to be any worse than you. Moreover, he really looks like you, am I right?" Itachi's fingers curled slightly. He still wore a blank expression, but deep in his eyes a storm was brewing. "He is my brother. Looks like you know a thing or two." Itachi's voice remained icy. "My foolish brother." Sasuke shook his head. "Put away your pretenses, Itachi. I have something to ask you." Before he finished speaking, he stepped forward, transforming into a shadow, and instantly bursting out of the post station. Itachi glanced deeply at Naruto, then followed suit. Kisame shrugged, preparing to follow. "Hey, don't go." Naruto reached out to stop him, grinning widely. "The two brothers are catching up, let's not intrude. How about we play a bit?" Kisame raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Have you heard my story?" "Not really, but your face is full of stories." Naruto stroked his chin, sizing up the shark-faced man, sincerely asking. "It's a bit presumptuous, but I've been pondering this for a long time, so I'll just ask. Since you look so much like a shark, were your parents?" "You little bastard." Kisame exploded, instantly gripping Samehada tightly, his knuckles cracking. "Your curiosity will get you killed." "Oh, is that so?" Naruto nodded, his face unafraid. "Since you're unwilling to say, then forget it. However, I've long heard of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist." He drew the demon tail 9 cursed blade from his waist, the cold light flashing. "And I don't like being attacked first." Before he finished speaking, Naruto had already transformed into a blur and charged forward. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resonated, causing the windows to tremble. The demon tail 9 cursed blade struck accurately against Samehada's back, sparks flying. In an instant, the two exchanged blows more than 10 times. The blade's light became a blur, and the air was sliced with a piercing shriek. "Good blade. Good swordsmanship." Kisame became increasingly alarmed. "Is this the death dance of that leaf ninja?" Naruto silently nodded. "Truly a shadow-level swordsman." This viciousness was not inferior to Orochimaru in his prime. But Kisame's shock was even greater. His Samehada, the ability he took the most pride in, was to absorb chakra. Yet no matter how he urged it, Samehada felt like a piece of dead iron, unable to absorb a single trace of chakra. This broken sword can actually be immune to Samehada's ability. Then wouldn't his hanging be useless? Kisame gritted his teeth and suddenly retreated a step, quickly forming hand seals. Water-style water shark bullet technique. A massive water shark appeared out of nowhere, lunging at Naruto with its gaping maw. "Yow yow yow, incredible, incredible." Naruto dodged while throwing in a comment. "No wonder you're a traditional ninja who still diligently forms seals, even at the late stage. For this I give you a thumbs up. If I can't understand what you're babbling about." Kisame snorted, coldly, forming seals once again. Die. Wind-style spiraling wind pierce. Naruto concentrated a Rasengan in his right hand, simultaneously infusing it with wind chakra. The azure Rasengan instantly transformed into a sharp, swirling spear and fiercely stabbed at the water shark. Boom! The water shark was instantly pierced, splattering water everywhere. Kisame's expression tightened, preparing to unleash a larger ninjutsu. "Kisame, retreat." Itachi's voice suddenly came from outside the door. "Jiraiya has arrived." Kisame reluctantly glanced at Naruto, but still listened to Itachi, immediately retracting Samehada. "Kid, consider yourself lucky this time. Next time we meet, I will definitely tear you to pieces." With that, he turned and left. "Hey!" Naruto called out. Itachi's footsteps paused for a moment. The next second, an irresistible force abruptly yanked at Naruto's consciousness. The world spun. When Naruto came to his senses, he found himself in a bizarre space, blood-red and boundless. Cold iron chains wrapped around his limbs, firmly binding him to a wooden cross, rendering him immobile. Uchiha Itachi stood before him, the crimson Mangekyo Sharingan slowly rotating. "What did you say to Sasuke?" Itachi's voice was icy and piercing. Why does he know about me? Just the truth. Naruto looked at him calmly. Aren't you afraid he will defect from Konoha? That is his choice. Naruto replied lightly, I will respect his wishes. Truth is truth and can never be changed. You want to be the scapegoat to elevate your brother as the hero who saves the Uchiha. But have you ever asked him if he is willing? Naruto looked into Itachi's eyes, stating each word clearly. You are too arrogant, Itachi. Itachi's pupils suddenly constricted. His heart felt as if it were being gripped by an invisible hand. This little brat actually saw through all his plans at a glance. I know you love Konoha. Naruto continued, but the Konoha you love is decayed, drenched in Uchiha blood. It needs a thorough change to be worthy of love. Reform, Itachi. Follow me and I will show you what a truly clean and brand new world looks like. Itachi was silent for a moment. Then he slowly raised his hand, and the Mangekyo Sharingan began spinning faster. It seems your ambitions are great. Today you cannot be left alive. That may not be the case. Naruto grinned. In this Tsukuyami world, time, space, and quality are all under my control. Itachi's voice held no warmth. For the next 72 hours I will treat you well. Just as he finished speaking, the crimson six-pointed star Mangekyo suddenly illuminated in Naruto's eyes. Crack, a crisp sound of shattering echoed. The entire Tsukuyami space instantly filled with spiderweb-like cracks, as if shattered glass. What? For the first time, disbelief appeared on Itachi's face. He watched helplessly as the Tsukuyami world he had constructed collapsed inch by inch before Naruto's eyes. Impossible. No one can break free from my Tsukuyami. Itachi suddenly covered his left eye, blood gushing through his fingers. The intense pain made his body tremble slightly. He staggered back a step, looking at Naruto with shock and confusion. Naruto shook his wrist, stepping down from the shattered wooden cross. Itachi, you should think carefully about what I said. Itachi gritted his teeth, stared deeply at Naruto, then turned and transformed into a shadow, vanishing from sight. Almost at the same second, Jiraiya rushed over breathlessly, still clutching a Rasengan in his hand. Naruto, are you alright? Where is that bastard Uchiha Itachi? Naruto blinked innocently, instantly switching to a mode of innocence, scratching his head. Huh? What Itachi? I've been sleeping in the room all along. Now that I'm out, Jiraiya-sensei, why are you so out of breath? Where's that sister in the red dress? Jiraiya. He looked around at everything intact, then glanced at Naruto's innocent face, falling back into self-doubt. Could it be that he was mistaken? Meanwhile, not far outside the post station in a tree, a figure dressed in a black long robe stood quietly on a branch, accompanied by an 11 or 12-year-old boy who was looking down at the post station. The wind blew, lifting the boy's bangs. A mysterious purple eye embedded with 6 black tomos slowly emerged from the shadows. The black-robed figure smiled meaningfully. Interesting. This era's Naruto seems quite different. As Sasuke's figure landed on the windowsill, the setting sun stretched his shadow long. He was slightly dusted, and the 3-Tomo Sharingan had faded, leaving only the complex depth in his eyes. Jiraiya glanced at him, then shot a sidelong look at Naruto, who was innocently snacking on sunflower seeds, his temples beginning to throb. He certainly wasn't mistaken. The chilling chakra from earlier, along with the signature mental fluctuation of Tsukuyami, could not deceive anyone. Yet both Naruto was lively and Sasuke was unscathed. Not even a window in the inn was shattered. He stroked his chin, too lazy to expose them. After all, these 2 little brats were tricksters. They wouldn't tell the truth, even if asked. They'll go gather some information. You two don't wander off. Jiraiya threw down a parting remark and leaped out of the inn, not forgetting to glare at Naruto, the meaning clear. Don't cause trouble for me. Watching Jiraiya's figure disappear into the woods, Sasuke slowly spoke, his voice still a bit hoarse. Thank you for this matter. Why help me? Naruto raised an eyebrow, tossing the last sunflower seed into his mouth, clapping his hands, and teasingly replied, as the future #1 in the ninja world, someone has to witness it, right? Without even a capable companion, wouldn't that be too boring? Sasuke looked at him, silent for a while, not rebutting. He felt that the Naruto before him was not at all like the prankster at the village's tale. This couldn't be possible, so Sasuke could only suppress that thought. Naruto swung his legs and asked, so where do you plan to go next? Sasuke clenched his fist, his gaze becoming resolute. To find Orochimaru. I need power, and Itachi also needs a sufficiently strong me. Naruto nodded, a gleeful smirk on his face. You'd better hurry, then. Orochimaru has taken so many stabs from me that he's half crippled. Originally, he could have held on for 3 more years waiting for you to grow up, but now. He prolonged his tone, laughing like a sly fox. I reckon he won't last even 6 months. If you arrive, just as he is desperately looking for a vessel, he might just offer you all his hidden snake techniques, begging you to inherit his legacy. Sasuke twitched the corner of his mouth, but said nothing. He gave Naruto a deep look, then turned into a shadow, disappearing into the dusk. Just 3 seconds after Sasuke left, Jiraiya jumped down from the beam, brushing off the dust from his clothes. He crossed his arms and spoke sarcastically. "Oh ho ho, isn't this the one true god of the ninja world? What a fine mood. For this half-dead old man to be your teacher is truly a fortune for my ancestors. What an honor." Naruto rolled his eyes. "Not at all. How could I possibly compare to you, the perverted sage? At your age, using an ranked jutsu like the Great Waterfall technique to woo girls, and yet you still failed to charm a single one. It's utterly laughable." He leaned closer to Jiraiya, lowering his voice with a mischievous grin. "By the way, does Granny Tsunade know about your antics? I bet she'd be very interested to hear about your glorious exploits in using ninjutsu to attract women." Thud. Jiraiya's knees hit the ground with a muffled sound. He clasped his hands together, almost bowing to Naruto, his face overflowing with flattery. "No, no, no. Ancestors, I was wrong. You absolutely mustn't mention this to Tsunade. Otherwise she might break my third leg. If you dare say anything, I'll expose the fact that you fought with Uchiha Itachi and made him cough up blood." Naruto dug at his ear. "Go ahead, spill it. If you do, I'll tell Tsunade that you secretly watched a woman bathe and even sketched 18 sketchbooks hidden in the layers of your scroll." Jiraiya. He instantly wilted, hanging his head like a frosted frog. "I won't spill it. I absolutely won't spill it. Please don't tell her, I beg you, ancestor." Naruto patted his shoulder, looking disdainful. "At your age, being a pervert with such shamelessness. You're hopeless. What do you know, little brat?" Jiraiya jumped up suddenly, swatting Naruto's hand away, and stubbornly said, "What do you understand? This is an artist's pursuit of beauty." The wind swirled the sunflower seed shells on the ground of the inn, settling at Naruto's feet. A month passed by quietly like this. One day the two entered a small town on the border of the land of rice. Naruto suddenly paused, sniffed the air, and his eyes lit up. "Sensei, that casino ahead looks quite interesting." He shook his head, the scarlet 3-Mo Sharingan flashing by. "I can see the cards perfectly with my Sharingan. Let's go play a few rounds. We might even run into your dream girl." Jiraiya's eyes lit up at the mention of dream girl, and he immediately nodded. "All right, let's go. If we lose, it's on me." Just as they reached the door of the casino, a thunderous roar came from inside. "Lost again. This damn die is definitely cursed." Following that, a woman dressed in a red kimono stormed out. Her long golden hair was tied in a ponytail, swaying with her movements, her figure astonishingly curvy, especially the waves in front that made one dizzy. With a rosy flush from drinking, her brows furrowed, she clutched the few remaining chips in her hand, stamping her foot in anger. Naruto's eyes widened, his heart racing. Whoa, the degree of those curves is simply unmatched in the ninja world. "Tsunade, long time no see." Jiraiya immediately straightened his clothes, striking a pose he considered the most suave, waving his hand. Tsunade looked up at him, huffing with annoyance. "Oh, it's you. Jiraiya, you're still the same idling about." Her gaze fell on Naruto beside him, suddenly halting. The golden-haired, blue-eyed brat before her bore a resemblance to that person, Minato Namikaze, and Kushina Uzumaki. Tsunade's heart skipped a beat, her expression complex. She certainly recognized him. This is the son of Minato and Kushina, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki. Naruto. Jiraiya's face turned red instantly, his eyes glued to Tsunade's chest, nearly drooling, forgetting to wave the folding fan in his hand. He chuckled awkwardly, his tone obsequious. "You've become even more beautiful. I'm truly envious. You haven't changed at all over the years, still so young." Hey, hey, hey. Naruto waved his hand in front of Jiraiya's, eyes looking disdainful. "Watch the drool. At your age, aren't you ashamed?" This kid, although smiling frivolously, lacked any of the youthful recklessness and timidity, instead appearing calm and profound. Tsunade looked at Naruto, thinking, this kid seems a bit off. Even Tsunade could be your daughter. How about showing some dignity? Jiraiya replied, glaring fiercely at Naruto, wishing he could sew his mouth shut. Tsunade watched the two banter, her lips twitching before she couldn't help but chuckle softly. Her gaze fell upon Naruto, examining him from head to toe. Feeling her gaze, Naruto shot Tsunade an unapologetic look. This kid has quite the audacity, staring openly without any pretense. It's clear that following Jiraiya will lead him astray. However, that gaze is clear and open, carrying the rebelliousness and nonchalance of youth, which is not entirely unpleasant. In fact, it's somewhat intriguing. Naruto felt a bit embarrassed under her scrutiny, scratching his nose while thinking to himself, I wonder what kind of freak would be born from the sage body of the Senju clan combined with the chakra of the Uzumaki clan, plus my Mangekyo Sharingan. Maybe they could open their Sharingan right after birth and knock out a Jonin with one punch. That would be quite entertaining. Tsunade seemed to read his thoughts, her face turning slightly red as she cleared her throat and shifted her gaze away. All right, enough of this nonsense. Tsunade waved her hand and asked, what do you need from me? Don't tell me you came specifically to find me at the gambling house. Jiraiya put away his playful demeanor, his face becoming serious. Tsunade, the third Hokage, has died. The Konoha collapse plan Orochimaru launched a surprise attack on the village, and the third Hokage sacrificed himself to seal Orochimaru's hands using the Reaper Death Seal. Now Konoha is leaderless, and the people are in turmoil. I hope you can return and take on the mantle of the fifth Hokage. Tsunade's smile vanished in an instant. She took a sudden step back, her eyes cold. I will not go back. Hokage, I have no intention of becoming that broken Hokage. What happened to Minato, such a good kid, such an excellent Hokage? What fate did he meet? To protect the village, he sacrificed himself, and Kushina, not even getting a proper look at his son. And then there's Shoten and Tsunade. They all died for that so-called will of fire for Konoha in such an unclear manner. Tsunade's voice trembled, her eyes reddening. The Hokage is merely a target pushed out by Konoha to take the sword. A puppet used by the higher-ups to control the village. I won't go to my death. Jiraiya opened his mouth to argue, but couldn't find any words. He knew these were Tsunade's deepest pains. At that moment, a round of applause suddenly came from the side. Naruto clapped his hands, cheering. Well said. Tsunade has insight. I say Hokage isn't even fit for a dog. Naruto, what nonsense are you spouting? Jiraiya was startled and quickly covered Naruto's mouth. Don't speak recklessly. Naruto pushed him away and continued nonchalantly. I'm not talking nonsense. Konoha's roots have been wrong from the very beginning. Especially your grandfather Senju Hashirama. As soon as he said this, the air became thick with tension. Jiraiya turned pale, his entire body trembling. Naruto, stop. That is the first Hokage. He is the god of the ninja world. Tsunade's expression also turned frigid as she fixed her gaze on Naruto. Say that again. Naruto met her gaze fearlessly. I said Senju Hashirama is an idiot. He clearly possessed the power to crush everything, could have unified the entire ninja world and ended all wars. What did he do instead? He arranged for the 5 Kage summit, divided the lands, and foolishly gave tailed beasts to other villages. Did he think that would bring peace? How naive. What did that result in? 3 great ninja wars, countless corpses, and a life of misery for the people. Countless young people like Shoten and Tsunade died on the battlefield. All of this was caused by him. Jiraiya was left speechless, terrified. He had never thought anyone would dare to evaluate the first Hokage like this. It was simply blasphemous. Tsunade's fists cracked as her forehead veins bulged. But she did not strike immediately. She looked at Naruto and said in a deep voice, continue. Naruto smiled and continued, the so-called will of fire, the so-called mutual understanding between people is merely a wishful thinking. As long as there are conflicting interests, as long as there is unequal distribution of resources, there will always be war. Do you expect a group of people who can kill each other over a piece of land or a bit of food to understand each other? It's better to expect the sun to rise from the west. Using people to manage people will always lead to selfishness and always bring corruption. Only by using laws to manage people with absolute power to restrain everyone can true peace be achieved. Lawbreakers die, rebels die, plunderers die. When everyone knows that the cost of making mistakes is something they cannot afford, only then will true peace arrive. What I want to do is unify the entire ninja world and establish a brand new country. In my country, there are no Hokage, no wind shadows, no earth shadows. There is only one king and a set of iron laws. I will ensure that all children can grow up under the sun, no longer worrying about war, no longer fearing the loss of loved ones. Naruto stood there, sunlight pouring down on him as if he were gilded in gold. His gaze was firm and passionate, radiating an aura of dominance over all. Jiraiya stared at him, dumbfounded, his mouth agape, as if a chicken egg could fit inside. He had always thought Naruto was just a mischievous little brat. He had never imagined that this little brat harbored such a world-shattering dream. This was not the whimsical fancy of a child. This was a complete, logically coherent ideology capable of overturning the entire order of the ninja world. A dimensional strike. An absolute dimensional strike. Compared to Naruto's ideology, the so-called will of fire was simply naively ridiculous. Tsunade was also taken aback. She looked at Naruto, her eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Having lived this long, she had seen countless ninjas and shadows, but never had anyone spoken such words. Never had anyone perceived peace so clearly. After a long silence, Tsunade slowly spoke, her voice hoarse. What you say might be right, but you insulted my grandfather, and I cannot pretend I didn't hear. She suddenly looked up, her gaze sharp as a knife. Today, I will measure you and see how much this little brat, who can speak such great truths, is truly worth. If you win against me, I will grant you one request. Naruto grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. He tilted his head, looking at Tsunade with playful eyes as he said slowly, any request. Then, how about giving me a child? As soon as the words fell, the entire world fell silent. Jiraiya's eyes nearly bulged out, and he almost spat a mouthful of old blood onto the ground. He pointed at Naruto, his finger trembling. You are insane. Tsunade's expression instantly shifted from a slight blush to a pale fury. The veins on her forehead bulged, and her golden hair swayed as if stirred by an unseen wind. The air around her began to vibrate violently, and the stone slabs beneath her feet shattered into pieces, cracks spreading out like venomous snakes for over 10 meters. A terrifying chakra storm, one that could suffocate, erupted violently around her. The sign by the roadside was torn to shreds, the wooden door of the casino collapsed with a thunderous crash, and even the distant trees swayed wildly. Tsunade's voice squeezed out between clenched teeth filled with destructive rage, "You're asking for death." With a fierce stomp of her right foot, her entire being transformed into a bolt of golden lightning, carrying the power to crush mountains as she threw a punch towards Naruto's face. Before the punch even arrived, the ground had already been pressed into a shallow pit. "Tsunade, don't get too worked up. Don't kill him again," Jiraiya exclaimed, terrified, reaching out to grab her, but only catching a fragment of her afterimage. He understood too well the power of Tsunade's punch. Even someone of the shadow level would be left with shattered bones. Looking at the rapidly enlarging fist in his view, Naruto's eyes lit up as he whistled, "Not bad." As soon as the words left his mouth, a brilliant golden chakra erupted from within him. Unlike the ferocity and malevolence of the Nine Tails chakra from the original story, this was pure, warm, yet immensely powerful. One tail, two tails, three tails. The fourth golden tail swayed slowly, shimmering like glass in the sunlight. Tsunade's pupils shrank sharply, her fist freezing midair. She had seen the Nine Tails lose control before, witnessed the devastation wrought by its scarlet chakra. But she had never seen such a docile, perfectly controlled Nine Tails chakra. Jiraiya was equally astonished, his mouth agape enough to fit a fist. What kind of joke is this? For tails. Perfect control. How is that possible? He had personally witnessed Kushina suppress the Nine Tails and had seen the scene of Minato's sacrifice. No one understood the ferocity of the Nine Tails chakra better than he did. A 12 or 13-year-old kid could perfectly control the power of four tails. That was simply preposterous. Naruto moved his wrist, feeling the surging power within him, muttering to himself, "With the power of the Nine Tails, my Uzumaki physique, and my basic sage body, a punch against her should be fine." He clenched his fist and met Tsunade's punch heat with a heavy smash. Boom! The thunderous clash resonated like the ringing of metal, painfully jolting the eardrums. A terrifying shockwave radiated outward from the two of them in a circular motion. The ground collapsed instantly, debris flew through the air, and surrounding buildings were flattened to the ground. The stone slabs beneath Naruto's feet were utterly shattered, forcing him to take 3 steps back, each step leaving a deep imprint in the ground. Meanwhile, Tsunade had only taken half a step back. While this monstrous strength really lives up to its reputation, Naruto shook his numbed fist, a hint of excitement curling at the corner of his mouth. "Taijutsu, I want back down. 8 gates. Open. Rest gate. Life gate. Injury gate. Death gate. View gate." All 6 gates opened. Scorching white steam erupted from Naruto, his skin instantly turning a dark red, veins bulging. A power that was several times more violent than before swept through the area. For the first time, Tsunade's expression became extremely serious. She took a deep breath, the muscles in her arms bulging suddenly, her strength surging to 90%. "Come again," Naruto shouted, and charged once more. Another earth-shattering collision occurred. This time the ground at the center sank over a meter deep, forming a massive crater. The shockwave blew away all the surrounding debris, even flipping the roof of the casino 100 meters away. Naruto stumbled back 2 steps, but managed to stand firm. Tsunade, on the other hand, stepped back 1 step, the stone slabs beneath her feet turning to powder. Jiraiya collapsed to the ground, staring blankly at the scene before him. What the hell? Forbidden techniques. Can they be used so casually? The 8 gates. That's a forbidden technique that could easily backfire on the user. This kid actually opened it so easily and went straight to the 6th gate. Is he even human? Tsunade shook her trembling fist, her gaze at Naruto, filled with shock. Her monstrous strength was a talent of the Senju clan, her reliance for decades of dominance in the ninja world. Yet now a 12-year-old kid could actually go toe-to-toe with her in taijutsu without losing ground. Very well. Tsunade slowly straightened her body, her gaze sharp as a blade. "I'll go all out now. I hope your strength isn't just a facade." On her forehead, a diamond-shaped mark faintly emerged. Naruto smiled, thinking to himself, "Going all out is great, no more pretending, then I'll also unleash my cheats." Are you kidding? My strength isn't some inflated combat power that comes from forced growth. It's accumulated piece by the system. How could it be superficial? System exchange for the intermediate sage body. Ding. Consumed 1000 points of corruption value. Intermediate sage body. Exchange successful. Current corruption value balance 2130. In an instant, a wave of warm and immense vitality surged through Naruto's limbs. His body emitted a faint glow, the wounds from the collision visibly healing at an incredible speed, and his chakra doubled. Immediately afterward, an orange hue crept up to the corners of his eyes. Sage mode activated. Golden Ninetales chakra, white 8 gates steam, and orange sage chakra. 3 completely different powers perfectly fused within him, creating an aura that was terrifying to the extreme. Watching Naruto, who seemed to stack buffs endlessly to raise his power, Tsunade was utterly stunned. Having lived for over 50 years, she had seen countless geniuses and strong individuals. But she had never seen anything so outrageous. A Ninetales Jinchuriki, who could use the 8 gates and Sage mode. Any one of these 3 abilities could make one a top-tier powerhouse in the ninja world. Yet this kid possessed all 3 and had mastered them to perfection. Tsunade swallowed hard, her mind filled with a single thought: if this guy grows up apart from the original Senju Hashirama, there probably won't be anyone in this world who can match him. She gritted her teeth, preparing to activate the Byakugo technique. Even if it took everything she wanted to test just where this kid's limits lay. At that moment, a cold, sinister laugh suddenly echoed from behind the ruins. Looks like things are getting quite lively, huh? A man dressed in a black robe slowly walked out, a pale face adorned with an eerie smile, his tongue flicking out like a serpent as he licked his lips. So Tsunade, I'm waiting for your answer. Do you want to see them? Dan and Shinjiro. Orochimaru. Tsunade's expression changed instantly, her fist clenching tightly. Naruto glanced at him, regarding him like a clown, and sneered. Oh, isn't this the twisted Orochimaru? Last time you got stabbed by the man in the black robe, and now you've come here to experience the feeling of being stabbed in the heart again. I remember last time it was your left lung, right? How is it? Did it heal so quickly? Or did you switch to a spare body? Tisk, changing bodies every day like changing clothes. Aren't you afraid of skin diseases? The cold, sticky scent of snake instantly overpowered the pervasive smell of dust and smoke. Orochimaru stepped out slowly, treading carefully on the shattered stones beneath him, his black robe trailing on the ground, leaving a winding trail of dampness. The man who loved snakes, Orochimaru, made a dazzling entrance. His snake-like eyes swept over the 2 adversaries at the bottom of the pit, ultimately settling on Tsunade's tense face, the pale corners of his mouth curling into a confident arc. You sharp-tongued little brat, who do you think you are? Just a mere chunin. Even if I fear that black-robed figure, I do not fear you. Crushing you is still easy. The black-robed figure who shattered Sarutobi Hiruzen's Tao heart before his death and forced Orochimaru to flee Konoha indeed cast a shadow over him. However, he did not believe that figure was fixated on him. What deep-seated hatred could there be? He had already escaped, so he should give some face. The golden chakra that erupted from Naruto moments ago, along with the inhuman explosive power of his taijutsu, and the sage mode shadow flickering at the corner of his eye, indeed startled Orochimaru. This set of stacked buffs even felt reminiscent of the path Yakushi Kabuto was trying to take. However, Orochimaru was unaware of Naruto's true strength. In contrast, Jiraiya, through his usual observations, had probably already guessed that the one who broke the 3rd Hokage before his death was Uzumaki Naruto. Moreover, the prediction from the great Toad Sage of Mayaboku Mountain echoed in his ears. The child of prophecy will bring change, either burning the world or reshaping order. He did not dare to speak it out loud. He feared that any external interference would only lead fate into a darker abyss or shatter the sage's prophecy. After all, he lived for this. This was his ninja way. Jiraiya's clenched fist slowly relaxed as he retreated to Tsunade's side, remaining silent. He dared not think deeply, much less speak it out loud. He could only watch as Naruto glanced at Orochimaru, and then at Tsunade, not even turning his head. It was as if the figure behind him was not the shrank rogue ninja that sent shivers throughout the ninja world, but merely a buzzing fly. He brushed off the dust from his hands and smiled at Tsunade, whose expression was a complex mix of emotions. Tsunade, let's pause for a moment. Now that we've fought to this point, do you think I'm slightly ahead? Tsunade's lips pressed into a straight line, the diamond mark on her forehead dimming little by little. She knew that reaching this point in their duel meant she had lost, and lost utterly. She had been forced into a position where she had to activate the Byakugo technique that already counted as a defeat. This little brat was only 12 years old, yet she was what? He was one of the legendary Sannin. In the moment when the 3 powers fused, she even felt a trace of the first Hokage, her grandfather Senju Hashirama, within that overwhelming life force. Yes, a single word squeezed out from between her teeth, filled with reluctance, yet strikingly honest. Are you asking me not to help Orochimaru? Naruto raised an eyebrow and scoffed. I would never waste such a precious bet on trivial matters. But speaking of which, Tsunade, you're so smart, you wouldn't really believe his nonsense, would you? He pointed at Orochimaru, his tone casual, yet like a sharp knife that pierced to the core. What do you mean by seeing Dan and Rope Tree? Isn't that just the impure world reincarnation technique created by your great-grandfather Senju Tobarama? forcibly dragging the souls of the deceased from the Pure Land and stuffing them into living bodies as mindless puppets to be manipulated at will. What you want to see are the Dan who would hug you and cry, and the rope tree who would cling to you for candy. Not two puppets in his hands that can only follow commands. Am I right, Orochimaru? Boom. Orochimaru's smile instantly froze, and his snake-like eyes narrowed to the size of needle points. Impure world reincarnation. This forbidden technique that he had hidden for decades, which even Jiraiya and Tsunade only knew by name, and which he used to manipulate Tsunade's most lethal chip, was unexpectedly revealed verbatim by a 12-year-old brat in front of everyone. 3 days ago, when he first came to persuade Tsunade, he had already brought the conversation to its final step. As long as Tsunade nodded, he could completely take control of Konoha's medical system under the pretext of healing her hands, thereby devouring the entire village. But now everything had been exposed. Uzumaki Naruto. Orochimaru's voice suddenly turned sharp like nails scraping against rusty iron. What do you understand? Countless small black snakes crawled out from his sleeves and collar hissing on the ground as dark chakra surged like a tide engulfing the entire scene. Konoha has long rotted. Ever since Danzo established the root, the third Hokage colluded with him. This village has already begun to decay from its roots. I killed Sarutobi Hiruzen to shatter this mess to allow Konoha to be reborn. His gaze suddenly shifted to Naruto, filled with the venomous bitterness and calculation of a viper. Oh right, you probably don't know yet. That nine-tails Jinchuriki who has been scorned and pelted with stones by the whole village since childhood, do you know who your father truly is? The moment the words fell, Jiraiya trembled all over his nails, deeply embedding into his palm, drawing blood. Tsunade's breath abruptly halted. They had concealed it for 12 years, a full 12 years. They thought Naruto would never know the truth, that he would never realize that the fourth Hokage, revered as the guardian spirit by the entire village, was actually his biological father. They thought he would never know that all the suffering he endured since childhood stemmed from the sacrifice made to protect the village. Shut up. Tsunade shouted sternly, her chakra surging again, turning the stones beneath her feet into powder. If you dare to say another word, I'll snap your neck right now. Snap my neck. Orochimaru laughed maniacally, his laughter sharp and piercing. What are you afraid of? Afraid that this pitiful child will learn the truth. Afraid he'll find out that his parents died to protect the village on the day he was born. Afraid he'll discover that the village he protects has seen him as a monster for 12 years. Let me tell you, it's a coincidence. Your father is the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, who stole my position as Hokage. He stepped closer, locking his gaze onto Naruto's face, waiting to see him collapse, to see him erupt in anger, to see him break down like an ordinary child. So what if Namikaze Minato were alive? He'd still be my junior and would still have to respectfully call me Orochimaru Sensei. You who don't even know who your father is, what right do you have to act so arrogant in front of me? The air fell silent. 3 seconds. 5 seconds. The anticipated rage did not come, nor did the expected collapse. Naruto simply stood there quietly, even wearing that faint smile from earlier. He dug at his ears as if hearing some inconsequential idle talk, and calmly nodded. And then the entire scene fell silent. Even the hissing little snakes on the ground seemed frozen by this strange silence. Tsunade's fist, raised halfway, was suspended in the air, while Jiraiya's eyes widened as he stared at Naruto's back, his heart racing uncontrollably. Orochimaru's laughter abruptly ceased, and all expressions of pride, resentment, and calculation on his face froze at that moment. He opened his mouth, but all the prepared ridicule and heart-wrenching words were stuck in his throat, unable to escape even a single word. It was as if he had poured all his strength into a punch, only for it to land squarely on a pile of cotton. This feeling of impotence was 100 times worse than the last time he was pierced by the black-robed figure. You? What are you pretending for? Orochimaru's voice shifted in pitch, and his snake tongue flicked rapidly. You can't possibly know. How could you have no reaction at all? Why should I react? Naruto tilted his head innocently. I know much more about my father than you do. He is a hero, but also an incompetent father, that much is true. But what does that have to do with you? He took a step forward, the golden chakra gently fluctuating, causing Orochimaru to instinctively take half a step back. The fear from being controlled by the black-robed figure surged back to the forefront of his mind. Naruto smiled, a hint of cold malice in his grin. But speaking of which, as such a kind person, I should prepare a gift for you on our first formal meeting, right? A gift? Orochimaru frowned, his snake-like eyes filled with vigilance. He had no idea what this inscrutable little brat was up to. Naruto nodded, his tone as relaxed as if discussing today's weather. You've already received that gift long ago. He paused. Looking at Orochimaru's increasingly grim expression and the puzzlement on Tsunade and Jiraiya's faces, he clearly stated, let me remind you, your subordinate was personally killed by me. Did you kill Do? Impossible. The method was so clean and swift, leaving no trace. This is not something a mere genin could accomplish. Orochimaru's voice was laced with disbelief as he fixed his gaze on Naruto, his serpent-like eyes swirling with incredulity. Do was his most prized pawn, the shadow he had meticulously trained for a decade. He was a top-level spy who even Jiraiya and Tsunade couldn't catch. He searched for 3 whole days and found not a single clue. He even thought it was Danzo's doing. How could it be this 12-year-old brat in front of him? Naruto replied, Do is indeed a remarkable person, but since he's one of yours and blocked my way, I can't let him live. I won't be able to sleep otherwise. He shrugged and wore a smile that was both innocent and cruel. But don't worry, Lord Orochimaru, I will kill you soon. Just be patient. Besides, my father took your Hokage position, and you killed the 3rd Hokage for me. By my calculations, my family owes you 2 Hokage. Such a great favor. It seems the only way is for you to die. Otherwise, I fear I won't be able to repay you. You little brat, how can you be so arrogant? I'm not as outrageous as you. Orochimaru trembled with rage, his pale face turning a shade of purple. He had lived for over 50 years and encountered countless madmen, yet he had never seen such an unreasonable lunatic. Naruto's words not only shocked Orochimaru, but also left Jiraiya and Tsunade dumbfounded. The two exchanged glances, their minds turning into a chaotic mess. What kind of person is this Naruto kid? If you say he is polite, that's true. Just now he even respectfully called me Granny Tsunade. If you say he is ruthless, that's also true. He kills without blinking, and now he wants to kill Orochimaru. But I can't make sense of it, I really can't. At that moment, 5 figures broke through the air and landed in front of Orochimaru. It was the sound for, along with Kinshiki, their silver hair billowing in the wind. Kinshiki's cold eyes now burned with blazing fury. After being taken in by Orochimaru, he had come to see him as the very meaning of his existence, the only light in his life. Anyone who insulted Orochimaru was like carving out his heart and pulling out his bones. How dare you disrespect Lord Orochimaru? Let me kill you. Without a moment's hesitation, his bone cells wildly proliferated within him. A sharp bone spike pierced through his palm, glistening coldly. He transformed into a flash of silver lightning, charging straight at Naruto. Naruto smiled and said, "Wow, it feels just like I insulted your father." Before he could finish his sentence, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade simultaneously formed hand seals. 3 voices echoed together. Summoning jutsu. Cry oil Miseniju. Boom. The ground shook violently as 3 massive summoning arrays exploded on the surface, clouds of smoke obscuring half the sky. A giant serpent covered in hard scales emerged from the earth, its crimson tongue flicking rapidly, cold vertical pupils sweeping across the battlefield. It was Manda. A red toad carrying a large scroll squatted on the ground, chewing on a pipe. With an impatient expression, it was Fukusaku. A snow-white slug slowly crawled forward, a gentle voice emanating from it. It was Lady Shizune. The 3 ninjas had summoned their beasts. The most iconic scene in the ninja world was being reenacted. Manda, swallow Tsunade whole and take her with you. Orochimaru shouted urgently. He had lost his hands and was unable to perform hand seals for ninjutsu. Now taking Tsunade, one of the legendary 3 ninjas, was the only way. What nonsense are you talking about? Manda suddenly turned its head and cursed at Orochimaru. Even if you find 100 living people, I wouldn't do that. That little girl could crush my skull with a single punch. If I swallowed her, she'd probably tear me apart from the inside. Do you dare defy me? Orochimaru's voice turned icy in an instant. Don't forget who provided you with the sacrifices. Don't use that to threaten me. Manda hissed defiantly. Fine, I'll just go back to my lair and never come out again. Do you think I care about risking my life for you? Just as they were embroiled in a fierce argument, Naruto made his move. He had calculated the gap, knowing Orochimaru's full attention was on Manda, and that Kinshiki thought he would deal with his attack first. Clang! The kunai clashed violently against the bone spike, sending sparks flying. Naruto twisted his wrist, a surge of immense power coursing through the kunai. Kinshiki felt a numbness in his arm as he was sent flying backwards. Now was the time. Naruto pressed his left hand against his right palm, blue chakra swirling wildly. Wind nature chakra intertwined, within transforming into countless sharp wind blades. A massive shuriken entirely blue and surrounded by numerous fine wind blades slowly took shape in his hand. Buzz. A piercing buzz resonated through the air. The air was sliced by the rapidly rotating wind blades, producing a sound akin to tearing. A sense of overwhelming pressure instantly enveloped everyone. They were all stunned. The ignition stick Jiraiya was using for fire release dropped to the ground with a thud. He widened his eyes, his pupils constricting violently. This is Rasengan. No, wait. It's the transformation of wind release. He actually integrated wind release perfectly into the Rasengan. This is impossible. Even the 4th Hokage couldn't achieve this step. Tsunade gasped in shock. She could clearly feel the terrifying lethality contained within that jutsu, a power capable of utterly shredding and decomposing all matter. If this technique had hit her moments ago, even the 100 healing jutsu would not have been able to withstand it. Kinshiki forcibly twisted in midair, disbelief written all over his face. He could manipulate the hardest bones in the world, yet at this moment, he felt his bones were as fragile as paper in the face of those wind blades. Not good. Orochimaru's expression changed drastically. Without a second thought, he used his remaining chakra to forcefully control Manda. Manda, block it. Are you crazy? Manda let out a shrill cry of despair. He tried to resist, but was tightly bound by Orochimaru's chakra, unable to do anything but watch the deadly shuriken fly towards him. Orochimaru, ill curse your ancestors. This was Manda's last words in this world. Whoosh. The wind release Raisin Shuriken accurately struck Manda's body. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only the sickening sound of cutting. Countless sharp wind blades instantly penetrated Manda's body, shredding his scales, muscles, bones, and even every single cell. A torrential downpour of blood rained down. The once mighty summoning beast of the Ryuchi cave, which could not be trifled with, disintegrated into a shower of flesh within 10 seconds, scattering across the ground. Warm blood splattered all over Orochimaru. He stood amidst the rain of blood, his body stiff, his face devoid of color. Naruto slowly lowered his hand, the residual power of the Raisin Shuriken dissipating, a heavy scent of blood filling the air. He raised his head, his gaze piercing through the blood mist, landing on Orochimaru's face. His smile remained bright, yet carried a chilling coldness. Lord Orochimaru, look. Your last serpent has also perished. The warm blood rain fell upon Tsunade, and she suddenly froze. The metallic scent of blood erupted in her nostrils. Countless shattered images surged into her mind like a frenzy. The rope tree lay in a pool of blood, laughing as he raised the Hokage headband, his broken body growing cold in her arms, staining her entire arm with blood that could not be washed away. Lady Tsunade. Shizune screamed as she rushed over, supporting the swaying Tsunade. Her body trembled like a leaf in the autumn wind, her lips pale, without a trace of blood, her nails digging deep into Shizune's arm, her gaze vacant, as if her soul had been lost. Blood. So much blood. She mumbled, her vision darkening, almost collapsing to the ground. Naruto's heart sank as he cursed himself for being careless. Caught up in showing off against Manda, he completely forgot about Tsunade's fatal flaw. He no longer cared about chasing Orochimaru and dashed in front of Tsunade with a single leap. At this moment, Tsunade desperately needed his verbal shield. Jiraiya was anxiously pacing, reaching out his hand only to retract it, afraid to touch her, scratching his head as he shouted, Tsunade. Wake up. Are you okay? Naruto pushed him aside and looked down at Tsunade, then turned to Jiraiya, saying sternly, Shut up, you lecherous sage. He squatted down, staring into Tsunade's vacant eyes, speaking each word deliberately. A medical ninja, yet you fear blood. How many lives have you saved with your hands? You can piece back together a person torn in half, snatch the dying from the grasp of death, yet a few drops of blood can frighten you like this. Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, the supposed great healer, and this is all the courage you have. Jiraiya was beside himself, stamping his feet. Naruto. Stop talking. Naruto ignored him, his voice growing heavier. What you fear isn't blood at all. What you fear is watching those you care about die before your eyes, that you can't save them. But with you like this, can you fulfill your duty as a medical ninja? So you ran away? For so many years, numbing yourself with gambling, disguising yourself with indifference, thinking that by not looking, not thinking, the pain would not exist. He reached out, gently touching the light blue necklace around Tsunade's neck. If you just given like this, how can you face those who place their hopes in you? How can you face those who believe in you? Think carefully, do you deserve the title of medical ninja? A gentle breeze swept through, stirring the blood-soaked ground. Tsunade's body gradually ceased its trembling. She bit her lip hard until she tasted the iron tang of her own blood. This time, there was no nausea, no dizziness, only a boiling emotion surging from the depths of her heart, dispersing the darkness that had lingered for over a decade. Minutes later, she slowly opened her eyes. The pair that had once been filled with exhaustion and avoidance now rekindled a spark. She raised her hand, wiping the blood splatter from her face, her voice still a bit hoarse, but extraordinarily resolute. You are right. Hiding in fear, I truly do not deserve to be one of the Sannin, let alone inherit their dreams. She stood tall, patted Shizune's shoulder, and offered Naruto a relieved smile. Thank you, Naruto. I'm fine now. Jiraiya let out a long sigh of relief, the weight lifted from his heart. He secretly winked at Naruto, his thumb pointing skyward, exaggeratedly miming, awesome, but he overdid it, and nearly swallowed the cigarette holder in his mouth. Naruto stifled a laugh, his shoulders shaking, quickly turning his gaze to where Orochimaru had just stood. Sure enough, it was empty, not even a snake skin left behind. Tisk. Naruto clicked his tongue, a face full of disdain. That old snake really has perfected his escape skills. When Manda died, just now he ran faster than a rabbit. I didn't even have time to react. Jiraiya leaned in to take a look, stroking his chin in agreement. That's normal. If he didn't have that skill, he would have been dead when the third Hokage took his hands in Konoha. Speaking of which, if he's first in escape techniques, no one in the ninja world can be second. If only he would use that talent for something good, he would have developed an elixir for immortality by now. Naruto complained. Half a month later, in the Hokage office of Konoha, documents piled up like a small mountain, nearly burying Tsunade behind her desk. She bore 2 huge dark circles under her eyes, irritably raking her hair, slamming the pen in her hand onto the desk. I'm so mad. These old geezers are pushing everything onto me. Shizune walked in with a cup of coffee, saying helplessly, Lady Tsunade, it's normal for you to have a lot on your plate since you've just taken office. Just have a cup of coffee and take a break. Tsunade gulped down the coffee. Just as she was about to catch her breath, an Umbu ninja rushed in, kneeling on one knee. Hokage-sama. It's bad. Uchiha Sasuke has defected from Konoha. What a... Tsunade shot up her chair, flipping backward. She held her forehead, letting out a long sigh, her face filled with despair. I knew it. There isn't a single person around Naruto who is dependable. She paced around the office, her brows furrowed as if she could crush a fly. This is a serious problem. If I send someone else to chase him, they definitely won't be able to beat Sasuke's Sharingan, nor will they be able to persuade him. But if I send Naruto... Tsunade stopped in her tracks, looking at Shizune with a worried expression. What do you think? If I give Naruto the task to bring Sasuke back, will that kid simply pack his things and run away with Sasuke? These two have never gotten along since childhood, yet their relationship is absurdly good. If Naruto feels that Konoha has wronged Sasuke and really runs away, where am I going to find someone capable of dealing with Orochimaru? Shizune opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. Meanwhile, in a small grove at the border of the Land of Fire, Sasuke stood at the crossroads with a simple pack on his back, looking back towards Konoha. Naruto's shadow clone leaned against a tree, waving at him. All right, stop looking. If you keep staring, Tsunade will send pursuers after you. Sasuke turned his head and shot him a cold glance. You're really not coming with me. What's so great about that broken place? Not going. Naruto yawned. Konoha has a pile of mess waiting for me to clean up. Besides, if I leave, who's going to look after you? That old man Orochimaru has many tricks up his sleeve. Be careful not to let him sell you, and then help count the money. Sasuke's lips curled slightly. Got it. Aren't you going to persuade me to stay? He turned around and walked towards the Sound Village, his silver-white hair shining in the sunlight, his back decisively resolute. Naruto watched his retreating figure, hands in his pockets, smiling slyly. Are you kidding? Persuade Sasuke to come back? Defection was actually my idea. It's impossible to bring him back. It's never going to happen. The clone turned into a puff of white smoke and vanished. Back at the Ichiraku ramen shop, the real Naruto let out a satisfied burp after devouring a bowl of delicious ramen, wiping his mouth. Outside, Tsunade's booming voice rang out. Naruto, get out here. Someone has defected. Go bring him back. Naruto, his mouth full of char siu, mumbled incoherently. Coming. Don't worry, Hokage-sama. Come in first, I have something for you to eat. The 5th Hokage, Tsunade, personally visited Ichiraku ramen, her presence exuding an intimidating aura. The once bustling shop fell silent in an instant. Patrons abandoned their bowls of noodles and rushed out. Within moments, only Naruto, Tsunade, and the stunned ramen chef remained. The chef, clutching a long pair of chopsticks, became frozen in place, afraid to breathe. The Hokage had come to apprehend someone. He had never witnessed such a scene in his life and could only hope to become invisible, avoiding this troublesome situation. Tsunade strode up to Naruto's table, her hands planted firmly on the surface, towering over him as she glared down at the grease-covered Naruto, her tone urgent and impatient. Naruto, your Team 7 is truly a handful. I just accepted Sakura as my personal disciple, and now Sasuke has defected. I am issuing you a tracking mission right now. You must take it immediately and bring Sasuke back. I believe you have the capability. Naruto leisurely finished chewing on his char siu, wiped his mouth, and firmly shook his head. I won't go. I advise you not to issue this task at all. Tsunade was momentarily taken aback, her brows furrowed as she silently pondered. Could it be because I promised him and Jiraiya to become Hokage, and there are other conditions I have yet to fulfill? This boy is getting too ambitious. Her cheeks inexplicably flushed. She averted her gaze for a moment before lowering her voice, embarrassed and angry. Don't get too ambitious. I have already agreed to your and Jiraiya's arrangement to take over as Hokage. You can't possibly be still thinking about that ridiculous comment, wanting me to bear your child, right? The chef behind the stove was struck dumb by her words. The chopsticks in his hand clattered against the pot's edge, and the scalding broth splashed onto his hand, but he remained oblivious. Cold sweat poured down his forehead as he internally screamed, what the hell? Is this a secret that a mere ramen shop owner should be hearing? It's over. Hearing such private matters from the Hokage, will I be silenced by the Yumbu? Damn Naruto, just now, he wouldn't let me close the door, insisting on eating 2 more bowls of ramen. I knew he had ulterior motives. It's as if he is pushing me into a pit of fire. He wished he could bury his head in the stove and pretend he didn't exist, but his body was too stiff to move. All he could do was lower his head, ears perked up uncontrollably. Naruto raised an eyebrow, a mischievous smile creeping onto his lips as he looked at Tsunade, speaking boldly and seriously, why not? With that, Tsunade's face flushed from her cheeks to the roots of her ears, her neck also turning crimson. She abruptly straightened up, fists clenched and released, angrily stamping her foot, her high heels making a dull thud on the floor. Her gaze was frantic, unable to meet Naruto's, and she scolded both embarrassed and furious Naruto Uzumaki. You are outrageous. I'm not that old, you. Don't make such absurd jokes. Do you really have a fondness for an old woman? Her heart was in turmoil, filled with embarrassment and irritation alongside a hint of inexplicable panic. Having lived for decades, it was the first time a junior had teased her so bluntly. Yet Naruto's eyes were sincere, devoid of mockery, causing her heart to race and her usual Hokage authority to dissipate. The chef behind the stove felt his heart racing, the broth spilling from his hands, internally cursing, I didn't hear anything. Hokage-sama, spare me. I'm just a ramen cook. Please don't kill me. They'll close my shop and leave the land of fire tomorrow. I will never return. Watching Tsunade getting flustered and shy, Naruto's smile widened as he earnestly said, You're not old at all. To me, you are not old in the slightest. Tsunade's heart fluttered at his words, her breath becoming erratic. She suddenly turned her head away, raising her hand to rub her heated cheeks, forcing herself to regain her composure, and sternly interrupted, Enough. Let's not digress. This is not the time for such talk. Sasuke's defection is a matter of utmost importance. What do you plan to do about it? Stop wasting time with trivial matters. Finally, pulling her thoughts back to the matter at hand, her eyes filled with anxiety. Sasuke's defection was critical. Any misstep could lead to turmoil in the ninja world, and Konoha would be mired in public opinion crises. Naruto's smile faded, his expression turning serious as he slowly spoke. Sasuke's defection is his own choice. We should respect his decision. Not issuing a tracking mission doesn't mean we are condoning his actions, but rather giving Sasuke and Itachi a way to return to Konoha openly and without shame. Once a tracking order is issued, they will be pushed to the opposite side of Konoha, and turning back will become difficult. Moreover, I believe Itachi possesses the potential to become Hokage. This job is so exhausting, I would feel sorry for you, Tsunade. Ignoring Naruto's teasing, Tsunade immediately refuted, her tone resolute. Absurd. A defector is a defector. There is no reasoning behind leaving a backdoor open. Itachi is a traitor to Konoha. It is impossible to let him return, let alone what you just said about making him Hokage. That is simply absurd. How would the ninja world view Konoha if a traitor became Hokage? The Elder Council and villagers would never agree. Naruto firmly countered his logic. Clear, the founders of Konoha were originally the Senju and Uchiha clans. The cooperation between the Senju and Uchiha is what created a complete Konoha. After all these years, hasn't Konoha owed the Uchiha clan enough? Allowing capable and responsible defectors to return and even assign them important duties is not a compromise. It is showcasing Konoha's greatness. Itachi's strategy's strength and his sacrifices for Konoha far surpass those old geezers who only know how to vie for power. He is far more suited for the position of Hokage. He has never betrayed Konoha. He has just borne too much. What we should do is not to push him to a dead end, but rather give him a chance to redeem himself and return to Konoha. That is the vision a Hokage should have. Tsunade was momentarily stunned, her brows furrowed as she fell into deep thought. Every word Naruto spoke struck at the heart of the matter. She had always been fixated on Konoha's rules and the perception of the ninja world, forgetting Konoha's original intention, forgetting that the Uchiha clan was supposed to be one of Konoha's foundations. After a moment of silence, she had to admit Naruto was right, but still frowned. I understand the reasoning, but even if we want to allow the brothers to return in the future, Konoha cannot provide an explanation. We cannot just let a traitor leave without reason and expect him to come back, can we? There must be a reasonable justification to silence everyone. Both of them fell silent, each deep in thought. Naruto stroked his chin, rapidly recalling names in his mind. Tsunade propped her chin on one hand, her brow furrowed as she pondered suitable candidates. In just 3 seconds, both looked up simultaneously, their eyes meeting, a spark of inspiration flashing in their gazes, and they exclaimed in unison, Danzo. Roots Danzo. As soon as the words left their mouths, they exchanged a knowing smile, instantly reaching a consensus. For 30 years of professional scapegoating, who but Danzo could fit the bill? Sasuke's defection was entirely due to Danzo's covert pressure and the machinations of Root. Itachi, bearing the name of traitor, was also orchestrated by Danzo. All the blame and dirt could be heaped upon Danzo, perfectly resolving all issues. The The chef behind the stove trembled uncontrollably at this point, nearly petrified with fear. His face turned pale as he internally lamented, "Who am I? Where am I? I'm just a ramen cook." He was so frightened his legs turned to jelly, yet he dared not make a sound, frozen in place, breathing so softly, he feared being noticed by the two. Tsunade, realizing there was an outsider, turned to glare at the chef, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, both awkward and angry, her eyes clearly conveying, "If you dare to speak of this, I will kill you." The chef's soul seemed to leave his body. He shook his head like a rattle, waving his hands frantically, mouthing, "I'm deaf, I'm blind, I have amnesia. Hokagesima, rest assured, I won't spill a single word." As he thought this, he internally screamed, "Damn it, I'm done for. Not only did I overhear the Hokage's secretive words, but I also stumbled upon the scheme against Danzo. The people from Root are notorious masters of disappearance. Oh, I might just vanish without a trace, leaving no ashes behind. Had I known, I wouldn't have taken Naruto's ramen money. Help. Who will save this innocent ramen shop owner?" Naruto was stifling laughter, his shoulders shaking as he waved dismissively, "Don't be afraid, uncle. I'll come by often to support your business." The chef, desperate to save his life, shouted without thinking, "No, no. Young Master Naruto, you can come eat ramen for free for life. Unlimited refills of ramen and char-siu." Naruto's eyes lit up like light bulbs, his mouth stretching to his ears. "It's a deal. Uncle, you are truly the best boss in the world." Tsunade lightly coughed, suppressing her embarrassment, shooting Naruto a glare, and spoke in a serious tone, "Let's do as we agreed. All the blame goes on to Danzo, and I will handle the aftermath. If this matter is handled smoothly and Konoha's strength increases, I might not be opposed to considering your request." Naruto, initially the aggressor, suddenly became submissive. Temptation, pure temptation. I've only been playing politics for a few days, and my heart is already turning dark." After Tsunade spoke, she turned to leave and Naruto followed, eagerly, both stepping out of the ramen shop side by side, their backs reflecting an indescribable harmony. Only when the door was completely closed did the chef collapse onto the ground, staring blankly at the ramen in the pot, finally processing what had just happened, and he angrily thumped his thigh, wailing, "You Naruto Uzumaki. You conniving old bastard. From the moment you insisted on staying, it was a trap. One loop after another, you've set me up, an honest person. I seriously suspect you are just after my free ramen and don't want to pay for it. So I'm the real victim here." The sound of Tsunade's high heels faded as she turned the corner. Naruto quickly pulled a piece of notepaper from his pocket, swiftly writing a few lines with a kunai, and flicked his fingers to summon a shadow clone. "Take it to the Hyuga household for Hinata." He wiped his mouth and waved at the shadow clone, saying, "Tell her I'll be waiting for her at our usual spot at Ichiraku Ramen." The shadow clone disappeared with a whoosh. Naruto leisurely walked back into the shop, sat down at his previous spot, and knocked on the table, saying, "Old man, give me another bowl of extra-large chashu ramen with double eggs." The handmade ramen chef had just gotten back up from the floor, shaking as he cleaned the pots and pans. Hearing this, he trembled, and his ladle fell back into the pot. He looked up at Naruto, his eyes filled with horror. Why are you back again? Didn't Hokagesima leave? Just because he left doesn't mean I can't come back for ramen." Naruto blinked innocently, saying, "Besides, you just said it was free for life. You wouldn't go back on your word, would you?" The handmade ramen chef's mouth twitched, cursing Naruto 1,000 times in his heart, but he could only force a smile that looked worse than crying. "No going back on my word, no going back on my word. I will make it for you." He was screaming inside. I knew this kid had ulterior motives. After scheming against the Hokage, he turned around and came to fleece me. What sins have I committed? 10 minutes later, the door of the ramen shop was gently pushed open. Hinata walked in, nervously gripping the hem of her clothes, her face flushed. Upon seeing Naruto, her eyes instantly lit up as she softly said, "Naruto-kun. Naruto, you're here. Come sit." Naruto enthusiastically waved, patting the seat beside him. "I specially ordered tonkatsu ramen for you, with your favorite corn added." Hinata's cheeks turned even redder as she sat down with her head lowered, her fingers twisting her skirt. She softly said, "Thank you, Naruto-kun." Naruto reached out, naturally helping her tuck a strand of hair behind her ear. His fingertips brushed against her warm earlobe, causing Hinata to shiver all over, burying her head even lower, her neck flushing pink. Behind the stove, the handmade ramen chef dropped his long chopsticks with a loud clatter onto the counter. His eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg inside. "Damn, this is incredible." After flirting with the Hokage, he immediately set up a date with the Hyuga princess. This kid is really bold. One is the highest authority in Konoha, and the other is the princess of Konoha's foremost clan. Either one of them would be someone others could never hope to reach in 8 lifetimes, yet he has them both wrapped around his finger. The handmade ramen chef swallowed hard. The shock in his heart was beyond words. He finally understood that Uzumaki Naruto was no simple child. He was clearly a master in the art of romance. "Damn, Uzumaki Naruto, everyone loves you." Just as he finished preparing Hinata's ramen, the handmade ramen chef was still in shock when With a bang, the ramen shop's door was pushed open again. Ino walked in with her hands in her pockets, striding confidently. Upon seeing Naruto, she raised an eyebrow. Hey Naruto, what do you need me for? Naruto looked up and smiled, waving. Ino, come sit. I'll treat you to ramen. Ino paused for a moment, then walked over with a smile, unceremoniously taking a seat across from Naruto. Is the sun rising in the west today? You actually invited me for ramen. It's been a while since we chatted. Naruto grinned brightly and turned to the handmade ramen chef, shouting, old man, give me another bowl of miso ramen with chashu. The handmade ramen chef said nothing and numbly began to cook. His heart was already numb. All right, another one coming. Right? The Hyuga princess is still here, and he turned around to call for the girl from the Uzumaki family. This kid truly wasn't afraid of capsizing the boat. He no longer felt pained about the free ramen. It was already free for life, so it made no difference whether it was one more bowl or one less. He just wanted to know how many people Naruto could still call over. The answer was quickly revealed, and less than 5 minutes later Yugao pushed the door open and walked in. Seeing the scene in the shop, she paused slightly, saying, Naruto, you're looking for me. Yu-Gi-Oh sensei, come sit, come sit. Naruto immediately stood up, enthusiastically taking her hand and guiding her to sit beside him. I heard you've been feeling down lately, so I specially invited you to relax with a bowl of ramen. As he spoke, he thoughtfully handed her a tissue, saying, Sensei, your eyes look a bit red. Did you not get enough rest? Yugao looked at his gentle gaze. Her heart trembled slightly as she took the tissue and softly said, thank you, Naruto. The handmade ramen chef spilled the broth all over the floor, wiping the table with a blank expression. Wow, not even the sensei is spared. Yu-Gi-Oh sensei was once Asuma's fiancée, a hero who dedicated herself to Konoha. Naruto, you really are brave. He was now completely numb. What Hokage, what princess, what girl from the Uzumaki family, what sensei? Let them come. He was no longer surprised. Just then a furious voice rang out, Uzumaki, Naruto. Sakura rushed in, hands on her hips, glaring at Naruto. What did you just say to Tsunade? Why didn't you allow the release of Sasuke's bounty? You'd better explain yourself. Naruto looked up at the pouting Sakura and helplessly smiled, standing up and walking to her side, reaching out to pat her head. This gesture didn't quite work. Don't be angry. I have my own plans. Come sit down and have a bowl of ramen. We can talk about it slowly. Sakura was momentarily taken aback by his action, her cheeks slightly flushed. The anger she had earlier dissipated significantly as she mumbled, who wants to eat your ramen? Despite saying this, her body honestly sat down. Naruto smiled and shouted to the handmade ramen chef, old man, give me another bowl of tomato ramen. It's Sakura's favorite. The handmade ramen chef numbly nodded, all right. He looked at the 5 women sitting crowded in the shop, from the Hokage to the princess, from classmates to teachers, all surrounding Naruto. He no longer even had the energy to comment. Free ramen. Eat as much as you want. As long as I don't have to hear any earth-shattering secrets, I just want to quietly cook my ramen. For the next hour, the handmade ramen chef watched as Naruto skillfully navigated among the 5 women. He whispered sweet nothings to Hinata, making her blush and her heart race. He exchanged witty banter with Ino, making her stomp her feet in frustration, but unable to suppress her laughter. He discussed Asuma with Yugao, gently comforting her. He talked about Sasuke with Sakura, quickly bringing a smile to her face. He even found time to pass a note to the umbu sent by Tsunade, reporting on the work progress. The handmade ramen chef was thoroughly impressed. This is no playboy. This is simply a master. Finally, as the women one by one left the shop, fell silent. Naruto stretched lazily, let out a satisfied burp, and rubbed his belly. He had eaten 8 bowls of ramen today, a huge profit. He looked up at the handmade ramen chef and smiled, saying, old man, I'll be back tomorrow. The handmade ramen chef had a blank expression. Welcome. Since it was already free for life, he could come whenever he liked. The next day, Naruto indeed came back again. This time the person he invited left the handmade ramen chef completely stunned. When Irika pushed the door open and walked in, the handmade ramen chef's long chopsticks snapped in half with a loud crack. He looked at Irika, then at Naruto, his mind going blank. After a full 3 seconds, he was screaming internally, damn. This Naruto really knows how to play. Not even men are spared. Are you really going to attack your own mentor? Are you even human? Irika completely failed to notice the strange gaze of the ramen chef as he sat down opposite Naruto, smiling as he asked Naruto, what did you want to see me about? You called me over in such a hurry. Naruto smiled and pushed a bowl of ramen towards Irika, saying, I just wanted to treat you to a bowl of ramen. It's been a while since we had a meal together. Irika was taken aback for a moment, then revealed a gentle smile, saying, you little rascal, why are you being so polite with me? The two chatted while eating, with Irika asking about Naruto's recent situation and Naruto answering each question. The ramen chef stood in the back cooking noodles while watching the two with a look of terror. He had begun to question his life, feeling that all the outrageous things he had seen in his life couldn't compare to the events of these past few days. From the Hokage's ominous words to the secret schemes against Danzo, and now Naruto dating 5 women at once, he was even adding male teachers to the mix. He felt that if he stayed any longer he would be driven mad by these secrets. He had already started packing his things, preparing to close the shop and flee to Tsunade to open a ramen branch, as he could no longer stay in Konoha. Naruto talked with Iruka for a long time, and only when the sun began to set did Iruka get up to leave. Naruto watched Iruka's back, and the smile on his face gradually faded, his expression becoming serious. He silently thought to himself, "Goodbye, teacher. Goodbye, Hinata. Goodbye, everyone. Wait for me to come back." He added, "Once I take control of the territory and establish our own power, I will return to change everything." He turned to the ramen chef and smiled, saying, "Uncle, I'm leaving. I'll come back for your ramen next time." The ramen chef waved his hand expressionlessly, saying, "Take care, no need to see you off." Yet inside he was praying madly, "Please don't come back. If you don't come, I might live a few more years." Naruto smiled, turned around, and walked out of the ramen shop, his figure disappearing into the sunset. A week later, outside of Konoha, deep in the deserted forest, Naruto sat cross-legged on the ground, his gaze calm. System exchanged the second Tsunade's technique of dissolution. Ding. Consumed 6,000 corruption points, successfully exchanged for dissolution technique. Detected that the host possesses the ocular technique annihilation manifestation. Do you wish to consume one usage of the daily limit to sever the causal link between the clone and the original? Yes. Naruto's voice fell. A deep purple light suddenly shone from his right eye, and an invisible force of causality flowed around him, then was completely severed. In the next moment his body began to split. Slowly parting down the middle, he transformed into two identical Narutos. Both opened their eyes simultaneously, looking at each other with smiles. Chakra, evenly divided memories, shared abilities completely identical. Moreover, because the causality was severed, the two entities became entirely independent, unaffected by each other. If one died, the other would not suffer any harm. They could even grow independently, experiencing different events and insights. Perfect. The ninja world version of one chi becomes three purities. One purity. The original Naruto spoke, "You stay in Konoha, handle everyone, and continue to enjoy Uncle's free ramen." The clone nodded, smiling, "Leave it to me." The original said no more, turning into a beam of golden light, instantly disappearing. At the border of the land of waves, in the secret base of the heavenly organization, Zabuza stood on a platform, observing the ninjas training below with sharp eyes. Ever since Naruto entrusted him with managing the heavenly organization, he had thrown himself wholeheartedly into it. In a short time, the heavenly organization had transformed from a small group of only a dozen people into a force not to be underestimated. "My lord." A respectful call came, and Zabuza knelt on one knee. A golden figure appeared out of thin air in the center of the base. It was Naruto. All the ninjas who were training instantly stopped kneeling on one knee and simultaneously shouting, "We have seen the Lord." Their voices were unified, filled with reverence. Naruto nodded slightly, walked up to Zabuza, and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Well done, Zabuza. The scale of the heavenly organization today is thanks to you." Zabuza slightly bowed respectfully, saying, "I dare not take credit. It's all due to the Lord's capable leadership." The ideology of the heavenly organization has spread to several nearby small countries. Many dissatisfied ninjas have come to join us. Naruto nodded, asking, "What's the current situation of the organization?" Zabuza replied, "As you command." Currently, there are 7 elite jonin and 81 ordinary ninjas in the organization, with 12 possessing special bloodline limits and 351 personnel for intelligence and logistics. Fortunately, with the addition of Konoha's route that the Lord arranged, we have begun to take shape. Zabuza continued, "Weapon and resource reserves are sufficient to support a medium-scale war." Naruto nodded in satisfaction. The speed of development had exceeded his expectations. "Oh right, my lord. The girl Xianglin is in seclusion, practicing her ninjutsu." Zabuza suddenly asked, "Should I call her?" Naruto waved his hand, saying, "No need, let her practice. It's fine to see her next time." He looked into the distance, his gaze sharpening as he slowly spoke, "Zabuza, it's time for us to have a territory of our own. I plan to take the land of waves and the land of grass." Zabuza's face suddenly changed, exclaiming in shock, "My lord." "No. While the land of waves doesn't have a ninja village, it has long employed a large number of wandering ninjas and defectors numbering at least 200. The land of grass may be weak, but it also has its own ninja village with at least 300 ninjas on standby." Zabuza continued, "Our current strength is simply insufficient to confront 2 countries at once." Zabuza was no longer the rogue ninja who only knew how to kill. After becoming the deputy leader, he learned to be prudent and strategize. He understood that once war broke out, the heavenly organization might very well be annihilated. Naruto looked at him, a confident smile curling at the corners of his mouth, remaining silent as he slowly lifted his head. In the next moment, the scarlet Sharingan suddenly spun in his eyes. The overwhelming chakra of the 9 tails erupted from his body like a volcanic eruption, transforming into a massive golden 9 tails phantom that enveloped the entire base. At the same time, the orange shadow of Sage Mode quietly appeared at the corners of his eyes. 3 powers erupted simultaneously. The terrifying pressure swept over the entire base like a mountain. All members of the heavenly organization turned pale, trembling all over, unable to even lift their heads. Zabuza's pupils constricted, his face filled with disbelief. The Sharingan, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and the legendary Sage Arts. Any one of these powers would be enough to dominate a region. And now they had all appeared in one person. He finally understood why Naruto dared to claim he would take down 2 nations at once. Leader, if you're going to do this, I don't think I'm so fond of peace anymore. Zabuza just wanted to say that my leader had his hands in his pockets, not knowing what a rival was. If they knew that their leader also mastered the Sage Body and the 8 gates, their jaws would probably drop in shock. Naruto looked at the shocked crowd, his gaze calm, yet his tone carried an undeniable dominance as he slowly spoke. No matter. Even if it's just me, I can destroy a nation, and that's enough. A week later, outside Chaoyin Village. At the end of the rolling green grassland, a dozen figures in black robes stood silently. The black robes were embroidered with silver-white stars and crimson flames, their patterns glinting coldly in the sunlight, adding an air of mystery and sharpness surpassing even the auspicious clouds of the Akatsuki. Who are you? Sneaking around. By your attire, you don't resemble ninjas from any nation. Could you be hired mercenaries? The sentry of Chaoyin Village gripped his kunai tightly, questioning warily, his hand already forming the signs for a jutsu. Naruto approached with a smile, extending his hand, grabbing the sentry's hand, and shaking it vigorously, his expression sincere, like a fresh graduate at a job interview. Hello, I'm here to apply for the position of Chaoyin Shadow. No need to check my resume, I assure you of my strength. Just pay my insurance and benefits at the highest standards. The Chaoyin ninja was taken aback for 3 seconds before bursting out in deafening laughter. The nearby Chaoyin ninjas laughing so hard they couldn't stand straight, their kunai falling to the ground. Huh, bastard, so you came to pick a fight. With just you dozen or so? Isn't that a bit pathetic? Is that enough to fill our teeth? You must be under an illusion or something. How dare you provoke the land of grass? I see you must be here to deliver food. Just in time, I haven't had lunch yet. Naruto scratched his ear innocently. No food delivery, but plenty of funeral services. And just to clarify, it's not a provocation, it's a takeover. Rest assured, your previous salary and benefits remain unchanged, with double pay at year-end and priority for land allocation for good performance. The leading Chaoyin Jonin's face darkened, and he abruptly waved his hand. Kill them. Let them know that the land of grass is not a place where anyone can act recklessly. In an instant, dozens of Chaoyin ninjas lined up and charged, unleashing various jutsus. Water-style Water Dragon Bullet. Earth-style Earth Spear. Wind-style Great Breakthrough. Colorful jutsus whistled toward Naruto and his group, blotting out the sun. Naruto yawned casually, raising his right hand. The next moment, the sky was suddenly dyed deep purple. The earth trembled violently, countless spiderweb-like cracks rapidly spread from beneath Naruto's feet, and the hard soil was ground into powder by the raging chakra. Crack, crack. The ear-piercing sound of bones cracking tore through the air as chakra erupted violently around Naruto, and a half-complete Susanoo towering 20 meters high appeared fiercely. The entire form was made of deep purple bone armor with thick bony arms blocking the heavens and obscuring the sunlight, its eye sockets burned with crimson flames, exuding an aura of fierce menace. Layers of bone armor enveloped its body, with ribs crashing together like iron barriers and violent chakra swirling around, causing the air to explode with a sonic boom. The incoming water dragon's earth spears and wind blades struck against the Susanoo's armor, instantly turning to dust, failing to even create a ripple. Time seemed to freeze. All the Chaoyin ninjas stood frozen, their eyes wide as saucers mouths agape, as if they could fit an egg in. The hand signs for their jutsus halted midair, their arrogant smiles completely frozen, replaced by deep-seated fear. What jutsu is this? A gray-haired elder Jonin, his face as pale as paper, trembled as he managed to squeeze out a few words. The Uchiha clan of Konoha. The highest form of Sharingan. Susanoo. This is something we can't contend with. Run, run. Just then a hurried sound of footsteps approached. Chaoing arrived with the 50 most elite ninjas of the village, and just as he was about to ask what had happened, he looked up to see that towering purple giant, his pupils shrinking to the size of pinpricks. You are. Before Chaoing could finish his words, Naruto controlled Susanoo and casually waved a bony hand. Boom. The enormous chakra shockwave swept across the area like a tsunami. The ground plowed into a deep trench. Chaoing and all the elite ninjas who had rushed over didn't even have a chance to react. They were like leaves caught in a whirlwind, flying out in unison, crashing heavily to the ground, spitting blood, unable to get up. As the dust settled, the entire defensive line of Chaoyin village was instantly annihilated. Naruto withdrew. Susanoo brushed off the dust from his clothes and approached the groaning Choui ninjas looking down at them. I can let you off this time, he said flatly, but next time we meet, if you want me to spare you, there will be conditions. If you fail to satisfy me, just wait for your death. After saying that, he turned around gracefully, waving his hand over his shoulder. Chao-Ing and all the Chao-Ing ninjas sighed in relief, their tense hearts finally easing, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath, grateful to have survived. However, they had not yet caught their breath. They suddenly heard Naruto's annoying voice from behind, laced with surprise. Hey, we're seeing each other again. Chao-Ing looked up sharply to find Naruto standing right in front of him, as if the earlier turning action was merely an illusion. Chao-Ing. His mouth twitched violently, and in his heart he roared, you just turned around less than a breath ago. You didn't even lift your feet. What are you pretending to leave for? Just say you want to kill us, all right. Can you at least show a bit of basic respect? What do you mean by seeing each other again? Chao-Ing gritted his teeth and asked, trembling with anger. Naruto sighed, looking heartbroken, as if lamenting the iron not being steel. Sigh. You guys really messed up. You didn't understand a single word I said. I already said there would be conditions next time we meet. Why did you come so quickly? Do you think I'm easy to talk to? As soon as he finished speaking, a bone-chilling, killing intent spread out instantly, the temperature around them plummeting as if the air had solidified. Naruto's eyes turned cold, sweeping over all the people lying on the ground, his tone icy. In that case, don't blame me. He paused and suddenly revealed a friendly smile, the sunlight dazzling. Of course, I'm the kindest person. Oh, as I just said, if you satisfy me, I can give you another chance. You understand, right? Just as his words fell, the middle ninja, who had been beaten the hardest, rolled over desperately, his head banging noisily, blood oozing from his forehead. Spare me, my lord. Spare me, my lord. I have long been dissatisfied with Chao-Ing. I am willing to pledge my allegiance to you. I am willing to serve you with utmost loyalty, willing to enter the fire and water for you. Naruto grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. Not bad, not bad. Those who know how to adapt are the true talents. Anyone else? Time's running out. Once this opportunity is gone, it won't come again. Several others exchanged glances, hurriedly crawling over to kneel and beg for mercy, saying all sorts of flattering things, cursing Chao-Ing and Chao-Ing village to their heart's content, eager to cut ties with the past. The remaining people, though pale and trembling all over, gritted their teeth and did not move. Chao-Ing stared at Naruto fiercely, his eyes filled with unwillingness and anger, his fists clenched tightly, making cracking sounds. Naruto scanned the area, seeing no one else step forward, nodded in satisfaction, and said to Zabuza beside him indifferently, Zabuza, kill them. The few kneeling people instantly felt overjoyed, their faces showing triumphant smiles, glancing at each other, all believing they had made the right bet and would now be able to enjoy a prosperous life following this terrifying powerhouse. Just then, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several cold flashes of blades flashed by, moving too quickly to be seen. Blood instantly splattered, staining the grass beneath. The heads of those who had just been kowtowing and flattering rolled to the ground in unison. Their triumphant smiles had not yet faded, their eyes wide open, dying without knowing why they had perished. Everyone froze, forgetting to breathe. Chao-Ying's pupils shrank to the size of needles, his body turned cold, and a chill crept up his spine. He had seen traitorous ninjas who killed without mercy and demons that slaughtered villages, but he had never witnessed anything so outrageous. Killing enemies is not surprising, but doing so casually, as if extinguishing a cigarette, is not just ruthless, it's madness. Naruto crouched down and poked the still rolling head with his fingertip, casually pushing it aside, like kicking a stone. Soft bones, I don't want them. He brushed non-existent dust from his hands and stood up. His gaze swept over the remaining stoic grass-hidden ninjas, a smirk creeping onto his lips. I like to chew on tough bones. The harder the better. Soft ones stick to your teeth and cause diarrhea. Chao-Ing almost spat blood. Diarrhea? Go to hell with your diarrhea. Who the hell wants to be your chew toy? If you don't stop, the big blade will slice through the air with a soft sound. He slightly bowed to Naruto, his hands trembling at his side. It was not fear but reverence. He originally thought he was the most ruthless ghost in the Mist Village, but now he realized that compared to the boy before him, he was merely an honest man who knew how to wield a blade. The other members of the Heavenly Organization also held their breath, afraid to speak. They finally understood why this teenager could subdue them in just a month. This was not a human. This was a Shura wearing human skin. Naruto walked up to Chao-Ing, looking down at him. He'll give you another chance. I really like your loyalty, but I hope that in the future this loyalty will be directed towards me. Chao-Ing gritted his teeth, staring at Naruto without a word. The other grass ninjas clenched their fists, their nails digging into their flesh, but no one dared to move. Naruto did not waste words and snapped his fingers. Fine, since you don't choose dignity on your own, I'll help you achieve it. He turned to the nearby Heavenly Organization member and ordered, Bing 2, bring out the joint punishment curse seal, said I improved. As soon as he finished speaking, those in the heavenly organization who were in the know gasped. This was going to finish them off. Naruto seemed oblivious to their terrified, twisted faces and introduced it cheerfully, like an enthusiastic salesman. This set is a unique development combining the joint punishment system Danzo's root control technique and Orochimaru's curse seal technique, a limited edition in the entire ninja world, only this one. It has 3 layers, each progressively escalating with no deceit. The first layer is the individual lock. I will plant a trace of Ninetales chakra in each of your hearts. As soon as you dare to betray your chakra, will instantly detonate, turning your heart into minced meat. The second layer is the team lock. I will group you 5 into one team. If one person betrays, the whole team will explode together. The most considerate is the third layer, the family lock. Naruto grinned, revealing his white teeth, the sunlight dazzlingly bright. I will know all your family information clearly. Your parents, wives, children, I will send people to take good care of them. As long as you have any second thoughts without you lifting a finger, I will kindly help you resolve it. And I guarantee you'll leave in perfect order, not a single one left behind. Chowing trembled violently, unable to support himself any longer, collapsing to the ground with a thud. His face was pale as paper, his lips quivering, unable to utter a word. This was not incorporation. This was turning them into eternal slaves with no chance of rising again. They didn't even have the right to die. Danzo and Orochimaru together were not this sinister. Naruto crouched down and patted Chao Ying's shoulder, his tone remarkably sincere. Look how wonderful. From now on, you will not only be responsible for yourselves, but also for your teammates and your families. Team cohesion will be maximized, and you won't have to worry about anyone holding you back. This is a perfect system I spent 3 days and nights devising. You are getting a great deal today. Chowing. Great deal, my ass. Who the hell wants to take advantage of this? Thank you to your 8 generations of ancestors. Get on with it, Naruto said casually. He took out a black scroll from his pocket and opened it. Countless golden chakra flew out of the scroll, precisely piercing into the hearts of each grass ninja. In just moments, a black flame mark appeared on all their chests, like a brand deeply embedded in their bones. Naruto nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Scatter them all and assign them to our various teams. After dealing with the grass hidden village, I will plant the tongue disaster root seal on them for double insurance, leaving no room for error. The members of the heavenly organization shivered in unison. Double insurance. This is too ruthless. We really can't afford to mess with this. In the future, anyone who dares to betray the leader will definitely die without a trace. Naruto turned to Zabuza and commanded, incorporate them, well, have manpower. Zabuza, take half of the people and handle the land of waves as well. I want to hear news of the establishment of the Heavenly Empire at the fastest speed. Yes, leader. Zabuza bowed respectfully to receive the order. Naruto turned and looked at the recently emerged Karen. The coldness on his face instantly faded, revealing a hint of a gentle smile. How does it feel to be back home? Karen looked up, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Naruto, her cheeks slightly flushed. I think my mother knows my current situation and will bless me from above. Wherever Naruto brother is, that is my home. 10 days later. News of the destruction of the land of waves exploded throughout the ninja world like thunder. Everyone was stunned. A mysterious organization previously unheard of managed to conquer both the land of grass and the land of waves in just 10 days. This speed is simply shocking. In the grass-hidden village, in the office that once belonged to the grass shadow, Naruto sat in the ebony main seat, lightly tapping the table with his fingers. Zabuza stood below, bowing as he reported, Leader, the land of waves has been completely taken. The forces of hired ninjas have been completely eliminated, and all merchants have expressed their willingness to submit. Additionally, the daimyo of the land of grass has sent someone. Saying this, Zabuza's face revealed a hint of mockery. That daimyo is a downright vampire, extremely greedy. He knows we have seized power, and instead of opposing us, he sent someone to say that as long as we provide him with 200,000 gold and 200 beauties every year and guarantee his safety and luxurious lifestyle, he will acknowledge our rule and write to the 5 great nations to grant you the official title of Grass Shadow. Naruto shook his head upon hearing this. You are mistaken, Zabuza. I haven't killed a daimyo yet. Besides, there are quite a few daimyos in this world. Zabuza's expression changed and he hurriedly said, Leader, you absolutely must not. Even among the 5 great nations, there has never been a precedent for killing a daimyo. They are nobles bestowed by heaven-recognized rulers of the entire ninja world. If you kill him, we will become the public enemy of the entire ninja world. All daimyos will unite against us, and the 5 great nations will definitely use this as an excuse to send troops to attack us. Our foundation is still unstable. We absolutely cannot withstand the attack of the 5 great nations. Naruto smiled and said nothing, just gave a glance to Bai beside him, who nodded and turned to leave. Moments later, a man dressed in a luxurious kimono with a fat head and ears and covered in jewels was brought in. He was the daimyo of the land of grass. As soon as he entered the hall, he knelt down with a thud, crawling and rolling to Naruto's feet. His fat body wriggled on the ground like a gigantic maggot, exuding a strong smell of perfume and sweat. "My lord, please spare my life. I realize my mistake. I shouldn't have been so greedy. I am willing to give you all my wealth, all my beauties, all my land. I can serve you like an ox or a horse. Whatever you want me to do, I will do." Naruto picked at his ears, retreating a step with a face full of disdain. "Killing you, I would take those things myself." The daimyo turned pale as paper, hastily saying, "That's different. It's different. I am a noble. I am a heavenly bestowed daimyo. If you kill me, the whole world will despise you. All the daimyos will unite against you. The 5 great nations will not spare you either. You will become the public enemy of the ninja world with no place to bury your body." Naruto stood up and walked in front of him. He crouched down and lifted the daimyo's greasy chin with his finger. "Noble, I would like to see whose neck is harder, a noble's or an ordinary person's." The daimyo was terrified, losing control of his bowels, an indescribable stench instantly filling the entire hall. "No, don't kill me. I am willing to do anything." Naruto stood up and clapped his hands. "Zabuza, get on with it." Zabuza tightened his grip on the beheading sword at his waist, his knuckles whitening from the force, turning pale blue. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as he struggled internally. He was not afraid of killing, but he feared that killing this daimyo would bring catastrophic consequences for the heavenly organization. He gritted his teeth and said solemnly, "Leader, please reconsider. Taking this step means there is truly no turning back." Naruto turned his head to look at him. His gaze was as cold as ice, devoid of warmth. "Don't be naive. Once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back. If you lack the courage, you might as well go home to retire. This place is not suitable for you. Fishing, gardening, cultivating your sentiments is much more suitable for you." As per the usual practice, I asked everyone to give a nod and help me with a book review. "Thank you so much." Seeing the dry reviews, I feel a bit disheartened. Why, humbly request everyone to comment. Thank you, thank you. For every 10 reviews, an additional chapter will be added. For every 5 reviews, another chapter will be added. Once again, my sincere thanks. The cold gleam of the executioner's blade reflected on the fat face of the daimyo, who was weeping profusely. Zaibujan took a deep breath. He was not afraid, but hope had arisen in his heart, leading to hesitation in his actions. But when he looked up, he met Naruto's calm and tranquil blue eyes. In those eyes, there was neither madness nor brutality. It was as if killing a daimyo was no different from stepping on an ant. Zaibujan suddenly laughed. He had dared to assassinate the Mizukage back then. Oh, when did he become so cautious? "I dared to kill the shadow, and since the higher-ups have decreed that you must die, then please meet your end." He slowly raised the executioner's blade, resting it on the daimyo's greasy neck. Then in an extremely gentle tone, he said, "Breathe deeply. Feeling dizzy is normal." "Yes, yes, yes." Just like that. The daimyo's pupils constricted sharply, and he was about to scream. Swish! A flash of cold light. Blood splattered 3 feet. The head spun away, still wearing a distorted expression of terror. The plump body crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Zaibujan sheathed his blade, the blade not stained with a single drop of blood. The entire hall was deathly silent. All members of the heavenly organization held their breath. They looked at the daimyo's head rolling on the ground, then at Zaibujan, who stood there expressionless. A chill shot up from their feet to the crown of their heads. Having killed the daimyo, this world was truly about to change. Naruto clapped his hands. "Very good, Zaibujan, well done. Let's announce this in the next couple of days, the establishment of the Empire of Heaven. Seize this opportunity to declare to the entire ninja world, a true nation capable of bringing peace to the ninja world has arrived. Yes, higher-ups." Zaibujan bowed deeply, his voice booming. Naruto paused and continued, "By the way, announce 3 things. First, abolish the hereditary system of the daimyo. All land will be nationalized and distributed to farmers according to headcount. From now on, there will be no more nobility, no more slaves, everyone will be equal. Second, establish a national education system and healthcare system. All children, regardless of background, will receive free basic ninja and cultural education. All citizens, regardless of wealth, will receive free medical treatment. Using earth release to build roads, using water release for irrigation, using wind release for electricity, making ninjutsu no longer a tool for killing, but a force to benefit the common people. Third, abolish the ninja mission system. From now on, ninjas of the Empire of Heaven will no longer kill for money. Their duty is to protect the nation and safeguard every citizen." As his words fell, the entire hall was silent enough to hear a pin drop. Zaibujan suddenly raised his head, his eyes wide open. He was trembling not from fear, but from excitement. He had seen too much darkness in his life. He had witnessed the blood-mist policies of Kirigakure, the brutal exams where children killed each other and ninjas killing unarmed civilians for missions. He had always thought that the ninja world was like this, the law of the jungle, bloody and cruel. Until today, when he heard Naruto's words. He saw a prototype of the integration of science and ninjutsu. He saw the true light of the ninja world. Naruto looked at the shocked crowd below, his voice calm, yet powerful, to establish a heart for heaven and earth, to give life to the people, and to open peace for all ages. The people are precious, the state comes next, the ruler is the least important. Those so-called noble families, those daimyo who ride on the backs of the common people, what right do they have? Kings, marquises, and generals, do they have any right to claim superiority? Boom! This statement struck like thunder in everyone's minds. Xiang Lin covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. She had been treated as a tool since childhood, imprisoned and pursued. She never knew that people could live like this. In Bei's eyes, sparkling light flickered. He remembered what Zai Bujan had once said. It turned out that this world could indeed be different. The first batch of elders from the heavenly organization trembled, all over, their blood boiling. They had once been discarded by the ninja world, abandoned by society. And now Naruto had given them a goal worth protecting with their lives. The daimyo. What was that? Following such a leader, even if it means going against the entire ninja world, so what? Zai Bujan knelt on one knee, his voice choked, yet resolute. I will follow the leader to the death. To the death, I will follow the leader. To the death, I will follow the leader. The entire hall erupted with roaring cheers. The sound pierced the heavens, spreading throughout the entire grass-hidden village. 3 days later, the news of the establishment of the Empire of Heaven swept through the entire ninja world like a magnitude 12 earthquake. Everyone went mad. What? The daimyo of the land of grass has been killed? That mysterious organization not only occupied the land of grass and the land of waves, but also abolished the daimyo and established this so-called Empire of Heaven. Insane. They are absolutely insane. Daring to kill a daimyo, this is going to overturn the entire order of the ninja world. The daimyos of various countries were all terrified. They convened the kages of various countries overnight for an emergency meeting. In the luxurious residence of the daimyo, those who once held high positions turned pale, trembling with fear. This is too terrifying. Too terrifying. If they dare to kill the daimyo of the land of grass, will we be next? We must eliminate them. We must immediately destroy this Empire of Heaven. Yes, let the 5 great nations unite and crush them completely. In an instant, the entire ninja world was filled with tension. Yun Hidden Village Rake's office. AI slammed his fist on the table, the hard granite surface cracking open instantly. The 3rd Hokage has been killed. Did our spies hear any news? His subordinate bowed respectfully, his voice trembling slightly. They are dead. All of them dead. Our 3 elite jonin sent have not one returned. However, one person did manage to send back a final message before dying. AI abruptly looked up. What did he say? He said, that Konoha has a new yellow flash. And that new yellow flash is the son of Naruto's Naruto Uzumaki Naruto. A's pupils contracted suddenly. Naruto's Naruto. This name was like a thorn embedded in his heart for over a decade. Back then on the battlefield of the 3rd Great Ninja War, that golden flash had forced him to the brink of death with a single move. That was the closest he had ever come to death in his life. As expected of him. AI murmured, his tone complex. I didn't expect him to die. His child is just as formidable. His subordinate swallowed hard and continued, there's something even more despairing. He is the Jinchuriki of the 9 tails. With that, the entire office fell into a deathly silence, everyone frozen in shock. Space-time ninjutsu combined with the strongest tailed beast, this is 10 times more terrifying than the Naruto's Naruto of back then. AI remained silent for a long time before finally letting out a long sigh. Konoha is truly favored by the heavens. Genius monsters are always emerging one after another. So even without the Uchiha clan, their strength remains formidable. He raised his head and said to his subordinates in a deep voice, for now do not send anyone to Konoha. Everyone felt a tightness in their hearts, another yellow flash. The last one encountered could abandon the mission directly. This one is even more ruthless. Even one of the 5 great nations, the Land of Lightning, did not want to provoke him. Meanwhile, in Konoha Village, Hokage Building, Tsunade sat behind her desk wearing black stockings, her long legs crossed. She looked at Naruto, who was before her, with a seductive gaze. He of course did not know that this was just one of his shadow clones. The office was filled with a faint scent of alcohol and the fragrance of a woman. Tsunade picked up a glass of red wine and took a sip. The red liquid moistened her sensual lips, gleaming enticingly under the light. She set down the glass and slowly spoke, her voice languid and hoarse. Speak. Was that Empire of Heaven which has caused such chaos in the ninja world made by you? The shadow clone smiled, but neither confirmed nor denied it. What are you talking about, Granny Tsunade? I don't understand at all. I have been here in Konoha obediently being my chunin. Tsunade snorted coldly. Don't play dumb with me. Who else but you has the capability to take down 2 countries in just a month and dare to kill the daimyo? She stood up and walked in front of the shadow clone. The fragrance of a mature woman wafted toward him. She leaned slightly, her neckline open, revealing a patch of snow-white skin. Those beautiful eyes locked firmly onto the shadow clone's eyes. Inside there was anger, helplessness, worry, and a hint of complex emotions that even she was not aware of. She hesitated for a long time. Long enough that the shadow clone thought she was about to make a move. Tsunade bit her lip and in a tone that was almost tempting slowly said, "If you tell me the truth, I might even agree." She paused. Then word by word she said, "To have a child with you." In the Iron Nation, the conference hall, the heavy iron door slowly closed, isolating the howling wind and snow outside. 5 cold stone chairs were lined up, the shadows of the 5 great nations gathered for the first time in the era after the Great Ninja War. The faces of everyone were etched with seriousness and restlessness. The meeting of the 5 shadows, originally scheduled for 3 years later, was abruptly moved up by 2 whole years due to the sudden emergence of the Celestial Empire. Reikage AI slammed his fist on the stone table, and the hard granite instantly cracked with spiderweb-like fissures. "Stop beating around the bush. Just say what we should do. Those fat pigs, the daimyos, are sending letters daily threatening that if we don't tear the leader of the Celestial Empire to shreds, they will immediately cut off all our funding." At this moment, the newly appointed Wind Shadow Gaara maintained a stoic expression, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. "We cannot act recklessly. The Celestial Empire has conquered 2 nations in 10 days, assimilating all the military strength of Kusagakure, along with powerful rogue ninjas like Deidara joining their ranks. Even if our 5 great nations joined forces to fight, we would undoubtedly suffer heavy losses. By then, whether we can give an explanation to the daimyos or even protect our own borders would be in question." Mizukage Mai Terumi flicked her winered hair, her tone tinged with a hint of helplessness. "That's right. Kirigakure has just ended its blood mist policy and is in dire need of reconstruction. Tsunagakure is resources-strapped, with insufficient military power. Iwagakure and Kumogakure have been in border skirmishes for over a decade and no one trusts each other. Konohagakure has just lost its 3rd Hokage and its internal affairs are a mess. If a real war breaks out, we're likely to suffer catastrophic losses." Everyone fell silent, knowing full well that the Celestial Empire was like a toxic thorn lodged in their throats. To leave it in place was painful day and night. To remove it could choke them to death. On the edge of his seat, Inoki shrank into a small figure, nearly sinking into it. His brows furrowed into a tight line, steam almost rising from his head. His mind raced, going over every possible solution he could think of. Suddenly his eyes brightened, and he slapped his thigh. "I've got it." Everyone turned to look at him in unison. Inoki cleared his throat and turned to the black-haired Tsuchi. "Tsuchi, do you remember your brother?" The black-haired girl was taken aback, and images of that artistic madman, the explosion expert, Deidara, flooded her mind. Her pupils suddenly contracted, and a name instantly sprang to her mind. "Akatsuki." Inoki nodded, a cunning smile appearing on his face like that of a sly fox. "That's right, it's Akatsuki. Although this organization is made up of rogue ninjas, and I feel they might have some extraordinary conspiracy, I cannot deny that their strength is exceptionally formidable. To put it bluntly, any one of the 5 great nations, even at the peak of Konoha's power, might not be able to suppress them with absolute certainty. Most importantly, they accept contracts." He paused, his tone laced with deadly temptation. "We pay them to deal with the Celestial Empire. This way we can preserve our own strength while also giving those daimyos a perfect explanation." It was a win-win situation. Tsuchi also realized it, her eyes lighting up instantly. "Right? How did I not think of that? I wonder how my crazy artist brother Deidara is doing now. He would definitely take this mission. After all, blowing up a new country sounds like art." Reikage AI frowned, somewhat dismissive. "Akatsuki, just a bunch of rabble, can they really do it?" Inoki shook his head, his expression serious. "AI, you underestimate them too much. Haven't you received intel? Uchiha Itachi and Kisame infiltrated Konoha as if it were unguarded. Sasori of the Red Sand single-handedly wiped out the entire pursuit force of Tsunagakure. Their power definitely exceeds your imagination." Mai Terumi stroked her chin, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of her mouth. "Moreover, we can also ask the daimyos for more funding. Just say that the strength of the Celestial Empire exceeds expectations and that we need exorbitant funds to hire top-tier combat power. The surplus can perfectly fill our individual deficits." A single sentence awakened the dazed and Reikage Ace eyes instantly brightened. Gaara's lips also curled into a slight smile. Although Tsunade was not present, Konoha's representative Shizun also revealed an understanding expression. In everyone's hearts there was only one thought. Great idea. What a brilliant idea. Not only can they avoid losing their own people, But they can also make a fortune and give the daimyos an explanation. It is simply a perfect solution. As for who would win between Akatsuki and the Celestial Empire, it was of no concern to them. It was best if both sides suffered heavy losses and perished together. That would make things easier for them. Inoki surveyed the expressions of everyone, nodding in satisfaction. Since everyone has no objections, then it's settled. Immediately contact the intermediary of Akatsuki and offer a high price. Commission them to destroy the Celestial Empire and take the head of that mysterious leader. As for the funding, we the Five Shadows will negotiate with the daimyos to ensure everyone gets a satisfactory amount. No problem, everyone said in unison. The previously tense atmosphere instantly lightened. Everyone's faces revealed smiles of successful scheming. Meanwhile, in Konoha, downstairs of the Hokage building, Naruto's shadow clone shivered, touching his arm, still filled with lingering fear. Oh my god, that scared me to death. Fortunately, Granny Tsunade didn't press too hard. I definitely can't meet with her alone again next time. I almost spilled everything. He sighed and shook his head. Sigh. Old A8 is still A8. Maybe it's an old Ferrari. Who can handle that? Around him, passing ninjas saw Naruto and all stopped, respectfully bowing. Lord Naruto. Thank you for your hard work, Lord Naruto. Naruto waved his hand dismissively and continued walking forward. His status in Konoha had undergone a tremendous transformation. The new title of the Yellow Flash had already spread throughout the village. Coupled with the leaked news that he was the biological son of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Those who once ostracized him called him a demon fox and threw stones at him. Now all wished to ingratiate themselves with him. Especially those girls who had once looked at him coldly. Now their gazes sparkled with admiration as they watched him walk by. There were even people secretly slipping love letters and snacks into his pockets. Naruto was thoroughly experiencing the treatment Sasuke had received back in Konoha. Tch, what a hassle. Naruto grimaced. He had already seen through the faces of these people. When he had nothing, they were eager to push him out of the village. Now that he had become stronger and gained fame, they all came up wagging their tails. Hypocritical, he couldn't be bothered to deal with them. With a single step, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique and vanished from the spot. Only a group of girls remained behind, still squealing in admiration, and boys with expressions of envy and jealousy. In the Rain Village at the headquarters of Akatsuki, a giant outer path statue stood silently in the center, exuding a chilling aura. 9 phantoms formed by the technique stood on the 9 fingers of the statue. The cave was shrouded in silence. Only the sound of water droplets hitting the ground and the faint sound of rain could be heard in the distance. Suddenly, a series of clattering sounds of an abacus broke the silence. Kisame stood on the leftmost finger, his head bowed, as he rapidly manipulated the old abacus in his hands. His face bore no expression, but a rare glint of excitement flickered in his usually cold eyes. Haiden leaned against a nearby pillar, impatiently digging at his ears. Hey Kisame, are you done calculating yet? Did you call us here in the middle of the night just to watch you play with an abacus? If there's a mission, hurry up and say it. I still need to go back and perform a ritual for Lord Jashin. Kisame ignored him, fiddled with the abacus a few more times, then closed it with a snap, raised his head, scanned everyone present, and slowly began to speak. The 5 great ninja villages have collectively sent a commission. With one sentence, the entire cave fell silent. All eyes were fixed on Kisame. Pain stood atop the highest finger, his rinnegan slightly rotating. What commission? Kisame's lips curled into a cold smile. They intend to hire us, Akatsuki, to go and destroy the newly established Celestial Empire, especially to eliminate their leader. Tiandao Pain stood quietly atop the highest stone peak of the cave, his black robe fluttering in the cold draft. The rinnegan shimmered with a purple glow in the dim light, his voice devoid of warmth, like something pulled from a 1,000-year-old cold pool. Oh, I have indeed heard a bit about it. The Heavenly Empire is a presence that the 5 great nations must truly take seriously. Fadewan suddenly stood up, impatiently slamming things down, causing dust to fall. He stomped his feet in frustration, the evil god necklace around his neck clinking loudly. Hurry up and say it. I'm still waiting to offer fresh souls to the evil god. If we're late, the evil god will bring down punishment. Last time I only managed to kill 37. That's not even enough to fill the gaps. Kakuzu's black wooden abacus clicked rapidly in his hands, suddenly sending an abacus bead flying. Veins were popping on his forehead as he could no longer hold back, growling low, I really want to snap your neck right now. You idiot. Every time we go on a mission, we waste 3 hours on your damn ritual. Last time, we almost let a bounty of 50 million slip away. Fadewan was unrelenting, slinging the scythe over his shoulder, tilting his head in a provocative manner. If you can do it, then come at me. Anyway, you can't kill me. I can annoy you every day and drive you crazy, you miser. Kisame leaned against the stone wall, arms crossed, revealing a trademark shark-like grin as he laughed loudly, causing the cave to resonate. You two are truly a match made in heaven, loving and killing each other. But is it really necessary to fight to the death right from the start, given that you're both immortal monsters? Fadewan rolled his eyes dramatically. To be called a monster by a monster is truly an honor for me. At least I don't have to hug a broken knife as my wife every day with no one to argue with. Kisame didn't mind and said, "You're right, this is my most important partner." Daidar's eyes suddenly lit up excitedly, rubbing his hands together, the white clay dancing at his fingertips, and in the blink of an eye he shaped a small bird ready to take flight. "Great. I smell the scent of art." He leaned closer to Sasori, his eyes sparkling. Blowing up a newly risen empire and watching it collapse amidst blazing flames is definitely the ultimate art. "What do you say, Sasori?" He shook the clay bird in his hand, his tone filled with defiance. "So Sasori, let's see who truly represents art. Is it my explosive bursts or your cold, lifeless wooden lumps?" Sasori didn't even lift his eyelids, the puppet joints at his fingertips making mechanical sounds as he spoke blandly, without a hint of emotion. "Something that vanishes in an instant cannot be called art. In my view, only the eternal and immortal puppets represent true art. Explosions are merely fleeting fireworks, not worth mentioning." Zetsu's half-body suddenly emerged silently from the shadow on the ground, a bizarre smile on his black and white face as he leisurely spoke. "In the Heavenly Empire, the person known as Kisame is indeed a core combat force. Speaking of Kisame, your 7 ninja swordsmen are truly born traitors, each fleeing more decisively than the last." Kisame's smile instantly froze, awkwardly chuckling twice and scratching his head at him. "Everyone has their own ambitions. Everyone has their own ambitions." Zetsu no longer teased him, his tone suddenly turning serious, causing the temperature in the cave to drop a few degrees. "According to the accurate information I gathered, this heavenly empire has grown from an unknown small organization to a formidable power in less than a year, annihilating 2 small nations within 10 days. You all should understand the significance of this statement." The cave fell into dead silence. Only the sound of dripping water from the ceiling echoed in the vast space, painfully sharp. Even the shrank rogue ninjas from the Akatsuki, who killed without blinking, showed serious expressions. To obliterate 2 nations in 10 days, even if they mobilized all their forces, it would be impossible to do so cleanly. Moreover, they have also incorporated all the combat strength of the grass-hidden village, with elite fighters like Zabuza and Haku joining the ranks. Kakuzu unconsciously rubbed the cold abacus frame, his mind racing to reassess the bounty for this mission. Even Fadewan, who usually had no worries, quieted down, scratching his head, but soon a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. "So impressive. The sacrifices will definitely be exhilarating. The evil god will surely love it." Zetsu chuckled lightly and continued, "Actually, the creed of this heavenly empire is quite interesting. It's even more straightforward than our Akatsuki. Their core is that only unification can stop war. Using absolute power to unify the entire ninja world, eliminating all nations and villages so that there will be no more wars, no more hatred." Payne's Rinnegan slightly narrowed, a subtle ripple flashing in his cold gaze. This statement was strikingly similar to the ideology he once firmly believed in, to end hatred with absolute pain and bring about true peace. Zetsu shifted the topic, dropping a bombshell that could shake the entire cave. "Oh, and there's an even more interesting piece of news. The leader of this empire is quite extraordinary. It is said that he has eyes like Itachi. Could he be a relative of yours?" "Itachi?" Swish. Uchiha Itachi, who had been silent, suddenly lifted his head. The Crimson Threedamo Sharingan suddenly activated without warning, emitting an eerie and cold red light in the dim cave, making the surrounding air seem to drop to freezing point. His heart constricted violently, countless thoughts flashing through his mind. Are there other surviving Uchiha in this world? Is it Sasuke? Impossible, he has always been under surveillance in Konoha. No. Could it be a fish that escaped the net on the night of the clan massacre? He did not respond to Zetsu's words. He was usually few of words. Yet everyone present could clearly sense the cold, murderous intent that suddenly erupted from him, almost palpable. No one dared to underestimate this killing intent. Even Pain, standing at the highest point, slightly turned his gaze. Zetsu watched Itachi's reaction, his smile becoming increasingly eerie. Pain slowly raised his hand, his cold gaze sweeping over everyone present, restoring absolute silence in the cave. "All right, stop the nonsense. This empire is indeed extraordinary, and it reveals different possibilities to me. But only our Akatsuki can truly bring about peace. The Tailed Beast collection plan officially commences. As for the Heavenly Empire, let the 5 great nations deal with it. It's just right to give them something to do, which will also facilitate our secret preparations." He paused, his cold gaze finally settling on Itachi and Kisame. "Let's arrange the first mission for today. The first target will be entrusted to Itachi and Kisame." Damn it, the Akatsuki actually rejected us. Are they really that wealthy now? Reikage AI slammed his palm down on the solid wooden table, leaving a deep imprint. Yeah, can you calm down? Tsunade's forehead throbbed with veins. This long-distance telescope technique was passed down by the third Hokage. If you break it, I'll dismantle your Reikage tower in the land of lightning. Calm down, my ass. Ace hair stood on end, lightning crackling around him. I was counting on this bounty to fill the military funding gap, and those traitorous ninjas from the Akatsuki refused to take the job. Did they grow up eating northwest winds? On the other side in the land of Earth. Damn it, what kind of joke is this? Have they developed a conscience? He muttered discontentedly, jabbing his cane heavily into the ground. Didn't they say there's a guy who loves money so much he would even rummage through a dead man's wallet 3 times? Is that guy dead? In my opinion, it's the Akatsuki that's afraid of the Heavenly Empire. Wind Shadow Gaara coldly spoke as the sand around him flowed, slowly destroying 2 countries in 10 days. Even if the 5 great nations teamed up, we might not be able to achieve that. Afraid? What do they have to be afraid of? AI pounded his chest, shaking the table. It's just a newly established small country, right? With me here, I could knock that so-called leader's head off with 1 punch. That's right, that's right. The Jonin beside Reikage quickly chimed in, bending like a shrimp. Lord Reikage, you are the strongest man in the ninja world. Back in the day, you punched through a mountain. Don't mention just 1 heavenly empire. Even 10 wouldn't withstand your hell-piercing strike. That's right, that's right. AI laughed heartily, proud, his chest puffing out even further, not caring that his forehead protector was askew. Once I personally crush the leader of the Heavenly Empire, let's see which of those pathetic nobles and daimyos dare to cut our military funding. Whoever cuts military funding, I'll chop off their head. Meanwhile, in a Wagakure of the land of Earth, Lord Inoki is right. The Jonin behind him quickly echoed, those traitorous ninjas from the Akatsuki are just cowards. With your dust release, what is the Heavenly Empire but a pile of atoms waiting to be decomposed? When you fought Uchiha Obito, their ancestors didn't even know where to play in the mud. Inoki stroked his beard proudly, his hunched body straightening slightly, feeling notably less pain in his old back. A small country established just a year ago has the audacity to claim dominance in the ninja world. I could wipe them out with a single finger. He just raised his hand, preparing to issue orders to assemble troops. Not good, Lord Sasuke. A messenger ninja rushed in, kneeling on 1 knee as he gasped for breath. Almost at the same time. In the land of lightnings, Humogakure. Not good, Lord Reikage. Another messenger ninja burst through the door, voice frantic, breaking the silence of the office. Both screens froze and synced, the air around them instantly solidified. AI furrowed his brows and shouted sternly, what's the hurry? Is the sky falling? With me here, everything can be resolved. Inoki also frowned in dissatisfaction. What is this chaos? Speak slowly, the sky isn't falling. I can still hold on. The messenger ninja raised his head, his face pale as paper, his lips trembling. I just received news. Our Lord Daimyo of the land of lightning was murdered in his mansion. The entire ninja world is in an uproar. On the other side, the messenger from the land of Earth shouted with a sob, Lord Sasuke. Our Lord Daimyo has also been killed. The body has completely vanished. Not even a shred is left. What? AI and Inoki stood up abruptly. AI's lightning surged instantly, the office lights crackling and bursting, glass shards scattering everywhere. Who dares to kill the daimyo? Are they tired of living? He roared, his voice shaking the walls, causing dust to fall. I'm going to lead troops to capture the culprit, skin them alive, and pull out their tendons. Inoki was also trembling with anger, his cane shaking. This is outrageous. How dare they kill a daimyo on the territory of the land of Earth? I will use dust release to decompose him into air. But Lord Reikage, the messenger ninja cried, everyone says it was you. They say you were unhappy with the daimyo cutting military funding, and thus you took revenge, sneaking into his mansion and killing him. Bullshit. AI exploded in rage, punching the wall, which collapsed with a loud crash. I haven't left Humogakure today. Which bastard dares to slander me? He must be tired of living. But the daimyo died under your signature technique, the lightning torture level Chio dance. The messenger ninja trembled, his body was cut into pieces by lightning neatly arranged on the ground, and the angle of the cuts was exactly the same as what you demonstrated last time. This forced this technique. There's no second person in the ninja world who can do this. Moreover, there were more than 10 witnesses who claimed to have seen your figure. By the way, Lord Killer Bee was also present. Killer Bee. AI was taken aback. Isn't that fool practicing rap in the basement right now? Yeah. The messenger ninja was on the verge of tears. Witnesses said Lord Killer Bee was singing while chopping with lyrics like, yo yo, check it out, the daimyo's head rolling on the ground, raise my military funding, or next time it'll be you. Yo yo. After finishing the song, he even gave a peace sign to the corpse and swaggered away. Before leaving, he even swiped a drink from the daimyo's desk. AI's furious expression froze instantly. He stood there as if struck by 100,000 volts, his body rigid. The lightning surrounding him fizzled out with a crack. He opened his mouth, but couldn't say a word. All that echoed in his mind was one thought screaming. What the hell? Such a huge mess fell from the sky. Who the hell is so reckless? Don't they know to respect their elders and care for the young? Ridiculous. Inoki, furious, his beard askew, nearly lost his dentures. I've been in the office studying tactics all day. I didn't even step outside. How could I kill the daimyo? I could barely get out of bed yesterday because of back pain. But the daimyo died from your ultimate technique, dust release, original world separation. The messenger ninja replied, bloodline limit elimination. In the entire ninja world besides you and the already deceased second Sasuke, who else can use it? Not a single speck of dust was left at the scene, not even the daimyo's gold teeth were spared from decomposition. No other ninjutsu can achieve such a level except for dust release. Inoki's breath caught sharply. He staggered back a step, nearly falling, thankfully catching himself on the nearby table. His grizzled beard trembled violently. The same thought exploded in his mind. What the hell? This mess is too big. Which bastard did this? Don't they know this old man can't handle such turmoil? Also, Lord Sasuke, the messenger ninja added, witnesses said after you killed the daimyo, you even said to the heir, this is what you get for cutting my pension. Then you flew away. Inoki's vision darkened, nearly fainting. This is killing and attacking the heart. All the daimyos across the nations increased their guards overnight, even sleeping with 3 sealed scrolls, hiding kunai under their pillows, and having 20 jonin rotating guard at the door. The daimyo of the Land of Water directly announced the relocation of the capital to the sea, refusing to set foot on land, even ordering all nearby ships to be sunk. The daimyo of the Land of Wind summoned Gaara to his side, never letting him out of his sight, even following him to the restroom, fearing he might be killed too. The daimyo of the Land of Fire wrote 10 letters to Tsunade demanding the Hokage office be moved next to the daimyo's residence, saying they wanted to live and eat together. Both the Raikage and Tsuchikage were now unable to protect themselves, having no energy to care about the Heavenly Empire. They couldn't clear their names, even if they jumped into the Yellow River. Raikage had already captured Killer Bee, hanging him from the ceiling beam and torturing him for information. Tell me, where the hell did you go last night? AI gripped Killer Bee's collar, his eyes wide like copper bells. Killer Bee looked bewildered, scratching his head. I was practicing rap in the basement all night, big bro. I just wrote a new song called Military Funding Song. I hadn't even had a chance to share it with you. Yo, if military funding doesn't increase, I'll make a fuss. The daimyo's head will be fireworks. Shut up. AI punched Killer Bee on the head, causing a large bump to form. It's your song. Now the entire ninja world thinks it's you singing it. You pig teammate. Killer Bee looked even more confused. Huh? I haven't released it yet. Who stole my lyrics? That's outrageous. I'm going to sue him for copyright infringement. On the other side, Inoki was venting his anger at all the jonin of Awagakure. Investigate. I want you to investigate thoroughly. He jabbed his cane into the ground, breaking it in two. Whoever did this, I will definitely find them. But Lord Inoki, a jonin cautiously said, the entire ninja world is saying it was you. Even the daimyo of the Land of Fire sent a questioning letter and said they would freeze your pension. Inoki was so furious he nearly passed out. In the Heavenly Empire Central Office building, sunlight streamed through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, casting bright spots on the floor. Naruto walked in with a cheerful smile, plopping down into the wide office chair. He stretched lazily, lightly tapping his fingers. A light blue system data panel appeared before him out of thin air. Recently, I've killed quite a few people. This darkening value is a bit high. Host Uzumaki Naruto. Darkening value 31,200. Ninjutsu panel intermediate sage body SS time distortion instant suspension S annihilation of existence S ninjutsu lightning torture level Chio dance S dust release original world separation S flying thunder god technique S 8 gates of opening S outer body clone S spiral sphere series S corpse demon sealing S 4 symbols sealing S spiritualization technique S impure world reincarnation series S Mangekyo Sharingan S multi-shadow clone technique A Kagura heart IA wind release wind blade A Konoha flow blade technique dance of death A Mangekyo illusion A wind release vacuum sphere B wind release vacuum wave B ultimate talent enhancement S demon tail 9 lives blade scrade divine weapon 9 tails chakra golden 6 tails advanced tailed beast ability wind attribute change earth attribute change fire attribute change lightning attribute change. This ninjutsu lightning torture level Chio dance and dust really. Naruto's fingers lightly tapped on the desk, his smile growing increasingly sinister. One for destroying corpses, another for erasing traces. Naruto casually dismissed the system panel and got up to push open the heavy floor-to-ceiling window. The thought of killing the daimyo just now left him with a sense of disgust. The daimyo of this world are truly a group of bizarre individuals that give me a headache. When he made his move earlier, their reactions before death were simply identical. The daimyo of the Land of Earth had a knife against his throat, yet was still adjusting his wrinkled golden silk robe, holding his neck high with the airs of a king, spitting preposterous. I am divinely ordained by heaven. How dare you kill me? You shall face divine retribution. Naruto scratched his ear with a look of I didn't catch that, slowly pushing the knife forward half an inch. Oh, so it's divinely ordained. All right. With a swift motion, Naruto directly resolved the matter. He then stood beside the bisected daimyo with his arms crossed for a full 3 seconds, solemnly looking up at the sky before shrugging. See, the sky hasn't fallen, nor has lightning struck. Your god didn't even make a peep. If you think him in the wrong, then let your god resurrect you. If not, then you deserve your fate. The daimyo of the land of lightning was so shocked at being killed that he stared blankly, unable to process that this script was off. Only when the knife was at his throat did he snap back to reality and shouted at the land of earth daimyo, I am truly divinely ordained. Born a noble. Naruto responded with an "oh" and executed a clean, decisive cut. The souls of the two daimyo floated in midair, exchanging glances, their minds exploding with the same thought. What the hell? This trick I've used my whole life has deceived countless samurai ninjas and rebels. How come it's not working on you? Naruto wiped the blade and left behind a simple statement. You see, I even gave them a chance. It's their god that is lacking, not me. The wind swept through the white cherry blossom guns on the Imperial Plaza, and the patrolling ninjas of the Heavenly Organization had their armor gleaming, marching in perfect unison as if carved from stone. From afar, the sound of synchronized battle cries echoed from the training grounds, forming a glaring contrast to the chaotic scene in the 5 great nations. At this moment, Naruto spotted Bai, who was training, and said, Bai, you really are diligent. Upon seeing Naruto, Bai immediately bowed respectfully, saying, Greetings, leader. The Empire is thriving now. This is what I have sought my whole life, along with Mr. Zabuza. If we don't work hard, how can we protect this hard-won peace? Naruto nodded, saying, Keep up the good work. He then turned to leave, strolling leisurely towards the village outskirts. Just as he passed the last anti-reconnaissance barrier, he suddenly halted. His light blue eyes casually glanced toward the still oak forest to the right, and suddenly his footsteps stopped. Oh, it seems like there's something there. Naruto looked over, halting his steps. Hidden behind the tree, the heart of Kuro was abruptly constricted. He prided himself on being the pinnacle of stealth in the ninja world, managing to deceive Uchiha Madara for an entire lifetime, yet he was exposed from 50 meters away. What keen observation! Naruto scoffed, spinning a shuriken that glinted coldly at his fingertips. This method of stealth is quite unique. Stop hiding and come out. If you keep pretending to be a tree, it'll burn the forest down. With a rustle, the leaves shook violently. A half-black, half-white figure slowly emerged from the trunk, followed by 4 expressionless white zetsus silently lining up like 4 walking white radishes. Naruto thought to himself, oh, this outfit. Isn't this the first great filial son of the Hokage Otsutsuki Kuro? Has the Akatsuki organization noticed this so quickly? Naruto feigned surprise, widening his eyes and scrutinizing him for a full 3 seconds. Oh, a guy who looks like a carnivorous plant made of a pig's bladder. Who are you? Coming to my territory to plant yourself? Kuro. He had lived for an entire millennium. He had seen Uchiha Madara's air of invincibility, the saintly heart of Senju Hashirama, and the hypocrisy of the 5 Kages throughout history. Never had someone started the conversation by saying he looked like a carnivorous plant. Aren't the rules of the ninja world to first exchange pleasantries like I've long heard of your great name and your reputation precedes you? What's with this kid? Why is he not following the script? You look like a carnivorous plant. Your whole family are carnivorous plants. This guy came out swinging with personal attacks. Why isn't he flattering me? Speaking of which, I wanted to compliment you too, like establishing an empire at such a young age. Your strength is unfathomable. Now you've made me memorize my lines. I even took my pants off and you give me this. Not following the script, you bastard. He suppressed the turmoil in his heart, maintaining the calm demeanor that had lasted a millennium. I come from the Akatsuki organization. You can call me Zetsu. I have come to see you because I believe your ideals align with those of our organization to explore possibilities for cooperation. Naruto scratched his ear, blowing away non-existent dust from his fingertips. Cooperate my ass. The air fell into an instant silence. The 4 white zetsus tilted their heads in unison, unable to comprehend the lethal nature of that phrase, even with their CPUs fried. But Kuro understood. The aura around him suddenly dropped to freezing point, half of his black face darkening enough to drip ink, thinking, what the hell? This kid isn't following the normal rules. He came out cursing right away. What the hell does he not know to curse the person but not the mother? My mother is so great. I absolutely will not allow anyone, in any form, to insult her. You seem a bit arrogant, my lord. Curious voice crawled out from the depths of the earth, while the white zetsus behind him clenched their fists, chakra gradually rising, causing the surrounding vegetation to begin withering. Naruto laughed. He smiled brightly, yet his eyes held no warmth. If you want to cooperate, you should come forward and present a letter of invitation. If you manage not to get discovered by me, then that's impressive. But if you only dared to come out and talk about cooperation after I found you, then you're simply looking for trouble. For those seeking trouble, I usually. Before he could finish his sentence, buzz. The harsh buzzing of distorted space had yet to dissipate in the air. Naruto vanished on the spot, leaving not a trace of chakra disturbance behind. Kira's pupils shrank to the size of needles. The extreme warning of death exploded in his mind. Without even thinking, he activated the Shunshin technique to burrow underground, and his body had just sunk a third of the way down, when the back of his neck was suddenly pressed against a cold, bone-chilling wind blade of chakra. Haha, this is usually how I treat people. Naruto's voice floated lightly in his ear, laced with a mocking tone. The spiral wind blade, adorned with light blue spiral patterns, was firmly pressed against the third vertebra of his spine. The edge of the wind blade had already broken his skin, a trickle of black blood slowly flowing down his neck, dropping onto the ground, instantly corroding a small pit. If it moved just 1 millimeter further, his entire upper body would be ground into mush, leaving not even a single cell behind. The 4 white Zetsus stood frozen in place, not daring to move, as they hadn't even seen how Naruto moved. The person who had been standing 10 meters away just moments ago was now right behind Kuro. This speed, this sudden spatial jump, was far more eerie than the flying thunder god of Namake's Minato. Kura's body was stiff as iron, cold sweat instantly soaking through his layer of pig's bladder exterior. He could clearly feel the terrifying power contained within the Rasengan of force, capable of easily shredding his immortal body. Having lived for 1,000 years, he was closer to death than ever, so close that he could smell the scent of blood on the Grim Reaper. Naruto applied a bit of pressure, and the Rasengan pushed forward once more. Kuro groaned in pain, his nails digging deep into his palm, no longer daring to move an inch. I admit that your Akatsuki organization is strong, all-strength rogue ninjas. But my heavenly empire is not something you can come and go as you please. He paused, his tone suddenly turning icy. You disgusting failure that sows seeds of evil all over the world. I hope that by sunset today you will withdraw all white Zetsus from my heavenly empire. Otherwise I will definitely make you regret it. Naruto leaned closer to his ear, his voice light as a breeze, yet carrying the weight of 1,000 pounds, shaking Kura's very soul. Don't doubt my words. I know far more than you think. The wind blade of the Rasengan spun sharply. Kura's neck now bore another deep wound visible to the bone. He gritted his teeth, staring into Naruto's pitch-black eyes that seemed to see through everything. An unprecedented chill surged from his feet straight to the crown of his head. What does the leader of this heavenly empire know after all? The cold gleam of the spiral wind blade still hovered an inch from Heiju's neck, the wind blade scraping painfully against his skin. Heiju dared not even breathe, his millennia of composure shattered before the absolute threat of death. I mustn't allow this kid to strike. If he discovers I cannot kill him, my plans will be thrown into chaos. This kid's strikes are neither light nor heavy, and if I truly cut him in half, my carefully laid plans might lead to mistakes. At this moment, he was instantly cowed, his tone dripping with respect, completely different from the gloomy visage he had moments ago. My lord leader, please temper your anger. I come with the utmost goodwill. The 5 great nations have pooled together a bounty of 10 billion ryo, inviting our Akatsuki organization to assassinate you. However, our leader is deeply principled and does not wish to be your enemy, thus he outright rejected the mission. I specifically came here to inform you so you can prepare in advance. Heiju cursed pain furiously in his heart, feeling drenched in blood. What nonsense about being principled. That bastard Pain is just afraid of losing the strength of the Akatsuki. If I had been sure I could take you down, I would have twisted your head off and kicked it like a ball. Naruto scoffed, slowly retracting the spiral wind blade, while still keeping his fingertip pressed against Heiju's spine, not fully releasing his hold. Goodwill? The goodwill of the Akatsuki is something I cannot afford. If you are considering swapping leaders, I might think about it. I'm not interested in cooperation. Heiju was utterly speechless. Why don't you just ascend to the heavens? You still want to be the leader of the Akatsuki. Pain could use Shinra Tensei to blast you to the moon. He forced a smile that was as fake as could be. You jest, my lord leader, but the 5 great nations will definitely not let this go easily. You should be cautious. After all, the 5 great nations are deeply rooted and are not to be underestimated. Moreover, our leader indeed admires you very much and agrees with your ideology of overthrowing the old order. I still hope you can accept our goodwill. Of course, I will now issue orders to disperse all the Baiju within the Tian Empire, which could be considered a small gift from our organization. Naruto raised an eyebrow. He certainly knew he couldn't kill Heiju right now. This old schemer was like a cockroach, hard to kill and quick to escape. However, a quick slash is still possible. In a flash of cold light, the demon-tailed 9 lives blade appeared in his hand. Heiju's pupils constricted sharply. Just as he intended to retreat, a thwack sounded as the sharp blade pierced directly through his back, a bloody tip protruding from his chest. Good. Naruto pulled out the blade, casually flicking off the black blood, his smile radiant. I accept your organization's goodwill. You can leave now. Heiju clutched his bleeding wound, writhing in pain, his heart nearly exploding with frustration. Damn it. How utterly infuriating. To accept goodwill and then stab me. Is there no justice in this world? Is this person insane? If I turn against him, he will definitely stab me again and cut me in half. I can't provoke him. I can't provoke him. A gentleman takes revenge 1,000 years is not too late. He gritted his teeth, not daring to utter another word, slowly sinking into the ground, leaving only his head above, feigning a warning. You are indeed exceedingly domineering. However, both the Raikage and Tsuchikage are immensely stubborn. After suffering such a huge loss, they will not let it go easily, so I urge you to be cautious in your responses. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished without a trace, even taking the blood on the ground with him. At this moment, Heiju's secret underground base. On the cold, damp stone walls were densely etched sealing techniques. This place sealed the greatest number of Sharingan in the entire ninja world. At this moment, a man wearing an orange mask stood with his back to the entrance in front of a gigantic outer Dao statue. Heiju emerged from the ground, clutching his still bleeding back, gritting his teeth in pain. This hurts like hell. The masked man slowly turned around, his voice hoarse and cold. Did he agree to cooperate? Agree my ass. Heiju replied irritably. This kid is ridiculously domineering, and his ambitions are frighteningly vast. He said unless he was made the leader of the Akatsuki, there would be no discussion. Moreover, this person's perception is alarmingly strong. I was hiding in a tree 50 meters away, not leaking a single ounce of chakra, yet he spotted me at a glance. I was already following his lead, intending to casually capture a couple of ninjas from the Tian Empire for research. To avoid escalating the situation, I had to give up. The masked man let out a disdainful snort. It doesn't matter. As long as he doesn't interfere with my moon, I plan let him jump around as he pleases. A mere kid, he is not worthy to dance before me. Heiju looked at him, pretending to be aloof, and couldn't help but chuckle. You're doing quite well, Obito. You're starting to resemble Uchiha Madara more and more. The masked man's movements abruptly halted, the air instantly freezing. He remained silent for a full 3 seconds, his voice heavy as iron. You should refer to me as Uchiha Madara. In the land of fire, Konoha village, Hokage's office. Tsunade rubbed her throbbing temples, staring at the mountain of paperwork in front of her, her head pounding. Kakashi leaned against the wall, engrossed in a copy of Ica Paradise, while Sakura stood beside the desk, organizing the newly delivered mission scrolls. Bang! The window was suddenly pushed open, and Naruto leaped in, a skewer of dango in his mouth, landing on the desk. Lady Tsunade, I'm back. Tsunade looked up, her gaze meaningful as she regarded him. You're well-informed, aren't you? 2 daimyos just died, and you appeared right on time. By the way, why do I always feel that this matter has something to do with you? Her gaze contained a hint of teasing mixed with an indescribable tenderness, fixated on Naruto. Naruto felt uncomfortable under her gaze, conceding in 3 seconds. He said earnestly, Lady Tsunade, please do not flirt with me during work hours. I'm afraid I might act impulsively and cause you to suffer a social death on the spot. I'm serious. Buffed. Kakashi nearly dropped the Ica Paradise in his hands, quickly lowering his head, his shoulders shaking violently as he suppressed laughter. Sakura covered her face, unable to bear to look, silently giving Naruto a warning. Naruto, you're asking for death. How dare you tease Lady Tsunade? A vein throbbed on Tsunade's forehead as she picked up a kunai from the desk and threw it with a whoosh. Naruto easily caught it and even performed a trick. Tsunade stopped bantering with him and tossed a mission scroll from the desk at him. Let's talk business. The Land of Lightning has just issued an Shrank mission with a staggering bounty of 100 million Ryo, inviting us Konoha ninjas to the Land of Lightning to investigate the truth behind the daimyo's deaths. Kakashi closed the book, adjusting his slipping forehead protector, a hint of sarcasm in his tone. They are indeed afraid to actually invite ninjas from a rival nation to investigate. I suppose they are worried about losing a few more nobles, or perhaps even another daimyo. Sakura nodded in agreement. Yes, now all the daimyos are on high alert. The daimyo of the Land of Water has already moved to live on a ship at sea, and the daimyo of the Land of Wind requires Gaara to accompany him even to the restroom. Naruto stuffed the last dumpling into his mouth, clapped his hands, and casually wiped his mouth, mentally calculating. With 2 daimyos dead, and both the Raikage and Tsuchikage in dire straits, Konoha's expedition to the Land of Lightning could reap some benefits and catch some entertainment along the way. However, the words he uttered caused the entire office to fall silent instantly. I think it's a good thing that the daimyos died. Lady Tsunade, why don't you issue a mission to me to take out the daimyo of the Land of Fire? Tsunade shot a glance at Naruto, the kunai in her hand, nearly pinning him to the wall. The book Ica Paradise in Kakashi's hand fell to the ground with a thud, its pages scattering everywhere. He forgot to pick it up, his exposed eye wide with shock. Sakura was so astonished that she covered her mouth, nearly crying out, "Don't say something foolish." Kakashi regained his composure first, his voice trembling slightly. "The daimyo has ruled the world for nearly 1,000 years. If outsiders were to hear this, Konoha would be in serious trouble. At that moment, no one could protect you." Tsunade's face darkened as her fingertips tapped on the table, her tone heavy. "Kakashi is right. The daimyo's rule is ingrained in everyone's bones, akin to holding divinity. The authority and power accumulated over thousands of years cannot be resolved by eliminating one or two daimyo. You are still young and do not understand the depths of this matter." Naruto leaned against the window, swinging his legs, casually scoffing. "What's so complicated? It's just divine right of kings. Haven't you heard the words coming from the heavenly empire? Noble lords and generals, do they have any kind?" As soon as he said this, the entire Hokage office fell into silence. This statement struck them like a thunderclap, leaving their minds buzzing. The three of them opened their mouths, yet not a single word escaped. After a long while, Tsunade jolted back to reality, taking a deep breath, her gaze towards Naruto, filled with unexplainable emotions. In the end, she slammed her hand on the table and exclaimed, "It's not that simple." However, that was indeed quite thrilling. Now let's move past that and discuss serious matters. She paused, grabbed the mission scroll from the table, and tossed it to Kakashi. "This time the Shrank mission from the Land of Lightning will be assigned to your Team 7. I believe the famous copy ninja, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki of Konoha, and the direct disciple of the Hokage, the three of you carry enough weight to express our sincerity. Moreover, this mission is not only ours to undertake." Tsunade's expression turned serious. "With a bounty of over 100 million ryo, no shinobi village would refuse. Tsunagakure and Kirigakure have both sent people, and even the Akatsuki has taken part. This time you must not only investigate, but also guard against everyone." By the way, Tsunade suddenly recalled something, frowning. "Your Team 7 is short a member. I originally wanted to transfer Sai from Root, but after the third Hokage's death, Root has vanished like it never existed. Not a single trace can be found. Who do you think would be a suitable replacement?" Naruto twirled the kunai at his fingertips, a hint of a smile flashing in his eyes. He thought Sai. Currently, he's training captives in the dark department of the Heavenly Empire. His loyalty is even greater than Tsunade's towards Konoha. A figure suddenly flashed in his mind, and a mischievous smile appeared on his lips. "My big brother Neji has probably been getting bored at the Hyuga clan lately, right? Bringing him over would be perfect. It would give me someone to bully and also increase my corruption value. It's a win-win situation. I think." Naruto cleared his throat and said seriously, "After losing Sasuke's Sharingan, having a Byakugan would be quite nice. Complementing each other after all." Tsunade paused for a moment, then nodded. "That works. Niji's strength and temperament are both fine. I let him temporarily join your team." As soon as she finished speaking, Naruto suddenly leaned forward, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Tsunade, his tone exceedingly serious. "Lady Tsunade, in this mission, can I kill people?" The office fell silent once more. Tsunade's lips twitched as she looked at this little brat, whose murderous intent was almost overflowing, nearly choking on her breath. She rubbed her throbbing temples weakly, saying, "You still need to be cautious and restrained. After all, there are no everlasting friends, only everlasting interests. The 5 great nations always need to maintain some face." She paused, noticing Naruto's expression of, "If you don't let me kill, I'll secretly do it," ultimately conceding and gritting her teeth, adding, "Just don't go overboard." Naruto smiled, revealing a set of white teeth, the sunlight dazzling. "Rest assured, Lady Tsunade." He patted his chest in assurance, but in his heart he was wildly calculating. Dust release integrated with wind releases, massive Rasengan. Oh, just right to find a few live targets to practice on. Just don't hold back too much. Shortly after, at the Hyuga clan's residence, Naruto chuckled, picked up his backpack from the table, and beckoned Neji. "Let's go, big brother, it's mission time." "Neji, can I still back out now?" 10 days later, border of the Land of Lightning. As soon as Naruto and his team crossed the borderline, they were blocked by a group of IWA shinobi wearing ochre headbands. Tisk, there are quite a few of them. Kakashi stood at the forefront, forming hand seals, with one hand his Sharingan slowly spinning as it scanned the opposing crowd. 23 in total, among them 3 Jonin, 15 Chunin, and the rest are Genin. IWA shinobi village seems determined to make some money. That Inoki guy is barely managing his affairs, yet he still has the heart to send out so many people. Impressive. Sakura tightened her grip on the kunai at her waist, nervously swallowing. How could they be waiting for us here? This is the only main road at the border of the Land of Lightning. Neji opened his Byakugan, the pale blue veins pulsating at the corners of his eyes. They have been stationed here for at least 3 days. Moreover, all their chakra is agitated, and they are all forming hand seals ready to strike at any moment. Naruto, with his hands in his pockets, whistled, casually glancing at the opponents. Yet in his mind, he was calculating 23 in total, just right. If I kill them, all my corruption value should rise significantly, right? Moreover, I should test if dust release can clear the field in one go. Just then the IWA shinobi formation parted, and a hulking man with a face full of muscle and a scar running from his brow to his chin stepped forward. He carried a gigantic earth release sword taller than a person, its blade stained with dark brown blood, his gaze fierce like that of a hungry wolf. Oh, isn't this the copy ninja Kakashi from Konoha? The hulking man scoffed, his voice rough like sandpaper. What's this? Is Konoha so short on manpower that they sent you to lead 3 wet Behinthir's brats on an Srank mission? He paused, intentionally raising his voice so that all the IWA shinobi could hear his tone dripping with unabashed derision. Well, after all, Konoha currently only has you as a capable fighter left. The geniuses of the past have either died or left, and now there isn't even anyone to hold the fort. If I were you, I'd quickly pack my bags and roll back to Konoha so as not to embarrass yourselves here. Kakashi's gaze turned cold, yet he remained silent. As expected, the hulking man, seeing no one engaging with him, grew even more arrogant. Pointing at Kakashi, he cursed. I am Korwashi, a jonin from IWA Shinobi Village. My brother Kuroiwa went missing 3 days ago in this area. The entire border, only your Konoha people have been here. Did you kill him? I see your Konoha is jealous of our IWA Shinobi Village's strength and deliberately launched a sneak attack at the border. Korwashi spat as he slammed his sword down into the ground. If you don't hand over the murderer today and compensate our IWA Shinobi Village with 50 million ryo in damages, don't even think about leaving here alive. Sakura's face turned red with anger as she immediately retorted, You're talking nonsense. We've never even seen your brother. You're just looking for trouble. Korwashi sneered, swinging his hand sharply. The IWA shinobi behind him instantly fanned out, forming a tightly sealed encirclement. In this border area, our IWA shinobi's words are law. His greedy eyes swept over the mission scroll and Kakashi's hand, licking his lips. Of course, if you are smart and hand over the mission scroll from the land of lightning and leave that female shinobi behind, I can consider letting the 3 of you men go free. After all, compared to dead men, the bounty of over 100 million ryo and a beautiful woman are far more important. As he spoke, he leered at Sakura, making her feel uneasy, and she instinctively took a step back. Niji's gaze turned icy, chakra erupting violently. At that moment, the smile on Naruto's face completely vanished. All right, I haven't even sought you out yet. You've delivered yourselves right to my door. For against 23, the advantage is mine. The demon tail 9 lives blade emitted a faint hum as if thirsting for blood. Korwashi, seeing Naruto draw his sword, not only was he not afraid, but laughed even more arrogantly. What's this, brat? Do you want to fight? With your soft and tender appearance, I could crush you with one hand. Do you believe I could chop you into meat paste and feed it to my ninja dogs? Naruto smiled. He slowly drew the demon tail 9 lives blade, the sharp blade flashing with a chilling gleam. A terrifying chakra exploded from his body, sweeping across the battlefield like a tsunami. The arrogance on Korowashi's face vanished in an instant, replaced by overwhelming fear. He felt as if a primordial beast was locking its gaze upon him, and even breathing became difficult. Naruto tilted his head slightly, his tone casual, yet it carried a pressure that made one's soul tremble. Oh, are you trying to provoke me? He stepped forward. What do you want me to send you to reunite with your brother? Do you really think a few rotten garlic cloves can dance? That loudmouth guy, I heard that a talented boy from your Earth country likes explosions. Coincidentally, I also dabble in the arts, and I enjoy causing trouble. Haishi's forehead bulged with veins and his face turned a deep shade of purple. Bastard, daring to insult me. You shall pay. He suddenly formed hand seals, earth chakra swirling beneath his feet, and he charged forward like a cannonball, his large blade slicing through the air towards Naruto's head. Wait, there's a puddle of water under your feet. That's unfair. Naruto suddenly shouted, jumping back a half step. Inside, he rolled his eyes. What a joke, letting you strike first. How would I accumulate my dark value? When it comes to bullying, I must take the initiative for it to be thrilling. Just as he finished speaking, he flipped the demon tail 9 lives blade in his hand, and 3 kunai, engraved with the flying thunder god seal, flew out in a triangular formation, accurately embedding themselves in the ground around Haishi. Golden lightning flashed around Naruto. Flying thunder god slash. A residual shadow swept past. Quick. So incredibly fast. So fast that everyone's eyes couldn't keep up with that golden light. Puff. The sound of the blade piercing flesh was piercingly clear. The arena fell into silence. The wind ceased. Even the flow of chakra seemed to have solidified. 22 rock ninjas stood frozen in place, their hand seals suspended in midair, their originally arrogant expressions replaced by boundless fear. Kakashi's Sharingan spun wildly, but he could only catch a glimpse of a blurry golden trajectory. Niji's Byakugan opened to its fullest, his pale blue veins pulsating. He couldn't comprehend Naruto's movements at all. Sakura covered her mouth, forgetting to even breathe. Heishi remained frozen in the stance of swinging his sword. He slowly lowered his head, incredulously looking at the blood-stained tip of the blade protruding from his heart, a chilling aura seeping along the blade into the crevices of his bones. He opened his mouth wanting to say something, but only managed a wheezing gasp. He wished to turn and look at the little ghost who killed him, but just as he turned his head slightly, the figure behind him had already vanished. The golden flash reappeared in the original position as Naruto flicked the blood droplets off the demon, tail 9 lives blade the blade, emitting a satisfied light hum. Too slow. That was unsatisfying. Is that the yellow flash? One rock ninja screamed, dropping the kunai in his hand with a clatter. Space-time ninjutsu. It's the flying thunder god of Namake's Minato. Panic spread like a plague among the rock ninja ranks as everyone instinctively stepped back, looking at Naruto as if he were a malevolent spirit. No wonder he's the new generation's yellow flash. Oh, little brother has quite the talent. A clear, slightly lazy female voice rang out. The rock ninja team automatically parted, and a tall woman with black hair stepped forward, slowly dressed in the red jonin attire of the Earth Country, a short blade at her waist, a bemused smile on her face. Naruto raised an eyebrow and sized her up. You wouldn't happen to be that artist's sister, would you? Quite the striking resemblance. I assume your mother must be a beauty as well, otherwise your father and grandfather's looks would severely drag down the average appearance of ordinary people. Upon hearing this, Heido not only didn't get angry, but instead burst into laughter, shaking his shoulders. Just like my brother, you are quite the character. Interesting. She wiped the tears of laughter from the corners of her eyes. It's my first time hearing someone dare to insult those two old men, and my brother only dared to speak of them behind their backs back then. She glanced at Heishi, now lifeless on the ground, her tone as calm as if discussing an unimportant matter. That guy acted on his own accord, disobeying my orders, and had to step up to cause trouble. Now that you have dealt with him, it's his own fault. How about we just let today's affair pass? It turned out she was the true leader of this rock ninja team, and Heishi had merely provoked her, unable to accept the young woman as captain, trying to seize credit. Kakashi quickly stepped forward, discreetly elbowing Naruto, his voice low and full of pleading. Ancestor, hold back. Lady Tsunade said that if you cause more trouble, all your pocket money for the month will be deducted, and you will be punished to clean the Hokage office for a month. And if Inoki finds out you killed his elite jonin, he will personally come to Konoha to hunt you down. Naruto pouted reluctantly, sheathing his blade. Fine for this lad is Sasuke, I'll spare you all today. He muttered to himself, never mind, killing 1 out of 23 is enough, I'll save the rest for later. Dark value should be accumulated slowly. Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief and quickly turned to Heido, wearing a standard professional fake smile. In that case, we will take our leave first and head into the city to investigate the case. Heido smiled and nodded, stepping aside to allow them passage. Good luck. But I remind you, this water is much deeper than you think. The Akatsuki members are not as easy to talk to as us. Naruto and his group said no more, turning to dash towards the direction of the Land of Lightning's capital. The journey was silent. Half an hour later, they finally arrived at the capital of the Land of Lightning. Upon entering the daimyo's residence, a heavy scent of blood and charred flesh assaulted their senses. The once bustling streets were now deserted, most of the houses reduced to charred remains by lightning strikes, the ground littered with bottomless thunder pits, and numerous uncollected corpses lying about, their deaths gruesome, charred black, evidently killed by a powerful lightning attack. The closer they got to the daimyo's residence, the more horrific the scene became. The once resplendent daimyo's residence had now turned into a pile of ruins. Huge lightning traces stretched from the city walls deep into the residence, even hard granite melted into a glass-like state, and the air was permeated with a pungent scent of ozone. Kakashi crouched down, touching the ground scorched by the lightning, his expression grave. The power of this lightning. With this force besides the current rakeage, I doubt anyone else could wield it. Could it be he really killed the daimyo? Niji opened his Byakugan, carefully scanning the residual chakra around his brow furrowed. There's more than one source of lightning chakra. It's strange, I can't discern any traces. Just then a sound of footsteps approached. A beautiful middle-aged woman wearing the headband of the Mist Village, and with her right eye covered by a black eye patch, walked towards them gracefully, her figure enchanting, her demeanor lazy, yet dangerous, a hint of a smile playing on her lips. Behind her followed a timid little man carrying a strangely long knife taller than himself, the hilt wrapped in thick bandages. Naruto turned to look, his eyes instantly brightening. Oh wow, this person came at a perfect time. The one with the knife must be the future 6th Mizukage, Chojuro, right? And this one-eyed beauty. No wait, it's a man. Naruto rubbed his chin, mentally calculating, it seems I have a lead on the bridal price for the Hyuga clan. Dark value bridal price, a win-win. The black, cloud-patterned robe of the Akatsuki billowed, casting elongated shadows of the two figures as the setting sun dipped low. Niji's Byakugan suddenly activated the faint blue veins pulsating at his temples. Choji swiftly drew half of his great blade only to hurriedly shove it back into its sheath, huddling with the hilt, revealing only a pair of tense eyes. A single thought exploded in everyone's mind simultaneously. It seems that the daimyos of all nations have begun to distrust their own shinobi, even inviting members of the Akatsuki. Deidara swayed a handful of clay shaped like a small bird whistling a loud tune. Hee hee. It's truly amusing to be working with the trash from the 5 great nations for the first time. I heard my old man is involved too. Back in the day I told him that blowing up the daimyos into fireworks is the pinnacle of art, don't you agree? Brother. Scorpion stood in the shadows, half of his wooden puppet face emotionless, only managing to squeeze out a very soft hum from his throat. The killing intent in the air was thick enough to squeeze water from it, yet no one dared to make the first move. The ninja from the 5 great nations were here for the billions in bounty on the daimyos, while the Akatsuki had come for double the commission. If a fight broke out now, it would not only slap the faces of all the daimyos, but they would also end up running in vain, suffering a great loss. In the world of ninjas, money is always more important than deep-seated vendettas. Kuratsuchi bit her lower lip, unable to resist, taking a half step forward. Brother. Deidara suddenly turned his head, his golden ponytail swinging over his shoulder, the corners of his mouth curling into a disdainful arc. It's you. That old man Inoki actually let you come out to die? I thought he would keep you hidden in a Wagakure as a treasure. Kuratsuki's face paled for a moment before quickly regaining its composure. She stared deeply at Deidara, no longer arguing, silently retreating back into the IWA shinobi ranks. Only her fingers gripping the short blade turned white. At that moment, a series of thump-thump sounds of a cane striking the ground drew nearer. Chiyo, leaning on her cane, slowly approached with 2 Tsunade Jonin. Her murky old eyes scanned over everyone, locking directly onto Scorpion. Her gaze churned with pain, anger, disappointment, and a hint of a tremor she herself was unwilling to acknowledge. The air instantly dropped to freezing point. Everyone held their breath. Had it not been for the special circumstances today, this place would have erupted into the 4th Shinobi World War, spiraling out of control. Naruto stroked his chin, his eyes darting between Deidara, Scorpion, and Chiyo. His mind calculated rapidly, almost sparking. Indeed. Deidara's explosive art would be perfect to learn for blowing up the Akatsuki base later. Scorpion's puppet technique, if dismantled and sold for parts, could definitely fetch half of Hyuga's bride price. Chiyo, whom the old lady must have saved up a lifetime of pocket money. Blackening value, bride price, pocket money, a triple win. A blood profit. Kakashi caught a glimpse of Naruto's greedy expression from the corner of his eye. His heart skipped a beat, and he quickly elbowed him hard, nearly causing him to stumble. Ancestral spirits, please don't come up with random ideas. If a fight breaks out now, we'll all die here. Naruto cleared his throat and stepped forward seriously. We can't find any clues just by looking now. However, I have an idea. Instantly, all eyes focused on him. The 4 major ninja villages along with the Akatsuki will split into 5 positions to search the entire city. Since that person killed the daimyo and took out 12 elite jonin, he can't possibly leave no trace at all. Let's gather here tomorrow morning to consolidate information and strategize, shall we? The logic was clear and the plan was reasonable. More importantly, no one wanted to perish together with this group of grim reapers, just yet. Everyone nodded in agreement. As they dispersed, Kuratsuchi lingered behind. She leaned against a section of a stone pillar, struck by lightning, her gaze following Naruto's retreating figure, her lips involuntarily curving upward. This Jinchuriki from Konoha, the new generation of the Yellow Flash. She counted on her fingers one by one. He's 100 times more handsome than my brother, who's full of explosions. Strong enough to take down that old relic, and his mind seems to work better than Inoki's old man. If I could win him over to the land of Earth. Her cheeks slowly flushed, tinted with the colors of the sunset. Her fingers unconsciously twisted the corner of her red jonin attire, her ears burning hot enough to fry an egg. Her breathing became cautious, fearful of others hearing her rapid heartbeat. Sigh. Never mind. She sighed, lowering her head in a bit of frustration, kicking a small stone at her feet. Geniuses are generally hard to keep steady. Moreover, he seems particularly fond of money. What's wrong with liking money? A voice filled with mirth suddenly rang beside her, a warm breath brushing past her ear. Kuratsuchi abruptly looked up. Naruto had returned at some point, leaning against a nearby crumbled wall, tilting his head with a smile that was both teasing and amused. The golden sunlight spilled onto his hair tips, casting a dazzling golden edge, the young man's chiseled profile distinctly defined. Kuratsuki's face instantly turned beet red, reaching all the way to her neck. She jumped back a large step like a cat stepped on the tail, flailing her hands in a panic, stammering, "No, it's nothing. I didn't say anything." Her gaze flitted around in a fluster, now looking up at the sky, now down at the ground, but never daring to meet Naruto's eyes, her heart pounding so fast it felt like it was about to leap out of her throat. Naruto raised an eyebrow, his grin widening mischievously. "Oh, you really didn't say anything. I think I just heard someone say they wanted to win me over to the land of Earth." Kuratsuki's face turned even redder, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. She stomped her foot, turned, and ran, her red jonin attire billowing beautifully in the wind. "I won't talk to you anymore. You bad person." Watching her flee, Naruto stroked his chin deep in thought. The princess of the land of Earth seems to indeed be quite wealthy. Another candidate for the bride price. Not bad, not bad. The next morning, just as dawn broke, the morning mist had yet to dissipate. Naruto yawned as he stepped out of the daimyo's residence, stretching widely, his bones cracking in a series of pop-pop sounds. "Oh, I slept so poorly." Kakashi, Sakura, and Neji were already waiting for him in the courtyard. None of them noticed any abnormalities. No one knew that Naruto hadn't slept at all last night. One by one the others arrived. As Kakashi prepared to count heads, his gaze swept over the Mist Village team and suddenly halted. His Sharingan opened with a snap. The Mist Village ninja, who had worn a black eye patch yesterday with a graceful figure and resembling a beautiful middle-aged woman, was now covering his face, and the eye patch on his face was gone. "Naruto, look." Kakashi tugged at Naruto's sleeve, disbelief lacing his voice. "His Byakugan is gone." Naruto turned his head, sizing up the Mist Village ninja with a frown, asking, "Do other ninja villages also possess our Konoha's Byakugan?" Kakashi shook his head, his expression grave. "His name is Aoshi. He took it from the Hyuga clan member who died in battle during the Third Shinobi World War. He had been hiding it under the eye patch for many years and few people knew. No wonder you care so much. What was taken from you is not just the Byakugan, but your dignity. It's understandable. I guess a bird in a cage also represents a sort of alternative protection." "Kakashi-sensei." Kakashi froze for a moment, then nodded, but his gaze remained locked on the Mist Ninja. His right eye socket was empty, the edges of the wound disturbingly smooth. Cold hatred surged from his remaining left eye, almost solidifying. "Damn it, too fast. That person was too fast. In almost an instant my Byakugan was taken from me." The fog-hidden ninjas quickly surrounded them, the crisp sound of unsheathing blades piercing the silence. "Who exactly possesses such power?" The leading Jonin's voice was deep. "Though you are not one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, your strength is not inferior in the slightest. With the White Eye's enhancement, how could one end up in such a predicament?" Chingshi's fists clenched tightly, the empty socket of his right eye slowly oozing blood. "Too fast. I couldn't even catch a glimpse of his shadow." His voice trembled, not from pain, but from a fear that penetrated to the bone. "He came in and precisely pierced the seal on my eye. The chakra was terrifying enough to crush a person. It mixed the sensation of dust releases, disintegration, and the numbing sting of lightning release. If it weren't for his target being only the White Eyes, I wouldn't have survived a single encounter." "What a—" The entire venue erupted. Nagato swiftly drew his dual blades, the handles creaking under his grip, his youthful face filled with disbelief. This is definitely the strength of a shadow-level powerhouse. But which shadow-level figure would come specifically to snatch a sealed White Eye? The sand-hidden Jonin exclaimed. Moreover, dust release is a bloodline elimination. Only Inoki and the second Tsuchikage possess that ability. How could anyone master both dust release and lightning release simultaneously? Neji's white eyes suddenly opened to their fullest, the veins at his temples throbbing. "There are no residual chakra traces, not a trace at all." His voice carried a barely detectable tremor. "That person erased all signs clean as if he had never been here." The air instantly solidified like iron. Cold sweat crept down everyone's backs. A killer capable of instantly eliminating a Jonin, mastering top-tier bloodlines and lightning release, while perfectly erasing traces, exceeded their coping capacity. At that moment, Chingshi suddenly spoke, his voice like ice dropped in a hot oil. Moreover, when that person's clothing was blown by the wind, a corner of a black, cloud-patterned robe was exposed. I absolutely couldn't be mistaken. Deathly silence. An oppressive stillness. Even the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves became painfully sharp. Everyone's minds crashed at this moment, then exploded. Countless thoughts raced through their minds, instantly piecing together a flawless conspiracy. No wonder the Akatsuki organization suddenly accepted the mission from the daimyo. This is simply the darkness beneath the lamp. They first sent someone to assassinate the daimyo, then brazenly sent Deidara and Sasori to assist in the investigation. Who could have guessed that the murderer was right under their noses? No wonder they dared to accept double the commission. This was all just a performance they orchestrated. They could earn money, seize the bloodline limit, and manipulate the 5 great nations. What a ruthless scheme. What a terrifying ploy. Kakashi's Sharingan spun wildly as his heart sank to the depths. He instantly recalled Uchiha Itachi, the man who could annihilate his entire clan with just his own strength. Indeed, the Akatsuki organization hides too many such monsters. Kuratsuchi instinctively tightened her grip on her short blade and nodded. Exactly. Only members of the Akatsuki would wear such cloud-patterned robes. Moreover, they are all rank rogue ninjas, indeed possessing that level of strength. Naruto stood at the front of the crowd, his brow furrowed, his expression grave enough to drip water. No one knew that he was about to burst out laughing inside. Good. These people have such vivid imaginations. I just snatched a white eye and casually left some chakra of dust release and lightning release, and you're spinning it into a spy thriller, huh? And you even solved the case for me. The murderer is directly locked onto the Akatsuki. This is a collective assist. I gained an extra white eye as a dowry. What a windfall. After all, he is the son of the fourth Hokage, the well-rooted prince of Konoha. Naruto said nothing, only continuing to frame others. By the way, Chingshire suddenly remembered something and shouted, after I encountered that person before you all arrived, he finally tossed a transparent sphere. Don't you think it seems familiar? Everyone froze abruptly. In the next second, all their faces changed simultaneously. The atomic-level disintegration effect was exactly the same as dust release original world separation technique. Indeed, the murderer is undoubtedly a member of the Akatsuki. This is terrifying. They have been right beside us all along. The crowd erupted in chaos. Fear and anger spread like wildfire. Kakashi took a deep breath and said solemnly, the Akatsuki, indeed a terrifying organization. Just then a brazen voice suddenly came from afar. Don't get too sentimental, everyone. Deidara strolled over with his hands in his pockets, his golden ponytail swaying in the morning breeze. No one from our Akatsuki uses such sneaky methods. Art should be a grand explosion in the light. Hiding in the shadows to pluck out eyes is just too embarrassing. Sasori remained in the shadows, half of his wooden puppet face expressionless. However, his words were believed by the members of the Akatsuki. The people from the 5 great nations did not believe a word, and instead everyone's eyes on them grew more vigilant. Even with solid evidence, you still refuse to admit it. Indeed, it's the Akatsuki, even facing death, they won't admit it. Deidara looked at the crowd's expressions and immediately understood. He scoffed, too lazy to explain further. What reputation does the Akatsuki need? Can it be exchanged for money? Think what you like. He shrugged, turned, and jumped onto a clay bird. Anyway, we accepted the money and the mission. If you suspect the Akatsuki did it, we won't refund the money. Sasori silently jumped onto the clay bird. Since you enjoy misunderstandings so much, we won't indulge you. Deidara whistled loudly as the clay bird soared into the sky. He looked down at the crowd, their faces ashen, and his arrogant laughter echoed through the air. Everyone, goodbye. The next time we meet, we will be enemies. At that time, I will let you witness what true art is. The arrogant laughter grew fainter, soon disappearing into the horizon. Everyone watched the direction in which they flew, their eyes filled with hatred and apprehension. Indeed, it was them. They fled in guilt. This matter must be reported to Lord Hokage. The Akatsuki must be completely eradicated. Naruto stood still, watching the clay bird gradually become a small black dot, a barely visible curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. This is how the people of the 5 great nations are. They bully the weak and fear the strong, not daring to confront us directly, especially with 2 shadow-level figures here. They are scared too. He instinctively touched the scroll in his pocket, which still radiated warmth. Not bad, not bad. That kid Deidara is cocky enough and quite cooperative. He completely shed the blame, obtained the white eye, and solved the case. But what you don't know is, your arrogance is my best tool for utilization. Naruto thought to himself. This self-directed and self-acted play has come to an end, but unfortunately Inoki and that old man Raikage have been cleared of suspicion. He raised his head, his face regaining a serious expression. All right. He turned to the crowd, his voice steady and powerful. Since we have confirmed that the murderer is a member of the Akatsuki, our next target is clear. We must conduct a citywide search for the Akatsuki's remnants and find the killer of the daimyo. Naruto looked at the now distant Deidara, thinking that their tailed beast plan should begin. Unceremoniously, he muttered, since I cooperated with your performance, I want a bit of compensation. Not too much to ask. Naruto watched as Deidara's clay bird transformed into a small black dot against the horizon, his fingertips rubbing the warm Byakugan scroll in his arms, unable to suppress the smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Heh. Just as I thought, this group of rats has indeed set their sights on the tailed beasts. I wonder if the target for the artistic duo this time is that new Kazekage, perhaps. He rolled his eyes internally, scoffing to himself. During the last plan to destroy Konoha, the 4th Kazekage was sold out by Orochimaru and ended up dead in the wilderness for half a month without anyone noticing, leaving the spoils to his son Gaara. Being the first Jinchuriki to become a Kage sounds impressive. However, this time around Naruto felt no envy. What was there to admire about a life of toil? Naruto glanced at the direction where the 5 great nations ninjas were gathering, a hint of scorn flashing in his eyes. The 5 nations fight among themselves, yet they serve as mere lapdogs for those who only know how to indulge in feasting and merriment. The empire of the heavens that I built myself now occupies more territory than the hidden mist, and my army is composed solely of carefully selected elites. I need not concern myself with the whims of others. I can strike at whomever I please. Once I've stripped the Akatsuki of their resources and captured all 9-tailed beasts, the entire ninja world will have to heed my command. He suddenly turned his head, his eyes sparkling like 2 little stars, rubbing his hands as he looked at Kakashi and Neji, resembling a fox eyeing a chicken coop. Teacher, brother-in-law, we need to pull off something big. I have a feeling that following the Akatsuki will lead to unexpected gains. How about we take a shot at them and go for a big score? Don't joke around, those 2 are not to be trifled with. Seeing Naruto's persuasive enthusiasm, Kakashi instantly covered his face. The Sharingan I exposed was almost spinning in circles. Don't be ridiculous. Those 2 are true elites. Naruto thought to himself, isn't that obvious? 2 genuine cage-level ninja. Scorpion had single-handedly wiped out a small nation, while Deidara's explosions were akin to firecrackers. Their trump cards could bury people alive. If they were easy to deal with, that would be a different story. But he maintained a fearless expression, confidently thumping his chest and vowing, let's follow them first and see. If they're easy to provoke, we'll know once we engage. If worst comes to worst, I can unleash the 9 tails to absorb the damage, and you 2 can pick off the stragglers, a guaranteed profit. Neji, expressionless, activated his Byakugan and glanced at Naruto, casually adding, I see that your left hand has already reached into the space scroll, which contains 3 disposable reverse summoning seals. Also, when you said that your lips nearly reached the back of your head. Naruto, brother-in-law, don't dismantle my hopes. Kakashi sighed resignedly, strapping on his ninja gear. I must have owed you in my past life. To be clear, if anything feels off, we run immediately, and no one is to act recklessly. Understood. Naruto flashed a large victory sign and was the first to dash out using body flicker technique. The wind tousled his golden hair as he glanced back at the camp, secretly delighted at the sight of the 5 great nations ninjas. This time I'll let you off easy. I won't send you flying yet. Once I pack up the artistic duo and bring them back to the empire, I will return to settle the accounts of the remaining heads slowly. The figures of the 3 flashed and disappeared into the depths of the dense forest. At the hidden mist camp, Aoi watched the direction Naruto vanished, exhaling a long breath. The tension that had been tightly wound for so long suddenly relaxed, and his legs weakened, nearly collapsing to the ground. The cold sweat on his back had completely soaked through his deep blue ninja attire, and a gust of wind sent a chill down his spine. That guy has finally left. Chojuro raised an eyebrow, carelessly spinning the hilt of his twin blades, his young face full of indifference. Aoi-senpai, are you really that scared? He's just a kid, barely over 10. Just because he stirred up some commotion during the Chunin exams, you think he's some unparalleled master. Exactly, senpai. You must have been terrified by that Akatsuki assassin, seeing monsters in everyone. So what if he's the new generation of the Golden Flash? His father might be formidable, but he's just a child who hasn't been weaned. Besides, the one who kills the daimyo is a cage-level ninja adept at dust release. How could he have any connection to that brat Naruto? Yet why do I feel like you're genuinely afraid of this kid? I think senpai has gone senile. The laughter grew louder, grating on the ears. Aoi suddenly turned his head, his face pale, as paper eyes filled with bloodshot rage, staring intensely at them. He pointed to his empty right eye socket, his voice hoarse, as if it had been rubbed with sandpaper. You don't understand a damn thing. You have no idea what that feels like. When he stood before me just now, I couldn't muster the strength to move a single finger. The oppressive chakra was 10 times more terrifying than that of the Mizukage. That person who took my Byakugan moved so fast that even the air seemed to tear apart. It was definitely a level of body flicker befitting the Golden Flash. And just now, when Naruto left the scent of the wind, the frequency of that chakra flow, it was identical. I have a feeling it's the same person. The laughter abruptly ceased. Everyone exchanged glances, their smiles slowly freezing in place. No way, right? Dust release is a bloodline limit. Only Inoki of the Tsuchikage can do it. Exactly how could a little kid from Konoha possibly possess the Tsuchikage's secret technique? Senpai, you must have seen it wrong. Aoi shook his head, despair etched deeply on his face. That's the most terrifying part. If he truly possesses the tailed beast, the Golden Flash's body flicker, lightning release, and dust release, then we just walked a circle around the gates of hell. If he wanted to kill us, the entire camp combined wouldn't be enough for him to lift a finger against. We can't afford to provoke someone like that. The air instantly fell silent. The The young ninja's earlier disdain slowly morphed into a flicker of uncertainty, each looking at one another, seeing hesitation in each other's eyes. At that moment, I think if there's a suspicion we should pursue him. With Chojuro here we might stand a chance even against a Kage. A loud voice suddenly shouted. A tall hidden mist ninja drew his blade, declaring loudly, "So what if he has some skills? We have so many of us, how could we fear a mere brat? He stole Aoa-senpai's Byakugan and killed a daimyo, we can't just let this slide. Right? Let's catch up to him. We'll hand him over to the Mizukichi. Perfect way to show him the might of the hidden mist ninjas." Indeed. What is there to fear? Lord Chojuro is one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. With him here no golden flash can match up. The earlier hesitant crowd was instantly ignited with fervor, drawing their blades, clamoring to set off. In an instant the entire camp echoed with the sound of unsheathing blades. Everyone wore faces of excitement, as if they could already envision the scene of capturing Naruto and gaining glory. Aoi, panic-stricken, turned pale and quickly spread his arms to block the crowd, his voice tinged with a plea. "No, I beg you. Don't go. It's a death sentence if you do. His talent is terrifying. Taking a step back is not a mistake. Let's avoid the spotlight for now and report to the Mizukichi first." Clang. A sharp, ear-piercing sound of a blade being drawn suddenly drowned out all the noise. Chojuro slowly unsheathed his twin blades, the silver-white blades reflecting a cold, piercing light in the sunlight. The hilt creaked under his grip, his youthful face full of defiance and unyielding spirit. The wind stirred the fallen leaves on the ground, swirling past the sharp blade's edge with a soft wail. He stepped forward, standing in front of Aoi, gazing into the depths of the forest where Naruto had vanished, speaking each word with force, his voice resonating with the unique arrogance and youthful fervor of a young man. "Senpai, you're getting old. I won't get into other matters, but tell me this, how can I avoid his brilliance?" Chingshur paused, the empty right eye socket still oozing faint red blood. He pressed his hand against the subtly aching wound, his voice tinged with a hint of plea. "This Vortex Naruto possesses incredible talent, especially with the legendary copy ninja Kakashi by his side. You must understand his worth. I heard that recently that traitor Zabuza from the land of the gods was dealt with by Kakashi." Long Shalong's pupils abruptly constricted upon hearing the name Zabuza, his grip on the flatfish tightened, knuckles turning white. The arrogance on the boy's face instantly transformed into towering fury as he let out a heavy snort, the blade carving a deep mark into the ground. "Ridiculous. A traitor who attempted to assassinate the Mizukichi, a stray dog expelled by the hidden mist. What's so impressive about having played such a role? Back in the hidden mist, Zabuza was merely a jonin. The flatfish in my hand could cleave his decapitation sword in two." Watching this group of hot-headed youths, Chingshur helplessly closed his eyes. He knew that no matter what he said it would be futile. These children who had never experienced true hell had no idea what fear truly meant. In the end, he could only shake his head in resignation, reaching for the ninja blade lying on the ground, his voice hoarse like a broken gong. "These are just my speculations. I can accompany you to verify, but please do not act impulsively. If something seems off, run immediately, the farther the better." The hidden mist group waved him off impatiently, none taking his words to heart. Long Sherlang merely nodded perfunctorily, turning first, the dual blades resting on his shoulder as he strode briskly into the dense forest. "Let's go. Capture that little brat. I want him to know that the hidden mist ninja blades are not mere decorations." Over 20 hidden mist ninjas followed closely, their footsteps creating a cacophony on the fallen leaves, startling a flock of birds. Chingshur gazed at their departing figures, sighed deeply, tightened his grip on the blade, and gritted his teeth to follow. His right eye socket throbbed with pain, the chilling sense that penetrated to the bone had yet to dissipate. At this moment, at the borders of the land of lightning, dry winds whisked yellow sands across the Gobi, withered wild grass shivering in the breeze, and the distant horizon was distorted into vague lines by the heat. Naruto and his companions stood on a massive rock, gazing at the swirling yellow sands in the southwestern direction. Niji's Byakugan remained active. He withdrew his gaze and nodded at the others. Indeed, their chakra signals are rapidly moving towards Tsunade, and their speed is impressive. Their target is Tsunade. Kakashi furrowed his brows, his Sharingan subtly rotating, a hint of worry in his tone. "Naruto, we must not let our guard down. I see that the elite from Tsunade are still in the land of lightning investigating the assassination of the daimyo, so an ambush now would not bode well for them." Naruto chuckled and patted Kakashi on the shoulder, wearing a nonchalant expression. "What does it matter to us? How many people die in Tsunade is none of my business. Why do you think the Akatsuki is going to such lengths, taking such a long route to Tsunade?" The group fell silent, each lost in thought. Sakura bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, and finally spoke up. "Is it possible that it's for the tailed beasts?" Naruto's heart jolted, his pupils slightly constricting. Wow, this woman has such capability. Is her prediction really this accurate? He maintained a calm facade, even showing a hint of curiosity as he asked, why do you say that? Please elaborate. Sakura took a deep breath, organized her thoughts, and spoke earnestly. Tsunade is impoverished, the land is barren, and they have no resources or food, making them not worth anyone's attention. A significant part of why Tsunade became one of the 5 great nations is that they possess tailed beasts just like Naruto. This is the highest secret of the village that I only learned after becoming Lady Tsunade's disciple. Tailed beasts, Jinchuriki, the core deterrent of a village. She lowered her head, her voice carrying a hint of guilt. Actually, I also owe Naruto an apology. Oh, I misunderstood you before thinking of you as a monster. I'm sorry. Naruto waved his hand, just about to suggest that everyone head to Tsunade and prepare to reap the benefits. Suddenly, his Kagura's heart trembled violently. A familiar chakra fluctuation tinged with salty ocean air was rapidly approaching them. The smile at the corner of his mouth gradually faded, his gaze taking on a playful glint. Oh, are bugs coming? They really are persistent. Ooh, I had let them off the hook, yet they still dare to chase us. As soon as the words left his mouth, Kakashi abruptly lifted his head, his Sharingan instantly transforming into a kaleidoscopic pattern. He pressed his hand against the ninja tool pouch at his waist, his body tensing instantly. Wait, someone is coming. There are quite a few, over 20 with varying chakra strengths, and one has reached the peak of Jonin. Niji immediately activated his Byakugan again, his gaze piercing through the distant forest. It's people from the hidden mist led by that boy with dual blades along with that Jonin who lost his Byakugan. They are moving quickly, already 500 meters away. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. Sakura instinctively clenched her fists, taking a step back to shield Naruto. Kakashi pulled out a kunai from his tool pouch, his expression grave as he stared intently in the direction of the forest. Only Naruto leaned against the rock, hands in pockets, wearing an expression that was neither a smile nor a frown. The wind swept through his golden hair, swirling in the yellow sand, and his eyes held no trace of tension, only a teasing glint, as if he were a cat toying with a mouse. A few seconds later, swish, 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 countless figures burst forth from the forest, landing on the sand before them. Long Sherlang stood at the forefront with his dual-bladed flatfish. Over 20 hidden mist ninjas fanned out their blades, reflecting a cold gleam under the sun. The leader, a loud-voiced ninja, grinned widely, his tone dripping with disdain. Nice perception, you actually detected us. However, it doesn't matter that you found us, none of you will escape today. Naruto slapped his forehead, revealing an expression of headache. He looked at the bloodthirsty hidden mist ninjas before him and slowly spoke. Has the news of the daimyo being assassinated by the Akatsuki reached the ninja village? The hidden mist group was immediately baffled, exchanging confused glances. They completely failed to understand why, with death looming, this little brat was still asking such trivial questions. Long Sherlang frowned, snorted coldly, and arrogantly declared, since you're about to die, I'll generously enlighten you. We have indeed relayed the message back to Lord Mizukage. It won't be long before the entire ninja world knows that it was the Akatsuki who assassinated the daimyo of the Land of Lightning. However, we came today to ask if there's any other information hidden here. Upon hearing this, Naruto breathed a sigh of relief internally. Great. As long as the news of the Akatsuki taking the blame spreads, all the theatrics he performed would not have been in vain, and he had even deliberately left traces of dust release. Now the feud between the 5 great nations and the Akatsuki would be thoroughly cemented. He just needed to wait and see them turn on each other. His smile became even more radiant, revealing a set of white teeth. The hidden mist group looked at his smile, feeling inexplicably bewildered, a faint sense of unease rising in their hearts. Naruto straightened his posture and brushed off the dust from his clothes. He slowly lifted his head, the teasing glint in his eyes vanishing in an instant, replaced by a chilling, killing intent. The wind suddenly picked up, stirring up clouds of yellow sand, blinding people's eyes. His voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached the ears of every hidden mist ninja, carrying an undeniable dominance. I am generally kind-hearted and respect others' wishes. I intended to let you go this time and not send you off to the skies. However, since you brothers from the hidden mist insist on boarding, wanting to seek death, I shall fulfill your wishes and send you on your way. The coarse-voiced ninja was so enraged that his face turned the color of liver, and the ninja blade in his hand clanged as it plunged into the ground, saliva flying. You yellow-haired brat. How dare you be stubborn even when death is imminent? I believe the assassination of the daimyo of the Land of Lightning was orchestrated by you, intentionally leaving traces of the Akatsuki organization to frame us, treating the entire ninja world like fools. A nearby sharp-faced mist ninja immediately echoed, eyes filled with resentment. Exactly. It must be you. Does the Akatsuki organization have nothing better to do than to assassinate the daimyo of the Land of Lightning? Only you from Konoha would engage in such despicable acts of incitement. Today we shall act justly and eliminate you the murderer, so you will know the might of the mist." Over 20 mist ninjas yelled in unison, their chakra surging violently, the blades gleaming with a cold light. The yellow sand was whipped up by their momentum, forming a swirling sand wall between the two. Naruto dug at his ear and blew away non-existent dust from his fingertips. He glanced over the group of furious mist ninjas, the corner of his mouth curling into an extremely annoying arc. Then he lightly uttered 4 words, "None of your business. If you want to fight, no need for excuses. Feel free to unleash your strongest attacks. I'm ready." The air instantly froze. All the curses from the mist ninjas halted abruptly, their anger frozen on their faces, replaced by disbelief. 3 seconds later. I want to kill him. So arrogant. This brat is too arrogant. No one has ever dared to speak to us mist like this. If we don't tear him to shreds today, I swear, I won't be human. Some were trembling with rage, their teeth chattering. Some drew their ninja blades ready to charge, and others stomped their feet in anger, leaving deep pits in the sand beneath. Chingshir covered his right eye, despairingly closing it. It's over. Completely over. Kojiro's face was as dark as a pot's bottom, the veins bulging on the back of his hand gripping the sword. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the raging fury within, his gaze fixed on Naruto. So the new Golden Flash has quite a reputation, does he? I wonder if he can maintain his reputation against me, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. He abruptly turned his head, his gaze sweeping over Kakashi, his fighting spirit almost spilling from his eyes. And there's the copy ninja Kakashi. Oh, I have long heard of your name. They say you are the greatest opponent on the path to becoming a legend. Today let me Chojiro measure your strength. As soon as he finished speaking, he assumed a combat stance, crossing his twin swords over his chest, resembling a drawn bow. In his eyes there was no fear, no anger, only an intense desire for battle. It was as if this was not a life-and-death duel, but just a long-awaited sparring session. Kakashi sighed, helplessly reaching up to scratch the back of his head. I never expected that my disciple's name would almost surpass mine as a teacher. He slowly drew his kunai, the Sharingan, swirling with a crimson glow under the sunlight. Then again, although the mist ninjas are outnumbering us and trying to bully us, Kakashi will take this on. Teacher, there's no need to make it so complicated. Naruto suddenly spoke, interrupting Kakashi. He remained with his hands in his pockets, lazily leaning against the rock, as if the 20-plus elite jonin in front of him were merely ants. He'll send a shadow clone. You and Niji Sakura set up the 4 Red Suns formation. None of them will get away today. What did you say? Kojiro's voice suddenly rose, unable to believe his ears. A single clone. Just a single clone along with 2 Chunin and 1 Jonin thinks they can trap over 20 elite mist ninjas. This isn't arrogance, it's outright insult. Brat, you underestimate us too much. With more than 20 of us, each one of us could drown you with our spit. What 4 Red Suns formation? I think you're dreaming. Today you'll know what true ninjutsu is. The mist ninjas erupted in outrage again, their curses even louder than before, their eyes reddening with fury, itching to rush forward and tear Naruto to pieces. Kakashi was about to say, no, it's too dangerous. Bang! A light sound. A shadow clone had appeared next to Naruto, identical to him. The shadow clone showed no hesitation, its toes tapping, instantly landing at the southeast corner of the 4 Red Suns formation. Kakashi, Niji, Sakura. The 3 exchanged glances, seeing the helplessness in each other's eyes. What else could they do? They had to fight. Kakashi immediately flashed to the northeast corner, Niji took the southwest corner, and Sakura gritted her teeth, standing in the northwest corner. The 4 simultaneously formed hand seals. 4 Red Suns formation. Boom! 4 dazzling red light pillars shot up into the sky, merging and intertwining midair. The barrier's surface was as smooth as a mirror, radiating intense heat, and the yellow sand outside hit against it, instantly evaporating into white smoke. The smiles of the mist ninjas froze on their faces. They stared at the seemingly indestructible red barrier, a chill rushing from their feet to the top of their heads. It really worked. What that brat said actually came true. The ninja blade in Kingshi's hand clattered to the ground. He gazed at the back of the blonde youth in the center of the barrier, feeling a chill all over. It turned out that when he said he would let them off, he meant it. He could easily crush them at will, just as everyone was still in shock. Clang! A clear blade sound pierced the air as Naruto drew the Kyuubi's 9 lives blade from his waist. The black blade glimmered with a chilling light under the sun, vibrating slightly, producing a deep hum. He tapped his toes, his figure like lightning, instantly charging in front of Chojiro. Let me play with you first. Kojiro's pupils constricted instinctively, raising his blade to block. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang painfully in everyone's ears. The immense force traveled along the blade, and Chojiro felt his arm go numb, the ground beneath him suddenly sinking half a foot. He abruptly looked up, terror filling his eyes. So fast. Such immense power. This is not the strength of a mere chunin. Before he could react, Naruto swiftly turned his wrist, the blade gliding past the surface of the blade, aiming for his throat. Chojuro hurriedly leaned back, the blade grazing the tip of his nose, taking away a strand of golden hair, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. That was close. Konoha-style willow. Naruto called out, his figure suddenly becoming erratic like a willow branch in the wind. The black blade shadows layered upon each other, resembling drifting willow fluff, attacking Chojuro from all directions. Chojuro gritted his teeth, wildly swinging his blade to block. Clang, 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 clang. The dense sounds of clashing resonated like a torrential rain on a metal roof merging into one. Sparks flew, tracing brilliant arcs in the red barrier. Oh my god! Sakura covered her mouth, unable to believe her eyes. When did Naruto's blade techniques become this powerful? Niji's Byakugan widened, chakra swirling rapidly within him, barely allowing him to see the movements of the two. So fast. Their speed has surpassed the limits of ordinary jonin. Kakashi's Sharingan spun rapidly, his face filled with shock. This was no longer mere proficiency. This was a master-level attainment. The mist side fell into total silence. All stood frozen, their ninja blades hanging limply at their sides, forgetting to attack. Their pride, the 7 ninja swordsmen, was actually being suppressed by a Konoha genin. Is this really the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? His blade skills are even stronger than Lord Chojuro. Can we really defeat him? Some began to tremble, their voices tinged with tears. Qingshi leaned against the barrier wall, giving a bitter laugh. Now you realize fear. It's too late. The more Chojuro fought, the more alarmed he became. He found that no matter what technique he used, Naruto could anticipate it. It was as if every one of his moves and thoughts was completely visible to Naruto. His blade, known for its strength, could not gain any advantage against Naruto. On the contrary, Naruto's black short blade was sharp and fierce, targeting his vital points with every strike. Impossible. I am one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Chojuro roared in anger, chakra surging into his blade. Mist-style sea break. He gripped the blade with both hands and swung it down fiercely. The massive blade aura carried a destructive momentum, cleaving down towards Naruto's head. Wherever it passed, the air was torn apart, emitting a piercing shriek. Naruto's eyes lit up, and instead of retreating, he charged forward. This is a good challenge. Konoha-style dance of death. His figure suddenly became blurry, the black blade shadow carving a perfect arc in the air. Fast. Fast to the extreme. Everyone could only see a bolt of black lightning darting through the red barrier. Clang. A deafening roar rang out. The clash of blade, aura, and shadow resounded violently. A massive shockwave spread outward, the ground instantly cracking, with countless fissures, yellow sand being lifted up dozens of meters high. The barrier wall trembled violently, the red light flickering. As the smoke cleared, everyone held their breath, staring intently at the center of the battlefield. Chojuro knelt on the ground, supporting himself on his blade, gasping heavily. His forehead protector had been severed, hair disheveled, a trickle of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, Naruto remained standing in place, the Kyuubi's 9 lives blade in his hand, untouched by blood. He shook his wrist, a wildly excited smile appearing on his face. His eyes sparkled with a frenzied light, as if he had found the most interesting toy. Awesome. So awesome. I haven't fought this satisfyingly in a long time. He licked his lips and took slow steps toward Chojuro. The black blade spun in his hand, emitting a dangerous hum. The air in the barrier seemed to freeze. Everyone could smell the rich scent of blood and the scent of death. Naruto raised the Kyuubi's 9 lives blade high, the sunlight pouring onto his golden hair, yet offering no warmth. He looked at the trembling mist ninjas in front of him and laughed heartily. Delicious, delicious today. He'll make sure to chop you all up like dogs. Kojiro's nails dug deeply into his palm, blood dripping through his fingers onto the yellow sand. He stared intently at the blond boy before him, his heart gripped by a cold hand, each breath accompanied by excruciating pain. 12 years old. This little brat is only 12. He has wielded a knife since he was 5, crawling through the blood mist of Kirigakure for 15 years, stepping over countless corpses to rise to the position of one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. He used to think he was the pride of the younger generation in the ninja world, the future heir to the title of Mizukichi. Yet before Naruto, everything he held dear became a mere joke. His swordsmanship was crushed, his strength was crushed, his speed was crushed. Even his most proud technique, Heizen, was dismissed effortlessly by his opponent. This was not a spar. This was a one-sided massacre. A 12-year-old at the level of a Kage. Chojuro mumbled, his voice hoarse as if sandpaper had scraped it. In the entire history of the ninja world, aside from those few who dared to call themselves gods, there has never been one. He suddenly lifted his head, his eyes bloodshot, the strings of reason completely snapped. Pride once shattered leaves only madness. I refuse to accept this. He roared, suddenly standing up, his sword buzzing in agony in his grip. I am one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. How could I possibly lose to a 12-year-old brat? I must kill you today. Chakra surged from him like a volcanic eruption, dark mist swirling around the blade. Even the air around them began to distort. Aokishiro leaned against the barrier watching Chojuro, who was in a frenzy, shaking his head in despair, muttering to himself, "It's over. Completely over. I told you this person cannot be provoked. Cannot be provoked." The more than 20 elite ninjas from Kirigakure were frozen in place. No one dared to step forward to help. They looked at the blonde boys back in the center of the barrier. A chilling dread surged from their feet straight to the crown of their heads. The residual power of the previous strike lingered, their eardrums buzzing. Even Lord Chojuro had been beaten to this state. If they stepped forward, it would only be delivering themselves to death. Moreover, they were trapped in the Shikio formation. Kakashi, Niji, and Sakura stood at the four corners of the barrier. Any movement they made would trigger the barrier's contraction. Advance, they could not defeat Naruto. Retreat, they could not escape the barrier. They were like lambs to the slaughter, locked in a cage, forced to watch as death approached step by step. Not accepting. Naruto raised an eyebrow, a mischievous smile tugging at his lips. He slung the demon blade Kyubi over his shoulder and leisurely walked in front of Chojuro, even deliberately circling around him. Even if you refuse, you have to hold it in. Are the 7 ninja swordsmen really that impressive? To me, they are no different from stray cats and dogs on the street. Oh wait, stray cats and dogs can at least meow twice to entertain me, but you can't even make a pleasing sound. Each word was like a sharp knife, stabbing mercilessly into Kojiro's heart. His face changed from red to pale, then from pale to ashen. You're asking for death. Chojuro let out a howl that was far from human, channeling all of his chakra into his sword. On the dual blade's black light surged to its peak. Even the sunlight was completely devoured. The surrounding sand began to tremble violently, countless grains floating in the air ground into powder by the raging chakra. Kirigakure style, 1,000 waves breaking the sky. This was his ultimate technique, the strongest ninjutsu he had never used in front of anyone. With a single slash, 1,000 waves arose, capable of severing the sky. The massive black blade aura surged like a tsunami, tearing the very fabric of space apart, leaving fine cracks in its wake. The entire Shikio formation shook violently, and countless fine cracks appeared on the red barrier wall. Sakura turned pale, nearly losing her balance. Niji's Byakugan was pushed to its limits, chakra swirling wildly, barely able to maintain the barrier. Kakashi's Sharingan spun rapidly, his face etched with gravity. The power of this slash had already reached the level of a Kage, yet Naruto merely yawned. Is that it? Before the words had left his mouth, his figure suddenly vanished. Flying Thunder God, 3rd stage. The black blade aura instantly cleaved through the air, striking the barrier wall with a tremendous force. Boom! A deafening roar shook the entire desert. As the dust settled, a massive pit, several dozen meters deep, was all that remained. Meanwhile, Naruto had appeared behind Chojuro, gently tapping his shoulder with the back of his blade. Hey, are you chopping air? Kojiro's body stiffened suddenly. He slowly turned his head to see the bright smile of the blonde boy behind him, the last glimmer of light in his eyes extinguished. All the unwillingness, all the anger, all the pride in that moment turned to ashes. His ninja way was shattered, completely shattered. Golden Flash truly lives up to its name. Chojuro whispered, devoid of vitality. I lost. After speaking, he suddenly turned the blade on himself, stabbing fiercely into his own heart. Uffed. Blood spurted out, splattering all over Naruto. Kojiro's body swayed and slowly fell to the ground. The entire scene fell into silence, everyone stunned. No one expected that the renowned Chojuro of the 7 ninja swordsmen would choose to commit suicide. The ninjas of Kirigakure were first taken aback, then erupted into wailing cries. Lord Chojuro. No, Lord Chojuro. Kakashi was also stunned. He opened his mouth to say something, but ultimately just sighed. Niji and Sakura exchanged glances, seeing shock reflected in each other's eyes. Only Naruto, looking at the fallen Chojuro, was first taken aback, then scratched his head and said with an unsatisfied expression, "Wow, is he really that weak? I haven't had enough fun yet." Near death, Chojuro suddenly opened his eyes wide and spat out a mouthful of blood. He pointed a trembling finger at Naruto, lips quivering as he used his last ounce of strength to scream, "I, your mother. I, you, killing without mercy. I." His words were cut short. His hand fell limply, his head tilted, completely devoid of breath. His eyes remained wide open, unable to close. Naruto. He squatted down, poking at Kojiro's corpse with his toes. Tisk, he really died. With such a temper, if you can't play, then don't play. The ninjas of Kirigakure trembled with anger at these words, yet dared not unleash it. They stared fiercely at Naruto, their eyes filled with hate and fear. Naruto stood up, brushing off the dust from his clothes. He looked at Kojiro's corpse on the ground, then glanced at the surrounding Kirigakure ninjas who were gritting their teeth, yet dared not move. Suddenly, a chilling smile crept onto his lips. That smile held no warmth, only a kind of sickly excitement. The Kirigakure crowd felt a sudden thud in their hearts upon seeing that smile. A sense of foreboding swept over them instantly. Not good. What is he going to do now? Aokishiro shouted, his face as pale as paper. Naruto slowly raised his hand, fingers beginning to form seals. Black chakra spread from under his feet, coiling around Kojiro's corpse like a venomous snake. The air was thick with a rancid stench of decay and death. Naruto let out a low, rumbling laugh. Not satisfied? No problem. I'll use the impure world reincarnation. I'll summon you back and kill you again. You thought you could just die in front of me. Don't dream. Naruto's fingertips danced swiftly, the speed of his hand seals creating an afterimage. Just a second after his death, the blood hole in Kojiro's chest was still steaming his soul, yet to depart his body, making him the most perfect vessel of impurity in this world. The Inki chakra surged over his body like a tide. Wherever it passed, the warm flesh quickly turned cold and stiff, a faint odor of decay mingling with the rich scent of blood exploding in the scorching desert. Bang! The once completely limp corpse suddenly stood up straight, instantly enclosed in a coffin. Then the coffin lid opened and Chojiro blinked in confusion. The skin he touched felt cold as ice, and the chakra flowing within him carried a sense of decaying death. Even his breath was laced with the chill of the grave. The wind whipped up the yellow sand, striking his face without any sensation. Is this the Pure Land? He self-deprecatingly tugged at the corner of his mouth, his voice hollow, as if it came from a deep well. So the Pure Land is this cold too? A lazy voice fell. The tone and inflection, a light and airy sentence, struck Chojiro with the weight of a hammer upon his head. Kojiro's body instantly stiffened like a stone. This voice, even if his soul were to scatter, he could never forget. He mechanically lifted his head bit by bit. In the glaring sunlight, the golden-haired boy stood with his hands in his pockets, a grin that made Chojiro hate him to the core plastered on his face. Time froze at that moment, and the self-deprecating smile on Kojiro's face shattered and peeled away. In the next second, a deafening roar shattered the silence of the desert. Damn it! You son of a bitch, Naruto. Not even death can save you from me. To actually summon me back with this forbidden jutsu that cuts off one's lineage. Do you really want to kill me with your own hands, you pervert? Murderer. Demon. He jumped up, cursing wildly, spitting out all the vulgarities that had been passed down in the Hidden Mist village for hundreds of years, so enraged that he even wanted to charge at Naruto and perish together. The entire scene fell into a dead silence. Over 20 elite ninjas from the Hidden Mist stood frozen, as if under a paralysis jutsu. They stared blankly at the resurrected Chojiro, who was cursing madly, their brains blank, even forgetting to breathe. Always lips trembled, his face paler than a corpse, unable to utter a single word. Kakashi's Sharingan nearly popped out of his eye sockets as he stared intensely at Naruto, waves of shock surging in his mind. This is definitely impure world reincarnation. Orochimaru attacked Konoha using this forbidden technique to summon the first and second Hokage. How could Naruto know this technique? When did he learn it? Could it be that he was really brainwashed by Orochimaru? No, his mastery over this technique is even more terrifying than Orochimaru's. Just a second dead, the soul hasn't even left the body, and he completed the reincarnation directly. This is something no ordinary ninja could accomplish. Niji's Byakugan widened to the extreme, veins throbbing on his temples. He could clearly see Kojiro's soul tightly wrapped by a dense ink-like black chakra, marked with the brand of a slave with no chance of escape. Sakura was equally astonished as she looked at the bright, smiling, golden-haired boy, suddenly feeling an immense sense of unfamiliarity. When did that sunny, cheerful boy who always shouted to become Hokage turn into this? Watching Chojiro curse with fervor, Naruto dug into his ears, and then snapped his fingers crisply. Pop! Chojiro, who was in the midst of a furious tirade, instantly froze as if he had been paused. His mouth was agape, capable of fitting an egg, his tongue hanging out, yet he couldn't utter a word, only making a hissing sound, as if air were escaping. His eyes widened in terror, rage, and disbelief. You little brat still want to curse at me? Naruto sneered, speaking slowly. I let you curse, only then can you curse. But since you enjoyed cursing so much, I'm not one to hold grudges. He paused, a devilish smile creeping onto his lips, the sunlight on his face radiating a chilling coldness. Then I'll let you go kill your comrades, okay? That seems fair, right? At those words, Kojiro's body trembled violently, his eyes instantly filling with non-existent tears, his heart screaming in agony, every cell resisting. Demon, you damn demon. Even if my soul were to scatter, I would never harm my comrades. You kill me. If you have the ability, kill me again. Yet his body completely disobeyed his commands. He could only watch helplessly as his right hand slowly lifted, grasping the blade buried in the sand. The cold grip of the knife sent chills through him. Naruto. Kakashi finally couldn't hold back, his voice trembling slightly. This killing intent, is truly too cruel. You should hold back a little. Niji and Sakura nodded, their faces filled with compassion. Forcing a ninja to personally kill his comrades was 1,000 times more cruel than killing him. Naruto laughed, his golden hair shining in the sunlight, a color that should be the warmest, yet exuded a chilling cold. He thought that by dying he could prevent me from getting what I want. But he died, and now I can get everything I want. With a casual wave of his hand, he spoke as if instructing a servant to pour a glass of water. Chojiro, kill your brothers. As soon as he finished speaking, Kojiro's body charged forward. Shadow-level chakra erupted without reserve, the black mist once again wrapping around the blade, moving so fast it left a long black afterimage on the sand. Pucci, the sound of the blade piercing flesh clearly reached everyone's ears. One closest hidden mist Jonin didn't even have time to react before being directly pierced through the chest by the blade. And just a second before the blade entered his body, Chojiro exerted all his strength, forcing out a hoarse voice from his throat. This strike I will cut in from the right side, dodge. His voice carried a sobbing tone filled with endless despair and pain. Unfortunately, he revealed his intentions, but the speed of shadow level was beyond what an ordinary Jonin could react to. The hidden mist Jonin looked down in disbelief at the blade in his chest, then looked up at Kojiro's expressionless face. A mouthful of blood gushed out as he slowly fell. Demon. This Konoha brat is a demon. How can you treat us this way? You lack martial ethics. You kill with intent. The ninjas of the hidden mist completely collapsed, waving kunai and ninja swords madly charging at Chojiro. But what they faced was the peak of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Controlled by impure world reincarnation, they felt no pain, no fatigue, and would never fall, becoming killing machines. Pucci. The blades continuously pierced flesh, blood sprayed like a fountain onto the golden sand, staining a large area red. With every strike, Chojiro would announce his attack path in advance. Next strike, I will cut your left hand holding the kunai. Quickly dodge. Watch your back. I'm about to sweep your waist. Don't form seals. I'm about to stab your heart. He shouted hoarsely, tears mixing with the blood on his face, dripping onto the sand and blooming dark red flowers. But not a single person could dodge. Every strike accurately hit its mark. One ninja rolled desperately to the side, trying to avoid the strike aimed at his head, but was still a beat too slow. The blade grazed his shoulder, cleaving off his entire arm. He lay on the ground howling in pain, but Chojiro, unable to control himself, stepped forward and stabbed through his throat. I'm sorry. Chojiro repeatedly apologized in his heart, tears flowing even more fiercely. He wanted to stop, to throw away the knife in his hand, to kneel and beg Naruto to spare them, but he couldn't do it. His body was like a marionette, only able to follow Naruto's while continuously swinging the knife, continuously killing. Aoi leaned against the barrier wall, witnessing this hellish scene in front of him, his face ashen. He slammed a fist against the red barrier wall, producing a dull sound. I told you long ago. This person is someone we cannot provoke. You all insisted on coming. Insisted on listening to Chojiro, insisted on provoking this calamity. Now look. Today all of us are going to perish here. Kakashi watched the hidden mist ninjas continuously falling under Kojiro's blade, and a hint of pity unexpectedly arose in his heart. He sighed silently, removing his mask and rubbing his brow. Thinking, why pretend to be okay? Why provoke Naruto this calamity? He was originally just chasing after the Akatsuki organization, but you all delayed him here for so long. Now look, not only have you lost your lives, but you ended up being slaughtered by your own captain. There's no way the ninja world is just this cruel. I pity you, but I do not sympathize with you. Naruto leaned against a rock, watching the slaughter with great interest. He even pulled out a strawberry-flavored lollipop from his pocket, unwrapped it, and began to savor it. Hearing Aoi's roar, he blinked innocently and said, "No, I'm just being kind-hearted, fulfilling your requests. Didn't you want to kill me? Now I'm letting your strongest Chojiro accompany you for some fun. How wonderful. It's just a pity that the Akatsuki's artistic duo got lost." After dealing with the fog-hidden ninja, Naruto once again demonstrated what it truly meant to leave no trace, erasing all evidence. He snapped his fingers, and the blood-soaked Chojiro instantly froze, a glimmer of relief flashing in his hollow eyes as his consciousness faded away. He mechanically bent down to start cleaning up the scene, while Naruto squatted nearby, munching on an unfinished strawberry lollipop, occasionally offering some pointers. "Hey, don't burn that flounder. We might be able to sell it for a couple of bowls of ramen later. Crush that bloodstained stone over there, or the ninja hounds will sniff us out, and it'll be a hassle. Hurry up, Chojiro. The sun is about to set, and Ichiraku Ramen will close soon." Watching Naruto move skillfully and steadily, Kakashi and Sakura even thought he was the real villain. Kakashi's Sharingan was wide-eyed. He had never seen anyone handle post-mortem affairs so professionally. The fluidity of the process, the meticulous attitude, not even leaving a single footprint behind. Naruto declared, I've been specializing in erasing traces for years. It feels like I'll never fall in love again. Sakura held her mouth tightly, her stomach churning. She looked at the golden-haired boy, adjusting the angle of the pile of bodies so that the flames could burn more evenly. He watched helplessly as Naruto directed Chojuro to dig out the blood-soaked earth 3 feet beneath the sand, not even letting a single blade of grass escape his notice. After finishing, Naruto casually ignited the corpses, scattering the ashes with wind release, while muttering to himself, "What a pity, I can't reveal my dust release technique in front of Kakashi-sensei, or I could clean up this scene so well that even the grave robber Kabuto wouldn't find a trace." Naruto brushed off the dust from his hands, nodding in satisfaction. "Let's go. We've lost track of that art madman Deidara and Scorpion, so we'll have to return to Konoha to report our mission first. After all the money is already in hand, there's no loss." Kakashi and the others exchanged glances, seeing the same "we can't mess with him" sentiment in each other's eyes, and silently followed behind. Meanwhile, at the border of Tsunade, Deidara kicked a nearby stone into pieces, jumping up and down in anger. "Damn it. How infuriating. We traveled hundreds of miles only to end up empty-handed. This is an insult to art." Scorpion stood to the side, his puppet's eyes flashing with a cold light. The intel was wrong. Gaara was taken by the daimyo of Tsunade 3 days ago, who requested him to remain in the daimyo's mansion for his own safety, not leaving his side for even a moment. The mansion is protected by 3 layers of barriers, and 2,000 elite sand ninjas are on guard, making the chance of a successful breach less than 20%. 20%? That's not enough. Deidara exploded in anger. "My art is perfect. I want to showcase explosive art in front of everyone." Scorpion fell silent for a moment. "Let's retreat. Gaara can't stay in the daimyo's mansion forever." The 2 figures flickered and vanished at the edge of the desert. 3 days later, in the Hokage's office in Konoha, Tsunade slammed her hand on the table, causing the teacup to jump. "Naruto, you better come clean. Did you kill the elite negotiation team from Kirigakure?" What Kirigakure team?" Naruto blinked innocently with his blue eyes. "We chased Deidara and Scorpion all the way through the desert and didn't see a single person." "What's wrong, Granny Tsunade? Did someone from Kirigakure die? How tragic." Tsunade stared intently into his eyes, but found no trace of deception. Turning to Kakashi, Kakashi immediately looked down to study the floor's patterns. Looking at Sakura, she turned to gaze out the window at the sparrows. Looking at Niji, Niji raised his head to count the rafters. Tsunade was so furious her teeth itched, yet she had no evidence whatsoever. "Get out. All of you get out. If you cause me this kind of trouble again, I'll dock your pay for life." "Understood, Granny Tsunade." Naruto laughed cheekily, saluted, and then ran off. At the Hyuga family in the courtyard, Hyuga Hizashi was practicing gentle fist, his white training outfit fluttering in the wind, exuding the dignity of a prestigious clan. Upon hearing the servant announce Naruto's visit, his punch suddenly halted. Naruto Uzumaki. Why is he here? The first thought that came to mind was Hinata. As a father, he certainly knew the feelings his daughter had for Naruto. Recently, she had been so distracted during her training that she stumbled and fell, and whenever Naruto's name was mentioned, her face turned as red as an apple. Had that brat bullied Hinata? Hizashi's eyes instantly sharpened, secretly activating his Byakugan to investigate. However, just as his Byakugan swept to the door, it was forcibly blocked by a surge of chakra. Hizashi's heart skipped a beat. So strong. Much stronger than he had imagined. Let him in. A moment later, Naruto followed the servant into the courtyard. He wore a black trench coat, hands in pockets, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Naruto, I didn't expect you to visit the Hyuga clan. It's indeed a surprise to me. You didn't do anything bad, did you? Did you bully Hinata? Did you let her down?" Seeing Hizashi's nervousness, Naruto burst into laughter, doubling over with mirth. Hizashi-senpai, you're too cute. Do I look like someone who would bully girls?" Hizashi's old face flushed, lightly coughing to hide his embarrassment. "Then what brings you here today?" Naruto's laughter faded, his expression becoming serious. Since the Uchiha clan was annihilated, the Hyuga clan has undoubtedly become the #1 clan in Konoha. Everyone who wants to accomplish something is trying to win you over, and I naturally have the same intention, and I've come bearing gifts. However, this item is very precious, and I need to know your stance before revealing it right. Hizashi's eyes sparkled with intensity, his Byakugan fixated on him as he spoke in a low voice. "My daughter is innocent and naive. As her father, I won't let her be deceived. For some reason, I always feel that you're unreliable. You don't need to keep me in suspense. Just tell me directly what you have." Naruto shook his head. "Senpai, it seems you underestimate me. Do you think I need to use such methods? With my status as the Prince of Konoha, if I wanted to becoming Hokage, wouldn't be difficult at all. However, I have no interest in that position, and if I want to be with Hinata, I naturally need to offer something in return." Hizashi withdrew his gaze, his tone softening. I didn't expect you to be aware of your background. It seems you genuinely don't have any ulterior motives. The fourth Hokage's son Jiraiya's disciple, and the fifth Hokage was brought back by you. With these alone, saying you're the Prince of Konoha is not an exaggeration. However, I truly can't fathom what gift could be more appealing than the Hokage's position. He was genuinely curious. The position of Hokage was the pinnacle that countless ninjas dreamed of, yet this kid seemed to disdain it. What could he possibly want? Naruto took out a scroll and handed it to Hyuga Hisashi, calmly stating, "This is for you, take a look." Hisashi reached out to take it. The scroll felt icy to the touch, inscribed with sealing symbols known only to the Hyuga main family. His fingers trembled slightly, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. Slowly opening the scroll, when he saw what was sealed inside, Hisashi's pupils constricted sharply. His breath instantly quickened, his hands gripping the scroll tightly, knuckles turning white from the strain. In the center of the scroll lay a crystal-clear Byakugan. Could this be? His voice trembled with disbelief. Naruto nodded affirmatively. Indeed, this is the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. It was unexpectedly taken by the ninjas of Kirigakure during the Third Shinobi World War. I went to great lengths to retrieve it. Now that it has returned to its rightful owner, the origin of this I must remain a secret, and you must not disclose it to anyone. Otherwise, it will be very difficult for me. Hyuga Hisashi's heart trembled violently. This I was the eternal pain of the Hyuga clan. It was taken, and as a result, his brother Hisashi had to sacrifice himself. He never expected it would be brought back by Naruto. This favor was as heavy as a mountain. Hisashi nodded as he put away the scroll. This goes without saying. Thank you, my nephew, for helping our clan recover this lost treasure. Otherwise, the loss of the Byakugan would have been a disgrace to the Hyuga clan. If needed, the Hyuga clan will do everything to support you. He took a deep breath, raised his head, and looked sharply at Naruto. He knew the next question was dangerous, possibly angering the young man before him, but he had to ask. He needed to know what kind of person he was about to entrust his entire family and daughter's future to. Let me ask one more thing. Was it you who annihilated the entire elite team from Kirigakure? The courtyard fell silent. In an instant, the wind rustling through the leaves, creating a soft whisper. Naruto did not answer. He walked to the stone table and slowly sat down. He picked up the teapot on the table and poured himself a cup of tea, taking a gentle sip before placing the cup down and raising his head to look at Hyuga Hisashi. A meaningful smile crept onto his lips. Indeed, these chips are enough for the head of the Hyuga clan to make a choice, aren't they? Naruto smiled as he left the courtyard of the Hyuga clan, and as he stepped outside, he encountered Hinata, who was diligently practicing her gentle fist technique. Fragmented sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a warm glow on her fair face. Her long eyelashes fluttered gently like tiny fans, each movement soft, yet precise, embodying the unique elegance of the Hyuga clan. Hearing the footsteps, Hinata immediately halted her practice and turned her head. When she recognized Naruto, her eyes sparkled brightly, as if filled with starlight. In Naruto-kun. She hurriedly ceased her movements, nervously twisting the hem of her clothes, her cheeks flushing slightly, her voice as faint as a whisper. What brings you here? Naruto, hands in his pockets, strolled leisurely towards her, a playful smile curving at the corners of his mouth. He looked down at the shy girl who seemed ready to bury her head in her chest, feeling a gentle warmth in his heart. Of course I'm here to see you. Why are you looking for me? Hinata's face reddened even more, her head bowed lower, her ears flushed with a delicate pink. Naruto deliberately prolonged his tone, speaking slowly. Of course I'm here to propose to your father. I want your father to agree to our relationship. What do you think? This statement struck Hinata like a thunderbolt, exploding in her mind. She suddenly lifted her head, her eyes wide, unable to believe her ears. The kunai in her hand clattered to the ground, producing a sharp sound. Huh. Hinata's face turned as red as a ripe apple, the blush creeping down to her neck. Her mind went blank, her heart raced as if it would leap out of her throat. She opened her mouth, attempting to say something, but not a single word came out. She could only stare blankly at Naruto, her eyes misting over. Seeing her adorable expression, Naruto couldn't help but laugh. He reached out, gently ruffling her soft hair. Just kidding, you silly girl. But once I finish everything, I will formally propose to your father. His voice was as gentle as a spring breeze, carrying an undeniable seriousness. Hinata suddenly lifted her head, looking at him with sparkling eyes. Naruto-kun. Humph, Naruto-kun just loves to tease me. I'm ignoring you. She stomped her foot and turned to run. After a few steps, she couldn't help but glance back at Naruto, then quickly covered her burning face and dashed away. Naruto watched her retreating figure, the smile on his face deepening. He stood in place, watching Hinata disappear at the end of the courtyard before turning to leave. After leaving the Hyuga household, Naruto headed straight to the Hokage building. The building was bustling with people, each one rushing about. Ninjas carried various documents and mission scrolls, weaving between the offices. Naruto walked to Tsunade's office door with familiar ease, pushing the door open without knocking. The office was in disarray. The desk was piled high with thick documents nearly burying Tsunade. Several empty sake bottles lay scattered on the floor, and a faint scent of alcohol mingled with the smell of ink in the air. Shizune was standing beside the desk helping Tsunade organize the files, her face filled with helplessness. Upon seeing Naruto, she discreetly attempted to leave. Tsunade sat in her chair rubbing her throbbing temples, her brow furrowed tightly. She had been working for over 10 hours straight, her eyes bloodshot. The Mist Village had been pressuring for news on the negotiation team's whereabouts, and various diplomatic letters were pouring in like snowflakes, overwhelming her. After all, the entire team led by Chuji had been wiped out, shaking the entire ninja world. All the ninja villages that had participated in the mission, even the Land of Lightning and the Akatsuki organization, were now under suspicion. Hearing the door open, Tsunade didn't even look up, impatiently saying, "How many times have I told you? Not before entering. Can't you see I'm busy?" When she finally raised her head and saw Naruto, her frustration boiled over. She slammed her hand on the desk, causing the teacups to jump. "You brat! How dare you come here? You should rest at home after completing your mission. Don't wander around in front of me. You make me angry just by looking at you." Shizune, seeing Naruto, sighed helplessly and quietly stepped aside, discreetly closing the office door behind her. Naruto remained silent. He looked at Tsunade, who was fuming, and a wicked smile crept onto his lips. The next second, with a whoosh, Naruto used a body flicker technique and appeared right in front of Tsunade. Before Tsunade could react, he stretched out his arms and gently embraced her. The warmth of his body seeped through her thin clothing, carrying the scent of sunlight and a man's unique vigor. Tsunade's body instantly stiffened, her mind going blank. As the fifth Hokage and one of the legendary Sannin, no one had ever dared to treat her like this. No one had ever dared to embrace her so audaciously in her office. She could feel Naruto's solid chest and hear the rhythm of his strong heartbeat. A strange tingling sensation shot up her spine, spreading throughout her body, leaving her feeling weak. Naruto lowered his head, his lips brushing against her ear, speaking slowly in a voice only the two of them could hear. "Did you not say that once you settled into your position and framed Danzo, you would help me have a child? When do you plan on doing that?" The warm breath on her ear made it feel instantly hot. Tsunade's face flushed bright red like a boiled shrimp. She snapped back to reality, utterly embarrassed and furious. "Naruto, you're asking for death," she shouted, channeling all her chakra, clenching her fist with devastating strength and striking towards Naruto. If that punch landed, even a mountain would be crushed into powder. However, Naruto was already prepared. He released one of his arms from around Tsunade and effortlessly caught her fist. Tsunade's fist was firmly grasped in his hand, unable to move. No matter how hard she tried, she could not break free even a little. She looked at Naruto in shock. She knew Naruto had grown stronger, but she never expected him to be this powerful. Even her proud strength felt utterly inadequate before him. Naruto gazed at her flushed face, filled with embarrassment and rage, his eyes deepening. He slowly lowered his head, and in Tsunade's terrified gaze kissed her lips. The soft sensation came accompanied by a faint aroma of alcohol. Tsunade's eyes widened in shock as she struggled desperately, trying to push Naruto away. But her body felt as soft as a puddle of mud, devoid of strength, and tears flowed uncontrollably. "Whoa, Naruto, you're asking for death." "Whoa, stop." His kiss carried the unique dominance of youth, yet unexpectedly bore an irresistible tenderness as it brushed against her soft lips. Tsunade's struggles, initially fierce, gradually became soft and powerless. Her fingers clutched his clothing tightly, turning pale from the pressure, almost digging into his flesh before slowly releasing, finally, hanging limply by her side. Naruto's sunny masculinity abruptly surged into her nostrils, disrupting all the rationality she had accumulated over 50 years. Her pupils gradually scattered, her golden brown eyes veiled by a layer of damp mist, appearing as dreamy as a lake shrouded in morning fog. Her body felt as though all its bones had been taken away, hanging completely against Naruto, breathing in rhythm with him, her nose brushing against his neck, trembling unconsciously. Naruto's Adam's apple bobbed violently, and the hand around her waist tightened slightly. Warm fingertips stealthily slid under the hem of her shirt, and when they touched her delicate warm skin at her waist, Tsunade jolted, letting out a whimper like a small cat. Just as his lips were about to move to her slender fair neck and another hand had already touched the lace edge of her stockings, a loud knock echoed. The sound was like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing the flames burning brightly in the office. Tsunade snapped back to reality as if pricked by a needle, using the last ounce of strength to push Naruto away forcefully. Naruto raised an eyebrow, far from angry. Instead, he chuckled softly, his fingertips gently brushing over his reddened lips. With the activation of the Flying Thunder God technique, he vanished without a trace. Only a faint scent of osmanthus lingered in the air, entwining and drifting, refusing to dissipate. Bang! Tsunade, wearing black stockings, furiously kicked the wooden desk beside her. The desk snapped cleanly in two. A mountain of scattered documents fell to the ground, empty wine bottles rolling everywhere, producing a harsh clattering sound. Bastard. That damn little brat. His audacity is growing. If he dares to do this again, I will definitely break his 3 legs. With her hands on her hips, her chest, heaving violently, the blush on her cheeks showed no sign of fading, instead spreading to her delicate collarbone due to her earlier movements. She angrily stamped her foot in place, only to step on a rolling wine bottle, almost falling on her backside. Tsunade. She became even angrier, kicking a piece of broken wood on the ground, sending it flying 3 meters away. After a while, her breathing finally calmed down a bit. Her fingertips unconsciously brushed over her lips where his warmth and touch still lingered, as if a faint electric current coursed through her, causing her legs to tremble. Her heart raced as if it were about to leap out of her throat, her ears burning hot enough to fry an egg. Taking a deep breath, she tugged at her crumpled collar and tousled golden hair, forcefully suppressing the chaotic emotions clearing her throat to make her voice sound somewhat normal. Come in. Ian pushed the door open, and upon seeing the mess and the desk split in two, her eyelids twitched violently. Internally, she thought, what the hell happened? Yet she dared not show any signs of abnormality, lowering her head and cautiously saying, Lady Tsunade, Lord Jiraiya has arrived and is waiting for you in the meeting room. Tsunade, with her back to her, nodded slightly, her voice betraying no emotion. Got it, I'll be there shortly. A year later, the 15-year-old boy, tall and handsome. He had grown to 179 centimeters, his posture as straight as a pine tree, dressed in a black outfit that accentuated his extraordinary stature. His golden hair shone brilliantly under the sunlight, his blue eyes remained clear, now possessing a deeper, unfathomable stability. Walking along the streets of Konoha, Naruto was always the most dazzling one. The girls by the roadside couldn't help but blush and scream upon seeing him secretly slipping love letters and bento into his hands. Naruto had long since become accustomed to this, merely smiling and waving his hand before walking away quickly. He was now the most popular figure in Konoha. The Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, the guide of the Hokage, the newly dubbed Golden Flash, the Prince of Konoha. Any one of these titles could make the entire ninja world tremble. With a 100% success rate for missions, he had become the youngest elite jonin in the history of Konoha. The Hyuga clan had long regarded him as a prospective son-in-law, consulting him on various clan matters. In the Empire of the Heavens. A year ago, Naruto officially ascended to the throne, becoming the first emperor of the Empire of the Heavens. Under his governance, the Empire of the Heavens developed rapidly. He abolished the hierarchical system of ninjas, allowing ordinary people to learn basic self-defense techniques. He repaired water conservancy, reclaimed wasteland, ensuring that the people were well-fed and clothed. He established a sound legal system, ensuring that the emperor and the common people were equally accountable under the law. Now in the Empire of the Heavens, the people lived in peace and contentment, with no one picking up lost items and no doors locked at night. The military was well-trained and well-equipped, with combat capabilities rivaling the 5 great ninja villages. Yet all of this was unknown to the ninja world. They only knew that a mysterious Empire of the Heavens had suddenly appeared on the continent, powerful but never proactively provoking other nations. Over the past year, Naruto and Tsunade's relationship had also grown increasingly subtle. Tsunade was still the same as before, often glaring at Naruto and assigning him various dangerous tasks. However, every time Naruto returned from a mission, she would be the first to appear at the hospital, scolding him with "How come you didn't die out there?" while holding the best healing ointment. Moreover, since the incident in the office last time, Tsunade no longer dared to be alone with Naruto in a room. Every time Naruto entered her office, she would have Iin stay right next to her, maintaining a strict gaze ahead, not daring to look at Naruto even once. Only when there was no one around would she secretly gaze at Naruto's back in a daze, then scold herself with a blush, saying, "What a failure." Naruto stood with his hands behind his back at the railing, overlooking the brightly lit city below. Zabuza knelt on one knee, respectfully lowering his head, his voice steady and powerful. "Sir, the matter you instructed us to monitor has indeed unfolded as you predicted. 3 days ago, the Seven Tails Jinchuriki Fu went missing while on a mission. There were no signs of a struggle at the scene. It was likely the work of the Akatsuki organization. Additionally, the Akatsuki organization's activities in the Wind Country have been unusually frequent. They have dispatched a large number of spies monitoring every move of Tsunade, especially the daily life of Kazekage Gaara. Our men, as per your instructions, did not raise any alarms, but merely observed in the shadows." Naruto's fingertips gently tapped against the marble railing, producing a crisp sound. A glimmer of cold light flashed in his blue eyes. Indeed, the Akatsuki organization could no longer sit idly by. Having lain dormant for so long, their plan to capture the tailed beasts has finally officially commenced, aiming to gather all the tailed beasts to summon the 10 tails and achieve their so-called world peace. Naruto's lips curled into a chilling smile. Very well. This world is starting to descend into chaos. Only by shattering the decaying old order of the 5 great ninja villages can a truly peaceful and unified new world be established. And our Empire of the Heavens is the existence that will end this chaotic era. The Akatsuki organization is just a chess piece on his board. When they have stirred up the 5 great ninja villages to the point of chaos and severe depletion, it will be the moment for his Empire of the Heavens to rise. Bai approached holding a cup of hot tea, gently placing it on the stone table beside Naruto. She looked at Naruto's tall figure, her eyes filled with admiration and loyalty. A year ago, it was Naruto who saved her and Zabuza, giving them a home. Now they were willing to give everything for Naruto and the Empire of the Heavens. Just then a sharp eagle's cry pierced the quiet night sky. A pitch-black thunder eagle, its claws crackling with blue lightning, swooped down rapidly from afar, its wings slicing through the air with a whistling sound. Zabuza's brow furrowed sharply, his tone heavy. Sir, it is your personal messenger eagle. It is only deployed for the highest-level emergency military situations at the border. We have been in a standoff with the 5 great ninja villages for a year, finally allowing the common people to live stable lives. I really do not wish to see war break out again. It seems this time something truly serious has happened. Naruto extended his arm, and the thunder eagle settled steadily on his wrist. He untied a small bamboo tube from the eagle's leg, pouring out a folded note. The note was written in blood, the handwriting messy and twisted, smeared with dried dark red blood, and even through the paper a strong stench of blood could be detected. Naruto slowly unfolded the note. As his gaze swept over the words, the air around him instantly thickened. A bone-chilling killing intent erupted from him, enveloping the entire observation deck. The teacup on the stone table shattered into powder with a crack. Zabuza and Bai's faces changed drastically as they abruptly looked up. They had never seen Naruto so furious in all the time they had followed him. Naruto's fingers gripped the note tightly, turning pale from the force, the veins on the back of his hand bulging. In his blue eyes a storm of rage and bloodlust surged. On the note, there was only one line of shocking blood-red text: Your Majesty, the IWA Ninja and Kumo Ninja have joined forces to attack our troops. Our supplies have been seized, and our men are all dead. Everyone says that in every profession there are shady dealings. If one wants to make money, one must take the wild path. Phantom Town. This is a territory bordering the land of Earth and the land of Lightning, and it was once the most notorious no man's land in the ninja world. For a century, this place has been the battlefield of tug-of war between the two nations. Rock ninjas came to steal food, while cloud ninjas came to conscript men. The flags on the city walls changed repeatedly, but the only constant was the precarious lives of the common people. Countless people starved to death here, and many were brutally killed with no one to collect the corpses. Until a year ago, when the black flag of the Celestial Empire was planted at the town's entrance. No one knew just how powerful this suddenly emerging empire was, only that their soldiers were disciplined and never oppressed the common people. They constructed canals and cultivated wasteland, allowing this barren land to yield abundant wheat for the first time. They built the largest border granary of Konoha here and stationed ninjas to guard it, ensuring that no rogue soldiers dared to harass the town again. The rock and cloud-hidden villages were wary of this mysterious empire, unsure of the temperament of the emperor, who had never shown himself, and endured for a full year. Until the turmoil of the assassination of the daimyos of both nations finally subsided, and the spies with their hands free finally uncovered the truth. This seemingly inconspicuous little town was in fact the heart of the Celestial Empire's entire western grain reserves. Without hesitation, they took action. At that moment, the murderous aura on the observation deck had thickened to an unbearable level. The blood paper in Naruto's hand was crushed into powder, the dark red stains soaked into the crevices of his fingers like ghastly scars. He had insisted on building the granary here out of compassion for the suffering people of Phantom Town, wanting them to benefit first from the resources and be able to eat and dress warmly. He thought he had given them protection. Little did he know this act of kindness would ultimately become a death warrant, inviting wolves into the fold. With a flash of golden light, Naruto and Zabuza instantly vanished from their original location. When they reappeared, it was at the entrance of Phantom Town. The ground beneath them was soft, leaving a deep, bloody footprint. The air was thick with the heavy stench of blood, the acrid smell of burning flesh, and the sour, rotten scent of fermenting grain, all blending together to churn the stomach. As far as the eye could see, there was not a single intact house. The broken walls were splattered with dark brown blood, and the streets were littered with lifeless bodies. An elderly man with white hair still clutched a firewood stick, while an infant in swaddling clothes had been stabbed through the chest. The uncle who had sold candied hawthorn at the village entrance just yesterday now had his head rolling aside, his eyes wide open. A heart-wrenching cry came from beneath a pile of collapsed mud brick houses. Naruto quickly approached and single-handedly lifted a beam that weighed 1,000 pounds. As the dust settled, his pupils suddenly constricted. A girl of about 2 years old was sobbing heavily in the arms of a woman. The woman's back was pierced by 5 kunai soaked in blood, yet her arms tightly encircled the girl in a protective embrace. The girl's father lay nearby, his chest pierced by a long knife, still clutching half a hard wheat cake in his hand. That was the last bit of food he had saved for his daughter. Naruto knelt down, gently touching the girl's cold little face with his fingertips. His fingers trembled uncontrollably. Golden chakra erupted from his body, soaring into the sky and tearing the dark clouds apart. The spectral figure of the Nine Tails roared menacingly behind him, his blue eyes transforming into crimson vertical slits, boiling with enough fury to incinerate everything. In 2 lifetimes, he had never felt such hatred. He loathed those who burned and pillaged, and even more so, he loathed his own delayed arrival. Shadow clone technique. Countless golden lights burst forth and thousands of identical Narutos instantly filled the streets and alleys of Phantom Town. He uttered no extraneous words, his voice hoarse as if sandpapered, yet carrying an undeniable command: save them. The shadow clones immediately sprang into action, searching through the ruins for survivors, using chakra to staunch bleeding and carrying injured children to safety. A middle-aged man with a severed arm crawled out from the pile of corpses. When he recognized Naruto's face, he froze for 3 seconds, then collapsed to the ground with a thud, his forehead heavily hitting the blood-stained earth as he wept bitterly. "Your Majesty, it is His Majesty who has come. We are saved. We are finally saved." The cries spread like a plague. All the living, whether missing arms or legs, or trembling in fear, knelt to the ground, continuously bowing to Naruto. The despair and fear that had been suppressed for hours broke free the moment they saw their emperor. Naruto extended his hand to help the middle-aged man rise. His gaze swept over faces stained with tears and blood, and his heart felt as though it were being pierced by countless needles, aching to the point of breathlessness. "I'm sorry, everyone, I have come too late." His voice was soft, yet each word carried the weight of 1,000 pounds laced with a cold, killing intent. "I assure you this incident will not be brushed aside. The land of lightning and the land of earth, I will not spare a single one. I will make them pay in blood." He took a deep breath, suppressing the metallic taste in his throat, and solemnly asked, "Where are the station ninjas?" The crowd fell silent instantly. A scar-faced youth pointed towards a nearby old locust tree, where a figure was leaning, his voice choked as he spoke. "That is the station ninja." Naruto followed the direction he pointed. The young Yuki-chuan leaned against the old locust tree, his black battle attire, soaked in blood, now a deep brown. He bore 23 wounds from blades, the most fatal of which ran from his neck to his abdomen, yet his hand still clutched the broken blade tightly. Beneath him lay 3 children who had already lost their breath. Lord Yuki-chuan single-handedly held back over 30 ninjas for a full 2 hours. He could have escaped, but he said that if he ran, we would all die. Until the end, he did not retreat a single step. Naruto gazed at Yuki-chuan's lifeless body, remaining silent for a long time. So long that the air around them almost felt frozen. He turned to Zabuza behind him, speaking each word firmly. "Zabuza, give this man a grand burial, provide him with posthumous compensation. You write the report, I'll sign it, and distribute it at the highest level." "Yes." Zabuza knelt on one knee, his voice trembling slightly. He had killed all his life and was used to seeing life and death, yet at this moment, he couldn't help but feel his eyes welling up. Naruto turned back to the crowd and slowly raised his right hand. The golden sunlight pierced through the smoke, illuminating his upright figure and casting a sacred golden glow upon him. His voice resounded like thunder, echoing in everyone's ears. "My friends, how can one say there is no clothing? We share the same robes. It is not yet the time for sorrow. Follow me, we will fight back, blood for blood, tooth for tooth. I want you to march with me. I want you to fight bloodily on the battlefield with me. Today we will achieve great victories. Let our descendants never suffer from war again. Let me show you how your emperor wipes them all out. Who among you is willing to follow me?" In that instant, as his words fell, the scar-faced youth was the first to raise his chopping knife, his roar deafening. "Count me in. I want to avenge my wife and children." "Me too. I'll fight them. I'll fight alongside the emperor." Countless hands were raised. They were just ordinary civilians who had never fought a battle in their lives. Yet at this moment, there was no fear in their eyes, only overwhelming hatred and determination. Meanwhile, at the border of the land of Earth, the Rock and Cloud ninjas were gathered around a bonfire, dividing the stolen food. Wine jugs scattered everywhere, and foul language filled the air. "This is amazing. The amount of food we seized this time is more than what the daimyos send in 3 years. This poor place has quite a bit of food." A Cloud ninja with a face full of flesh was gnawing on a roasted chicken, laughing heartily as oil dripped down his chin onto his clothes. The leader of the Cloud Ninjas frowned, putting down the wine jug, and with a serious expression reminded them, be careful, the ninjas of the Celestial Empire may come to retaliate. The Cloud Ninja scoffed, dismissively tossing the chicken bone to the ground and trampling it underfoot. With them, Captain, you are too cautious. What was the name of that station ninja from the Celestial Empire again? Oh right, Yuki-Chuan. He extended 10 fingers, waving them around, a look of pride and disdain on his face. I could take him down in 10 moves. He is still protecting those worthless peasants, truly foolish. The lofty ninja is going to protect a few farmers. It is simply a disgrace to ninjas. Even if that so-called emperor of the Celestial Empire came, what of it? I'd still slice off his head and hang it at the valley entrance for all to see. Before his words even faded, a terrifying pressure, suffocating to the point of paralyzing, descended like a mountain. The boasting Cloud Ninja's smile froze, and he instinctively looked up. Before him loomed a colossal purple skeletal hand, radiating a destructive aura, reaching for him with great force. A voice cold to the bone echoed from the sky, filled with endless killing intent and rage, resonating throughout the valley. You were responsible for the events at the border, right? I have no heart to discern right from wrong. Take it up with my Susanoo. The massive purple hand of Susanoo descended with a piercing howl, the terrifying wind pressure sweeping over the camp, first sending hundreds of ninjas flying like leaves caught in a tempest, with dozens sticking directly to the mountain wall, unable to peel themselves off. Naruto remained expressionless, too lazy to spare a glance, mechanically raising his hand, swatting away, then raising his hand again. The campfire was extinguished with a puff, and the scalding sparks splattered everywhere. The Cloud Ninja, who had just been boasting about cutting off the Emperor's head with a single strike, with a roasted leg of lamb still in his mouth, had his smile abruptly frozen on his face. In the next moment, he was reduced to a pool of even tomato sauce, with even bone fragments embedded in the mud. Half of the greasy roasted leg of lamb spun 3 times in the air before falling with a thud into the pool of blood, looking particularly desolate. The nearest ninjas were smashed against the mountain wall like rag dolls, producing a series of crisp cracking sounds. Some had their goggles shattered into spiderwebs, others lost their wigs, revealing shiny bald heads that stood out conspicuously in the dim valley. Bastard! What the hell is this ninja technique? Is it cheating? A jonin from Iwagakure screamed in panic, gripping his kunai so tightly that his knuckles turned white, his legs trembling like a leaf. The most ruthless technique they had ever encountered was the dust release of the third Tsuchikage, but the purple skeleton before them, obscuring the sky, exerted pressure 100 times more intense than dust release. Form a formation. Everyone form a formation. If we run again, it will be military law. The Cloud Ninja captain's face turned as green as if he had just swallowed a pile of excrement, howling as he drew his long sword, his chakra surging so violently that he almost hyperventilated. Hundreds of ninjas scrambled to form a crooked circle, their hand seals flying so fast that they left afterimages, exerting every ounce of strength they had. Earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet. Lightning release, Raging Thunder Tiger. Dozens of yellow-brown earth dragons erupted from the ground, baring their fangs and claws as they soared into the sky. Dozens of blue lightning tigers roared as they pounced, entangling themselves with the earth dragons, crackling and popping. The dragons and tigers coiled together into a massive sphere of light, seemingly capable of splitting the mountain. A group of ninjas gasped like old dogs, their faces revealing a hopeful expression of surely this will scrape off some of his paint, as they cried out and pushed the sphere forward. Naruto stood at the center of Susanoo, a cold smirk playing at the corner of his mouth. The crimson eternal Mangekyo Sharingan slowly rotated, deep purple chakra erupting like a tsunami. The skeletal frame, which had only possessed an upper body, was instantly filled with flesh and blood, covered in layers of mystical black armor. Enormous wings unfurled from its back, completely blocking out the sun in the valley. 100-meter-long purple blade materialized in Susanoo's hand, its blade glinting coldly. The massive bow behind it was taut, the arrowhead faintly crackling with lightning. Fully realized Susanoo. Hundreds of ninjas were collectively petrified, their hand seals freezing mid-gesture. A clumsy ninja mistakenly formed the wrong seal and released a water chaos wave, with a puff drenching his teammate beside him from head to toe. Cold sweat dripped down their foreheads into their necks as an invisible hand gripped their hearts tightly, making them forget how to breathe. A single thought floated through everyone's mind: who were we supposed to behead just now? It's over. Is it too late to bow and admit my mistake now? Run fast. If you don't run now, you'll lose your life. Someone crying was the first to shout, and the already crooked formation instantly fell apart. Ninjas fled in all directions, wishing their parents had given them 4 more legs. I'm just a low-ranking ninja here to earn overtime pay. It has nothing to do with me. It was Lord Tsuchikage who forced me here. I have an 80-year-old mother and a 3-year-old child at home. Naruto's eyes turned cold. Wanna run? It's too late. He remained expressionless, simply waving the sword in his hand as Susanoo swung the long blade. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a silent purple blade of light slicing through the heavens and the earth. The sphere of light they had desperately gathered was instantly cleaved in two as if made of paper. The momentum of the blade didn't diminish, carving a bottomless chasm into the ground, directly splitting half of the camp in two. The fleeing ninjas felt a chill behind them, their legs giving way, collectively falling in a standard dog-eating mud position, bruised and battered, losing several front teeth. Very well. Naruto's cold voice echoed through the valley, clear, as if speaking directly into each person's ear. A total of 451 people, not one less. The ninjas lying on the ground collectively roared inwardly. You, a god capable of destroying heaven and earth, are you really going to take us petty little ninjas seriously? Come back with me to the heavenly empire for punishment. I will make you feel an explosion of pleasure. He raised his hand to form a seal, and countless black chakra chains shot out from Susanoo's palm, coiling around every ninja like venomous snakes. The sealing runes on the chains flashed, instantly locking all their chakra. No matter how they struggled, screamed, or cursed, even someone attempting to bite the chains ended up breaking a front tooth with a snap. None of it mattered. In less than 10 breaths, 451 ninjas were bound tightly like zongzi for the Dragon Boat Festival, stacked neatly into a small mountain. Susanoo extended its giant hand and gently scooped up the entire mountain into its palm. Flying Thunder God, third stage. The space twisted, and the sky-blocking purple giant along with hundreds of zongzi instantly vanished without a trace. In the next moment, above the phantom town, the space tore open again. Susanoo's massive figure appeared out of nowhere, casually tossing its hand. Over 400 ninjas were slammed onto the blood-soaked street, like discarded dogs landing confused and dazed. Some face down in the mud, others trapped on the bottom cried out, "Stop breathing on me from above, I'm suffocating." Some held half a blade of grass in their mouth, their eyes blank, completely questioning their lives. The surviving 132 civilians stood silently on both sides of the street. They held firewood knives, hoes, sickles, and even iron frying pans and fire pokers. No one spoke, only the sound of wind wafting through the ruins. Their eyes held no tears, only burning hatred, like two unquenchable flames glaring fiercely at the ninjas who had once burned, killed, and looted. Naruto landed in front of the crowd, his black robe billowing in the wind. His gaze swept over each bloodstained and tear-streaked face, his voice calm. Come now, everyone. Revenge for grievances, repay grievances for grievances. I have a ninjutsu that can collect people's negative emotions and transform them into chakra. The more resentment, the deeper the hatred, the stronger you will become. I will pass it on to you now. They will be your first batch of test subjects. A stream of information surged into each person's mind. In the crowd, a woman holding a baby turned pale, instinctively shrinking back. She quietly asked, "Your Majesty, why do I feel like this ninjutsu is like that of the demonic ninjas? Isn't it not righteous?" Naruto turned his head, giving her a deep look. He said nothing, only raised his hand and pointed to a nearby old locust tree. Lu Chuan's corpse leaned against it, still gripping the broken blade. He pointed again to the pile of smoking ruins at the end of the street. There lay her husband and parents. Think of your family who died tragically. If you don't practice next time, it will be you who dies. The woman trembled all over. All the others trembled. They looked at the ninjas on the ground, still cursing. Isn't it just stealing some food and killing a few people? They looked at the jonin who once treated them like ants, now lying on the ground like dogs waiting to be slaughtered. They recalled the baby with a pierced chest, the husband with a severed head, the parents who were burned alive. They remembered Lu Chuan's unwavering back before dying. Silence. Dead silence. The transformation from a weak woman to a vengeful king of death sometimes only requires a single thought. The baby in the woman's arms was still munching on its fingers innocently. She gently patted the child's back and suddenly looked up at Naruto, casually asking, "By the way, Your Majesty, have we retrieved the food that was stolen from us? They're all here, not a single grain lost. We even took 3 months' worth of military rations from them." The woman's final worries dissipated, and she carefully handed the baby to an elder beside her, rolling up her bloodstained sleeves. Then she raised her head, looking at the trembling ninjas on the ground, her gaze as cold as the ice of midwinter. What we cultivate is indeed the magic of the demonic ninjas. What we cultivate is the art of the demon ninja. Everyone gripped their weapons tightly, their knuckles turning white, their eyes blazing with hatred, yet their feet felt as though they were nailed to the ground. After all, they had lived their lives as submissive citizens, not to mention killing someone. Even the thought of killing a chicken would have them muttering about sins for half a day. The scarred youth Amu, who had shouted the loudest just now, was trembling while clutching his chopping knife. "How about we just cut them down directly?" An old man with a limp muttered softly. "Let's give them a quick death, it saves us from lingering nightmares." No one responded. Just then Amu suddenly gritted his teeth and charged out. He fixed his gaze on the rock ninja who had killed his brother. The rock ninja was crouching on the ground, trying to sneak away. When he saw Atai rushing over, he was terrified and immediately begged for mercy. Atai closed his eyes, swung his chopping knife, and struck with all his might at the rock ninja's face. Bang! A dull thud resounded. The rock ninja's nose instantly collapsed, spraying blood all over Atai's face. In the next moment, a warm flow suddenly surged from Atai's dantian, coursing through his limbs and bones. That feeling was more refreshing than drinking an entire barrel of ice-cold well water in the middle of summer, and more satisfying than finally eating a meal of braised pork after 3 days of hunger. All the fatigue and pain in his body vanished without a trace. Atai suddenly opened his eyes wide, incredulously moving his fingers. Wow! He couldn't help but curse, feeling so good, he almost jumped up. I really have chakra now. I actually have chakra. He had just been an ordinary farmer who didn't even know what chakra was, and now he could clearly feel the power flowing within him. The thrill of controlling power instantly shattered his last shred of hesitation. Amu's eyes lit up as he swung the chopping knife again, mercilessly striking the rock ninja. I'll make you pay for killing my brother. I'll make you pay for burning my house. This feels amazing. So amazing. Hit me again. Watching Atai become more and more excited, even finding a rhythm in his strikes, the people around him were left dumbfounded. The usually guilt-ridden Uncle Jin, who would feel remorse for stepping on an ant, swallowed hard and cautiously moved in front of a cloud ninja, lifted his foot and gently kicked. A weak warm flow surged up and Uncle Jin's eyes widened in shock. He kicked again and the warm flow became even more apparent. Taking a deep breath, he rolled up his sleeves and kicked hard at the cloud ninja's face. Screw you. With that kick, his chakra surged dramatically. Uncle Jin's beard perked up in excitement, completely shedding the meek demeanor he had before. He swung the hoe he was holding at the cloud ninja while cursing, I'll make you steal my food. I'll make you kill my partner. If I had known it would feel this good, I would have done it sooner. Pandora's box, once opened, could never be closed again. Seeing Amu and Uncle Jin so exhilarated, the rest could no longer hold back. Charge. Take revenge. Kill these bastards. 132 civilians charged like 132 tigers that had broken free from their chains, roaring as they pounced. In an instant, screams, curses, and the sound of breaking bones echoed throughout the illusion town. The ninjas who had been cursing just moments ago were now crying out for their parents, wishing they could faint on the spot. They had never dreamed that they would be beaten down by a group of defenseless farmers. After about half an hour of fighting, everyone was panting heavily, but their faces were filled with a strange sense of satisfaction. The chakra within them was becoming more and more abundant, and the feeling of growing power was addictive. Just then Amu wiped the blood from his face and suddenly spoke up. Brothers, I have a suggestion. Killing them outright is too merciful. Amu's eyes sparkled with cunning. Let's hang them on the old locust tree and not kill them in a day. Let's beat them 3 times a day, morning, noon, and night. When they get injured, we'll use the best medicine to heal them and then beat them again. With this, we can continuously collect their resentment and grow our chakra. The suggestion caused everyone's eyes to light up. However, a kind-hearted woman hesitated for a moment and quietly spoke up. Isn't that a bit too inhumane? Amu turned his head and looked deeply at her. Think of your daughter who died in the fire. The woman shuddered. Her daughter, only 5 years old, had been burned to death by those ninjas in their home, and they hadn't even been able to retrieve her body. The woman's gaze turned icy. She picked up a wooden stick from the ground and smashed it fiercely onto a nearby ninja's head. Hit. Hit them hard. Start now. Kill these beasts. Everyone echoed in agreement. Yes, let's do it. 3 times a day, it mustn't be less. Just as everyone was bustling around preparing to hang up the ninjas, a young man, wearing glasses who looked gentle and refined, slowly spoke up. Wait, I have an even better suggestion. Everyone turned to look at him. This young man was the only teacher in the town, usually polite and gentle, not even raising his voice. The teacher cleared his throat and calmly said, since we want to generate more negative emotions in them, just beating them isn't enough. I think we can feed them more castor beans and then not let them go to the toilet. The scene fell into a dead silence. Everyone stared in shock at the teacher, taking a sharp breath. Even Amu, who had been striking, stopped his chopping knife, clattering to the ground. Goodness, you can't judge a book by its cover. The gentle-looking person was actually so ruthless. This wasn't just revenge, it was plain torture. After a long pause, an old man finally spoke up, trembling. Why, young sir, isn't this a bit excessive? It's too inhumane, isn't it? The teacher turned his head and glanced at him coldly. This time it was your wife who died. What about next time? Next time it will be your grandson. The old man shuddered, falling silent for 3 seconds before suddenly slapping his thigh. Hey, 3 meals a day, each meal enough to fill them. It's not like I'm the one eating. By the way, there's still half a pack of laxatives at home. Let's throw that in too. Two-pronged approach. Great idea. If they can hold it, we won't beat them. If they can't, we'll beat them. Either way, it's uncomfortable for them. Everyone erupted into excitement, each one cracking their knuckles with gleaming eyes. Meanwhile, the 451 ninjas on the ground were already completely numb. Their faces were ashen, their eyes vacant, lacking even the strength to struggle. When they had been beaten earlier, they still thought they would eventually escape and take revenge. Now, hearing these suggestions, they only wished they could die right there. The Cloud Ninja, who had previously broken his front tooth, passed out with a soft thud. The Cloud Ninja captain, who had shouted about wanting to chop off Naruto's head, lay on the ground, tears silently flowing down his face. His greatest regret in life was accepting this mission to rob the grain depot. Had he known it would end like this, even if Reikage had chopped off his head, he would never have come to Illusion Town. For the rest of their lives, they would have to endure endless beatings and diarrhea. This was 1,000 times worse than death. Naruto stood silently on a roof in the distance, watching all of this. His face was devoid of any expression. No one knew what he was thinking. The wind blew up his black cloak, making it flap. After a while, he lightly leaped, disappearing into the air. Only after Naruto had completely vanished did everyone breathe a sigh of relief and begin to discuss. His Majesty's strength is truly unfathomable. Uncle Jin wiped the sweat from his forehead and marveled, such a giant could just summon himself and capture all 400 ninjas in one go. Yes, yes, a middle-aged man nodded in agreement. How old do you think His Majesty is? I feel he must be at least 30 or 40, otherwise how could his ninjutsu be so powerful, and how could he govern the country so well? I think he's older than that. An old man stroked his beard and said seriously, he must be at least 50. Just look at His Majesty's calm demeanor and his strategic thinking. You don't gain that without decades of experience. Just then a young man who had just returned from outside suddenly spoke up. That's not necessarily the case. The Prince of Konoha, the Golden Flash Naruto Uzumaki, is only 15, right? They say he's quite powerful too. As soon as he said this, the people who had just spoken immediately expressed their displeasure. What a joke! Uncle Jin scoffed, his face full of disdain. That little brat from Konoha can compare to our Majesty. Exactly. A Tai nodded in agreement. His Majesty could defeat him with just one hand. Don't mention just one Naruto Uzumaki. Even the whole of Konoha together wouldn't be enough for His Majesty to use one hand against. That's right. That's right. Our Majesty is a god descended from the heavens. What's that little brat from Konoha worth? Everyone burst into laughter, filled with admiration for Naruto. That's right, ha ha ha. What? The entire army has been wiped out. In the office of the Tsuchikage, the blue porcelain teacup in Inoki's hand crashed to the ground with a loud bang, scalding tea splattering onto his earth-colored robe. He had lived for nearly 100 years, experienced 3 great ninja world wars, and witnessed countless mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Yet to have an elite ninja squad dispatched and not a single one left to deliver a complete message. This kind of devastating defeat was something he had never encountered in his life. That's right, Tsuchikage-sama. The messenger ninja, trembling on his knees, reported. The scouts near Phantom Town said that the sky suddenly darkened and a colossal black giant rose from the ground, wielding a 100-meter-long blade and sporting a pair of wings on its back. A giant. A long blade. Wings. Inoki abruptly stood up, his stooped back straightening instantly. A chilling sense buried for decades surged from his heels to the crown of his head, causing all the hair on his body to stand on end. Before him, the figure of that man suddenly materialized. The man, clad in a black fan-shaped robe with a gaze as cold as ice, could crush his dust-release technique, with a single hand lifting him into the air like a chick. Uchiha Obito. The Susanoo of that man back in the day was indeed a sight that obscured the heavens and was terrifyingly unparalleled. Is it Susanoo? With wings? Inoki's voice trembled, his fingers clenched into fists, nails digging deeply into his flesh. Could it be that another pair of unique eternal Mangekyo Sharingan has emerged? The office fell into a deathly silence. All the rock ninjas turned pale, having all heard the legends of Uchiha Obito. Back then, that man who single-handedly crushed the entire ninja world was an inerasable nightmare in the hearts of all ninjas. Tsuchikage-sama, one of the high-ranking ninjas, cautiously spoke up. The newly appointed daimyo of the land of heaven only indulged in feasting and merriment, neglecting affairs. If it weren't for their excessive food sold at random low prices disrupting the entire food market of the ninja world, we would not have sent troops to seize their granaries. They were the ones who disrupted the order first. Another high-ranking ninja gritted his teeth. How dare they counterattack, killing so many of us? This is absolutely intolerable. Intolerable. Inoki suddenly turned around, his gaze sharp as a knife. How can you tolerate it? A person capable of unleashing a complete Susanoo can wipe out our Awagakure with a single swing of his blade. He took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil within his heart. Immediately contact Reikage AI, Inoki said in a deep voice. Tell him we have provoked a monster that could obliterate the ninja world. Only by uniting Awagakure and Kumogakure do we stand a chance. Kumobikure Rakich's office. What did you say? Over 400 men are dead. AI slammed his fist on the table, instantly shattering the heavy wooden desk into pieces. Useless. All of them are useless. AI roared, punching the wall, which cracked open a massive gash. At this moment, the news from the long-distance telescope technique arrived. It was Inoki's message. After hearing Inoki's words, he clenched the communicator tightly, his knuckles turning white. All right, I understand. AI said solemnly. In 3 days, the joint forces of the two countries will converge at the border. No matter what background the emperor of this land of heaven has, anyone who dares to kill our Kumobikure people must pay the price. Konoha. Naruto stood atop the Hokage building, gazing at the distant sky, a cold smile creeping across his lips. It's time for me to take revenge on the land of earth and the land of lightning. I guess I need to go lend a hand. He stretched lazily and swaggered out of Konoha. Just outside the village in a small grove, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a black mask, preparing to put it on. Swish! A sharp sound of slicing through the air suddenly rang out. Fast. Fast to the extreme. Naruto's pupils constricted, and he instinctively sidestepped to evade. But it was still a moment too late. A red fishing hook grazed his shoulder, instantly snatching away a strand of golden chakra. Naruto couldn't help but groan, but it wasn't ordinary pain. It felt like a pair of burning tweezers had forcefully pulled a piece of flesh from his soul. He could distinctly feel that the nine-tailed chakra within him had diminished by 1/10. Naruto abruptly looked up, gazing in the direction from which the sound came. A man with white hair and pale skin, a mark on his forehead, dressed in a white robe, holding a red fishing rod and a fish basket hanging at his waist. A stranger was hovering in midair, watching him with great interest. Tenshu Shiraseki. The other party exclaimed, lightly twitching his wrist. Dozens of red hooks shot forth like venomous snakes, instantly locking down all of Naruto's escape routes. Naruto's face changed dramatically. He immediately drew the Demon Tail 9 life blade from his back and blocked frantically. Clang, 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 clang. The sounds of metal clashing were dense as rain. Yet still 3 hooks broke through his defenses, fiercely hooking into his arms. Naruto howled in pain. Dozens of strands of nine-tailed chakra were instantly drained by the fish hooks, merging into the fish basket at the other man's waist. His body went soft, nearly collapsing to the ground. Otsutsuki Urashiki. Naruto's heart was in turmoil. How could he be here? According to the original timeline, this guy should be a character from the next generation of Hokage, only appearing in Boruto. The time he crossed dimensions was also when Uchiha Itachi came to Konoha, and now it was a year late. Who are you? Naruto tightened his grip on the Demon Tail 9 life blade, asking warily while his mind raced. This is bad. At this moment, my true self is in the land of heaven. This shadow clone contains the nine-tailed chakra temporarily stored by my true self, and it only has the power of 1 tail. My eyes are only Mangekyo Sharingan, not yet exchanged for eternal Mangekyo. With this strength, facing Otsutsuki Urashiki is simply courting death. Could it be because of me that the timeline has completely unraveled? Naruto's heart sank. Is this guy here for the nine-tailed chakra? Urashiki chuckled lightly, his eyes filled with mockery and disdain. I am the god you will forever look up to. Offer up your chakra fruit power. Oh right, you lowly beings, now call it tailed beast chakra. As soon as the words fell, Urashiki waved the fishing rod again. The red hooks appeared before Naruto like a specter. Naruto immediately activated the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing from the spot. Bang! The fishing hook slammed into the ground, creating a massive crater. Oh, interesting. Urashiki raised an eyebrow. You actually can use space-time ninjutsu. However, playing with space-time in front of me is still too immature. Urashiki's figure instantly transformed into countless origami cranes, scattering in all directions. Naruto's pupils constricted, and he immediately activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. But he couldn't see Urashiki's position at all. A fishing rod suddenly appeared from behind him, striking fiercely against his back. Naruto flew out like a kite, with a broken string crashing through several large trees before heavily hitting the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Sage Art Rasen Shuriken. Naruto rose from the ground, quickly forming hand seals with both hands. A massive Rasen Shuriken appeared in his hand, charged with terrifying Sage Chakra, and shot towards Urashiki. Urashiki's lips curled into a mocking smile, his left eye's blue Rinnegan slightly rotating. Absorb. The Rasen Shuriken was instantly drawn into his Rinnegan, vanishing without a trace. What? Naruto's face changed dramatically. Super large Rasen Shuriken. Naruto launched another attack, but the result was the same. All of Naruto's ninjutsu was easily absorbed by Urashiki's Rinnegan. Sage Art Super Large Dust Release Rasen Shuriken. Naruto gritted his teeth, merging dust release into the Rasen Shuriken, unleashing his strongest ninjutsu. The gray-black Rasen Shuriken, carrying the terrifying aura of disintegration, shot towards Urashiki. This strike would force even a strong shadow-level ninja to dodge, yet Urashiki merely glanced at it indifferently. I told you it's pointless. The blue Rinnegan rotated again, and the dust-release Raisin Shuriken was also absorbed. Naruto's heart sank little by little. All ninjutsu was ineffective, and he couldn't shake him off with the Flying Thunder God. This guy's strength was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Kid, have you had enough fun? Urashiki said, slowly floating in midair with a smug smile on his face. Unfortunately, you're still lacking to deal with me. Again he waved his fishing rod and countless red hooks came pouring down. Naruto's eyes narrowed. He could only fight back. Sage Mode. Activate. Nine-tailed Chakra. Manifest. Golden chakra erupted from Naruto's body, forming a chakra cloak. His face took on the visage of Sage Mode, and the Mangekyo Sharingan in his eyes spun wildly. Konoha style dance of death. Naruto wielded the Demon Tail 9 Life blade, his speed instantly reaching its peak. Meanwhile, he placed a mark of the Flying Thunder God on every tree around him. Swish, swish, swish. Countless golden afterimages darted through the grove. The light of the blade cascaded like a waterfall, enveloping the entire forest in a golden blade aura, shredding the leaves into dust. This was the strongest strike Naruto could unleash at present, merging Sage Mode, Nine-tailed Chakra swordsmanship, and the instant kill of the Flying Thunder God. Even if his true self took this hit, he would be injured. Die! Naruto roared, the Demon Tail 9 Life blade striking down towards Urashiki's head with world-destroying momentum. Just as the blade was about to touch Urashiki, the blue Rinnegan in his left eye suddenly flashed with a strange blue light. Time rewound 3 seconds at that moment. Urashiki's figure swayed, gently floating into the air like an origami crane. Naruto's blade struck nothing but air. The immense force smashed into the ground, creating a deep pit several dozen meters wide. What? Naruto stood in place, shock written all over his face. Time rewind. I forgot this sneaky brat can manipulate time. How can I fight now? Kid, I have to say you still have some strength. Urashiki floated in midair, a self-satisfied smile on his face, but unfortunately you're still not enough to deal with me. He slowly raised his fishing rod, aiming at Naruto. All right, the game is over. Hand over all your chakra to me. Suddenly the space around them twisted violently. Naruto's body was instantly replaced with a figure clad in a black robe. The black robe fluttered, black hair flying, and a pair of eyes coldly stared at Urashiki. Then a chilling voice echoed slowly. Daidara C4.